Chapter 1. To live for oneself. 50 years have passed since the Earth entered its apocalypse, rendered inhospitable to humanity after various natural disasters. The global population has plummeted to less than 800 million, forcing humanity to seek refuge in spaceships within the solar system. Machine, automatic destruction, settings activated, 30 seconds countdown initiated. 30.29.28. Sinan, did you hear that? Sinan, are you really going to abandon me again this time? As the countdown echoed ominously alongside the ferocious roars of mutated beasts outside the cabin, Zhizhi sank into utter despair. Since being sent to the military camp at the age of 18 by her parents, every day since had been a precarious dance with death. She had thought she found her life's path upon meeting Major General Sinan, yet he was a soldier whose sense of duty eclipsed any notion of love. This mission was no exception. Frail humanity stood no chance against the mutated beasts that had survived the relentless trials of Earth's disasters. Zhizhi was to sacrifice herself, self-destructing the warship to buy time for others to escape. 3.2.1. When Zhizhi opened her eyes once more, she found herself lying in the closet of her home, her intended sleeping place. The Liu family of 6 was crammed into a space of less than 40 square meters. Her father, Liu Zhe, barely scraped by with a meager clerical job in the government, while her mother, Feng Ru, stayed home to care for the younger children. As Zhizhi marveled at her unexpected rebirth, she heard cries and commotion from the living room. Have you lost your mind? You want to enlist in the military? That means going to the battlefield. One careless moment, and you could lose your life. Marrying the son of the deputy minister means a life of unending riches. What could be better than that in this apocalypse? Her mother, Feng Ru, scolded, tears streaming down her face. It was clear that her mother understood the peril of joining the military, that battlefields were fraught with danger. In her previous life, Feng Ru had urged Zhizhi to enlist, claiming that girls typically performed safe logistical roles. Only upon joining did Zhizhi realize that those who served in logistics were often favored by their families. Those like her, unloved and uncared for, were fated for the front lines. I don't care. I absolutely must enlist. Mom, believe me, once I'm in the military, I will marry well. I will become the district chief's wife. I refuse to marry the deputy minister's son. He is nothing but an abusive manha. Upon seeing Zhizhi emerge from her room, Zhiyao quickly fell silent. Zhizhi was momentarily taken aback, surprised that not only had she been reborn, but her sister, Zhiyao, had as well. In her previous life, the 18-year-old Zhizhi had enlisted under her family's persuasion. 16-year-old Zhiyao had proudly married Li Fan, the son of the deputy minister of the 19th district. While appearing refined, Li Fan was, in truth, a deranged abuser. On their wedding night, Zhiyao was left battered and unrecognizable, never experiencing the opulent life she had envisioned. Subsequently, the 19th district faltered under poor leadership, falling prey to attacks from other districts. The deputy minister fled with wealth and family, abandoning Zhiyao. She was left to become a plaything for the occupying forces, only escaping when she managed to seduce a squad leader and contacted her parents for help. Meanwhile, Zhizhi had met Major General Sinan in the military, standing by his side through countless battles. He repelled the invaders and ascended to the position of district chief, while Zhizhi became the district chief's wife. Now, given a second chance, Zhiyao would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to become the district chief's wife. Did she truly believe that merely changing men could alter her destiny? If she sought to snatch that opportunity, let her experience the hardships of military life. In her previous existence, Zhizhi had become the district chief's wife not by chance, but through the survival skills she had honed amidst countless near-death experiences. It was those very experiences that had enabled her to save Sinan's life, earning his favor. The military does not accommodate idlers. Though the Liu family was not affluent, Zhiyao had been spoiled by her parents from a young age. She was ill-prepared for the battlefield, let alone even menial logistical tasks. The thought amused Zhizhi as she anticipated Zhiyao's performance in the military. Yao, life in the military is incredibly tough. However, I've heard that if you pay a bribe, girls can work in logistics. Perhaps. Before Zhizhi could finish, Feng Ru interrupted. Shut up, you little brat. Are you the one encouraging your sister to enlist? Oh, it's so noisy. Zhizhi, go cook. Are you trying to starve me? Her younger brother, Lu Zhiyu, called out, engrossed in his game. Lu Zhizhi pondered why, despite being the same parent's child, her brother received their grandmother's affection while her sister had their mother's favoritism. In this household, she felt more like a caretaker or an outsider, never truly a daughter. In every lifetime, she felt extraneous. Now that she had the chance to live again, she would live solely for herself. Watching her mother pack Lu Zhiyao's belongings, Lu Zhizhi sat quietly, contemplating her future. Lu Zhiyao cast a glance at her, a spark of triumph in her eyes. Zhizhi, since I'm enlisting, it seems you must marry the deputy minister's son. You'll surely enjoy a life of comfort. A knowing smile graced Lu Zhiyao's lips. Here, take this, she said, removing a ring from her finger. This is the wedding ring given to me by the Li family. Keep it safe. It might provide you with a meal if you find yourself in dire straits. If it's about enjoying life, why would I ever go hungry? Lu Zhizhi replied, puzzled. Seeing her confusion, Lu Zhiyao's smugness only grew. Because that is your fate, she declared, strutting away. Lu Zhizhi chuckled silently. My fate. Very well. Let us see what unfolds. Enough crying. With our Yao Yao's cleverness, she once struggled that if she truly marries a high-ranking official, it will be you, her mother, who enjoys the benefits, her grandmother proclaimed, viewing daughters merely as assets for exchange. Mom, it's easy for you to say. Yao Yao knows nothing. She could lose her life on the battlefield. Feng Ru trembled with rage. Isn't her ignorance your fault? Feng Ru, infuriated by her grandmother, skipped dinner and went to bed early in the dead of night. Lu Zhizhi quietly gathered her packed belongings. After confirming that her family was asleep, she stealthily slipped away. From this moment onward, she would sever all ties with this family. No matter how arduous the path ahead, it would be a journey for herself. With that thought, Lu Zhizhi felt a newfound lightness envelop her. Suddenly, a glimmer of silver caught her eye, shining brightly against the dark night. Looking down, Lu Zhizhi saw the wedding ring from the Li family glowing. Good evening, host. Lu Zhizhi. Who's speaking? A mechanical voice resonated in her ears, startling Lu Zhizhi. Host, you have been bound to the spacecraft numbered Foch 49 GK. Please proceed to the ship's location to activate it. What binding? What activation? Lu Zhizhi was utterly bewildered. Upon activation, the ship will be under your management. You can construct various buildings on the ship and exchange rent for currency. Elevating your host level will allow for upgrading buildings and the ship. For further details, please consult the host manual. Are you saying I will have my own house? No, my very own spaceship? Lu Zhizhi could hardly believe her ears. Such fortune truly existed? Indeed. Please proceed to activate it as soon as possible. Lu Zhizhi suppressed the excitement in her heart. Just as she was troubled about having nowhere to go after leaving home, the voice mentioned a spaceship, surely located beyond District 19 in the vast expanse of space. How could she possibly reach it? Chapter 2. A New Identity. I am Lucy. At that moment, a translucent blue screen materialized before her, displaying a map with two small red dots. Lu Zhizhi moved slightly, and one of the red dots shifted in response. The other stationary presumably marked the location of the spaceship. Following the navigation guidance, Lu Zhizhi arrived at the border gate of District 19. After humanity ventured into space, the original concept of nations was supplanted by numerical designations. With a drastic population decline, many sparsely populated countries faced near extinction. Those remaining, numbering only in the tens of thousands, were absorbed as refugees by neighboring powerful nations. Lu Zhizhi was a citizen of Huagua. Her teacher had once recounted that before the arrival of the apocalypse, Huagua was a nation with a rich history spanning 5,000 years and a population of 1.4 billion. Now, however, its total population, including the accepted refugees, barely exceeded 100 million in the cosmos. Huagua was designated as Province 94, comprising 20 major districts. Each district was represented by a spaceship, each equipped with 4 border gates facing east, west, south, and north. Leave District 19 for another district. One must take a ferry vehicle, a small spaceship at the border gate. District 19, where Lu Zhizhi resided, was the most economically disadvantaged and the least secure among the 20 districts. While other districts had guards at their border gates, District 19 did not. Given its dire condition, Normal individuals would not venture there, and those wishing to leave were left unattended. Only the nearby surveillance cameras operated normally. Zhizhi sought someone to inquire about the cost of renting a ferry, if responding to her thoughts. The ring on her finger emitted a silvery glow, and a deep gray ferry vehicle ahead flickered its headlights. Gazing at the vast starry sky outside, Zhizhi felt a mix of anticipation and nervousness. After approximately half an hour of travel, she spotted a large elliptical silver-gray spaceship in the distance. Upon disembarking from the ferry, she encountered an arched gate. Just as she attempted to pass through, an invisible force propelled her backward. "Administrator, please confirm the activation of the system." Before her, the translucent blue screen reappeared, flashing options for yes and no. She clicked yes, rubbed her sore backside, and stood up. Attempting to pass through the archway once more, she was relieved that this time she was not repelled. This indicated that individuals not confirmed by the system could not cross the gate, thereby preventing unauthorized access to the spaceship's interior. A rather secure arrangement against external threats in this universe. Aside from the districts managed by national authorities, there existed smaller bases and tribes. Some were formed by refugees from obliterated nations unwilling to affiliate with others, while others were organizations resisting district governance. These groups occasionally instigated incursions to procure supplies and resources. In her previous life, District 19 had been overtaken through a collusion with the Japanese. Crossing through the archway, Zhizhi found herself on a vast expanse of land. According to the system's prompt, the available construction area was approximately 200,000 square meters, with a height of about 50 meters. The system offered numerous building options, but due to her current low level, most were locked. Upon selecting residential options, she discovered a 2-story small building available for free. After choosing to construct it, the ground beneath her trembled, and a building rose from the adjacent empty space. The accommodation provided for the administrator is free, and the internal facilities are also complimentary. For a better living environment, the administrator is encouraged to enhance their level. Following the mechanical voice's guidance, Zhizhi selected furniture options. Indeed, only the most basic furnishings were complimentary: a bed, a desk, a chair, a shower, and a toilet. After setting everything up, Zhizhi entered her new home. The first floor comprised a living room, kitchen, and bathroom, while the bedroom was situated on the second floor. Lying on the hard bed, Zhizhi couldn't help but laugh with joy. Since she could remember, she had always slept in a closet. She had once asked her mother why she didn't have a bed, to which her mother replied that their home was too small to accommodate one. After her younger brother was born, her mother insisted she continue sleeping in the closet, citing her status as the elder sister. Once, she had accidentally fallen asleep on her sister's bed and was harshly scolded by her mother. Reflecting on these memories, Zhizhi felt an ache in her nose, nearly shedding tears. "Administrator, please name spaceship Foch 49 GK. The task of naming left Zhizhi momentarily stunned. She did not wish to use numbers, which sounded cold and impersonal. Yet, she couldn't think of a suitable name. Glancing at the coordinates of the spaceship, she noted it was located to the west of District 19. Then let's call it Sicily. The Sicily community, Zhizhi declared, feeling satisfied with her choice. Please provide a name for the administrator. Having just named the spaceship, she now had to name herself. Zhizhi had never been fond of her name. Classmates had mocked her in school, suggesting that Zhizhi sounded like a squeaky mouse. Since this life was to be lived for herself, she decided to begin with a name change. She typed Lucy on the screen and firmly pressed the confirmation button. Identity information modification confirmed. The mechanical voice chimed as the watch on her wrist flickered to life. After humanity entered space, for the sake of convenience and management, personal documents such as ID cards and household registration books were consolidated into wristwatches. When venturing outside, it could confirm identity and facilitate payments. In cases of bodily distress, it could issue alerts or even calls for help. Zhizhi activated the watch and viewed her updated personal information. Name: Lucy. Gender: female. Age: 18. Address: Sicily community. Relatives: none. Occupation: administrator. Work: Sicily community. Having resolved her personal matters, it was time to address infrastructure issues. As she pondered her next steps, a communication device suddenly materialized before her. It resembled a hybrid of a phone and a computer, thin, foldable, and expandable. When folded, it was palm-sized but could expand to an A3 size. However, during the interstellar era, communication devices were costly, beyond the reach of ordinary citizens. In her previous life, she had only used such a device as the spouse of a district chief. Administrator, the communication device can be used for community construction. Lucy picked up the communication device, maximized its size, and opened the construction interface to begin her building endeavors. First, she constructed a room, costing $500. Next, she added a bed, $500. Then, she included a shower and toilet, $1,000. And when she sought to add more, the system alerted her that funds were insufficient. Lucy suddenly recalled that the 2,000 coins remaining were her wages from half a month's work, which she had intended to contribute to her family. However, her family had been too preoccupied with her sister's insistence on joining the military to ask her for money. Administrator, daily check-ins reward gold coins, and completing a month of check-ins yields bonuses. The mechanical voice's reminder was timely. Lucy noticed a check-in option in the upper right corner of the screen and clicked it, receiving 100 coins. Though it was a meager amount, it was better than nothing. After completing a room, Lucy felt both tired and hungry. She glanced out the window, surprised to see that it was still bright outside. In space, there was no day or night, but to align with human circadian rhythms, spaceships could simulate the duration of light. Checking the time, she realized it was already 3 a.m. "I'm too exhausted, it's best to sleep now." Lucy yawned, stowing away the communication device, and collapsed on her bed. The host discovered an unidentified individual at the entrance. Chapter 3, welcoming the first tenant. As Lucy had just drifted into slumber, she was abruptly roused by a mechanical voice. Frowning, she stepped out of her chamber and approached the archway. To her astonishment, there lay a man on the ground. He appeared quite tall, with brown hair obscuring half of his face, and he seemed injured, his features contorted in anguish. His ferry vehicle had been bombarded, its rear end severely deformed. The fuel was also running low. After all, having been on the battlefield in her previous life, she possessed a fundamental understanding of such matters. Lucy approached cautiously and gently patted him, yet there was no response. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to drag him into the community. The newly constructed room would suffice for his needs. There were no medicines here. Whether he lived or died was left to fate. Sunlight streamed through the window panes, warming Lucy's eyelashes. She shifted in her sleep and abruptly awoke, just as she was about to throw off the covers and rise. It struck her that she was no longer at the Liu family home. There was no need to rise before dawn to prepare breakfast and then toil away with an empty stomach. Now, she was the mistress of this spaceship, free to sleep as late as she desired. Uncertain of his condition, she felt compelled to check on him. Lucy quickly changed her clothes and hurried over. Standing at the door, she initially intended to knock but hesitated, recalling the severity of his injuries from the previous night and fearing she might disturb him. Instead, she leaned against the door, straining to listen for any sounds within. Whether it was the door's excellent soundproofing or the occupant's silence, there was not a whisper. Could he possibly have perished? Then again, it was equally plausible that he had fled. Lucy glanced once more at the entrance, her spacecraft still lingering there. "Is it searching for me?" A mocking voice emerged from behind her. "Are you unscathed?" Lucy approached him directly. "Those minor injuries are inconsequential. A mere night's rest will suffice." Upon finishing his words, he flashed a grin at Lucy. Lucy had been on the battlefield and could discern the severity of injuries. This man was undoubtedly gravely wounded, yet his recovery was remarkably swift. He was either a soldier with a robust constitution or possessed some extraordinary physiology. Regardless of which it was, she had no desire to probe further. In this apocalyptic world, possessing too much knowledge was hardly a blessing. As long as he was recovering, that sufficed. After all, I was the one who saved you last night. Remember to settle the accommodation fees. Whether you're human or otherwise, staying in it necessitates payment. Is this your territory? The man inquired, surveying his surroundings. Indeed, this is the Sicilian community, and I am Lucy. Sicily, I am Hoshino, the man replied, brushing back his hair from his forehead as he spoke. Lucy finally discerned the appearance of the man before her. His face was rather gaunt, with a pair of exceptionally bright eyes, and a hint of a smile lingered on his thin lips. Upon hearing his name, Lucy furrowed her brow slightly. It sounded familiar, yet she could not recall where she had encountered it. The room rate is 500 per night. If you feel rested, you may leave, she declared, signaling her intent to dismiss him. Do you rent rooms on a long-term basis here? He inquired. Certainly, she replied, her interest piqued at the prospect of earning money. If you could provide me with a softer bed, I would consider a long-term stay. Xingya noticed that this young girl seemed quite intrigued by the idea of profit. Not a problem. We are currently renovating. If you were to arrive a few days later, you might not even have the option of this hard bed. Anyone can utter sweet words, Lucy retorted. All right, I will pay for 10 days' rent. With that, she pressed her wristwatch against Lucy's wrist. Manager, payment of 5,000 received. Congratulations on successfully upgrading to level A1. Please check to unlock items. As soon as she received the funds, the system notified her of her upgrade. Lucy quickly retrieved her communicator, discovering that she had unlocked several items within the room, most notably the ability to purchase a food cabinet, a beverage cabinet, and a fuel cabinet. Xingya suddenly realized that this young girl might possess a significant background. Though she was young, she owned a communicator. Perhaps this place was a financial haven for some wealthy individual. Before Hoshino, Lucy busied herself with her communicator. She first procured a food cabinet and a beverage cabinet for her residence, followed by a fuel cabinet positioned beside the shuttle. The 5,000 she had just acquired swiftly vanished. Lucy felt a pang in her heart and decided to extract another favor from Hoshino. Are you leaving now? Shall we have breakfast together? It's on you? Hoshino sensed her scheming. It'll be on my own expense. Lucy shot him a glare. Well, I suppose I can't refuse such hospitality. He shrugged helplessly. In the lounge, two machines stood side by side, neatly filled with an array of food. The pantry contained bread, chicken sandwiches, beef sandwiches, rice balls, dumplings, and hamburgers. The beverage cabinet offered mineral water, lemonade, honey milk, and strawberry milk. Each item was numbered and priced, and to select an item, one simply needed to press the corresponding number and make payment via their watch. Lucy selected a few items and presented them to Hoshino. Well, the sandwiches are priced at 200, the mineral water at 100, and the honey milk at 200. Which one would you like? Hoshino exclaimed, wow, I had assumed you were referring to the compressed food. I can't believe you have these. I never expected that life in Sicily could be so lavish. Such delicacies are inaccessible to the common folk, which further affirms Hoshino's thoughts. I want them all, and what you have in your hand as well. What else do you have? I wish to purchase more. Money is no object. He gazed longingly at Lucy, aware that while he had tasted these delights before, they were not a frequent indulgence. Lucy maintained a serene demeanor, yet her heart brimmed with joy. Shall we venture to the room together? However, do refrain from purchasing excessively. She cautioned, concerned that he might deplete the supplies, leaving her with nothing to consume. Earning money is vital, but so too is the essence of survival. Xingya bought one of each item, even acquiring 10 bottles of mineral water. Had it not been for Lucy's intervention, he would have eagerly attempted to cart away the entire beverage cabinet. Nevertheless, Lucy observed that those two cabinets appeared to be inexhaustible. Any items purchased in multiples of 10 would be immediately replenished by the system. In this manner, Lucy earned an additional 200. She assisted Xingya in transporting their acquisitions to the entrance, suddenly recalling the fuel cabinet located nearby. Xingya, your ferry car has sustained significant damage. Is it still operational? Fear not. My beloved vehicle has been modified by me. A mere scratch is inconsequential, Xingya replied, pride evident in his gaze as he admired his cherished automobile. Beloved. Vehicle? Lucy found the term rather amusing. However, it seems your vehicle is out of fuel. Xingya discerned the implication in Lucy's words. But you possess fuel for replenishment, correct? Pray tell, what is your fee? 1,000 per liter. How much would you like to add? What? Upon hearing the price, Xingya's voice rose in shock. Lucy's heart quivered. Could it be that the price was set too high? She truly lacked an understanding of the fuel market. Just as she grappled with how to express herself without revealing her ignorance, Hoshino spoke up again. Miss, are you engaging in charity? Such a low price. Surely there must be an issue with the fuel. Nonsense. Can't you see for yourself if there's a problem? Upon realizing that the concern was not about the price, she felt a surge of confidence. Hoshino skeptically picked up the fuel replenishing gun, sniffed it, and detected no foul odor. It did not seem to be a low-quality mix with other fuels. He found himself puzzled by this Sicily. What exactly was its background? The environment was pleasant, and the prices were remarkably low. If the mastermind behind this operation were to plan wisely, it could surely garner substantial public support in the future. There was potential for development into a significant base, or even an entire region. Yet, it was unwise to have such an inexperienced young girl in charge. Chapter 4. It is rumored that the bride has fled. Are you ready yet? Lucy observed him dawdling, and her guard instinctively heightened. Approaching the fuel cabinet, she noted that it displayed a replenishment of 10 liters and couldn't help but marvel at the luxury of wealth. Upon returning to her room, her first order of business was breakfast. She grabbed a beef sandwich, unwrapped it, and was immediately enveloped in the savory aroma of meat, stirring her appetite to life. This is simply delectable, Lucy mused, feeling that it was the first time in her life she had tasted such exquisite food. It was not merely hunger. It was genuinely delicious. The bread was soft, the beef tender, and the vegetables fresh and crisp. After finishing, she indulged in a chicken sandwich, equally irresistible. And then there was strawberry milk. So this was the taste of milk. As a child, she had only seen her younger brother, Zhiyao, enjoy it, and she had longed to try it too, only to be scolded by her grandmother. Feeling satiated, Lucy took out her communicator. The balance displayed was 13,200. She recalled the days when she worked 3 jobs a month, and her earnings barely reached 10,000. In just one night, she had managed to earn so much. A wave of motivation surged within her. Lucy gazed upon the newly unlocked items post-upgrade, including a wardrobe, the plush bed desired by Hoshino, and a shower room, among others. In a single breath, she constructed 4 additional rooms, leaving her with a mere balance of 1,200. After arranging the rooms, she snapped a few photographs, intending to share them in the daily news for promotion. After all, revenue comes from tenants. She realized her knowledge of the market prices for many items was woefully inadequate, and to adeptly manage Sicily, there was an abundance of knowledge she needed to acquire. Lucy disguised herself and took the ferry to the eastern gate of District 19. The security around the eastern gate is relatively better, as it is adjacent to District 4, and the district government of 19 is also situated nearby. Lucy perused several shops and discovered that the prices of goods in the region were not significantly different from those in Sicily. However, the quality of the ingredients was far inferior to that of Sicily. Conversely, fuel was exorbitantly priced, of questionable purity, costing 2,000 per liter. No wonder Hoshino was so astonished. Indeed, she was truly engaged in charitable endeavors. The shop was modest in size, with a limited selection of clothing, all comprising casual styles at affordable prices. While Lucy was selecting items, she overheard a customer trying on clothes and chatting with the owner. "Have you heard the latest news? You know the Deputy Minister of Economy in our district? His son is getting married again." The excited customer exclaimed. "Is he the one with the surname Lee?" The owner inquired. "Yes, indeed. That son of his is only in his 20s and has already been married twice. Strangely enough, both of his previous wives died, allegedly from illness." Who would believe that? Really? Could it be that he is cursed in love? That's not the crux of the matter. The key point is that this third fiancé, for reasons unknown, bolted last night. They were supposed to register their marriage today, but she vanished, and Lee's son caused quite a scene at the girl's home. "Oh my, the bride has fled? What sort of family does she come from?" The owner inquired with curiosity. "That remains a mystery. Surely, they cannot be of reputable standing. Any respectable family would never marry off their daughter to someone like him." Lucy eavesdropped for a while, confident that the Liu family was currently in a state of chaos. After selecting 2 garments, she called the shopkeeper to settle the bill. Given her understanding of the family, they must be desperately searching the city for her now. The Li family, intent on marrying her, had undoubtedly provided a bride price. With her disappearance, they would either demand a refund or insist on her return. The Liu family would certainly refuse to return the money they had received, leaving them no choice but to locate her and send her back to the Li family. As she approached the east gate, her communicator buzzed. Lucy answered, and an anxious male voice came through. "Hello, is this the Sicily community?" "I. Owner in a house." "Yes, this is Sicily community. I am Lucy, the person in charge. Is the rental information you provided true? Monthly rent of 5,000, 1 month deposit, and free shuttle service? Absolutely, it's true. You're welcome to come and view the property. Are you available now? Please send me the coordinates. I'll head over immediately. How eager was this man to come over so quickly? Sure. I'm in District 19 and will arrive in half an hour. Oh, I'm also in District 19. May I join you? Of course. I'll wait for you at the East Gate. Please hurry. Lucy hadn't anticipated that the news she posted in the afternoon would attract someone so swiftly. If this deal went through, it would add another 10,000 to her earnings. After all, her property was both affordable and pristine, with no worries about finding tenants. Previously, the Liu family's residence was less than 40 square meters, old and dilapidated, damp and dark, often suffering from water and power outages. In District 19, such a place would cost $8,500 a month. In contrast, a single room in Sicily, measuring 28 square meters, facing south, with 24-hour hot water and electricity, was only $5,000 a month. The only drawback was that it was not under the jurisdiction of Province 94. However, they provided free shuttle service. Such a property was unparalleled throughout the universe. After a while, a panting man appeared in Lucy's line of sight. Sorry. You must be Boss Liu, right? I'm Lin Yin, the one who contacted you about viewing the house. Lin Yin was gasping for breath, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, dragging a large suitcase behind him. No wonder he was so eager to find a place. It seemed he truly had nowhere to stay. Let's go, hop in the car. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Sicily community. Lucy scanned Lin Yin's face to grant him access through the security system and led him to the door of the room. Our security system operates on facial recognition, so strangers cannot enter. You need not worry about safety. All 5 rooms have identical facilities, except for room 1, which is already occupied. Feel free to choose any of the others. Lucy explained the details of the Sicily community to Lin Yin. These 2 machines can dispense food and water, with prices displayed above. Wow, it really looks just like the photos. I thought it was fake. Since arriving at Sicily, Lin Yan's eyes had been sparkling with disbelief, astonished that an ordinary person like him could reside in such splendid conditions in this post-apocalyptic universe. The community was still under construction, and more types of rooms would soon be available to cater to various tenant needs. Can I move in today? Lin Yin hesitantly asked. Of course. If you're ready with the rent, we can sign the contract right now. Lucy looked at Lin Yin with genuine sincerity. I'm ready. I can do it. Lin Yin excitedly rubbed his hands together. The complexities of shared living arrangements had led him to many disputes with roommates due to his obsessive cleanliness. After a heated argument today, he had impulsively decided to vacate. After calming down, he regretted the decision. Without the rental information from Sicily, he would have had to sleep in the office tonight. Chapter 5. Liu Zhiyao's femme fatale scheme at the Military Medical Academy's Restoration Department in District 19. Xie got out of bed and dressed in his military uniform. Just as he was about to leave, a doctor called him back. Major General Xie, I've reminded you many times. Take care of your health and don't overexert yourself. Fortunately, you didn't injure anything vital. You know how arduous the recovery process can be. The doctor's words were cut short as Xie interrupted. I know. I'm fine. I'll take my leave now. Thank you for your hard work. Hey, I haven tea. The doctor sighed in resignation, shaking his head. Returning to the barracks lounge, he noticed a few soldiers animatedly discussing something. Boss, how is your health? Are you all right? By Muron, the leader of Team 3, asked with concern. Iem fine. What are you all talking about? Nothing much. Just. By Muron fidgeted awkwardly. Boss, a few new recruits have been assigned to your team. I heard one of the girls is particularly fond of you. Unlike the others who paid to enter the logistics department, she went through the trouble of making arrangements to join your team. Ligua, seeing By Muron struggle to articulate, blurted out the details. All right, enough of that. The boss isn't interested in such things. By Muron, noticing the displeasure on Xie face, knew he despised such connections, especially those who approached him under the guise of admirers. Unlike these soldiers, Xie had been transferred from the Central District and arrived as a major general. If there was anyone of note in District 19, it was undoubtedly Major General Xie. In the years since his arrival, He had reformed military discipline and managed public safety. Although District 19 remained as problematic as ever, it was no longer the murky place where citizens felt helpless and wronged. The lives of the common people had gained a semblance of security, and external bases and organizations dared not encroach lightly. Besides his remarkable abilities, Siasenen's attractiveness was also noteworthy. Tall and robust, he possessed a striking physique. His slender, star-like eyes, elegant features, and chiseled jawline were captivating. Baimuran thought it was unprecedented for someone to seek romantic interest within the military. But Siasenen would surely not entertain such pursuits. Concerned that Li Guo might say too much and provoke the Major General's ire, he hurriedly urged him to silence. "Oh, let me see the list." Siasenen, initially uninterested, seemed to recall something and instructed Li Guo to present the names. The others were astonished by this unexpected gesture from the Major General. Has the general had an epiphany? One soldier murmured, only to receive a sharp glare from Baimuran. Lu Zhiyao. Siasenen displayed a puzzled expression upon seeing the name. Yes, that's the admirer. Li Guo was surprised that the boss actually recognized her. Could she be the future sister-in-law? Without further comment, Siasenen divided the new recruits into 3 groups for different teams, with Lu Zhiyao and 2 others being assigned to Baimuran's leadership. In recent days, Lucy has remained preoccupied with the construction of houses to earn a living. The 5 houses she previously built have already found tenants. Among them are Xingye and Lin Yan, along with Lin Yan's female colleague, Xia Chun, who, pressured by her parents to marry, was compelled to leave her home, a young finance worker named Luo Wei, and a middle-aged gentleman, Fang Rinsong, aged 40. After they moved in, Lucy now finds herself with a total of over 40,000. However, in order to advance to the next level, she must rent out 10 houses and submit 50,000 to achieve the upgrade. Lucy has always believed that her house offers exceptional value for money. However, recently, potential tenants have expressed concerns about safety upon learning that Sicily is not under the jurisdiction of Province 94, leaving Lucy feeling quite helpless. One night, while everyone was asleep, Lucy hastily constructed 5 additional single rooms at a cost of 20,000, aware that guests had nowhere to enjoy their breakfast. She also built a dining hall for an extra 3,000. After these expenses, her funds dwindled to just 18,000, making the goal of 50,000 for upgrades seem a distant dream. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her. She realized she could sell fuel. In this post-apocalyptic universe, the most valuable commodities are supplies, weapons, and fuel. Lacking weapons and unable to sell supplies at a good price, fuel emerged as the quickest source of income. With this thought, Lucy promptly crafted an advertisement and posted it on the current affairs news platform. To stimulate demand, she imposed a limited quota, allowing each appointment to purchase only 10 liters per day. The anticipation of her communicator being inundated with inquiries the next day filled Lucy with excitement, banishing her fatigue. Siasinan believed that practical experience leaves a more profound impression than theoretical discussions. Assigned to the 3rd squad, Lu Zhiyao was thrilled to embark on a mission with Siasinan. Before departure, she meticulously checked her hair, ensuring it was perfectly styled, and examined her face for any blemishes. She even tightened her belt to accentuate her slender waist and ample bosom. Regrettably, she did not encounter Siasinan along the way, as new recruits typically do not warrant the personal attention of a major general. Siasinan did not even spare her a glance, which left Lu Zhiyao feeling exceedingly disgruntled. In her mind, she was 1,000 times more beautiful than Lu Zhi, who had managed to capture Siasinan's heart in a previous life, leading her to believe she need not exert any effort. Boss, I just saw a news article about a community called Sicily selling fuel at competitive prices with high purity and limited daily supply. I wonder what scheme they are up to, Baimuran remarked, showing the article to Siasinan. Check their location. We should investigate on our way back. After only 4 hours of sleep, Lucy was awakened by the ringing of her communicator. The advertisement had indeed worked. Inquiries and appointments flooded in, with customers arriving that very day. She quickly got up to have breakfast, eagerly awaiting the arrival of her fortune. Upon arriving at the dining hall, Lucy noticed Fong Rensong purchasing breakfast. He selected 5 each of beef sandwiches and hamburgers. Upon seeing Lucy enter, he momentarily froze before quickly regaining his composure and greeting her with a smile. Meanwhile, Xiesinan was quite displeased with Zhiyao, who had been inattentive during the mission briefing. Her lack of focus hindered the task, and her constant attempts to cling to him were bothersome. Fortunately, squad leader Muron intervened just in time. On the return journey, Zhiyao was irate. Did this man lack any sense of chivalry? Hey, squad leader is calling you over, Jiang Sun, a fellow recruit who joined the army with Zhiyao, remarked, clearly disdainful of her romantic inclinations. I'm not going. You can go if you wish. Jiang Sun rolled her eyes. Zhiyao, didn't you hear me calling you? Muron said sternly. In the army, the most crucial principle is to obey commands unconditionally. Squad leader I was just so frightened earlier that I haven't recovered yet. Zhiyao feigned vulnerability, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, a tactic that would typically disarm an ordinary man. Unfortunately for her, Muron was not swayed. He adhered to Xiesinan's philosophy. On the battlefield, there is no distinction between genders. Enemies do not show mercy because one is a woman. He imparted this wisdom to Zhiyao as well. Having failed to capture Xiesinan's attention and faced a reprimand from Muron, Zhiyao seethed with frustration. Yet, the thought that Xiesinan would one day be the district chief of Zone 19 urged her to suppress her anger and devise another strategy. Chapter 6. A reunion with the ex-Lucy bid farewell to the last customer seeking to purchase fuel, collapsing wearily onto the ground. The day had seen a considerable number of visitors, most of whom were merely inquiring, with only a few making actual purchases. Nevertheless, she managed to sell 35 liters, yielding a total income of 70,000. Coupled with her previous balance, the total now exceeded 80,000, with a rental of 5 additional rooms. An upgrade would be within reach. It appeared that the promotional efforts were still insufficient. Rubbing her growling stomach, Lucy resolved to take a break for a meal. As Lucy savored her hamburger and sipped on lemonade, she gazed at the tantalizing array of locked merchandise before her. Many items caught her fancy, such as the household goods cabinet, snack cabinet, clothing cabinet, and stationery cabinet, among others. Just as she was immersed in her delight, a mechanical voice interrupted her reverie. Administrator, there are several unidentified individuals at the entrance, armed with weapons. Lucy was taken aback. It was not surprising that someone had arrived. What was perplexing was the presence of weapons. Did she dare to consider that individuals from those small bases or organizations had set their sights on her, intending to seize Sicily by force? What should she do? Should she venture outside to investigate? The despair she had felt just before her demise in her previous life washed over her, a sense of helplessness enveloping her entirely. Was it truly so difficult to simply live? After a moment of inner turmoil, Lucy resolved to step outside. Evasion would not resolve her predicament. Eluding this encounter would not guarantee safety in the next. Upon the arrival of a group in Sicily, the first sight that greeted them was the ferry parked at the entrance in an arched gate. Liguo was the first to dash forward. But as he approached the archway, he was abruptly halted by a sharp command from Zhizhi. Stop! The sound of the Major General's voice froze Liguo in place. He did not even shift his stance. Boss, what is wrong? He asked, remaining motionless, his eyes darting about. This gate is encrypted. You cannot pass through. Attempting to force your way will only cause you harm. Zhizhi patted him on the back, encouraging him to relax. He then scrutinized the surroundings, and, at that moment, a figure emerged through the gate, appearing before him. With a resolute determination, Lucy approached the door. After taking a deep breath, she stepped outside. The imposing figure of a tall man momentarily took her breath away, leaving her frozen in place. She had thought that as long as she avoided military service, she would never have the chance to see him again. Likewise, the sudden appearance of a woman caused Xie to momentarily lose his focus. At the same time, his subordinates, perplexed by the situation, raised their weapons. The sight of the weapons instantly alerted Lucy, compelling her to break the silence. Are you here to rent an apartment or to purchase fuel? You are. The owner here? Xie eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Lucy. She had been at the back of the group, and when she saw those in the front raise their weapons, she had instinctively hidden behind Jiangjin. However, upon realizing that the voice belonged to a woman, her curiosity piqued, and she looked over. To her surprise, it was his sister, Zhizhi. "Aren't you married into the Li family?" You are not. You are not married to Li Fan anymore? What are you doing here?" Zhiyao moved closer, hiding behind Zhizhi. "I am Lucy, the head of the Sicily community." Lucy cast a glance at Zhiyao, but chose to ignore her, instead fixing her gaze on Zhizin's eyes as she continued. "So, are you planning to forcibly occupy Sicily, Major Xie? You know me?" Zhizin's eyes brightened, and he raised his hand, signaling his men to lower their weapons. "Major Xie's reputation precedes him. Who doesn't know him?" Lucy said with a faint smile, though her mirth did not reach her eyes. "Renting an apartment? Purchasing fuel? Or perhaps conducting a routine inspection? You have not reported here in Province 94. I am merely here for a customary patrol. May I come in and take a look?" Zhizhi spoke softly. "I will accompany you." Muron immediately followed suit. Who knew what the situation inside was like? It was imperative that their leader did not venture into danger alone. Lucy did not object and granted permission to Zhizhi and the squad leader. I want to go too." Zhiyao desired to uncover what Zhizhi was truly up to. "Are you looking to rent a place or purchase fuel?" Lucy cast a glance at her. "I'm not buying anything. I simply wish to take a look. Why should they be allowed entry while I am not?" Zhiyao declared with an air of arrogance. Lucy gazed at Zhizhi in silence, her expression conveying a sense of indifference towards him. "Everyone stand by." Zhizhi signaled apologetically to Lucy. Turning around, the three of them entered the interior of Sicily. To the left, there were 2 rows of neatly arranged residential houses. To the right stood a solitary 2-story building. Lucy shared with the 2 individuals the circumstances of Sicily and its future developments, while also presenting her identification to Zhizhi. As Zhizhi gazed upon the identical face before him and then at the identification, he found himself momentarily bewildered, unable to discern what was real. Had Boss Liu just mentioned the possibility of renting a place? What were the terms of such a rental? Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. "I have heard that the military provides food and accommodation, have I not?" She certainly did not wish for him to move in. "A single room rents for 5,000 per month, with a deposit and 1 month's rent due up front. Shuttle services are complimentary." Behind him, Muron opened the rental information on the communicator and presented it to Zhizhi. "There are many regulations within the military. It would be more comfortable to stay here," Zhizhi remarked nonchalantly. Lucy genuinely did not wish for him to move in. The memories of her past grievances surged within her, compelling her to strike him twice. Yet, the thought of failing to attract tenants loomed large, as without tenants, she could not upgrade her living conditions, and without upgrades, she could not acquire the items she desired. Gritting her teeth, she relented. "However, given your military duties, I fear you may not guarantee timely rent payments. Therefore, you must pay quarterly." "Not a problem," Zhizhi promptly agreed. "I shall also reside here to ensure the safety of the boss," Muron declared. "What danger could possibly lurk here? Why are you following me?" Zhizhi gazed at Muron in disbelief. "I care not. I have a duty to protect the safety of the Major General," Muron insisted. Feeling that this Sicilian was rather peculiar, and Lucy did not appear to be a person of good character. "Very well. When shall we sign the contract?" With the prospect of renting 2 rooms at once, Lucy felt a flicker of joy. "Right now," he replied, anxious that Lucy might change her mind. Upon hearing the sound of funds being transferred, Lucy could not help but smile. Zhizhi found himself entranced by her smile. After finalizing the contract, Lucy escorted them to the door. Just as Zhizhi and his party were about to depart, the rumble of a shuttle vehicle descended upon the nearby clearing, stirring up a cloud of dust. Upon closer inspection, Lucy realized it was none other than Xiong's vehicle. Zhizhi also recognized the newcomer, swiftly drawing his weapon, aiming as he approached. Xingye, upon seeing Zhizhi brandishing his weapon, exhibited no fear. Instead, he playfully blew Lucy a kiss. "Well, Lucy, darling, long time no see. Have you missed me?" Lucy was at a loss for words. "Major General Zhizhi, please take care. No need for formalities." Lucy issued a dismissal. "Xingye, what brings you here?" Shesnin reverted to his usual indifference. Chapter 7. Assisting Jiang Sun. Shesnin cast a glance at Lucy, noting her lack of objection, and furrowed his brow slightly. Lucy recognized that his expression reflected a suppressed dissatisfaction with the present circumstances. In the past, Zhizhi would have rushed forward to offer incessant explanations. However, the current Lucy had no intention of indulging him. She preferred to let him stew in his own feelings. Is Major General Xie here to apprehend me? Sicily doesn't fall under the jurisdiction of the 94th administration, you know? Xingye remarked with a sardonic tone. Upon hearing the word capture, Lucy cast a perplexed glance at Hoshino. Zhizhi perceived this look, realizing that Lucy was unaware of Hoshino's true identity. Although Sicily does not fall under the jurisdiction of a 94th division, it is certainly not a place where one can act with impunity. Lucy gazed at Xingye, suddenly recalling that she had heard this name in a previous life. They were not ordinary beings. The Earth's uninhabitability for humanity stemmed not only from the harsh natural environment, but also from genetically mutated creatures. These beasts seemed to have awakened overnight, towering and ferocious, endowed with extraordinary auditory and olfactory senses, and possessing formidable attacking prowess. The weapons of humanity struggled to penetrate their impenetrable armor. These monsters relentlessly assaulted human bases in swarms, leaving no room for defense. Eventually, humanity sought refuge in space, yet they did not abandon their quest to save Earth. Some experts posited that eradicating these mutated creatures should precede efforts to restore the ecological balance. Consequently, they recruited physically robust individuals, attempting to merge human and animal traits to create a superhuman capable of contending with the monsters. Xingye and his companions were the products of this ambitious initiative. However, for reasons unknown, the research experts behind the project and these superhumans collectively escaped. Lucy gazed at Xingye, unable to suppress a twinge of sympathy for him. Why does he wear such an expression? Xingye remained languid, his demeanor unperturbed. A surprise inspection. Let us see if you have indeed changed my bed. Lucy watched him exuberantly retreat to his room, followed by the sound of his joyful exclamations. With a sense of pride, she prepared to continue her meal. After appreciating the room, Hoshino made his way to the dining hall. Aren't you curious about my identity? Chew. Not curious, he replied, slightly exasperated. The first rule of survival in a post-apocalyptic world: do not pry into others' identities. As long as you refrain from causing trouble in Sicily, you shall always be a welcome tenant among us, Lucy asserted, swallowing her food with sincerity. Well said. I truly admire you. No need for such flattery. Lucy rolled her eyes. Really? When do we sign the contract? Now. At the mention of renting, Lucy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, but do you have a larger one? Something for 2 people, preferably a 2-bedroom apartment. That will be arranged. For now, I can have them stay separately, and I will expedite the arrangements. Lucy perused the system, realizing that with an upgrade, she could construct larger accommodations. Deal. Hoshino chuckled quietly to himself. This young lady was indeed enthusiastic about her business. Once the transaction was completed, Lucy bid Hoshino good night and prepared for bed. As she reached the dining hall's entrance, she turned to him and said, I don't know a bit about you and your companions. However, I reiterate, as long as you don't create chaos here, Sicily will be your home. The following day, Lucy slumbered until the mid-afternoon. Shortly after awakening, she received a notification from the system that a guest was at the door. Lucy initially believed that a customer had arrived to purchase fuel when she opened the door, only to discover it was Jiang Jin. In her previous life, Lucy and Jiang Jin had been comrades in arms, caring for each other like sisters. Jiang Jin, at the tender age of 15, was sent to enlist by her family. Lucy had assumed they shared a similar fate, having been neglected by their parents. However, she soon learned that Jiang Jin's parents had passed away long ago. She lived with her sister and brother-in-law, the latter being a notorious gambler and alcoholic. Hearing that military service came with a salary and potential bonuses for merit, her brother-in-law disregarded her sister's objections and sent her off to join the army. Tragically, Jiang Jin never had the chance to achieve recognition on the battlefield before her untimely death, a consequence of her brother-in-law's attempt to sell her sister for money. leading to a fatal confrontation. In this new life, Lucy, having encountered Jiang Jin the previous day, resolved that she would not allow such a tragedy to unfold again. Before she could devise a plan, however, Jiang Jin was already at her doorstep. Mr. Liu, I am Jiang Jin. I accompanied Major General Xie yesterday. You might not remember me, she stammered timidly upon seeing Lucy. Indeed, I do not recall, Lucy replied, concealing her heartache. Do you require something? Well, I wish to rent a room for my sister, but Jiang Jin's eyes reflected her uncertainty. Lucy surmised her lack of funds. But I do not have sufficient money at present. May I pay a portion now? Jiang Jin looked at her with eager anticipation. How much do you have? I only have 4,000. I understand your policy requires a deposit and 1 month's rent. Totaling 10,000. Jiang Jin spoke softly, her gaze lowered. That is acceptable. I will verify your identity with Major General Xie. You can pay the remaining amount within 3 months and ensure timely rent payments, Lucy responded. Jiang Jin was taken aback by Mr. Liu's swift agreement. Overwhelmed with gratitude and at a loss for words. As they spoke, a shuttle bus approached, its appearance familiar to Lucy. It was a military vehicle, and the arrival was none other than Xie Sinan. Major General Xie, we meet again, Lucy remarked with displeasure. Xie Sinan smiled slightly. We shall see each other quite often henceforth. By the way, this girl is under your command, correct? Lucy feigned verification of Jiang Jin's identity. Upon seeing Xie Sinan, Jiang Jin felt a twinge of anxiety despite her lawful outing. What brings you here? Xie Sinan maintained his usual stern demeanor toward Jiang Jin. She came to rent a room for her sister, but she lacks sufficient funds. So I am confirming with you, Lucy explained. How much is she short? I can cover the difference, Xie Sinan offered, surprising Jiang Jin with his unexpected generosity. No, that won't be necessary. Major General Xie, thank you. I will make sure to pay it back as soon as possible, Jiang Jin declined, prompting Xie Sinan to say no more on the matter. After finalizing the contract, Jiang Jin departed. Lucy cast a glance at Xie Sinan, who lingered nearby. Are you not yet satisfied, Major General Xie? She inquired, sensing his lingering gaze. Xie Sinan felt that Lucy harbored some animosity towards him. I came to discuss matters concerning Xingye. No need, as long as he adheres to the housing regulations. I have no interest in the profession of my tenants, Lucy retorted, rolling her eyes before turning to leave. Wait, Xie Sinan called out, stopping her. Is there anything else? You may apply for base protection from Province 94. I assume Sicily lacks armed equipment. With protection in place, it will not interfere with Sicily's development and could make your property more desirable for rent. In Lucy's impression, Xie rarely concerned himself with irrelevant matters, let alone spoke so extensively in one breath. She looked at him with a hint of surprise. Xie realized he had touched upon a sensitive point for Lucy, and he continued to explain with a touch of amiability. Applying for protection is not troublesome. It merely requires the submission of some documents. I can assist you with that. You haven't had lunch yet, have you? Why not join me? Lucy's demeanor softened somewhat. All right. Xie found himself inexplicably pleased. Chapter 8. The Liu family's commotion in Sicily. Mom. What's going on? Please don't cry. Zhiyao quickly embraced her mother to offer comfort. What else could it be? That wretched Zhizhi has run away, and the Li family is causing a ruckus every day. If I find Zhizhi, I swear I will make her pay. Her brother, Zhiyu, seethed with anger. Upon hearing Zhizhi's name, Zhiyao sprang to her feet. Mom, I have seen Zhizhi. Do you know there is a spaceship called Sicily outside District 19? Zhizhi is there, but she has changed her name to Lucy. Zhiyao recounted the events of the previous day to her family. Are you certain that person is Zhizhi? Feng Ru, having ceased her tears, remained skeptical about her usually obedient eldest daughter transforming into a community leader. Mom, after living together for so many years, how could I possibly mistake her? Not only does she look the same, but her voice is identical as well. The Lucy she encountered yesterday appeared radiant, proud, and composed, entirely unlike the taciturn Zhizhi of old, who is always attuned to others' moods. Zhiyao was perplexed. She was the one who had seemingly been reborn, and while everything appeared unchanged, it felt as though everything had shifted. In her previous life, there had been no Sicily community, and Zhizhi was supposed to marry Li Fan in her stead. She feared that a change in Lu Zhiji's fate would impact her own, so she knew she had to find a way to reverse this situation. Ayu, you must go tell the Li family immediately. Inform them that Lu Zhiji has been found, and we will head to Sicily together. We need to devise a plan to have the Li family take her away. Otherwise, they will not spare our family. Lu Zhiyu shared her thoughts, and upon hearing Lu Zhiyao's words, he promptly left the house. Though Lucy was reluctant to engage extensively with Siesinan, she found his proposal remarkably appealing. Previously, numerous tenants had expressed interest in renting, but upon learning that Sicily was not under the jurisdiction of Province 94, they abandoned their pursuits. In these apocalyptic times, a comfortable existence pales in comparison to the imperative of survival. Siesinan accompanied Lucy to her quaint two-story house, modest yet imbued with warmth. Under his guidance, Lucy meticulously filled out the application form. At the entrance, a group of unidentified individuals attempted to breach Sicily's defenses. Just as she completed the form, Lucy heard an ominous mechanical alert. An attempted intrusion? What sort of individuals are these? Day after day, it's exasperating. Siesinan wished to converse further. Yet before he could utter a word, he was dismissed. He remained uncertain whether she was indeed Lu Zhiji, aside from her identical visage and voice. There were no other similarities. The current Lucy was calm and resolute, no longer the stubborn girl with tear-stained cheeks. Upon reaching the arched doorway, she spotted Xingye. Lost in thought. "What are you doing here?" Lucy inquired. "It seems someone is trying to break in. Do you want to check it out?" Xingye appeared to sense a hint of danger. "Indeed. Shall we go together?" Lucy felt that the individuals outside bore ill intentions, and having Xingye accompany her would be safer. "Hiring me is quite expensive," he retorted, shaking his head with pride. Lucy, speechless, ventured out alone. "Lu Zhiji, come out, you shameless wretch. Do you think running off with a wild man will absolve you?" Li Fan, accompanied by a throng, arrived at the gates of Sicily alongside the Lu family. Originally, the Li family intended to obtain their marriage certificate in the morning and celebrate in the afternoon. However, Lu Zhi's escaped the previous night thwarted their plans, leading to much gossip and scandal. Now, whenever Li Fan stepped outside, he was met with whispers and rumors, which infuriated him, prompting daily quarrels. "Who are you? Tell Lu Zhiji to come out immediately." "Oh dear, Zhiji, where have you gone? You made it so difficult for us to find you. Have you been deceived?" The grandmother, upon seeing the girl emerge with an identical face to Lu Zhi, felt an uncanny dissimilarity. Yet, disregarding her reservations, she rushed before Lucy, weeping and calling out. Lucy instinctively took a step back, pondering what schemes the old woman might be up to. "I have already stated that the person you seek is not here. Leave at once, or I shall not be so courteous." With that, Lucy turned to depart. "Lu Zhiji, what are you pretending for?" "Li Fan, she is my sister. Lu Zhiji, you must take her away at once." Observing Lucy's intent to leave, Lu Zhiyu swiftly stepped forward and grasped her arm. Lucy never anticipated being caught. She struggled fiercely, but could not free herself from Lu Zhiyu's grasp. In her frustration, she delivered a sharp kick between his legs. Lu Zhiyu yelped in pain, immediately releasing her. Their grandmother, witnessing her beloved eldest grandson being struck in such a manner, rushed forward in a frenzy, raising her hand to slap Lucy across the face. Lucy found herself immobilized by the elderly woman, astonished by the surprising strength of someone so advanced in years. Yet, the grandmother's hand hesitated to strike. Upon opening her eyes, she noticed that Xingye had somehow appeared. "You wish to harm her? Have you sought my permission?" In the presence of Xingye's towering stature, the grandmother appeared diminutive, akin to a hen confronted by a hawk. "Should you lay a finger on her, I shall intervene." Xingye glowered menacingly at the old woman, suddenly loosening his grip, causing her to tumble to the ground. "She is the bride my Li family has paid a dowry for, who fled on the eve of our wedding. She hasn't run off with you, has she, you wild man?" Upon hearing Lu Zhiyu declare that the enchanting woman before him was his fiancée, Li Fan hurriedly moved forward to solidify their relationship. Xingye, incensed by the insult of being called a wild man, unleashed a punch that sent Li Fan sprawling several meters away. Lucy, standing behind Xingye, widened her eyes in astonishment. The Li family servants, who had accompanied Li Fan, rushed to assist him upon witnessing the altercation. Li Fan, infuriated, urged everyone to join him in retaliation, but none dared to move. Do you hear the nonsense you speak? Instead of valuing your own daughter, you now seek to claim any random girl off the street as your own. Are you human traffickers? Even in the apocalypse, there exists a semblance of law. Lucy found herself amused by the absurdity of the Liu family's predicament. Chapter 9. The Mysterious Man. Ah, what impeccable timing. Lucy mused as she glanced at the shadow, lurking in the corner, concocting a devious plan. General Xia, you must keep a close watch on your people. Perhaps it was my refusal to let her enter yesterday that prompted her to gather such a ruckus today. What do you propose we do? Following Lucy's gaze, Xia Sinan turned to inquire of Feng Ru. Who is that person over there? That is my daughter, Lu Zhiyao. She has enlisted in the military now. You should be familiar with her, Feng Ru replied, her tone softening as she regarded Xia Sinan's handsome face, secretly wishing her daughter could marry such a man. In the distance, Lu Zhiyao observed Xia Sinan engaged in conversation with her mother, but could not hear their words. A sense of foreboding washed over her, and she contemplated slipping away, only to hear Xia Sinan bellow for her to halt, causing her to tremble in fear. At that moment, Li Fan realized that the man who had emerged was General Xia, a hero of District 19, respected even by the district chief and the commander. What sort of background did Lu Zhi have to warrant such support from Xia Sinan? What's the matter? Do you seek my assistance? Lucy inquired. Have those ruffians departed? Were they escorted away by General Xia? Xia Chan whispered curiously. Did you notify General Xia? Lucy asked, her surprise evident. Yes, I intended to go outside, but then I saw that ominous crowd. When I noticed that child clinging to you, fearing for your safety, I decided to inform General Xia. I hope I haven't overstepped, Xia Chen replied, appearing somewhat oblivious. Not at all. Thanks to your timely alert to General Xia, they would not have left otherwise. Since Xia Chen moved in, Lucy had rarely crossed paths with her due to their differing schedules, making this their first substantial conversation. As long as I didn't cause you any trouble. Now, I shall take my leave. With that, Xia Chun exited the premises of Sicily. Lucy turned to see Hoshino, still present. Thank you for today. However, she gestured towards the pair of fluffy ears atop his head. Hoshino touched his crown and grinned. Did I frighten you? Not at all. I find those bear ears quite adorable. Upon hearing Lucy's words, his previously cheerful expression swiftly transformed into a glare. What bear? These are grizzly ears. Grizzly? Have you no culture? Hoshino's patience, which had been painstakingly restored, erupted once more, prompting him to turn and storm away, his little tail bobbing behind him. Several days had passed since the Liu family caused a commotion in Sicily. They had not returned, indicating that Xia Sinan's intimidating presence had proven effective. In the stillness of the night, Lucy activated the communicator interface, preparing to experience her first upgrade. Over the past few days, she had immersed herself in the library of District 19, realizing that to effectively develop Sicily, meticulous planning of each parcel of land was essential. To maximize profits, constructing more dwellings was imperative, and given the current land area, it was evidently insufficient. Lucy recalled her previous life, during which she served as a maid in the household of a professor. The couple was exceptionally kind, permitting Lucy to read during her leisure hours. She yearned to acquire more knowledge. However, she had only completed elementary school before her family forbade her from pursuing further education. At that time, her younger brother was ready to attend school, and the family could not afford the expenses. Moreover, her mother believed that it was unnecessary for a girl to attain extensive education. Lucy is exceptionally intelligent and learns with remarkable speed. She once listened to a professor discuss Earth before the apocalypse. It was a verdant ecological metropolis where habitable bridges spanned the rivers and expansive elevated roads intertwined seamlessly. The monorail system, resembling a spider's web, was never plagued by traffic congestion, with greenery spiraling up and entwining with the buildings. In stark contrast, the present-day dwellings of humanity are cramped and chaotic, prioritizing utility over aesthetic appeal. Lucy resolved to recreate Sicily in the image of the pre-apocalyptic world, ensuring that the inhabitants could lead comfortable and joyful lives. Thus, She diligently scoured the library for a wealth of information and sketched numerous designs. At long last, she finalized the blueprint for Sicily's future. With all preparations complete, she was ready to upgrade. Administrator, please confirm the upgrade. The long-awaited mechanical voice resonated. Lucy clicked to confirm, watching as the funds in her account danced, reaching a balance of 134,000. Upon ascending to level A2, the first feature unlocked was the construction area for rooms, with a maximum of 60 square meters. Lucy devised 3 distinct plans, one for a 60 square meter 2-bedroom apartment, another for a 40 square meter 1-bedroom unit, and a third for a 50 square meter double room. In addition to the living spaces, the small snack cabinet that had previously caught Lucy's eye, along with a cabinet for daily necessities, was also unlocked. Furthermore, essential non-residential areas, such as a laundry room and a storage room, were made available. Lucy intended to allocate different types of rooms to various buildings. Building 1 would house single rooms, while Building 2 would contain double rooms, with each structure featuring a laundry area. Thus, in a single night, Lucy managed to construct 2 sets of 2-bedroom apartments, 1 set of 1-bedroom apartments, and 2 double rooms. She also purchased snack cabinets, daily necessities cabinets, and upgraded both the food cabinet and the beverage cabinet. Ultimately, she found herself with a mere 9,000 remaining. How fleetingly this money dissipates, Lucy lamented. As dawn approached, unable to resist the pull of slumber, she succumbed to sleep. In the central district of Province 94, the first rays of dawn filtered through the curtain seams, casting light upon Ming Han. Though the day had yet to break, this man was already up, engaging in his morning workout. As the treadmill beeped its rhythmic notifications, he grasped a towel nearby to wipe his brow. His assistant, Aaron, approached with a document in hand. Young master, a base known as the Sicily Community has submitted a protection application to the headquarters. However, their spacecraft is not of our manufacture, and we are unable to trace its production details. Ming Han raised an eyebrow, remaining silent as he swiftly perused the materials. His gaze lingered on the information of the person in charge. Lucy, 18 years old? A chuckle escaped him. It was rather amusing that the authority behind this base had entrusted management to a young girl. Aaron, perceptive to his amusement, continued, I have verified Lucy's identity. It is authentic. However, a facial recognition comparison revealed a striking resemblance to someone named Lu Zhizhi in District 19. As Aaron recounted his findings, Ming Han happened to turn to the page detailing Lu Zhizhi's identity, indeed, noting the similarity. Furthermore, the guarantor for this application was Major General Xia. Aaron hesitated momentarily when mentioning Xia Sinan, mindful of the gravity surrounding that name after past events. Sinan? Intriguing. Let us arrange a time to investigate further, Ming Han mused, surprised that after such a long interval, he would hear that name once more. Suppressing his discontent, he approached the window, forcefully drawing back the curtains. The gentle light burst forth, illuminating his surroundings and stirring a flicker of thought within. Chapter 10. Sister Jiangjin and Jianghan. It was not a dream that awoke Lucy, but rather the growl of her empty stomach. The combination of hunger and fatigue proved to be most unbearable, compelling her to spring from her bed with a fish-like leap. Remembering the upgrades made to the food and beverage cabinets the previous night, she decided to investigate the available delicacies. Upon reaching the cafeteria, she encountered Luo Wei, who was also enjoying her lunch. Good morning. Boss Lu, are you here for lunch? Luo Wei greeted Lucy enthusiastically. Indeed, I just rose and was roused by my hunger. Lucy replied. Luo Wei, like Xia Chun, had become a familiar face since moving in, yet they had scarcely crossed paths. I noticed the food cabinet is stocked with an abundance of items. This bowl of beef noodles I ordered is absolutely delightful, Luo Wei exclaimed, pointing to her bowl with evident joy. Lucy approached the food cabinet, and indeed, the upgraded version was not only significantly larger than the original, but also more aesthetically pleasing. The selection of food had expanded as well, featuring items such as beef noodles, egg fried rice, ham ramen, and chicken fried rice. Additionally, the beverage section now included a variety of sodas and beers. Lucy reminisced about her time working at the old professor's residence, where his wife had once offered her soda. As she took a small sip, it felt as though something had exploded in her mouth. the sweet flavor leaving an indelible impression. She had never tasted such delightful sweetness before, and she was pleasantly surprised to find herself savoring it once more. Lucy ordered a serving of fried rice and a bottle of soda, then sat down to enjoy her meal with Rowie. "Did you not go to work today? Taking a break?" Lucy suddenly inquired. "Ha, you've misunderstood. I merely asked out of curiosity. Also, please refrain from calling me Boss Lou. Just Lucy will suffice." Lucy found Rowie's Naved endearingly charming. At that moment, Jiang Jin stood at the entrance, waving at her. "Boss Lou, may I trouble you to come over for a moment?" Lucy followed Jiang Jin to the door, where she beheld a woman with a haggard expression. "Boss Lou, this is my sister, Jiang Han. The house is rented for her." Lucy granted Jiang Han access and led them in. Jiang Han was astounded by the scene before her. This place was entirely different from District 19. The roads were broad and pristine, and the houses were orderly and aesthetically pleasing. She could scarcely imagine how comfortable it would be to reside here. However, but little Bao was still back there, and I cannot put my mind at ease. Jiang Han spoke with a troubled expression. Little Bao is the sole heir of the Zhiyao family. They would not treat him poorly. As long as you achieve success for yourself and settle down. You can bring little Bao here later, can't you? You are not married, and he is your child. Would he dare to snatch him away? Jiang Sun remarked with an exasperated look. Jiang Sun had long desired independence, but her youth had restrained her. Now that she had joined the military and earned money, and discovered such a splendid place in Sicily, she only hoped her sister would consider her own future and cease wasting time on a worthless person. Surviving in this apocalyptic world is a challenge, and whenever there is an opportunity to live a better life, she would strive to seize it. Lucy comprehended Jiang Jin's sentiments. Yet altering a person's nature is no simple endeavor. "How about this? I shall offer your sister a position. Currently, I am in need of a cleaner. Although there are not many tenants at the moment, the number will soon increase. I have numerous responsibilities to attend to, leaving me little energy for cleaning. On one hand, this will alleviate your burdens. On the other, it will provide your sister with a purpose, demonstrating that she can indeed sustain herself through her own efforts." This was the only means Lucy could conceive to assist the Jiang sisters. "Is that true? Boss Lou, is it truly possible? I am genuinely, immensely grateful to you. Thank you so very much," Jiang Jin exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she grasped Lucy's hand, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Lucy recalled in her previous life, whenever she faced perilous missions, Jiang Jin would always shield her with unwavering courage. She had never had the opportunity to express her gratitude, and now she had lost her forever. This time, she resolved to honor her memory. First, she envisioned a grand television on the living room wall, complemented by a sophisticated sound system. In the kitchen, she added a few small appliances, such as a kettle and a coffee maker. The bathroom was adorned with a luxurious bathtub. After all, she worked tirelessly to earn her living and deserved to indulge in some enjoyment. While she was arranging her home, a letter arrived via email. Lucy opened it to discover that her protection application had been approved. With that news, she abandoned her decorating plans and hurriedly crafted a new advertisement. Making money through rentals was her utmost priority. Once the advertisement was complete, she glanced at the time and realized it was quite late. After clicking publish, Lucy retired for the night, sinking into a deep slumber. The following morning, Lucy was jolted awake by a cacophony that left her head throbbing. A quick glance at the clock revealed it was 8:15. What on earth was making such an infernal racket? Rubbing her eyes and surveying her surroundings, she discovered that it was her communicator, filled with numerous missed calls. Lucy was unaware that Sicily had transformed into a highly sought-after residential area. Rumors circulated that the community security was under the supervision of Major Zhiyao, who allegedly resided there himself. Currently, it remains one of the bases protected by Province 94, boasting clean and beautiful houses with remarkably affordable rents. People from outside are eager to secure a residence in Sicily. The first to sign a lease was a young couple seeking a one-bedroom apartment, available for seasonal payment. With a swift transaction, 44,000 was deposited, along with an additional 9,000, totaling 53,000. In the afternoon, a pair of brothers arrived, wishing to rent a double room with seasonal payment, contributing another 29,000 to the account. Shortly thereafter, a mother accompanied by her son appeared, inquiring about a single room for her child. Lucy found herself in a quandary. All 10 available single rooms had already been leased, and no new ones had been constructed following the upgrade. However, 2 rooms had been reserved for Xingye's friends, who were also seeking a 2-bedroom apartment, allowing for the single room to be rented out. The monthly rent brought in another 10,000. That evening, 2 strikingly beautiful young women arrived at Sicily, seeking to rent a double room. Most residents opting to stay in Sicily hailed from District 19, while these 2 women belonged to District 3. Although not far from District 19, the environment in District 3 was likely superior, making it peculiar that they would venture to such a remote location for housing. Lucy sensed something amiss, but could not articulate it. The 2 were kindergarten teachers. The taller one, named Jean Yunner, sported alluring long, wavy hair, while the other, with a sweet voice, introduced herself as Han Qingmei, possessing a charming, slightly plump oval face. Unable to identify any irregularities, Lucy found no reason to refuse their request, as long as they did not cause any disturbances in Sicily. The rent was set for monthly payment, adding 16,000 to the account. In total, today's income reached 108,000. Chapter 11. Sicily becomes a hot commodity. With this in mind, Lucy suddenly grew curious about the requirements for upgrading to A3. Upon investigation, she discovered the prerequisites. First, a capital of 1 million was needed, and secondly, 50 rooms must be rented out, with 15 of those rooms occupied for 3 months or with tenants having made seasonal payments. Lucy could hardly fathom the stringent demands that would accompany the later stages of the upgrade process. All she could do was to proceed steadily and methodically, step by step. The mere thought of the numerous guests seeking rental accommodations invigorated her, filling her with an uncontainable energy. She was prepared to endure a sleepless night, fervently working to meet the demands. However, she suddenly realized that since Sicily had now emerged as a sought-after rental destination, she had the luxury of choice. In the past, when interest was scarce, any guest would suffice, but now, with an influx of eager renters, she resolved to prioritize those with solid credentials, particularly those willing to pay on a seasonal basis. Lucy revised her advertisement, removing all contact information except for her email. She requested that prospective tenants provide their real names, proof of employment, reasons for moving in, and whether they could pay quarterly. Tomorrow morning, she anticipated no disturbances from her communicator. Just as she was about to immerse herself in her work, her stomach betrayed her with an insistent growl. It dawned on her that she had been so preoccupied with finding a place to rent that she had forgotten to eat. Opening the communicator interface, Lucy noticed that she had purchased a small snack cabinet and a beverage cabinet for her home. She realized that in the past few days, she had been too busy to even see what delightful treats the snack cabinet contained. Rushing to the living room on the first floor, she discovered that the cabinet lived up to its name, filled with many snacks she had never encountered before. In addition to chips and cookies, there were spicy strips. What were spicy strips? And what about the big spicy chips? Curiosity piqued, she sampled every unfamiliar snack, racking up a bill of $1,300. It stung a little, but she felt a surge of joy. Back in her bedroom, Lucy munched on her snacks while working. Each delicious bite filled her with happiness, while the less palatable ones brought tears to her eyes from their spiciness. Suddenly, a peculiar emotion began to well up from deep within her. In her past life, during her time with the Liu family, despite the constant lecturing, she at least had someone to acknowledge her. Later, during her military service, she had Jiang Sun and Xie Senin, who listened to her and shared laughter. Now in this new life, aside from possessing a bit of money and freedom, she found herself utterly alone, with no one to share her snacks with. In the vast expanse of the universe, how insignificantly small she felt, so small that she lacked even a confidant. Lost in these thoughts, tears began to flow down Lucy's cheeks. Was this new life truly better? She felt a profound loneliness. Was she being too greedy, desiring too much? Influenced by her emo feelings from the previous night, Lucy cried herself to sleep, still clutching the unfinished snacks. Upon waking and glancing at the clock, she realized it was already midday. When she headed to the cafeteria for a meal, she spotted the couple who had previously come to rent a place, now settled in. The woman squatted in front of the snack cabinet, surrounded by a bounty of treats she had purchased. "Lucy, you have big spicy chips here. May I buy some to share with my friends?" The woman beamed at Lucy upon noticing her entrance. "Do you enjoy this?" "It's incredibly spicy," Lucy replied, recognizing that it was the very snack that had brought her to tears the night before. "Yes, my family hails from Sichuan, and we adore spicy food. Given our current circumstances, it's hard to come by," she answered enthusiastically. The couple worked for the Women's Federation, which, before the apocalypse, had been a platform for great ambition. However, in this post-apocalyptic world, even the basic necessity of food was a challenge, rendering the Women's Federation little more than a fade, especially in District 19. The two had met through work and had been married for just a year. The man, Linan, appeared more reserved, silently eating while occasionally glancing at Lucy and his wife. The woman, Chun Yueying, was vivacious and outgoing. Lucy intended to engage them in conversation to understand their situation better, but before she could speak, Chun Yueying enthusiastically began to share her story. Both of her parents were government officials, while Linan, a humble young man, had entered the Women's Federation due to his academic prowess and good looks. Since their marriage, they had been living with Chun's parents, which posed challenges for the newlyweds. They had decided to save some money to rent a place of their own. "We were incredibly fortunate to find this place so quickly," Chun Yueying said, her excitement palpable. Linan nodded in agreement. "Lucy, please don't mind my husband. He is quite the introvert, and I'm the only one he speaks to at length," Chun Yueying quickly explained to avoid any misunderstandings. "Haha, I understand," Lucy replied, observing Linan blush as he scratched his head, not denying her words. Once everything was settled, Lucy glanced at the time. It was still before 8 o'clock. Although it seemed a tad early for bed, she suddenly recalled that some wealthy women, seeking to pass the time, often kept pets. Perhaps if she had a pet, she wouldn't feel as melancholic as she had the previous night. "I certainly want to spend money on one. I'll just go take a look on the street. There might be some stray cats or dogs," she decided. With her mind made up, Lucy changed her clothes in preparation to step out. She recalled the ruckus caused by the Liu family when they had come to Sicily, and if she were to encounter them in District 19, escaping would be quite the challenge. Since Sicily was now under the protection of Province 94, it seemed wiser to venture into District 20 in search of better fortune. Lucy arrived at the border gate of Zone 20 via the ferry. The guard requested her to present an invitation letter. Alas, she possessed none. Upon explaining her situation, the guard informed her that Zone 20 fell under the jurisdiction of Zone 1, and without an invitation, entry was impossible. However, she was permitted to venture into Zones 2 and 3. It is the first time Lucy has heard that the 20 districts of Province 94 are categorized into 3 tiers. Apart from District 1, which serves as the central district, the remaining 19 districts are divided into 3 tiers. Districts 26, 8, and 14 comprise the first vertical district. Districts 4, 9, 15, 16, 3, 5, 7, and 2 form the second vertical district, while the rest constitute the third vertical district. Grateful for the guard's notification, Lucy offered him a bottle of soda, thinking it might serve as a promotional gesture for Sicily. Departing from District 20, she made her way to the nearby District 4. As anticipated, the guard at the border gate examined Lucy's identification and, without uttering a word, permitted her entry. District 4 champions the ideals of human rights and embraces progressive emotional concepts, while District 19 still prides itself on arranged marriages orchestrated by parents. District 4 advocates for romantic freedom and grants women a prominent status. Upon entering the city, she was greeted by a lively row of cafes and bars bustling with activity. Passers-by strolled leisurely along the streets, savoring the pleasures of life. The scene bore no resemblance to an apocalyptic era. This relaxed atmosphere filled Lucy with both envy and trepidation. She had never ventured into a CAF and feared the prospect of embarrassing herself. After lingering for a while, she decided to leave. Her purpose was to seek out stray kittens and puppies, which were unlikely to be found in such a vibrant locale. Thus, she meandered through winding alleys. The alley was quiet and devoid of people. Suddenly, Chapter 12, a little werewolf found before her. A dark mass stirred, emitting a muffled grunt. Lucy froze instantly. The area was shrouded in darkness. obscuring her view of whatever lay ahead. However, its size suggested it was not a small creature. With caution, she drew the dagger she had acquired after the tumult caused by the Liu family, convinced of her need for a means of self-defense. The blade, procured from Xingya, felt reassuring in her grip. An instinctual warning echoed within her, indicating imminent danger, yet an inexplicable urge compelled her to advance. As she drew nearer, she discerned something trembling beneath the dark fabric. Gathering her courage, Lucy abruptly pulled aside the curtain, revealing a young boy with fiery red hair. Upon noticing the dagger in Lucy's hand, the boy recoiled in fright. Wah. No. Wah. Observing that he was even more terrified than herself, Lucy felt a slight sense of relief. She cautiously approached and inquired, "Hey, why are you hiding here?" The boy, seeing Lucy draw near, swiftly turned and knelt on the ground, pulling a piece of black cloth over his head. Lucy observed his ostrich-like posture and couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. At that moment, she noticed a fluffy tail protruding from the boy's raised rear, awkwardly wedged between his legs due to his overwhelming fear. Another beastman? Lucy pondered. She had initially thought that with Hoshino and the others having fled, this plan would come to a halt. It appeared that humanity had not yet relinquished its aspirations to conquer the earth. She rummaged through her bag and produced a meat bun, extending it toward the boy. He glanced at Lucy, then at the meat bun, and nodded vigorously. He took the bun, inhaled its aroma, and promptly stuffed it into his mouth. "Take your time eating. Be careful not to choke. By the way, what is your name?" Lucy inquired. "Hey, Anu," the boy murmured softly. Lucy overheard Anu muttering something. It seemed that the boy had some difficulty in communication. As they conversed, a distant sound of hurried footsteps echoed, urgent and frantic. Quick, find him. Someone has seen him. He cannot have run far." Phrases like these reached Lucy's ears before she could fully comprehend the situation. Suddenly, the boy seized her wrist with urgency. He sobbed softly, and Lucy realized that they were there to capture him. Grasping his hand firmly, she dashed deeper into the alley. As they ran, she discovered that the alley was a dead end, offering no refuge. If they emerged, they would undoubtedly encounter that group. Regardless of what fate awaited the boy, she feared she might also be ensnared. What to do? Lucy felt frantic, her mind racing, while the boy, towering over her, continued to whimper helplessly. Lucy closed her eyes, forcing herself to calm down. Her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, yet no solutions emerged. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed, "Congratulations, host. You have successfully unlocked the hidden skill of telepathy." Startled, Lucy jumped. The red-haired boy, unable to hear the mechanical sound, was also taken aback by her reaction. Telepathy? What is that? How could there be a hidden skill? It wasn't mentioned in the host manual. Lucy silently screamed in her mind. Who would have thought it could be played this way? Quite intriguing, but how does one enhance it? As it is a hidden skill, the method of enhancement must be discovered independently. Though it was rather frustrating, it was undeniable that she had indeed escaped danger. As for the method of enhancement, she would explore it gradually in the future. The red-haired boy, oblivious to Lucy's silence, only understood that this girl had saved him. Unlike those others, she would not treat him poorly. She would feed him dumplings and protect him, leading him away from hell. He clutched her wrist tightly, fearing that she might abandon him at any moment. "My name is Lucy, and this is the Sicily community. Do you know where your home is?" The boy shook his head in response, his eyes glistening like those of fawn as he gazed at her. It was at that moment that Lucy realized how strikingly handsome the young boy was. The dust and mud could not obscure his fair complexion. His large, round eyes shimmered like rippling water, rendering her momentarily speechless in the presence of such beauty. Suddenly, the boy's stomach emitted a low rumble, jolting Lucy back to reality. "Come on, Anu. I'll take you for a delightful meal." Lucy granted him access to the Sicilian privileges, though she had yet to decide whether to take him in. She could not possibly send him away at this moment. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Lucy fetched some food for Anu. Regardless of what she offered, he devoured it in one bite. How long has he been hungry? Lucy pondered, her heart swelling with pity for Anu. She wished to provide him shelter. Yet in this new life, she was reluctant to be an unthinking benefactor. In her previous existence, she had been so kind and obedient, only to be sent off to the military by her family, betrayed by her sister, and deceived by a scoundrel. No one cared for her well-being. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Lucy's heart hardened once more. Glancing at Anu, who was engrossed in his meal. She noticed he had consumed nearly 3 times the portion of an average adult male. This is truly unsustainable, she thought. Are you full? Anu nodded and patted his belly. He had never tasted such exquisite food before and wished to express his gratitude to Lucy, though he was uncertain how to articulate it. Thus, he rose and settled beside her, nuzzling his head against her shoulder. He had seen his companions, confined alongside him, show their appreciation in this manner. Lucy was taken aback by his actions. How could he resemble a little puppy? Oh dear, it was rather endearing. What should she do? Anu noticed that Lucy did not mind his affectionate nudging and thus endeavored even more earnestly to please her. Lucy was covered in dust and dirt after being brushed against by Anu. All right. After you've had your fill, it's best to rest early. Lucy felt her once hardened heart soften considerably from the boy's touch. She realized that she could not indulge him any further, so she decided to let him stay for the time being before making any decisions. Lucy discovered an unoccupied single room and allowed him to stay for the night. However, Anu trailed behind her like a devoted shadow. The moment she exited the room, he followed closely. Their bond was unmistakably inseparable. You need not follow me. Go to sleep, Lucy exclaimed, perplexed by Anu's insistence on accompanying her. Woo-woo, woo-woo, Anu lamented, unsure of how to articulate his feelings, gripped by the fear of abandonment. Did her earlier kindness provoke her aversion? He perceived Lucy as a benevolent soul and wished to remain by her side. Anu, are you frightened? Are you reluctant to sleep alone? Lucy suddenly recalled their recent experiences, pondering if his persistent following stemmed from a fear of solitude. Though he appeared tall and mature, his disposition and intellect seemed reminiscent of a child. As she gazed into his big, watery eyes, she found it impossible to be callous and abandon him. Very well, I'm a loss with you. Tonight, you may make do with sleeping on my sofa. After a cursory glance at his filthy attire, she retrieved some old clothes for him to change into after a bath. Boys are typically swift with their bathing, and Lucy worried he might not know how to wash himself. When Anu emerged from the bathroom, his features, now cleansed of grime, appeared even more refined. But this outfit, ha 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 ha, you look utterly ridiculous. Lucy could hardly contain her laughter, doubled over as she observed him in her oversized sweatshirt, which fit him like a crop top, and shorts that barely reached mid-thigh. Anu, oblivious to the source of her amusement, felt reassured by her evident joy, believing she would not cast him aside. Chapter 13. Anu is too handsome. Remarkably, after a night of restful slumber without staying up late, Lucy awoke feeling refreshed, her eyes fluttering open at 7 a.m. As she yawned and prepared to wash up, she swung open the door, only to trip and nearly lose her balance. Fortunately, she managed to grasp the doorframe in her moment of panic. To her surprise, Anu lay sleeping just outside her door. Her stumble roused him from his slumber. Anu, why are you sleeping here? You nearly sent me tumbling, Lucy exclaimed incredulously. Anu's eyes widened in alarm as he stood up. Bewildered and slowly a sheen of moisture began to well in his eyes. Lucy felt she had been too loud, as if she had startled him. Observing his almost tearful expression, she felt a pang of regret. All right, I shouldn't have been harsh with you, but you can't just sleep at my doorstep. Lucy's tone softened a bit. She wished to offer him more words of comfort when she suddenly heard someone calling her from outside. Upon opening the door, she was surprised to find Ro. Ro, did you call for me? Lucy inquired, her face reflecting astonishment, for no tenant had ever come to see her so early. Lucy, you should hurry to the cafeteria. Sister Jianghan is. Ro began, only to be taken aback by the man who suddenly appeared behind Lucy. Then, noticing Lucy's disheveled appearance, she wondered if she had inadvertently disturbed someone. Upon hearing the name Jianghan, Lucy was taken aback. Could she have run away? That would certainly complicate matters with Jiang's son. What happened to Sister Jianghan? Please tell me. Lucy, neglecting her own unwashed state, hurried towards the cafeteria. Jianghan had been bullied by that little brat. His behavior was utterly unacceptable, despite her own room being a mess. Jianghan had kindly offered to help him tidy up. Who would have thought he could become so outrageous? Confused, Lucy dashed off in haste. Seeing her rush out, Anu anxiously followed. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, the trio found a crowd gathered. A boy was engaged in a heated argument with Chen Yueying, while her husband anxiously paced nearby, unable to interject. Enough shouting, Lucy bellowed, and an immediate silence enveloped the room. The force of her own voice startled her. She realized she had never spoken so loudly before. Lucy, you're here. This little brat has gone too far. Look, he has made Sister Jianghan cry. Chen Yueying felt emboldened upon Lucy's arrival. The culprit was a 17-year-old boy named Yu Hui, who neither attended school nor held a job, spending his days idly in Sicily. He had been residing there for less than half a month, and Jianghan had already tidied his room twice. His living space was strewn with leftover food and unwashed laundry, the stench so overpowering it could be sensed even from behind the door. This incident began when Jianghan encountered Yu Hui in the cafeteria during breakfast. He rudely commanded her to clean his room, and when she expressed her busyness, he insulted her, calling her merely a cleaner. Unable to hold her ground against him, Jianghan attempted to leave, only to be followed by his taunts. Chen Yueying, displeased by the scene, engaged him in a verbal spat. As the situation escalated, Luo Wei sought out Lucy for assistance. After grasping the full situation, Lucy felt her anger rising. Yu Hui, on what grounds do you demand Sister Jianghan to clean your room? Have you paid her? She challenged. Huh, pay her? Are you joking? I'm living here. It's only right that you provide me with a clean living environment, Yu Hui sneered, looking down on the girl before him, who appeared to be of similar age. He thought to himself that she must be the mistress of some unseen powerful figure. While it was indeed Sicily's responsibility to maintain the public areas, the tenant manual clearly stipulated that cleanliness within private quarters was the individual's responsibility. Are you ignorant or simply illiterate? I don't care. I refuse to clean. Either arrange for someone to do it, or we can all live in filth. I am indifferent. Yu Hui crossed his legs defiantly, a provocative smirk on his face. According to the tenant agreement, I have the right to terminate your lease if your personal negligence affects the living quality of other tenants. You may choose, Lucy stated coldly. What? You want to kick me out? On what grounds? I pay my rent. Yu Hui was taken aback by Lucy's assertiveness. This girl had quite the backbone. The tenant agreement clearly states that I possess this authority. You now have two choices. 1. Apologize to Sister Jianghan and commit to regularly cleaning your room without disturbing other tenants. 2. I will settle your fees now, and you must vacate before nightfall. What are you? Just a kept woman, Yu Hui retorted, suddenly noticing Lucy's striking beauty. She was unlike any woman he had encountered in this post-apocalyptic world. Emaciated and lacking any semblance of femininity. In the dark, one could scarcely discern her gender. Lucy, in contrast, possesses a slender yet curvaceous figure. Her skin fair and seemingly supple. The mere thought of her causes Yu Hui to feel a rush of blood, his eyes ablaze with desire. Unable to restrain the urge to reach out and touch her. At first, Lucy did not comprehend the meaning of compensatory loss, but upon noticing the lingering gaze of Yu Hui, she suddenly understood. Just as she was about to retort and unleash her wrath, she saw his lewd hand reaching toward her. Instinctively, she took a step back, her heart racing with panic. At that moment, a figure emerged to shield her. Yu Hui, upon observing the fear etched across Lucy's face, realized she was merely a naive girl, relying on the support of others. However, the unexpected figure radiated an aura of menace, causing him to flinch. He looked up to meet the glowing green eyes of Anu. Anu, unaware of their conversation, sensed Lucy's trepidation and felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate the man before him. Upon noticing the wolf, ears adorning Anu's head and the tail trailing behind, Yu Hui understood he was dealing with a beast man. Terrified, he stumbled back and fell to the ground. Anu emitted a series of low growls, lunging at Yu Hui and sinking his teeth into his neck. Yu Hui, struck with fear, cried out and struggled to escape. But the slender form of Anu pinned him down, rendering him immobile. Lucy was taken aback by the sudden turn of events, taking a moment to comprehend the situation. The onlookers around her were equally stunned, scrambling to intervene. Just a moment ago, Anu had appeared fierce and menacing, yet in the next instant, he wore a look of pitiful innocence directed at Lucy. Lucy found herself at a loss for words. You actually keep a beast man? She stammered. Yu Hui, filled with both anger and fear, was at a loss for coherent speech. Wow, he is incredibly handsome. Chen Yueying, sheltered behind her husband, gazed at Anu with starry-eyed admiration. At the back of the crowd, Jean Yuna stealthily captured Anu's image with her camera. astonished to discover that this Sicilian truly harbored hidden depths. Besides the protection of Major Sia, there was also a beastman present. This was crucial information that needed to be reported promptly. Someone was killed. Oh, a murder has occurred. Yu Hui wailed from the ground. Do you dare to remain here? Are you not afraid that this beastman will devour you? He attempted to incite fear among the other tenants. It was the first time for many to encounter Anu, and they had all witnessed his earlier fierce demeanor. They exchanged glances, each hesitant to speak. Chapter 14. The young master is frugal before criticizing others. One should first examine their own actions. Anu would not attack indiscriminately. Lucy defended him. How could there be a beastman in Sicily? This is far too perilous. Fong Rinsong interjected. What beastmen? They are people too. Chen Yueying countered Fong Rinsong's claims. I am leaving. I refuse to live with a beastman who might eat me. Refund my money immediately. Yu Hui exclaimed, rising from the ground. Give me my money back, and I will leave at once. As Yu Hui saw Lucy attempting to depart, he rushed to grasp her arm. However, before he could reach her, Anu bared his teeth, causing Yu Hui to stumble back in fright. Your rent was paid by your mother, and even if there is a refund, it must be returned to her directly. Lucy stated as she retrieved her communicator to call Yu Hui's mother. She explained the situation, listening to the incessant apologies on the other end. Raising such a giant infant. It is true that indulgent mothers often spoil their sons. This was also Lucy's first experience utilizing the deletion privilege feature. She had not anticipated it would function in this manner. Thank you all for assisting me in resolving this matter. I will be more diligent in screening tenants in the future. I apologize for taking up your time. Lucy sincerely addressed all the tenants. Boss Lucy, is this beastman also a tenant? Fong Rinsong inquired, raising a question, coupled with the earlier disturbances caused by the Liu family. Had it not been for Xingyan Zisnan's presence at that time, she truly wondered if she could have managed to handle those individuals. Lucy had long desired to find a bodyguard or protector, yet her limited finances and concerns about the unknown backgrounds of potential candidates made her hesitant to proceed, fearing that bringing someone into Sicily could lead to more trouble. The appearance of Anu was exceptionally timely, although he presented himself as somewhat peculiar. His recent display of bravery in safeguarding her was undeniably impressive. As for the notion of a bodyguard, Lucy found herself more worried about any potential danger he might pose to them. Fong Rinsong gazed at the frail Anu, his expression clearly questioning who he could possibly protect. Rest assured, although Anu is an orc, he will not attack without provocation. Lucy spoke these words with a twinge of insecurity, having only spent one night in his company. Nevertheless, her subconscious assured her that Anu was trustworthy. Meanwhile, Jean Yuna discreetly departed towards the archway while Lucy conversed with the others. A small silver-gray kitten, burdened by heavy mechanical limbs, struggled to crawl forward. Its owner stood nearby, seemingly admiring his creation. Approaching footsteps grew closer before halting. Young master, do you require my assistance? How fares Sicily? Ming Heian gently stroked the kitten's head and inquired of his companion, Aaron. It appears that without some sacrifice, entry is unattainable. You may proceed as you see fit, Ming Heian replied, a frown of resignation gracing his features. Understood. Observing that Ming Heian had no further comments, Aaron departed silently. Upon returning to his office, he activated the communicator to reconfirm the rental information for Sicily. It seemed the young master was eager to resolve the situation there, and it was rare for him to contemplate any financial concessions. The Ming Corporation stood as the foremost conglomerate in Huagua. Prior to the apocalypse, it boasted numerous global enterprises, with its financial fluctuations impacting the world economy. In the aftermath, Ming became a cornerstone of Huagua's economy, primarily engaged in weapon forging and aerospace industries. While it could not be claimed that all spacecraft were Ming creations, at the very least, many components were produced by them. Yet, the spacecraft within the Sicily community bore no trace of Ming's influence, as if they had materialized from nowhere in this vast universe. Uncovering the truth was an undeniable responsibility of the Ming Corporation. However, this formidable leader was notoriously meticulous when it came to finances. During the last request for rental in Sicily, the young master envisioned a one-bedroom apartment with monthly payments. Aaron had indicated that, given the current high demand in Sicily, such an arrangement would likely be unattainable. As he had anticipated, his prediction proved accurate, since the young master had now instructed him to make arrangements. And considering the inevitable discomfort of expenditure, it would be prudent to secure the most expensive option available. Lucy resolved Yu Hui's issue and felt compelled to discuss the matter of the bodyguard with Anu. However, she was uncertain how to broach the subject. After all, she couldn't bear the thought of sending Anu out to wander aimlessly, and with no means to pay rent, it seemed more practical for him to work for her, ensuring that neither party suffered. Yet, a moment of reflection made her question whether she was being overly calculating. In her past, she had not been this way. She had always believed that even in the face of apocalyptic despair, one should not lose their innate kindness. Yet, hadn't her previous self been cast aside precisely because of that kindness? Thus, she concluded that benevolence was the most worthless of virtues. Lucy successfully brainwashed herself and went to discuss the matter of hiring a bodyguard with Anu. Unfazed, Anu listened attentively to Lucy's fervent discourse, nodding earnestly. He then reached out to pat Lucy on the head, awkwardly managing to utter 2 words. Lucy was momentarily taken aback, uncertain whether he had comprehended her words. However, as Anu gently patted her head and she beheld the innocent smile gracing his face, a warm sensation enveloped her heart. She resolved to create a small room for Anu within her quaint abode. Following the layout of her own chamber, she swiftly prepared a cozy space for him. "Anu, come take a look." When Lucy sought Anu, she found him lost in thought on the sofa. Upon hearing her call, Anu joyfully dashed over, his tail wagging exuberantly behind him. Lucy suddenly recalled Hoshino, another orc who managed to conceal his identity. Was it a matter of differing evolutionary stages? She resolved to inquire further when Hoshino next visited. After settling Anu, Lucy activated her communicator. The incident involving Yu Hui had heightened her awareness regarding the character and background of her tenants. At that moment, a mechanical voice startled her. "Administrator, due to your negligence, undesirable tenants have been allowed into Sicily. Consequently, the system has implemented a reward and punishment scheme. We hope you will manage the Sicily community with greater diligence." What reward and punishment scheme? Lucy was utterly perplexed. Due to your actions, the system will impose corresponding rewards or penalties based on their impact on Sicily. The initial score is 50 points, with varying point values assigned to different events. Every accumulation of 50 points will result in a reward or penalty. The recent Yu Hui incident will deduct 5 points, leaving your current score at 45 points. Lucy was rendered speechless. She now suddenly perceived this so-called system as nothing more than a deception. Initially, it was promised that this spacecraft would be self-governed, yet after luring people in, she was now informed of various regulations and protocols. At least in her previous life, she was aware of who was manipulating her. In this life, the entity controlling her remained an enigma. Lucy suddenly conceived the idea of fleeing from Sicily. Indeed, there are no free lunches. Who knows what peculiar rules await her ahead? Lucy stared blankly at the ring on her finger. It seemed that the system had sensed her thoughts and spoke again. Chapter 15. The tenant with a rent of 90,000. The rewards from the reward and punishment system are beneficial for system upgrades. Upgrading will become increasingly difficult in the later stages, and the administrator should not focus solely on one aspect. Lucy contemplated for a moment and realized that the system's assertions were indeed valid, not to mention the difficulties of future upgrades. Even the present circumstances were quite challenging. Perhaps the harrowing experiences of her past life had instilled in her a tendency to first consider the negative aspects of any situation. Setting aside the question of whether she could escape Sicily, even if she managed to do so, living independently in the outside world would undoubtedly prove to be arduous. There are surely no free lunches in this world. Since she had arrived, she resolved to strive diligently and make the most of her circumstances. Lucy opened her emails to see if there were any suitable tenants. Upon opening her inbox, she was overwhelmed. There were over 700 unread messages. She randomly clicked on one. Unsuitable. She opened another. Also not quite right. The Yu Hui incident had truly frightened Lucy. After perusing several messages, None seemed to present a fitting candidate for residing in Sicily. Many lacked financial capability, while others had low educational backgrounds, though she herself was only at an elementary school level. As she continued to sift through the emails, one subject line suddenly caught her eye. Individual seeking to rent a 2-bedroom apartment in Sicily, willing to pay 6 months' rent up front. The moment she read the phrase willing to pay 6 months' rent, Lucy's eyes sparkled. 6 months' rent, plus a deposit, amounted to 90,000. 90,000. Why would someone so affluent choose to live in Sicily? A great question loomed in her mind. Indeed, the email elaborated on the rationale. A government official from the Central District needed a comfortable living environment due to frequent visits to the San Zone district for work. At first glance, this seemed reasonable. Yet her skepticism lingered. Did government officials not receive accommodations during business trips? Initially inclined to disregard the email, Lucy found herself unable to shake the figure of 90,000 from her thoughts throughout the day, impeding her focus. Aaron continuously refreshed his email, receiving numerous new messages. Yet none were from Sicily. Although her self-made excuses lacked credibility, who would turn down 90,000 in rent? If she were to refuse, the situation concerning Sicily could escalate significantly. It was essential to investigate the proprietor behind this inquiry thoroughly. As dinner time approached, Lucy remained uncertain whether to accept the offer for the 90,000 rental. Her stomach growled in protest, prompting her to take Anu out for a meal. "Lucy, come sit here," Chen Yuang exclaimed, spotting Lucy and Anu entering the cafeteria. From the moment she first saw Anu that morning, Chen Yuang had been captivated. He fit perfectly within her aesthetic preferences, especially the moment he stood up to protect Lucy. He was so striking that she nearly drooled. Glancing at her husband, who was merely showing off his meal, she instantly lost her appetite. Lucy purchased 3 meals and sat down opposite Chen Yuang. She kept one for herself and gave the others to Anu. "Wow, Anu, can you eat that much? How impressive." Chen Yuang's expression softened instantly. Nearby, Li Nan, hearing his wife's praise, looked up with a serious demeanor and remarked, "Dear, I can eat a lot too. It's just that I'm trying to save a bit of money." I know, just eat your meal," Chen Yuang replied impatiently. Anu, upon hearing Chen Yuang's words, glanced down at the 2 meals in front of him, hesitating as he pushed them slightly towards Lucy. "Don't worry about it. Just enjoy your meal. Working for Sicily means meals and accommodation are covered. Eat as much as you like. You won't go hungry," Lucy reassured him. Anu nodded and began to eat enthusiastically. "By the way, Yuang, I have a question for you. Do you know about government personnel assigned abroad?" Lucy asked directly. "I know a bit. What do you want to ask? What kind of people are typically assigned long-term? What do they generally do?" Chen Yuang pondered. "Well, there are many types. Some are grassroots staff, while others are high-ranking officials. Their work mainly involves going down to observe, understand the situation, and then report back." "Why do you ask?" Chen Yuang inquired, her curiosity piqued. Li Nan, sensing that Lucy's question was not mere small talk, nudged her gently with his elbow, concerned that Chen Yuang might inadvertently reveal too much. Upon witnessing the exchange, Lucy discerned their heightened vigilance and chose to speak candidly. "This concerns that matter with you, Hui, does it not? I believe it is imperative to thoroughly understand the background of new tenants before they move in. Hence, I wish to inquire about the government personnel. Should there be any government officials intending to reside in Sicily, it is plausible that they might be seeking to investigate certain matters, making it inconvenient for them to dwell on someone else's territory. Of course, we are merely low-ranking employees." Mali speculating. Ha! Li Nan seemed to provide Lucy with the answer she sought. They continued to converse about various trivialities, and just as they were about to conclude their discussion, Han Qingmei approached their table, carrying food she intended to discard. Abruptly halting, she playfully patted Li Nan's shoulder. "Oh, Nan Yi, why are you still having eggplant rice today? Just look at how thin you've become. It truly tugs at one's heartstrings." Han Qingmei's tone was somewhat peculiar. Her voice was sweet, yet she articulated each word with great emphasis. "Alas, I'm not fortunate enough to be Nan Ji's wife. Otherwise, I would never allow my husband to endure such hardships." Noticing Chen Yuang's readiness to confront her, Han Qingmei gently patted Li Nan's back and departed. Chen Yuang, not one to tolerate such indignities, immediately rose to confront Han Qingmei. only to be restrained by Li Nan, who struggled to articulate any comforting words. After much stammering, he failed to form a coherent sentence, prompting Lucy's concern. Chun Yueying felt humiliated, having become the subject of ridicule in the cafeteria. She exchanged a brief greeting with Lucy before departing. After some contemplation, she resolved not to abandon this lucrative opportunity and decided to call the other party the following day to gather more information. That evening, just before sleep, Lucy repeatedly urged Anu not to sleep in front of her door any longer. It remained uncertain whether he comprehended her request, but he nodded earnestly in response. Lucy suddenly noticed that Anu's face was slightly flushed, with a rosy hue on his nose, ears, and collarbone. She inquired if he was feeling unwell, but he shook his head in denial. Later that night, in Anu's room, an unsettling sensation returned. No matter what position he assumed, slumber eluded him. His body felt warm, as if an invisible force was coursing through him. He rose to take a cold shower, yet it offered little respite. When Lucy inquired later that evening, he felt compelled to share his feelings, but struggled to articulate them. A vague sense of foreboding washed over him, instilling a sudden fear, and he yearned to confide in Lucy about this unsettling feeling. Quietly, he crept out of his room and approached Lucy's door, but ultimately hesitated to knock. Chapter 16. The overbearing, wealthy tenant troubled thoughts indeed hindered his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered it was barely past 6 o'clock. He felt immensely weary, yet sleep remained elusive. Lucy repeatedly contemplated the script in her mind, pondering how to initiate a conversation when calling Zhiyao. She opened the email once more to review the recipient's personal information. Ming Han, male, 28 years old, employed in the government sector. Lucy tossed and turned in her bed, still uncertain of what to say. At that moment, she noticed a sound at her door, realizing that Anu would not be obediently staying in her room. Sure enough, upon opening the door, she was met with a pair of innocent eyes. Anu, you can have breakfast by yourself today. I have a few things to attend to, so I won't be joining you. Lucy tiptoed to pat Anu's head before gently closing the door. Anu rubbed her belly and glanced at the closed door, resigning herself to sit on the floor. Lucy devised various dialogue versions and finally dialed the 90,000 number at 8:30. Hello, who is this? At that moment, Aaron was reporting the recent work progress to Ming Han. Upon hearing the crisp female voice on the other end, he surmised it might be Lucy from Sicily and picked up the receiver. Good morning, Mr. Ming. I am Lucy, the head of the Sicilian community. I would like to discuss matters regarding housing in Sicily. For some reason, Lucy felt her heart racing. She noticed in your email that you mentioned needing to reside in Sicily for work. But wouldn't it be more convenient to stay in the region where your job is located? Lucy had initially intended to express her concerns delicately, but her anxiety led her to be rather blunt. Ming Han was taken aback by the directness of her inquiry and subtly gestured for Aaron to continue. This is a unique aspect of my work. I must stay in Sicily due to certain requirements, Aaron replied earnestly. Lucy felt exasperated. It suddenly dawned on her that the other party was indeed intent on coming to Sicily. With such eagerness to reside in Sicily, she was curious about their true intentions. Unable to extract any more information, Lucy hung up in frustration. Fine, I shall see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Anger flared within her, and she nearly threw her communicator. No, she needed some snacks to calm her nerves. Lucy abruptly flung open the door, only to find Anu seated on the ground. Anu looked up at Lucy with a pitiful expression, gently patting his stomach. What does this mean? Have you not eaten? Were you waiting for me? Upon hearing Lucy's inquiry, Anu nodded. She led him to the dining hall, assuming he was unfamiliar with the machines. As she explained and demonstrated, they reached the payment stage. Lucy placed her wrist against the machine, which acknowledged the payment and gradually dispensed the food. See? It's quite simple. Now you give it a try. With an expression full of anticipation, Lucy watched Anu. He blinked and reached out his hand. Not to me, but to the machine for payment. Look, Lucy pointed to the payment area, only to suddenly find herself at a loss for words. She realized that Anu did not possess a wristwatch. He lacked identification. Indeed, he was a beast man, an escaped beast man. Just like her own escape, had she not come to Sicily and altered her identity, she would still be Zhizhi. After humanity ventured into space to facilitate management and control, Every individual was assigned a wristwatch. Even newborns had to be registered with the government. Without a wristwatch, Anu had no identity, rendering him incapable of receiving or making payments. No wonder he hadn't gone to eat alone in the morning. She had mistakenly thought he was waiting for her. This predicament left Lucy in a quandary. As an escaped beastman, he clearly could not openly seek identification. Suddenly, Lucy thought of Hoshino. How do they manage their identification? According to the young master, if Sicily wished to avoid trouble, they would surely allow him to stay. A refusal would indicate significant issues, at which point they could investigate under the guise of the government. Aaron was quite intrigued by Lucy. From their previous conversation, he perceived her as a rather naive young girl. After all, she was merely 18, speaking simply yet politely. But what if this was merely a fade? The most terrifying aspect would be for others to believe her innocence. With this thought, Aaron found himself compelled to personally venture into District 19 to investigate the individual resembling Lucy, Zhizhi. Lucy has been exceedingly busy these past few days. With the house completed, it stands to reason that there would be no shortage of tenants. Among the hundreds of emails she sifted through, she identified several promising candidates. One couple comprises the parents of her colleague Chen, retired officials residing in a dilapidated government-provided housing. Despite numerous repair requests, no action has been taken, prompting her colleague to worry about their safety and arrange for their accommodation in Sicily. Most importantly, they are able to pay on a seasonal basis. Another prospective tenant is a mother and her son. The mother has a stable job while her son is in elementary school. During their phone conversation, she seemed quite pleasant, although they can only afford to pay monthly, which is understandably challenging for a single mother. Additionally, 3 one-bedroom apartments are rented out to Sun Liying, a journalist, Wang Chuanqing, an entrepreneur, and Wu Xue, a stylist. These tenants have successfully moved in today. Once settled, Lucy suddenly recalled the matter of Zhiyao. Given that the target is indeed Sicily, it may be wiser to keep him close under her watchful eye rather than risk any potential mischief from behind scenes. Lucy swiftly sent an invitation to Zhiyao, and soon received a response, indicating that they would move in at the earliest opportunity. Lucy was curious to discover the identity of this mysterious tenant paying $90,000. Before bed, she recalculated her finances. The rent from the current tenants, combined with the remaining balance, amounted to a total of $180,000. In a few days, the new tenant would raise that figure to $270,000, and shortly thereafter, the monthly tenants would be due for their next payment. Seizing this opportunity, Lucy planned to promote the quarterly payment option, as she too had performance indicators to meet. As she prepared for sleep, Lucy noticed that Anu had been unusually quiet today. Unlike his usual clinginess, concerned he might be sleeping at her door again, she made a deliberate check. To her surprise, Anu was already peacefully settled in his room, behaving quite well. With that thought, Lucy turned off the lights and went to bed. Chapter 17. The Perilous Anu. Hearing the silence from Lucy's room, understood she had drifted into slumber. He quietly rose and slipped outside. An unsettling sensation coursed through him, compelling him to let out a roar. Yet he dare not do so. Remaining in the room felt risky. He feared that any sound might awaken Lucy, and, even more so, that she might uncover his peculiar state and banish him from Sicily. Lucy woke up early, eager to have breakfast with Anu, only to discover that he was still in bed, lazily lingering in slumber. He seemed to have grown accustomed to it. Wishing to allow Anu a bit more rest, Lucy decided to have breakfast on her own. As she stepped out of the small building, she spotted a familiar figure near the archway in the distance. It was Hoshino. Filled with joy, Lucy called out to him and hurriedly ran towards him. Upon seeing the girl dash towards him with excitement, Hoshino felt a peculiar flutter in his heart. "Ah, Lucy darling, do you miss me so much?" he teased, observing the flush on her cheeks from her brisk run. "Enough chit-chat, come with me. I urgently need your help." In her eagerness, Lucy momentarily forgot that Hoshino's true form was that of a bear. No, a brown bear, and when she pulled him, she found herself unable to budge him. The momentum caused her to tumble into Hoshino's embrace. "Have you missed me so much that you wish to give me a loving hug?" Hoshino instinctively caught her as she fell into his arms, his hand casually grazing her waist. How delicate she felt. Lucy suddenly jumped out, her ears flushed with embarrassment. Furious, with her hands on her hips. She was about to scold him for his lewd behavior when Hoshino spoke first. Your matters can wait. Let's focus on mine. With that, he took Lucy's hand and led her through the arched doorway. Outside, a woman in her 40s sat in a wheelchair, her slender figure and delicate features hinting at youth. Those silver strands peppered her hair. Accompanying her was a petite girl with large, round eyes, whose demeanor belied her apparent youth. Who is she? The little girl exclaimed, glaring at Hoshino as he grasped Lucy's wrist. Just as she was about to speak again, the woman in the wheelchair interrupted. Xiao. They're the tenants I mentioned before, looking for a 2-bedroom apartment, Hoshino explained. Hello, Mr. Liu. I am Shun Ling, and this is my caretaker, Xiao. The woman said gently, a hint of apology in her eyes. Hello, Miss Shun. Just call me Lucy. The room is ready. Let's take a look, Lucy replied. Upon hearing there were tenants, especially for a 2-bedroom, her mind raced with thoughts of money. She adopted a more agreeable demeanor and led them into Sicily. Shun Ling appeared worldly and showed little astonishment at the interior of Sicily, unlike Xiao, who couldn't contain her excitement over every novelty she encountered. Who pays the rent? Monthly, quarterly, or semi-annually? Of course, the semi-annual rate is the most economical. Lucy turned to Hoshino. Quarterly will suffice. I will cover it. After all, I am your first tenant. Isn't there a discount? Hoshino observed Lucy's calculating expression, which she did not attempt to conceal. Discount. The total for 6 months plus the deposit is 90,000. At the mention of the sum, Lucy's thoughts drifted to Ming Heian and wondered why he had not yet moved in. Hoshino shook his head in resignation, accepting the contract Lucy handed him, signing and making the payment. Since a deposit of 20,000 had already been made, only 34,000 more was needed. Is that child a caretaker? Is she of age? Lucy inquired curiously about Xiao. She's like me, a bit older than you. Like you? Are you saying? Also a beast man? Lucy quickly covered her mouth in surprise. Yes, a rabbit. Hoshino replied with a mysterious smile. Xiao, place this on top, Hoshino instructed, handing her a bundle. Lucy watched in awe as Xiao sprang up effortlessly, depositing the item on the top shelf of the wardrobe. Seeing Lucy's astonished expression, Xiao beamed with pride. Hoshino would never be interested in such a woman. What about Ms. Shun? Lucy asked as she approached Hoshino. Not quite. She is our mother. He sighed, uttering a strange remark. Ms. Shun, let the rest be tidied later. Let's explore the cafeteria. There are plenty of delicious offerings. Hoshino pushed Shun Ling out of the room, with Lucy quickly following. As they exited the lodging building, a figure suddenly barreled toward Lucy. Woo! Startled, she looked up to find Anu. Come on, let's go eat, Lucy exclaimed, grabbing Anu's hand, only to realize he was baring his teeth at Hoshino and the others. Anu, what are you doing? These are the new tenants. There's no need to be afraid. She recalled the time with Yu Hui, worrying that Anu might suddenly attack strangers, and quickly attempted to soothe him. Hoshino, not expecting to encounter an unweaned little werewolf, stepped forward to shield Shun Ling, fearing for her safety. This action provoked Anu, who crouched down, preparing to pounce. Upon perceiving the precarious situation, Lucy promptly crouched down and embraced Anu. The freshly acquired money had yet to warm in her hands. Xingya, you frightened him. Please, step back, Shun Ling calmly interjected. Xiao gently guided Shun Ling towards Anu, who bent down to tenderly stroke his head. The previously agitated Anu immediately fell silent, contentedly held by Lucy, his tail swaying in a relaxed manner. Miss Shun Yu, Lucy expressed her bewilderment. Who exactly was this Shun Ling? Quite formidable. Just call me Teacher Shun. You do realize that your little friend is in a perilous situation, don't you? Shun Ling maintained her unruffled tone. Perilous? Anu is merely afraid because he does not recognize you, Lucy clarified. The danger I refer to is not that. He has entered a phase of mutation and evolution. Without the aid of medication to facilitate this transformation, he risks losing his sanity, potentially harming both himself and others. Furthermore, there is a possibility that his body may not withstand the evolution, leading to fatal consequences. Do you comprehend what I am conveying? Lucy understood, but was also taken aback. She had never realized Anu was like this, nor did she know how to assist her. Just a moment ago, she was preoccupied with the fear that Anu might harm the tenants, resulting in them not renting the house in Sicily. It seemed she had never genuinely cared about Anu's well-being. Seeing Lucy's expression of disbelief, Hoshino stepped forward to elucidate. The reason I refer to Teacher Shun as our mother is that she is the one who created us and also the one who saved us. Lucy finally comprehended what Hoshino had mentioned earlier. It turned out that Shun Ling was the researcher who had orchestrated the mass escape of the Beastmen. So, Teacher Shun, is there any way to assist Anu? Lucy gazed at Shun Ling with hopeful anticipation. Child, tell me, what do you feel at this moment? Shun Ling inquired of Anu. Anu appeared to be bewildered, seemingly unable to grasp the question. It seems Anu doesn't quite know how to express himself. Lucy struggled to elucidate Anu's predicament. Chapter 18. The young master arrives in Sicily. Drawing upon her experience, Shun Ling conducted a thorough inquiry into Anu's condition, allowing her to ascertain his current state. Lucy, listening intently, was taken aback to discover that Anu, whom she often perceived as cheerful, was in such distress. Upon returning to the room, Lucy sank into contemplation on the sofa. Had Shun Ling not settled in Sicily, she could hardly fathom the chaos that might have ensued. Anu sat on the floor, observing the shifts in Lucy's expression, and he seemed to vaguely grasp the unfolding events. Was it possible that Lucy had learned of his physical condition and no longer wanted him? This thought overwhelmed him with despair, prompting him to cry. Woo-woo, I won't hurt you. Lucy, witnessing Anu's frantic gestures and desperate words, felt a pang in her heart, nearly succumbing to tears. Without hesitation, she activated the communicator at maximum volume. First, she arranged for 4 one-bedroom apartments, costing 60,000, then 2 two-bedroom apartments for 44,000, and finally, 4 double rooms for 32,000. With a remaining balance of 80,000, Lucy then realized her hunger was making her dizzy. She descended to invite Anu to dine with her. Just then, the communicator displayed an incoming call, and upon checking, she discovered it was for 90,000. Boss Lu, we are about to arrive in Sicily. Could you please come and fetch us? Lucy noted the low voice on the other end sounded somewhat different from before, but she brushed it aside, too pressed for time to eat. She purchased a variety of snacks for Anu to tide him over and grabbed a bag of biscuits for herself before heading outside. After a considerable wait, a silver-white warship docked at Sicily. The ship's bow bore the emblem of the Central District, and once the swirling dust settled, 2 figures disembarked. The man in front wore silver-gray framed glasses, while the man behind him sported shoulder-length black curls, a pair of all-black sunglasses obscuring half of his face. Apologies for keeping you waiting, Boss Lu. The man in sunglasses approached Lucy. Choo. Well then, shall we proceed inside? Choo. Lucy, already growing impatient, felt irked by the prolonged wait at the entrance despite having been promised a swift arrival. Had she known, she would have taken Anu out for a meal first. Ming Heian noticed Lucy's irritation and felt a sense of satisfaction. At least she was still unaware of his true identity, preventing any disturbance to the significant figure behind her. He found himself quite curious about who that prominent individual could be. Lucy guided the 2 visitors on a tour of Sicily, where she noticed a man wearing framed glasses occasionally taking photographs. Ming Heian also observed her focus and initiated a casual conversation. Mr. Ming, we have explored quite a bit. Are you satisfied? Shall we consider a stay in Sicily? Lucy inquired directly. Indeed, we must stay. Sicily surpasses my expectations tremendously. My assistant has also been taking photographs, and I hope Mr. Liu does not mind. You understand, working for the government comes with its own set of rules. Ming Heian explained Aaron's actions while subtly probing Lucy's thoughts. Suddenly, Lucy felt as though her intellect had reached new heights. Was he testing her? Are you staying alone, or will there be 2 of you? Lucy deftly sidestepped his inquiry. Primarily, I will be residing here. My assistant may visit occasionally. Should I notify Mr. Liu in advance? Ming Heian wore an expression of feigned innocence. That won't be necessary. Since he comes by now and then, I shall not revoke his access privileges. As you witnessed earlier, without permission, one cannot enter. If you intend to bring a stranger, it is imperative that you inform me. Ming Heian's eyes narrowed. What does this little girl mean? Is she testing me? How careless of me. In the midst of our conversation, I neglected to introduce myself. I am Ming Heian, and this is my assistant, Aaron. Ming Heian removed his sunglasses, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Yet his eyes betrayed no hint of mirth. Lucy was no different. She took a careful glance at Ming Heian's visage. This man possessed a face of noble and aloof beauty. With a high-nosed bridge, deep-set eyes, thin lips, and a sharp jawline, his eyes, however, resembled the youthful roundness of a deer. Quite attractive, Lucy mused silently to herself. I am Lucy, the person in charge of Sicily. Please feel free to share any needs or suggestions with me. Shall we proceed with the contract? Lucy promptly placed the agreement before him. She had anticipated that this man, ever the cautious one, would meticulously scrutinize the document. To her astonishment, he merely skimmed to the final page and signed without a second glance, instructing his assistant to make the payment. 90,000 was thus acquired with such ease, leaving Lucy somewhat incredulous. Upon returning to his room, Ming Heian found Aaron inspecting the premises. It had been inconvenient while Lucy was present. No need for inspection. Rest assured, she won't be at ease, Ming Heian remarked coolly. The necessary checks must still be conducted, Aaron responded, concerned about the possibility of her master's identity being compromised and fearing surveillance in the room. You will stay here tonight, and tomorrow we shall investigate the 19th district to see if anyone has undertaken renovations for Sicily. Ming Heian harbored some peculiar suspicions, eagerly yearning for their validation. Lucy gently shook Anu's shoulder. Anu, what is the matter? Anu felt someone shaking her, a sensation akin to walking on clouds, utterly delightful. Lulu. Anu mumbled a few words, her mind hazy. Lucy caught a whiff of a peculiar aroma, reminiscent of alcohol. Upon glancing down, she discovered a scattering of candy wrappers strewn across the ground. It dawned on her that these were liqueur-filled chocolates. She recalled having indulged in them before, noting that they contained a hint of alcohol. How many had she consumed to find herself inebriated? Lucy was at a loss for words. Could it be a matter of poor alcohol tolerance or simply overindulgence? To be in such a state. After tidying herself up, she checked on Anu to ensure he was all right before preparing to retire for the night. Standing by the window, she gazed out at the two dormitories. Most of the residents had succumbed to slumber, yet Ming Heian's light remained aglow, as did the lamp in the solitary room of Jianghan. She couldn't help but wonder what schemes those two, bearing the surname Ming, were concocting. Lucy mused to herself. Chapter 19. Jianghan has disappeared. Upon Lucy's arrival at the archway, Brother Zhiyao was already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Lucy emerge, he greeted her with a beaming smile. Good morning, Boss Lu. He waved at her. Good morning, Brother Zhiyao. Are we still on for 10 liters of fuel today? Lucy inquired as she approached the fuel cabinet. Boss Lu, may I request 50 liters of fuel today? How much? Lucy thought she must have misheard. What a fortunate day it seemed, as money appeared to be eagerly presenting itself. Although Lucy found his behavior rather distasteful, in this post-apocalyptic world, everyone had their own way of surviving. Brother Zhiyao, it seems your business has expanded, Lucy teased playfully. Not all. It's all thanks to your generosity, Boss Lu. Selling me such high-quality fuel has allowed me to secure a better price. Indeed, people are often fond of flattering words. Lucy was beaming with delight as she engaged in light-hearted conversation. Just then, a mother and her child emerged from the arched doorway. Hearing the child's cheerful chatter, Lucy glanced up and inadvertently locked eyes with Yushasha. Yushasha noticed Lucy first. While conversing with her son, she offered Lucy a warm smile as a greeting. However, her smile faltered the moment she caught sight of Xiao Dan behind Lucy. Good morning, Sister Lucy. Zhao Shangxian chimed in sweetly, also noticing Lucy. Good morning, Lucy replied, oblivious to Yushasha's expression. Meanwhile, Brother Zhiyao, having spotted Yushasha, was puzzled as to why she was there. Watching Yushasha hurriedly board the shuttle with her child, leaving Sicily, Brother Zhiyao could no longer contain his curiosity. Boss Lu, are you aware that someone is covertly acquiring fuel in large quantities? Lucy glanced at Xiao Ji's face, which bore a serious and somewhat enigmatic expression. I don't know. Oh dear, my Sicily is quite the bustling place all day long. Those wishing to purchase fuel should come to me in Sicily. I simply lack the time to venture out. Xiao Ge did not respond, instead lifting his gaze to the fuel cabinet. It's full. Exactly 50 liters. Boss Lu, I have transferred the money to you. Please check. All right, received. Thank you, Xiao Ge, for taking care of Sicily. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to come by. Lucy couldn't shake the feeling that Xiao Ji's earlier words held a deeper meaning, one that eluded her in that moment. Nevertheless, expressing gratitude was always prudent. You're too kind, Boss Lu. We have a long-term partnership indeed. After Xiao Ge departed, Lucy found herself ruminating over his earlier statement. Logically, why would a middleman like Xiao Ge share such information with her? If he were privy to it, what business would he have with her? Was he perhaps hinting at something? The thought of someone acquiring fuel in large quantities raised questions in her mind. What could they possibly intend to do? Suddenly, Lucy recalled the events of her previous life when the Japanese attacked District 19. Yet, that occurred more than a year after she enlisted. Could it be that her rebirth had disrupted the timeline? Lucy found her mind in a state of disarray. She possessed a few threads of thought, yet could not untangle them. Should she inform Zhizhi to prepare him in advance? However, she could not disclose the fact of her rebirth. Oh, how vexing! Lucy murmured in agony as she made her way to the cafeteria. She wondered whether Anu had awakened. The uncertainty made her anxious. Lucy, I was just about to look for you. Look at this place. The trash has not been cleared. This is not what you promised. If Sicily is like this, you must refund my rent. I refuse to live amidst a heap of garbage. As Lucy intended to greet the other party, she was unexpectedly met with a barrage of words. Upon entering the cafeteria, she discovered that Jiang Han, who was supposed to be tidying up at this hour, was conspicuously absent. The tables and trash bins were strewn with remnants of food and packaging that had yet to be cleared away. Could it be that Sister Jiang overslept? Lucy pondered. My apologies. I shall attend to this immediately. She decided to tidy up first before checking on Jiang Han. The one speaking to Lucy was Wu Shuifei, who had recently moved in. Her daily occupation involved styling affluent ladies. With her charming appearance and sweet demeanor, she was quite popular within the elite circles. Despite the current apocalyptic setting for the wealthy upper class, it merely represented a change of venue to continue their indulgences. Once a prominent socialite in the central district, Wu Shuifei found herself stripped of her status when fortune turned against her, leading to a severance of ties with once close friends overnight. She had retreated to District 19, a place where no one recognized her, utilizing the remains of her former glamour to deceive the Navi wealthy women of District 19. She managed to sustain a comfortable existence. Upon her first encounter with Lucy, Wu Shuifei was taken aback by how much younger Lucy appeared than herself. Though dressed simply, Lucy possessed a strikingly beautiful face. Wu Shuifei had always held confidence in her looks, yet she found herself casting lingering glances at Lucy. On sleepless nights, she often compared their features, perhaps out of jealousy, believing that Lucy must have some undisclosed connection to influential figures in Sicily. Yet now, watching Lucy deftly clean the cafeteria without a hint of disdain for the dirt, Wu Shuifei couldn't comprehend why she didn't just hire someone for the task. No sooner had Wu Shuifei departed than Lucy encountered Ming Han, who had just finished exercising. Boss Lu, also moonlighting as a cleaner? She mused. The area over there has already been tidied up. You may dine there. Lucy diligently wiped the table, not lifting her gaze. Since handing over cleaning duties to Jiang Han, she hadn't done any herself, and the sudden return to such labor was rather exhausting. Finally done. I'm utterly spent, Lucy exclaimed, collapsing into a chair and wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead. Why not find someone else to do this? Ming Han offered her a strawberry milk while holding one for himself. Thank you. With that, Lucy rose and made her way toward Jiang Han's room, anxious to check on her. What if she is unwell? She thought. Meanwhile, Ming Han felt a flicker of irritation, having been completely overlooked by the young girl. Gently pushing the door open, Lucy found the room empty. Where could Jiang Han be? She wondered, momentarily bewildered. Chapter 20. Encountering Zhiyao again. Lucy stood dazed at the door for quite some time, envisioning countless possibilities, yet the only credible one was that Jiang Han had left on his own. However, the pressing matter at hand was to inform Jiang Sun. She was uncertain whether Jiang Sun was on a mission or stationed in the military. Lucy felt a twinge of distress. She could not leave Sicily at this moment, for Anu was in a precarious state. If she were not present, and Anu were to lose control, what harm might befall the tenants? Yet, she could not bring him along to search for Jiang Sun in the military. There was but one solution left, to seek out C.S. Senin. Lucy truly did not wish to call him. She sincerely wanted to avoid any connection with him for the rest of her life. However, what if something were to happen to Jiang Han? How could she possibly explain it to Jiang Su? Lucy compelled herself to dial Xie Shernan's number, her expression shifting from a feigned smile to a resigned arch of her brow, finally culminating in disbelief. From a distance, Ming Heian observed her subtle expressions, each emotion vividly etched upon her face, devoid of any artifice. What could this signify? Ming Heian pondered. Could it imply a formidable backing? Is there a support stronger than his own in Province 94? Unlikely. Could it be from another province? Ming Heian felt as though he had stumbled upon a new line of thought, sinking into contemplation. Lucy hung up the phone in silence. Could it be that this incarnation of Siesinan was not truly Siesinan? Lucy pondered. Based on her understanding of him, if he were engaged in a mission, the communicator would be offline. If he wished to avoid the call, he would simply disconnect. This incessant ringing without response was an unprecedented occurrence. Lucy arrived at the entrance of the military base in District 19, a wave of familiarity washing over her heart. After all, this was a place where she had lived for more than 3 years. While she did not yearn for the military life, she cherished the days imbued with purpose and ambition. On the battlefield, class distinctions vanished. With determination and effort, status and wealth were readily attainable. This represented the most direct means for the impoverished to transform their lives. Lucy explained her purpose to the guard at the entrance. After registering her details, the guard instructed her to wait at the door. At that moment, a melodious and familiar female voice approached, and as Lucy looked up, her gaze met that of Lu Zhiyao. Walking alongside her was Captain Eugene. In her previous life, Lucy harbored little fondness for Eugene. He wielded his authority as captain with an iron fist, often being excessively harsh towards his subordinates. Although he earned his position through hard work, he disallowed anyone else from surpassing him. Moreover, he held a disdainful view of Xie Sanan, dismissing him as merely a young master sent from the Central District for training, believing that any achievements he made were merely orchestrated by those above. Lucy had no desire to engage with the two individuals, yet they seemed intent on her attention. "Oh, isn't that Lucy from Sicily? What brings you here? Has your man abandoned you?" Lu Zhiyao, upon seeing Lu Zhizhi waiting at the military gate as if for someone, couldn't help but wonder if it was Xie Senin. The man she desired, even if unattainable, must not be allowed to fall into Lu Zhizhi's grasp. "Miss Lu, you appear to have ample free time. Instead of meddling in others' affairs, perhaps you should focus on bettering yourself. Associating with just anyone will only lead to your own detriment." Lucy was at a loss for words regarding her sister, who, even after a rebirth, remained rather dim-witted. "What do you understand? You should address me as Officer Lu." Before Lu Zhiyao could finish her statement, Lucy interrupted. "Officer, how dare you refer to yourself in such a manner? What military achievements do you possess? How many battles have you fought that warrant such a title?" Lucy scoffed, causing Lu Zhiyao's face to flush with anger. "Lu Zhizhi, don't think just because you found some wild man in Sicily, you're impressive. I am destined to become the district chief's wife, unlike you. You'll just end up discarded once he tires of you." Lu Zhiyao stepped forward, her voice dripping with venom. "Ha ha ha. Very well, I shall await that day." Lucy laughed heartily, her voice catching the attention of Eugene, who was smoking behind them. Although standing a distance away, he could still hear snippets of their exchange. As he and Lu Zhiyao moved toward the exit, he spotted Lucy and thought her strikingly beautiful. If he could have her for himself and then offer her to his superior, perhaps he could elevate his own status and escape the frustrations of being a mere squad leader under Xie Senin. To his surprise, Lu Zhiyao knew this woman. Fate seemed to be smiling upon him. "Yao, who is this? Do you know her?" He had already overheard that she resided in Sicily, and if he couldn't capture her this time, he would stealthily infiltrate later. "Captain Yu, allow me to introduce you. This is my sister. She currently resides in Sicily." Lu Zhiyao's tone shifted as she noticed Eugene approaching, causing Lucy to shudder. Please refrain from claiming familial ties. I have no sister. Lucy rolled her eyes. Oh dear sister, must I apologize? I joined the military for your sake. If you marry the vice minister's son, you would live in luxury. I'm looking out for your best interests. If you are mentally unwell, seek treatment. If your eyes are blinded, then cover them. Keep your distance. I do not recognize you, Lucy said, stepping back with evident disdain. Oh, come now. What feuds persist between sisters? As the elder, you ought to show some humility. Your sister has even enlisted for you. Eugene interjected, taking Lu Zhiyao's hand while attempting to grasp Lucy's. However, Lucy reacted swiftly, dodging and striking Eugene's hand away. Eugene had not anticipated that this woman possessed such agility. It appeared that infiltrating Sicily would not be an effortless endeavor after all. Lucy glared at him with disdain, exclaiming, "What business is it of yours?" It was the first time Eugene had ever been confronted so directly by a woman, and he felt a surge of anger rising within him. Just as he was about to retaliate and show her his displeasure, a guard emerged to inform Lucy that Jiang Sun had accompanied Major General Xie on a mission. Lucy expressed her gratitude and turned away without casting a single glance at the two individuals. Eugene, infuriated, clenched his fists. He was determined to seize an opportunity to impart a lesson to that woman. Upon witnessing the change in Eugene's demeanor, Lu Zhiyao realized that Lu Zhi's misfortune was imminent. Following the encirclement of Sicily by the Li family, she had been thoroughly reprimanded by Xie Senin. Had it not been for her instigation before Xie Senin, she might have already secured his affections. In subsequent missions, the third team had excluded her, with Xie Senin preferring to take along the inept Jiang Xian instead. Yet, fortune favored her today, as Lu Zhi had fortuitously presented himself. Indeed, those who have been reborn carry an aura of destiny. She contemplated leveraging her memories to gather further information. She had to make an effort, or else how could she justify herself to Jiang Xian? Chapter 21. Jiang Han endures domestic violence. Guided solely by her memories, Lucy traversed a considerable distance, uncertain of whether she was headed in the right direction. Exhausted from her journey, she spotted a dessert shop ahead and made her way towards it, purchasing a cup for merely 30. Lucy took a generous sip. This was the sweet elixir of her childhood. Now residing in Sicily, she indulged in an abundance of meats, eggs, vegetables, and an array of fizzy snacks. Nearly forgetting the taste of the sugary concoctions from the impoverished district, sitting at the entrance of the dessert shop, the elderly woman struggled with her sight, groping for things. Fortunately, a diligent little boy nearby assisted her. "Grandmother, your grandson is truly well-behaved," Lucy remarked, as the cups from a dessert shop were not permitted to be taken away. Lucy had to finish her drink before she could leave. "Oh dear, I'm not so fortunate to have such a good grandson. He is actually the child from the neighboring house, whom I am simply looking after," the grandmother replied. "Grandmother, I wish to inquire about someone. Do you know a woman named Jiang Han?" Lucy was weary from her search, and with dusk approaching, she sought the grandmother's assistance. Upon hearing the name Jiang Han, the elderly woman instinctively paused. "No, I do not know her." The little boy assisting her brightened momentarily, but remained silent. Lucy suspected that the two individuals must be acquainted with Jiang Han, so she continued to inquire. "Do you know Jiang Sun? I am her friend, and she is currently serving in the military. Her sister, Jiang Han, used to work with me, but she suddenly went missing this morning. I'm concerned for her well-being and wanted to check on her." Lucy's words did little to assuage her mother-in-law's vigilance, who maintained an air of feigned ignorance. Although her mother-in-law remained tight-lipped, Lucy suspected that the Jiang sisters might reside nearby. Perhaps it would be prudent to search further. With that thought, Lucy handed a cup to the little boy and departed. Not wandering far, she faintly discerned the sound of a quarrel between a man and a woman. Straining to identify the source, it seemed to emanate from the alley ahead. As she approached, the words became clearer. "You filthy wretch. Have you taken to running away from home? You lied to me about working. Where's the money? Have you eloped with some man? Speak." The cries of distress pierced through the air. "Please, don't hit me. Don't hit me." Lucy furrowed her brow. Was that Jiang Han's voice? She recalled Jiang Han's husband was exceptionally strong, yet she had never heard Jiang Sun mention any incidents of domestic violence before. Lucy arrived at Jiang Han's doorstep and forcefully kicked open the gate to the yard. She was met with the sight of a burly man pinning a frail woman to the ground, mercilessly slapping her and stomping on her. The woman, bloodied and battered, stared vacantly into the distance, caught in a liminal state between life and death. "Stop! Don't hit her anymore." Lucy's voice trembled with anger. The man turned to glance at her, snarling, "Get lost. What business is it of yours? Do you want me to include you in this?" With that, he raised his foot and delivered a brutal kick to the woman's abdomen. She let out a pained groan, blood gushing from her mouth. Though Lucy had witnessed blood before, this time it startled her. A singular thought consumed her. If this continued, Jiang Han would surely be lost. Scanning her surroundings, her gaze fell upon a wooden stick. She picked it up, assessing its length and weight, which felt just right. In her previous life, Lucy had learned some self-defense techniques from Sinan, and she recalled the vital spots where a powerful strike could render a person temporarily unconscious. This man was strong. A frontal assault would yield no chance of victory. Fortunately, she was behind him. Taking several deep breaths to steady herself, Lucy mustered her strength and swung the stick towards the nape of his neck. "Please let it hit accurately," she silently prayed. However, whether from fear or overexertion, the stick flew from her hand upon striking the man's head. "You damned! Seeking death!" the man bellowed, clutching his neck and turning furiously towards her. Had she missed the target? Panic surged within Lucy. Should she flee? But what would become of Jiang Han? Lucy watched as the man approached her step by step. Regardless of everything, her life was at stake. Just as she was about to flee the yard, she heard a heavy thud behind her. "Well done. This young girl is truly impressive. Who is this woman?" Lucy turned around to discover that the man had collapsed onto the ground. Numerous onlookers from the upper floors began to applaud her. It turned out that they had all witnessed Jiang Han being assaulted moments ago, yet none dared to intervene, nor did anyone seem concerned about Jiang Han's fate. Lucy approached and kicked the man, who showed no reaction, seemingly having lost consciousness. However, he wouldn't remain unconscious for long. She needed to swiftly take Jiang Han away. Lucy checked on Jiang Han, finding her still alive, albeit also fainted. Alone, she could not carry Jiang Han. What could she do? Lucy recalled the telepathic transportation method she had used to rescue Anu previously, but with so many onlookers, using it would only invite trouble. At that moment, a commotion of voices echoed from the alley outside. The first to enter the courtyard was the plump woman from earlier, closely followed by two familiar faces. Boss Lu, what are you doing here?" Gao Ziyan was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lucy. Lucy was taken aback to unexpectedly encounter her tenants here. Gao Ziyan and Gao Ziheng, twins expecting a child, had both recently joined the police force, having been employed for merely over 6 months. The impoverished district served as their patrol area, and upon receiving a report of a murder, the brothers hastily made their way over. Although they were officers, their duties primarily involved mediating neighborhood disputes and apprehending petty thieves, most of whom were juveniles. They had never encountered a significant case before, and the mere mention of a homicide ignited a spark of excitement in Gao Ziheng's eyes that could almost blind onlookers. "Is this Zhao Chong the one you brought down?" Gao Ziheng exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Lucy recounted the events to the two of them, and Gao Ziheng was utterly in awe of her. The entire impoverished district was well aware of Zhao Chong's immense strength. Ordinary citizens, let alone the police, dared not provoke him lightly. Yet, here was Lucy, single-handedly capable of bringing him down. No wonder she could manage a base at such a young age. Ah, isn't this the same woman, Sister Jiang, who was cleaning in Sicily? Zhao Chong is her husband? Gao Ziyan finally understood Lucy's presence here. She was gravely injured. She might even have broken ribs. Gao Ziheng leaned in to inspect Jiang Han's injuries. Perhaps it was the instinct of maternal love that stirred Jiang Han awake. She opened her eyes, struggling to remember, but the pain was overwhelming, rendering her too weak to exert any effort. A faint sound escaped her lips. "Xiao Bao, don't be afraid. Mommy is here." Chapter 22. If life cannot be sustained, wrap it in rags, Sister Jiang Han. I am Lucy. How do you feel? Seeing Jiang Han awake, Lucy hurriedly approached her. Elu. Lucy. Jiang Han simply lacked the strength to articulate further. Lucy could only observe her lips moving without sound. You have a vehicle, right? Take her to the hospital. I will cover the medical expenses. Quickly, Lucy, perceiving Jiang Han's condition, felt a sense of urgency. To the hospital? But that is not a place for us poor people. Gao Ziyan thought to himself, realizing that Lucy must be from a wealthy family to even consider such a thing. Wait, we can go find Uncle Fong to take a look. With that, Gao Ziyan dashed out. The hospital? Even if we poor folk managed to get in, they wouldn't treat us. That place is for the affluent. Gao Ziheng lamented helplessly. Lucy had indeed never been to a hospital. When she fell ill as a child, her grandmother would give her hot water, claiming that sweating would expel the virus. Later, upon enlisting in the military, she had access to a hospital where medical personnel took care of any ailments or injuries. Thus, she was entirely unfamiliar with the situation that Gao Ziheng had described. Observing Lucy's expression, Gao Ziheng could only shake his head in speechless disbelief. Here they come. Uncle Fong has arrived. Even before he entered, Gao Ziyan's voice could be heard approaching. Lucy curiously glanced towards the doorway, only to be greeted by a familiar face. Oh, Boss Lu, you're here as well? Fong Rinsong was the first to greet her. Boss Lu, did you not know? Uncle Fong is a renowned barefoot doctor in the slums. Mr. Fong is a doctor? Lucy exclaimed in astonishment. Oh, there's no need to call me Mr. Fong. Just refer to me as Uncle Fong, he replied, moving closer to examine Jiang Han's injuries. Well, if it isn't Xiao Han, who did this to you? It's simply outrageous. Uncle Fong discovered Jiang Han lying on the ground, his face filled with fury as he began to scold. The two brothers took turns explaining the situation to Uncle Fong. Upon hearing their account, he was momentarily stunned. Then in a fit of anger, he slapped himself hard across the face. Uncle Fong, what are you doing? Upon hearing, Lucy comprehended why Jiang Han abruptly departed from Sicily. She cannot endure this. Her ribs must surely be fractured. She needs to be taken to the hospital. This is beyond my capability to treat. Any delay could prove fatal. Fong Rinsong gazed at everyone with a grave expression. Quickly, let us transport her to the hospital, Lucy commanded, and together they set off to take Jiang Han to the medical facility. Lucy was taken aback to find that no one in the hospital was willing to provide her with assistance. TSK, it seems she has been assaulted, doesn't it? Lucy and her companions arrived at the hospital and waited for a considerable time without any medical personnel attending to them. In her frustration, Lucy intercepted a middle-aged woman who appeared to be a nurse, demanding assistance for Jiang Han. The woman glanced at them and, with a dismissive remark, attempted to leave. What do you mean? Are you not going to help someone who has been injured? Lucy retorted angrily. Do you even realize this is a hospital? Do you have money? Medical care requires expenditure, you know? A bunch of paupers. The woman rolled her eyes, observing Lucy's faded and worn clothing, and couldn't suppress a derisive laugh. Oomph. Such audacity. This hospital is not intended for people like you. If you can survive, then make do. If not, wrap yourself in rags and go wherever you please. The woman gathered her hair and turned to leave. Lucy could hardly recall the last time she felt such fury. With a swift motion, she seized the woman's hair, akin to uprooting a weed, and dragged her to the wall. Is this for someone like me? Or perhaps for someone like you? I shall see whether the hospital comes to your aid when I'm through with you, or if they merely wrap you in a rag and toss you in the refuse. With that, Lucy attempted to slam the middle-aged woman against the wall. The woman, terrified, began to scream, and Gao Ziyan, witnessing this, silently marveled at Lucy's audacity. I'll call the doctor. Lucy was not to be deceived by such theatrics. She tightened her grip, eliciting tears from the woman's eyes. The woman fumbled in her jacket pocket and quickly produced a walkie-talkie. Moments later, several individuals, including security personnel, arrived. The doctor escorted Jiang Han away, while the security surrounded Lucy, urging her to release her grip. At that moment, Lucy's communicator chimed. Is there something you need? She inquired, one hand still clutching the woman's hair as she answered the call. The middle-aged woman, noticing Lucy's communicator, widened her eyes in astonishment, momentarily forgetting her own discomfort. This young girl, appearing impoverished, possessed a communicator. Could she be a wealthy heiress seeking to experience life in the slums? I'm busy at the hospital. I don't have time for you. Without waiting for Ming Han to respond, she abruptly ended the call. Amidst, you see, we are. currently attending to your friend. Could you please release me? The woman's earlier bravado evaporated, and she dared not move under Lucy's grip. At that moment, a male doctor approached Lucy. Are you a relative of the woman who was assaulted? Without even a glance, the doctor addressed Lucy. I am her landlord. How is she? The doctor finally raised his gaze upon hearing the word landlord, surprised that someone would come to the hospital to rescue a tenant. She has fractured ribs, internal injuries, and a broken nasal bone. Lucy, overwhelmed by the medical jargon she could not comprehend, interrupted him. Can she be treated? How much will it cost? Surgery is urgently required, and a relative's signature is needed. Where's her family? The doctor surveyed the vicinity, noting only Lucy, 2 police officers, and a middle-aged man. Her family is temporarily unavailable. I will sign. Lucy took the small screen and inscribed her name. The total cost was approximately $500,000, with an initial deposit of $100,000 for hospitalization. At that moment, Lucy understood why Gao Ziheng had spoken as he did earlier. With a swift motion, $100,000 evaporated, leaving Lucy's heart aching as if it were bleeding. It pained her to the point of tears. Had she not earned that amount from selling fuel earlier, she would have lacked even the funds for the initial hospitalization fee. Chapter 23. The despicable nature of the pitiful though weary, she dared not succumb to sleep, her right eyelid twitching incessantly, stirring a sense of unease within her. She splashed cold water on her face in the restroom, mindful that even water in the hospital incurred a fee, -10. Upon returning to her ward, her communicator buzzed once more. Lucy initially assumed it was Ming Han attempting to disturb her, but upon glancing down, she realized it was Siesinan. Are you looking for me? Is there something you need? Siesinan's voice came through, tinged with fatigue and hoarseness. Yes. Have you gone on a mission? Is it with Jiang Jin? Lucy was startled by her own voice. So much had transpired that day, leaving her utterly drained. Yes. Each previous encounter with Lucy had been met with her unfriendliness. This rare moment of apparent concern from Lucy left Siesinan at a loss for words. Lucy hesitated momentarily, uncertain whether to directly disclose the matter concerning Jiang Sun to Jiang Han, fearing it might distract her on the battlefield. I have something regarding Sister Jiang Sun that I need to discuss with you. Ultimately, Lucy resolved to confide in Siesinan, unsure of how to broach the subject with Jiang Sun. Listening to Lucy narrate the situation in a composed tone, Siesinan felt a wave of emotions wash over him. She seemed reminiscent of the young girl she once was, yet somehow transformed. He yearned to offer her solace, yet sensed it was unnecessary, as she merely intended to inform him of her subordinate's situation. After relaying the news, their conversation concluded without further exchange, awkward yet polite. Boss, who are you on the phone with? Li was sensed something amiss with his superior. Initially, the mission was not intended to include new recruits, but Jiang Sun had proactively requested to join. Siesinan, driven by personal motives, perceived Lucy's favorable disposition towards Jiang Sun and wished to leverage Jiang Sun to foster a closer relationship with Lucy. Among this batch of new recruits, Jiang Sun stood out remarkably, and he aspired to nurture her potential. Unexpectedly, her family encountered such turmoil. After contemplation, Siesinan decided to withhold the information from her for the time being, intending to allow her to withdraw once the primary objectives were achieved. This mission arose from intelligence indicating that someone was clandestinely amassing fuel, a practice typically associated with wartime activities. Siesinan suspected a link to the previous invasion of the 19th district by Japan, prompting immediate action upon receiving the report. However, before any investigation could unfold, the trail went cold. They returned to the vicinity of the Japanese base, yet no significant developments emerged. After several days of observation without progress, it became apparent that if they did not withdraw soon, they would risk depleting the battleship's fuel reserves. Lucy felt a gentle touch on her head and abruptly sat up, realizing she had dozed off on Jiang Han's hospital bed. Noticing Jiang Han was awake, she hurriedly inquired, Sister Jiang Han, you're awake? How do you feel? Where am I? Jiang Han's voice was faint. You're in the hospital. You were severely injured yesterday. The doctor said the surgery was very successful, so you need not worry. In the hospital? What about Xiaobao? Jiang Han had never anticipated that she would find herself in a hospital. her eyes wide with shock. I left Xiao with Grandma at the sugar water shop, Lucy replied. Thank you, Boss Lu. What about my husband? How is he? Jiang Han recalled the moment she was nearly beaten to death, when Lucy's sudden arrival had compelled Zhao Chong to cease his assault. In her dazed state, she seemed to remember Lucy wielding a stick against Zhao Chong, after which he collapsed. Zhao Chong has been taken to the police station, and he will be detained for a few days. You need not fear. Once you recover a bit, we will notify the police to take your statement. He has no right to treat you this way. Even if you were married, this would still constitute intentional harm, which is enough to imprison him for several years. The mere thought of Zhao Chong infuriated Lucy. Had she not arrived in time, Jiang Han might have truly been killed. What? Imprisoned? How could this happen? Upon hearing the term imprisoned, Jiang Han was startled, attempting to rise from the bed, only to be met with a surge of pain from her fractured area, bringing tears to her eyes. Please don't be agitated. Lie back down. The doctor advised you to rest, Lucy urged. Boss Lu, he cannot be imprisoned. Well, I do if he is, Jiang Han exclaimed, gripping Lucy's wrist tightly in desperation. Lucy could not comprehend her meaning and could only reassure her not to move restlessly. Boss Lu, he merely struck me. Do couples not argue? I'm also at fault for not informing him about my job in Sicily. My sudden departure led to his misunderstanding. Moreover, you are unaware of my husband's immense strength, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. He did not intend to harm me. Jiang Han, quite agitated, spoke rapidly. But before she could finish, she broke into a fit of coughs. However, her defense of Zhao Chong left Lucy speechless, pondering if she had lost her mind. Had she not intervened to stop Zhao Chong, Jiang Han would not be lying in a hospital bed, but rather in a morgue. As Lucy remained silent, Jiang Han assumed she had not grasped her words and was about to elaborate when a knock echoed at the door. Come in, Lucy said while glancing towards the entrance. The first to enter was the middle-aged woman whom Lucy had threatened the previous day, followed by a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Upon seeing him, Lucy felt a flicker of recognition. What a despicable creature. She had not anticipated encountering such a loathsome individual so soon in this life. Behind the hospital director stood Jiang Han's attending physician, whose name she had forgotten amidst the busyness of the prior day. Oh dear, Boss Lu, I sincerely apologize. I was unaware that you were a friend of Major General Xie. You see, you did not mention it, which led to this misunderstanding. The middle-aged man immediately grasped Lucy's hand, his expression one of contrition. Oh, I am the director of this hospital. My name is Sun Ziming. Quite a fitting name indeed, Lucy muttered under her breath. Oh, what did you say? Sun Ziming inquired, having not caught her words. Oh, it's nothing. I appreciate Director Sun for coming personally. Not at all. It is my duty. How is Ms. Jiang feeling? If there is any discomfort, please do not hesitate to express it. Your health is entirely under the care of Director Kai Hong. Sun Ziming gestured towards the middle-aged woman from the previous day. Ah, yes. I will ensure to devote my utmost attention to Ms. Jiang. Rest assured, Boss Lu. Lucy cast a sidelong glance at her. Just yesterday, she had been so domineering, and now she behaved as meekly as a kitten. Major General Xie certainly carries significant influence. After seeing off the two, the attending physician conducted a re-examination of Jiang Han. Once the room was left with just the two of them, Jiang Han took the initiative to plead with Lucy to spare her husband, repeatedly insisting that Zhao Chong had not hit her. Lucy found herself at a loss for words. Recalling the previous life and feeling that Jiang Sun's death was a tragic waste. Perhaps this is the lamentable yet loathsome nature of the pitiful. Chapter 24. Overwhelmed by the time they returned to Sicily, it was already noon. Ever since Jiang Han had regained consciousness, her conversations with Lucy had revolved solely around Zhao Chong. She did not inquire about Xiao Bao or Jiang Sun's well-being even once. Lucy could no longer bear it. Considering Major General Xie's regard, the hospital would undoubtedly take good care of Jiang Han, so she decided to leave. If she stayed any longer, she would surely start cursing. Starving, exhausted, and weary, Lucy longed for a hot shower and a restful sleep. How are you? Did you feel unwell last night? Lucy asked with concern. Anu, upon seeing Lucy, beamed with joy, grasping her hand with a bright smile. Lucy recognized that teacher Shin must have taken excellent care of him. As they approached the entrance of the small building, just as she was about to step inside, she heard someone calling her from behind. "Hey, do you not care about me at all? Do you not even ask if I encountered any dangers on the way?" Xingyi shot her a glance. "Do you have time? I need to talk to you about something regarding teacher Shun." Lucy yearned for a moment of respite. Yet the urgency of a new situation brooked no delay. She promptly accompanied Xingye to seek out teacher Shun. As they passed the cafeteria, they overheard an elderly woman emerging, vociferously complaining. Without a moment's thought, Lucy surmised it was yet another grievance regarding the cafeteria's cleanliness. "Xingye, please escort Anu to teacher Shun. I must address the issues at the cafeteria first, while Anu's predicament is paramount." The prospect of a new tenant rescinding their lease would be far more daunting than Anu's current distress. Moreover, Lucy recalled the complaints shared by Chen Yuing regarding her colleague's parents, the very elderly couple, Lin Huimei and her husband Zhou Jianhua, who often wielded their age and status as retired government officials to impose their will upon others. Since Lucy was somewhat acquainted with the Chen couple, confronting them was not a viable option. "Goodness, Boss Lu, have you seen the state of the cafeteria? It's filthy. Who could possibly eat in such conditions? My daughter has been raving about how splendid everything is at Zhizhi, yet this is utterly misleading," Lin Huimei bellowed even before Lucy had reached the cafeteria. "Indeed, little Lu, it's not my intention to criticize, but you must acknowledge your responsibility. We cannot pay our dues only to be subjected to such a deplorable living environment." Zhou Jianhua chimed in agreement. Yes, Uncle and Auntie, I will rectify the cafeteria issue immediately." Lucy, wishing to avoid further elaboration, acknowledged their complaints, which, albeit harsh, held a grain of truth. Upon entering the cafeteria, Lucy was greeted by a disheartening sight, litter strewn everywhere. She had tidied the place just the previous evening, and yet, in a mere overnight span, it had devolved into chaos. Clearly, it was imperative to enlist the help of a cleaning staff forthwith. As she rolled up her sleeves, ready to commence the cleanup, a voice called out from behind her. "No need, Lu away. I can manage on my own. It is not appropriate to impose such labor upon tenants." Lucy felt a surge of gratitude. Most of the tenants at Zhizhi treated her with kindness. "Not all, please. Do not stand on ceremony," she replied. It was evident that Lu Wei was adept and efficient, and with her assistance, the cafeteria was restored to order much more swiftly than during Lucy's solo efforts, and without the exhaustion she had previously endured. In that moment, Lucy realized that Zhizhi was gradually evolving into a significant establishment, necessitating the collaboration of many hands for its management. Relying solely on her own efforts would not only be overwhelming, but would inevitably lead to chaos within Zhizhi. Lucy held a deep affection for Ro. She was meticulous and kind-hearted, methodical in her actions, rarely speaking or asking too much. If she could assist with some fundamental management tasks, it would indeed be a great relief. "By the way, Ro, how is your job search progressing?" Lucy pondered this aloud, not expecting her tongue to outrun her thoughts. I have found a job, though it is merely temporary. The pay is decent, yet the stability is lacking. One can never tell when the employer might no longer require assistance." Ro sighed, expressing that in this apocalyptic world, seeking a stable life felt as challenging as mere survival. "Oh, so you have already secured a position?" Lucy felt a twinge of discomfort, fearing that Ro might decline her offer. From what she gathered, this position seemed to offer a substantial income, albeit unstable. Lucy worried she might not be able to provide Ro with a satisfactory salary. "Thus, I'm also pursuing other opportunities. I still prefer a stable job. I am willing to endure some hardship for it." Ro's words reignited hope within Lucy. Speaking of stability, as long as Sicily remains operational, she would not face unemployment. "So, have you considered working in Sicily?" Lucy inquired tentatively. "Sicily? Are you suggesting that Sicily is hiring?" "I have not seen any notices for recruitment." Ro's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Well, it is true. Sicily currently requires someone to handle some basic tasks. As I'm overwhelmed with responsibilities, if you are willing, I can offer a salary of 6,000 and provide a single room for accommodation. Naturally, if the workload increases, I will raise your salary as well. Will you consider this?" "Really?" Lucy, "Oh no, I mean, Boss Lu, Is that possible for me? Ro exclaimed, her excitement rendering her momentarily speechless. Ha ha ha, just call me Lucy. Of course, you can. In fact, I have been eager to ask you for some time, but I worried I could not offer you a high enough salary. This is wonderful. Working in Sicily is truly fantastic. I am willing, exceedingly willing. Ro joyfully grasped Lucy's hand. Very well then, let us proceed. Lucy glanced at the date on her watch. The day after tomorrow marks the 1st of next month. You shall commence your duties then. I can start right now. Consider these next 2 days as a gift from me. What do you need me to do first? Excellent. For now, your responsibilities consist of 2 parts. First, recruit a cleaner, regardless of gender, as long as they are an adult. The salary is 3,000, with accommodation provided, and they will be responsible for the cleanliness of the public areas in Sicily. They must be diligent and not lazy during the 7-day probation period. Second, review the rental applications from prospective tenants. Select suitable candidates for living in Sicily and compile their information into a table for me. I will handle the communication. Lucy instantly felt an indescribable sense of relief and joyfully hummed a little tune as she prepared to seek out Teacher Shun. However, just as she stepped out of the cafeteria, she was ensnared by a shadow. What audacity, Boss Lu. Chapter 25. A Day of Enlightenment. Hey. Ming Heian, with his long legs, stepped in front of Lucy, blocking out all light. Do you need something? Lucy inquired. The man was indeed tall, standing before her like a formidable wall. Is it not permissible to seek you out without a reason? Ming Heian arched an eyebrow. Lucy disdained the man's sardonic demeanor, choosing not to utter another word. I have matters to attend to. I am busy, she declared. What were you doing at the hospital last night? Were you unwell? Ming Heian finally uttered something sensible. I am fine. It was a friend who was ill. I have other commitments, so I must take my leave, Lucy replied, waving her hand dismissively. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to speak up, Ming Heian remarked, observing Lucy's retreating figure. Lucy arrived at Shun Ling's doorstep and gently knocked on the door. Lucy took the vial and discovered it contained a pale, yellow liquid. Is this medicine? Is it meant for drinking? Lucy questioned the small bottle. This is not for drinking. It is intended for injection, Hoshino clarified. Indeed. Do you have a space that can serve as a treatment room? Shun Ling inquired. A treatment room? Why is that necessary? Lucy responded with confusion. Just like taking medicine when one is ill, wouldn't injecting this remedy suffice? Well, it's because Anu is unable to articulate his current physical state, and I can only make educated guesses based on experience. After this medicine is injected, he may experience various reactions. For the safety of Anu and everyone else, it is essential to keep him in the treatment room until his evolution is successful. Do you understand my reasoning? Shun Ling's explanation seemed to open a new realm of understanding for Lucy. So, this medicine could potentially save him, but it might also be harmful, correct? Lucy glanced at Shun Ling, nodding as a wave of fear washed over her. She looked at Anu, who, puzzled, returned her gaze. Sensing Lucy's trepidation, he gently grasped her hand. Teacher Shun, may I take some time to think it over? Lucy suddenly felt an overwhelming fear of losing Anu. Yes, take your time to consider it. However, do not take too long. His body cannot endure much longer, Shun Ling replied, handing her a piece of paper on which the necessary equipment and materials for the treatment room were listed. Lucy left Shun Ling's room with Anu. Are you hungry, Anu? Shall we go for dinner? Anu, understanding her, nodded happily. Ah, Lucy, I was just looking for you. Do you have a moment? Wu Shuefei greeted her warmly. Oh, we were about to eat. It's strange how many people have been seeking me out today. You go ahead. I'll come to your small building shortly, if that works for you. All right, then do come by. Lucy felt as though she might faint from hunger and dismissed Wu Shuefei, making her way to the cafeteria. At this hour, the cafeteria was bustling with diners. A particularly striking table was occupied by Ming Heian, who monopolized an entire table laden with an array of delicacies from the food and wine cabinets. After sampling each dish, he furrowed his brow and set down his chopsticks. Well, Mr. Ming, hosting a feast, are we? Lucy teased as she approached. Do I strike you as one in the mood for such indulgence? Ming Heian replied, pulling a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his mouth. It seems the Sicilian cuisine does not meet your standards, Mr. Ming, Lucy remarked, her expression one of agreement. Indeed, it is not. Therefore, I would appreciate it if you could install a gas kitchen in my residence, Lucy. I enjoy cooking for myself. Ming Hayan tossed her a look that said she was dreaming if she thought that was feasible before rising to leave. Hey, Mr. Ming, you won't be finishing all this, will you? Gao Ziheng chimed in. Yes, please. At the table of delicacies, Ming Hayan took only a bottle of strawberry milk. What is gas? Lucy mused inwardly, wondering how this man could create such complications for himself. Just then, Wu Shuefei approached, carrying a large bundle. What are you up to? Lucy asked, observing Wu Shuefei, who was out of breath. She offered her a bottle of soda. Oh no, thank you. I need to maintain my figure and can't indulge in something so sweet. Wu Shuefei quickly waved off the soda Lucy offered. Maintain your figure? In this apocalypse, some struggle to find food, while others refuse culinary delights for the sake of appearances, and some waste an entire table of food over flavor. It was today that Lucy truly realized this apocalypse was a world for the impoverished. Lucy, I see our figures are quite similar. I have some clothes that I barely wore. These aren't teal garments, mind you. They've only been worn once or not at all. If you don't mind, I would like to give them to you, Wu Shuefei said earnestly. Lucy gazed at the beautiful garments, utterly captivated. What girl would not adore exquisite clothing? Lucy examined the garments adorning her figure, faded from countless washes or tattered and mended. All of these are gifts for me? She marveled, perplexed by Wu Shuefei's unexpected generosity. Such exquisite attire, simply discarded at her whim? Indeed, I can no longer wear them, and to throw them away would be such a waste. Unlike that Mr. Ming, who ordered an extravagant feast only to leave it untouched. What a travesty, Wu Shuefei remarked, her tone laden with implication. Did you just return from the cafeteria? No. I overheard others speaking about it on my way here. I thought it was merely a jest. How shocking to discover it was true. That man must be deranged. Lucy, enraptured by the beautiful garments, continued in agreement. I concur, but what is his purpose? I see him meandering about Sicily all day. I know not, only that he hails from the Central District. Perhaps he is a young master seeking life experiences, she speculated. Lucy had never encountered such a plethora of beautiful clothes. Each piece was not only exquisitely designed, but fashioned from the finest materials. The silky softness delighted her senses, and she found herself utterly enamored, oblivious to the conversation with Wu Shuefei. These garments were rewards she received while styling the affluent ladies, where she feigned gratitude, yet inwardly dismissed their worth. In the Central District, such clothing was fit only for the refuse bin. As for Wu Shuefei, she was once a socialite of that very district. Even in her current plight, she would never don the cast-offs of others. It was surprising to encounter a wealthy heir from the Central District in Sicily. The first time Lucy laid eyes on Ming Hayan, she recognized his extraordinary nature, his dining habits, manner of speech, and gait all bespoke of his elevated status. Chapter 26. Ming Hayan's Caprice Hello. Who is this? Lucy, weary and bleary-eyed, answered the phone groggily. Boss Lu, what time is it? Are you still in bed? When will you hand over the kitchen to me? Ming Hayan's voice resonated through the line, eliciting a frustrated frown from Lucy. What kitchen? What do you need a kitchen for? She retorted, exasperated. To eat, of course. I too must sustain myself. Ming Hayan replied, equally vexed. Just wait for me to get ready. I'll come find you. Lucy huffed, slamming the phone down, rising from her bed. Still agitated, she pounded the mattress a few times, yet her ire remained unsated. Her true target was Ming Hayan. Arriving at his door, she knocked impatiently. Please enter, Boss Lu, came Ming Hayan's voice from within, as he opened the door clad in a luxurious fabric robe. Lucy walked in and discovered that the interior of the house had been transformed into a blend of simplicity and sophistication. Apart from the pristine white walls, the furniture and door frames had all been painted a deep charcoal black. Barely any furniture was placed around. In the center of the living room sat a wide, elongated wicker rocking chair, adorned with a white velvet blanket, resting upon a circular rug of inky black. You mentioned needing a kitchen? What purpose do you have for a kitchen? Lucy, momentarily lost in admiration, almost forgot her original intent. What do you believe a kitchen is for? Sleeping? Ming Hayan held a flat-bottomed wine glass, pouring himself a measure from a bottle he retrieved from a small side table behind the rocking chair. So, you wish to cook? For yourself? This fellow was beginning to exhibit his usual sardonic demeanor once more. Indeed, I find the cuisine at the Sicilian diner rather unpalatable, and I prefer to prepare my own meals. He took a sip of wine. That's entirely feasible. Your house is equipped with a kitchen. What more do you require from a kitchen? Lucy felt an insurmountable difficulty in resonating with this affluent air. Lucy was hearing the term gas for the first time, pondering its relation to fuel. Currently, Sicily's energy supply predominantly relies on electricity. The gas energy you mentioned may emerge in the future, yet it remains absent at present. During your 6-month stay, it is likely that it will not materialize. Regardless of its nature, the lack of it is undeniable, and I wonder how you will manage. Alas, it seems that dining presents a significant dilemma. Ming Heian sighed deeply. Electricity can facilitate cooking, yet it fails to produce delectable dishes. As you witnessed in the cafeteria, I possess rather discerning tastes when it comes to food. Ming Heian observed the subtle shifts in Lucy's expressions, eagerly anticipating her irritation or fury. Lucy reminisced about her previous life in the Liu family, where she often struggled to stave off hunger and keep warm. She thought of the children in the slums who could only enjoy sweetened water once a year. In stark contrast, here were individuals who wasted a banquet of food merely because the flavors did not suit their palates. It was impossible not to feel anger. Yet everyone has the right to choose their lifestyle. Similarly, Sicily has its own ways. Those who can accept it may stay, while those who cannot must leave. However, Lucy was somewhat apprehensive about Ming Heian vacating the premises, as she currently lacked the funds to refund him. Mr. Ming, I cannot fulfill your requests. Sicily is not a playground for the wealthy. We are still in development. Comparatively, we cannot hold a candle to the Central District, let alone the 19th District. I believe Sicily will one day evolve into the most prosperous residential area of the 94th province. But that day is not today. Lucy paused, observing Ming Heian, who seemed disinclined to argue. I certainly hope you enjoy your stay in Sicily. However, dining is a significant matter. You either compromise or find a place with gas for cooking. Lucy was keen to see what this man truly intended. Are you trying to drive me away, Boss Liu? Ming Heian's lips curled into a slight smile. I certainly am not. Yet, I cannot bear to watch Mr. Ming go hungry. Lucy felt as if the man was setting a trap for her. I merely suggest that gas is far more economical than electricity. Do not worry about my hunger. Rest assured, I will not starve in Sicily. Ming Heian relished the sight of Lucy's alert demeanor, reminiscent of a startled creature. Just then, a small black ball darted out from the room, rubbing against Lucy's feet, causing her to scream and leap back in fright. Wah, what is that? Lucy clutched her racing heart, struggling to regain her composure. The little black ball, startled by her sudden outburst, looked up at her with innocent eyes. Gree, come here. Ming Heian, seated on the reclining chair, patted the blanket beside him, and the reluctant little creature jumped up. Is this your pet? Lucy finally recognized the small black ball as a silver-gray kitten. Are you afraid of cats? Ming Heian set down his glass and cradled the kitten, which purred contentedly. Not at all. I simply did not know what it was when it suddenly appeared, Lucy replied, gazing longingly at the kitten. Through several days of observation and conversation, Ming Heian had gleaned a general understanding of Lucy's character. Someone who is soft-hearted, straightforward, and unpretentious, with emotions plainly displayed on her face. Curiosity bubbled within him about the influential person behind her. Would you like to pet it? Do not worry, it will not bite. He presented the purring kitten to her, and as it hovered before Lucy's eyes, she remarked, If it bites me, you will be fully responsible. Lucy feigned sternness, yet her heart brimmed with delight. Reaching out to hold the kitten, she reveled in the softness and warmth of its fur, her first encounter with a living creature. She tried to mimic Ming Heian's gentle strokes, but her awkwardness made it difficult for the kitten to find a comfortable position in her arms. When she attempted to turn it over, the kitten stubbornly refused to cooperate, eventually biting her wrist in impatience before scampering away. Ah, it bit me, Lucy exclaimed, staring at the blood mark on her wrist in shock. Your technique is so poor that even a dog would disdain it. Ming Heian, suppressing a grin, stood up and walked toward the inner room. Hey, where are you going? You promised to take full responsibility. Lucy glared at the small creature hiding beneath the wicker chair, then turned to its owner. Ming Heian retrieved some disinfectants and various colored ointments, applying them to Lucy's wrist. His touch was devoid of warmth, his fingers as cold as ice. The contrast between his pale skin and the faintly purple veins visible on his wrist struck her as she caught herself lost in thought. Upon lifting her gaze, she found herself ensnared by his doe-like eyes. "What are you staring at?" Lucy felt as if he could see right through her. "And what are you observing?" Ming Heian continued his ministrations, applying a bandage with a hint of mischief, pressing it down firmly. "Ouch!" Lucy jerked her arm away, exclaiming, "Do you have anything else to do? If not, I'm leaving. Be careful not to get the wound wet." Ming Heian listened to the sound of Lucy's footsteps fading away, then picked up the disinfectant cotton he had just used and placed it into a sealed bag. He grabbed a communicator and sent a message. Soon, the screen lit up. Satisfied, he retrieved Gree from beneath the chair. The little creature seemed to sense its mischief and cowered in guilt. Ming Heian brought the kitten to the window, catching sight of Lucy, who was huffily exiting. He would soon learn the answer. Clever little one. He rewarded the kitten with a snack. Although he was unfamiliar with the workings of Sicily's utilities, he had previously thought it sufficient that they simply functioned. If Ming Heian had not mentioned gas today, she would still be in the dark about what it entailed. As she pondered the nature of gas, a knock interrupted her thoughts. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by Lin Yin and Xia Chun. "Do you need something?" Lucy hadn't seen them in quite a while. "Boss Lu, we are here to pay next month's rent," Xia Chun informed her. "All right. Tomorrow marks the start of the new month. I completely forgot. Thank you." Lucy slapped her forehead, realizing she had overlooked the rent collection. "By the way, Boss Lu, we noticed in your rental advertisement that rooms can also be rented seasonally or semi-annually, correct? Would it be possible to convert our room to a seasonal rental? It would be more affordable for us, and we're looking to stay long-term," Lin Yin explained, with Xia Chen nodding in agreement. "Of course, that can be arranged. Starting next month, you may switch to seasonal payments," Lucy confirmed. After bidding farewell to the two, Lucy quickly checked whom she needed to remind about the upcoming rent due, while also promoting the benefits of seasonal rentals, as her upgraded KPI required tenants on seasonal leases. Just as she was pondering the arrival of more rental payments, Lucy opened the door to find Ming Heian, whose expression shifted from anticipation to annoyance. "What do you want?" Lucy stood firmly at the threshold, blocking his entry. "To apologize," Ming Heian said, holding out a small box toward her. "What is this?" Lucy instinctively accepted it. "Open it, and you shall see." As she took it, Ming Heian stepped into the room without invitation. "Hey, did I say you could come in? You can't just barge in. You didn't explicitly say not to. I assumed your silence was consent." Before Lucy could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by him. She gazed at the man, who acted like a master in her own home, giving orders and pointing fingers. How could he exhibit even a trace of remorse? Lucy placed the small box he had brought onto the table and suddenly caught a whiff of a fragrant aroma reminiscent of milk, yet distinctly different from its taste. "What is this?" Lucy inquired with curiosity. "Delicious," he replied with a sly smile, his doe-like eyes sparkling with intrigue. This man, Lucy abruptly halted that perilous thought in her mind. His enchanting looks were a clear indication of danger, a successful brainwashing at that. "Where's that little pet that usually accompanies you?" Ming Heian expressed his intrigue towards the silent creature, noting its impressive physical structure, which might very well be fashioned into a superior weapon. Lucy opened the small box, revealing a round, white object that exuded a delightful aroma. What is this?" Lucy had never encountered such a thing before, yet it appeared to be quite delectable. "Have you never tasted cake?" Ming Heian inquired, astonished. "Cake?" Lucy gazed at the object in a daze. "Haven't you ever eaten it on your birthday?" "I have never celebrated a birthday. So this was something meant for birthdays." Reflecting on her time at the Liu family, she realized that no one had ever celebrated her birthday. She merely understood that the day signified her arrival into this world, devoid of any special significance. Often, she wouldn't even make an effort to remember it. Ming Heian fell silent upon hearing her words, taken aback by such an unexpected response. "Forget about that for now. Call your little pet over to have a taste. But today is neither my birthday nor Anu's." Actually, I'm not even sure when Anu's birthday is." Lucy was perplexed. Wasn't this something to be enjoyed on a birthday? Not exactly. There are many types of cake. The one you eat on a birthday is called a birthday cake. This one is not specifically for birthdays. It's something you can enjoy at any time, Ming Han explained. Slightly embarrassed. This cake is not sold in Sicily. Where did you get it? Lucy's intelligence kicked in. I made it myself. Aaron went to buy the ingredients, all of which were of the highest quality and freshness. Today, my little cat bit you, and you mentioned I should take responsibility. So I came to apologize on its behalf, Ming Han stated earnestly, causing Lucy to feel a bit embarrassed, as she had merely mentioned it in passing. Lucy inhaled the delightful aroma of the cake, her hunger stirring within her. She poked at a delicate white flower with her finger, discovering its soft and smooth texture. Upon placing it in her mouth, it dissolved instantly, enveloping her entire palate in a sensation akin to being cradled on a cloud, the creamy sweetness evoking sheer bliss. What an extraordinary experience, Lucy mused, hastily ascending the stairs to summon Anu for a shared delight. Ming Han observed the two reveling in their joy, noting Anu's exuberance as his tail wagged in delight. He adjusted his gaze, realizing this little creature was, unexpectedly, a werewolf. His satisfaction was palpable. This apology trip had proven worthwhile. Wu Shuefei's room was conveniently located directly beneath Ming Han's. Hearing him leave, she stood by the window and spotted him carrying something toward Lucy's small abode. After glancing at the time, she decided to prepare some food to bring to Lucy. Her initial plan was to meet him there, but to her surprise, he didn't linger and soon encountered her as she carried her offerings. Good evening, Mr. Ming. Wu Shuefei greeted with a cheerful tone. Oh, by the way, have you seen Lucy? His indifferent response was anticipated by Wu Shuefei, yet she remained undeterred. She's at home. Ming Han offered the curt reply without pausing, continuing on his way. All right, thank you. Wu Shuefei felt content with this brief interaction. Even a small conversation marked a promising beginning. Ming Han sensed the gaze lingering behind him, finding such antics overly juvenile. Chapter 28. Anu's Sudden Evolution. Those who wish to exploit me must pay the price, Ming Han thought, a grin stretching from ear to ear at the day's fruitful encounters. Lucy and Anu were so stuffed from the feast tonight that they could only lie in their respective beds, particularly Lucy, who was still reveling in the delight of the delicious little cakes. Just the thought that, had it not been for the apocalypse, she could have savored a birthday cake every year filled her with a sense of longing for a more fulfilled life. Yet, reflecting on her circumstances, she thought, even amidst the end of the world, she had indeed enjoyed cake tonight. If she could have a birthday cake every year in the future, her life would still be complete. Lost in her thoughts, Lucy activated her communicator, hoping to see if the next level's food cabinet might contain a cake. Unfortunately, it did not. Perhaps it was located on a level further down, she reassured herself. She typed cake into the search bar, and a cake shop appeared, represented by a locked house icon, with the words cake shop inscribed on the roof. What does this mean? Open a shop? Lucy was perplexed by the system's peculiar operation. She then entered store into the search bar, and an overwhelming array of results flooded in, all locked. Barbershops, stationery stores, dessert shops, clothing stores, bookstores, and so forth. At that moment, realization dawned upon her. She had always assumed Sicily would evolve into a sprawling residential area, but she now understood it could develop into a vibrant community, akin to other administrative districts, rich in its unique blend of amenities for living, dining, and shopping. Energized by this new understanding, Lucy felt wide awake. She began to envision the future of Sicily, immersed in her sketches and writings until the late hours of the night. As fatigue began to weigh upon her, just as she was about to succumb to sleep, she suddenly heard a commotion from Anu's room next door. A piercing scream jolted Lucy, followed by the sound of Anu rushing out. Alarmed, Lucy felt an ominous premonition and hastily followed suit. Upon reaching her door, she caught a fleeting glimpse of Anu disappearing into the pitch-dark night. Remembering what teacher Sean had said, could it be that Anu was beginning to evolve? With no time to ponder, Lucy dashed towards Xingye's room, knowing she needed the assistance of her fellow beastman. Lucy, darling, are you unable to sleep alone? The already dreaming Xingye was irked by the urgent knocking on his door. However, his mood lightened slightly upon seeing Lucy standing there. Lucy leaned against the doorframe, panting heavily, and pointed in a direction, saying to Hoshino, "Quick, Something is amiss. Anu seems to have evolved. It's running. Running over there. Lucy was apprehensive that Hoshino might harm Anu. After all, a bear confronting a wolf was an uneven match, and Anu stood no chance. She hastily pursued them. Anu, for reasons unbeknownst to him, felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue and drowsiness despite having eaten heartily. Yet, when he lay down, slumber eluded him. A fiery sensation coursed through his veins, as if something were gnawing at his skin, inflicting both pain and itchiness. A cold shower offered no respite, and in a moment of desperation, he let out a primal scream. The remnants of his sanity urged him to flee the confines of his room. His greatest fear was to inadvertently harm Lucy. Hoshino moved with remarkable speed. No matter where Anu sought refuge, Hoshino, guided by his exceptional sense of smell, swiftly located his hiding spot. Anu was unaware of his surroundings in Sicily, where dilapidated structures loomed, and the air was thick with the stench of decay, punctuated by distant, ominous animal roars. Hoshino found Anu writhing in agony on the ground, curled up tightly. His body burned with fever, his forehead glistened with beads of sweat, and he emitted soft moans that were indecipherable. Anu, Anu, wake up! Hoshino urged as he approached, shaking him vigorously. Anu appeared to be in trance, impervious to the disturbances of the outside world. As Lucy ran, she found herself lost, with the endless night enveloping her heart like a dark shroud. In the distance, a roar echoed, and she could not discern whether it belonged to Anu, Hoshino, or something else entirely. In her haste to escape, she had forgotten her communicator. The watch on her wrist indicated it was already 4 a.m. According to the spaceship's settings, dawn should be near. Yet the darkness felt as profound as the depths of winter. Gree, who had been peacefully slumbering, suddenly opened his eyes, his ears twitching to the sounds outside. Stretching lazily, he leapt onto the windowsill, focusing intently on the night beyond. Behind him, his master, Ming Heian, gently stroked the cat's chin, curious to see who had disturbed his repose. Gree seemed to receive his master's silent command, nudging against his clothing before nimbly slipping through the crack of the open window. Hoshino emerged from the night, carrying the unconscious Anu, allowing Lucy to finally breathe a sigh of relief. What happened to Anu? Did you knock him out? This was Lucy's first encounter with Hoshino in his full beastly form. Had it not been for the familiar features of his face, she might have fled in fear. Back at the small building, Hoshino recounted the circumstances under which he found Anu to Lucy before seeking out Teacher Shin. Lucy observed Anu's pained expression, his face flushed. Mumbling incoherently, leaning closer, she strained to decipher his words, but to no avail. Teacher Shun and Xiao He soon arrived, assessing Anu's condition and confirming that he had entered a period of evolution. You can no longer delay. We must establish a treatment room promptly. He will experience such episodes more frequently from now on, and I cannot remain in Sicily indefinitely. Hoshino warned Lucy with a serious tone. I understand. I will get to work on the treatment room, though it will require some time, Lucy replied. Here, take this. Teacher Shun handed Lucy some white tablets. These medications will have a calming effect and can help slow Anu's evolution, buying you some time. Thank you, Teacher Shun. Lucy was about to relax when Hoshino's words extinguished her relief. Do not administer too many of these, otherwise they will counteract the effects of the evolution agent, Hoshino cautioned. After they departed, Lucy retrieved the list that Teacher Shun had previously given her, detailing the necessary equipment and tools for the treatment room. This had been the most troublesome aspect of the project, as she had no idea where to procure such items. The last time she had seen the so-called equipment was in the military repair department of District 19. Surely, she could not approach Zhizhi. If he were to see Anu, he would undoubtedly have him restrained immediately. After much contemplation, Lucy finally identified a suitable candidate. Chapter 29. Lu Zhiyao's schemes. Lu Zhiyo was thriving in the military. Aside from the rigorous training, she lived like a little princess. Had she known it would turn out this way, she would never have married that abusive man in her previous life. Yao, what do you want for lunch? It's on me, her brother offered. After a morning of grueling physical training, Lu Zhiyo felt utterly exhausted. Bai Muron had pushed her relentlessly, insisting she repeat her movements over and over due to minor missteps. Looking at her hands, bruised and battered from the constant contact with the ground, she felt a surge of anger. Wang Fu Gij. Lu Zhiao's delicate voice made Su Wangfu's heart flutter. What is wrong, my Yao Yao? Su Wangfu asked, concerned as he noticed the moisture in her eyes. I simply lack the energy to eat with you today, Wang Fu Gij. The training was too exhausting. I don't even have the strength to eat. Lu Zhiao extended her hand to show him, but he grasped it firmly. Did Baimuran punish you? How can he treat you this way? I'll confront him. Su Wangfu exclaimed, his heart aching for her. Lu Zhiao did not wish for him to confront Baimuran. That brute would not understand the fragility of a woman's heart. Wang Fu Gij, I wish to take a stroll tonight. Will you accompany me? This was the first time Lu Zhiao had directly invited Su Wangfu, and he could hardly believe his ears. Really? Is that true? Just as Su Wangfu grew excited, he remembered that the following day was not a holiday and that they could not go out tonight. However, could they sneak out? Then let us sneak out. Don't you want to accompany Yao Yao? Seizing the moment, Lu Zhiao slipped out of his grasp and turned to leave. All right, for Yao Yao as happiness. I would brave any danger, Su Wangfu resolved, determined not to miss this opportunity. Having never encountered a girl as beautiful as Lu Zhiao, he lamented not joining the military sooner if he had known such lovely companions awaited him. Great! Wang Fu Gij, wait for me at the entrance at 8 tonight. Lu Zhiao thought to herself that this foolish boy would fall for her ruse. She had no interest in dating this fool. She merely wished to attend a gathering. For a new recruit like her, it was challenging to go out without proper leave, and Baimuran would surely deny her request. The last time Lu Zhiao had gone out with Eugene, he had taken her to a friend's gathering, where she encountered many familiar faces, descendants of the Korean ethnic group who had once aided Japan in attacking District 19. Recalling the torment she had endured at their hands in her previous life, she felt an intense desire for vengeance. Now reborn, she had the chance to avenge her past self. An idea struck Lu Zhiao. She could kill two birds with one stone. Since she had been reborn, she alone knew what would transpire in this life. She intended to infiltrate the enemy's ranks to gather information and subsequently inform Zhizhi. After several attempts to gauge Zhizhi's character, Lu Zhiao quickly discerned that he was a man who required cunning to navigate. Unlike Su Wangfu or Eugene, who were impulsive, and not at all like the blunt Baimuran, he only showed interest in matters that serve his own advantage. Not far in her thoughts, Lu Zhiao spotted Zhizhi, accompanied by a lavishly dressed woman, Zhang Ai. In her previous life, after Lu Zhi's death, Zhizhi had fallen into a deep melancholy. It was during that time that Lu Zhiao discovered he had an engaged fiancée, a union arranged by their families when they were children, though he himself would never admit it. Timing, as they say, is everything. Watching the two exchange only a few words before Zhizhi departed, Lu Zhiao approached Zhang Ai, who was fuming and had thrown her bag to the ground in frustration. Miss Jiang, your bag, Lu Zhiao said, brushing off the dust before handing it to her. Thank you. Do I know you? Zhang Ai had never seen this girl, yet she recognized her. I don't know you, but I've heard Major General Xie mention you, saying that the children of the Jiang family are heroes who dedicate their lives to China. We admire the Jiang family's bravery. Oh, Zhang Ai scoffed, knowing that the Zhizhi she was familiar with would never utter such flattering words. What are you trying to stir up with such flattery? When did he say that? It was when we had just enlisted. The Major General took us to Sicily and spoke with a local proprietress. Lu Zhiao knew Zhang Ai would not believe her words, but women are often sensitive. Sooner or later, she would find a way to implicate Lu Zhi. Since you have just enlisted, focus on your training. Keep your thoughts in check, without your life. Nothing else matters. Zhang Ai was aware that one of the reasons Xie had fled from the Central District to the 19th District was to evade her. However, she did not intend to make it easy for those scheming young women. Lu Zhiyao gazed at Zhang Ai's receding figure, silently thinking, humph. What is there to be proud of? The fall of the Zhang family is not far off. Upon reaching the entrance, Su Wangfu was already waiting there. They had agreed to meet at 8, and he had begun to suspect he had been deceived due to Lu Zhiyao's tardiness. Finally, you have arrived, Yao Yao. I thought you were playing tricks on me. Su Wangfu signaled to the doorman, who turned away, feigning ignorance of the two. Oh dear. After a whole day of physical training, I'm drenched in sweat. I must tidy myself up before going out with Brother Wangfu. Lu Zhiyao playfully protested. She suppressed her disgust and feigned a push, her coy demeanor causing Su Wangfu to swallow hard. "Brother Wangfu, would you accompany me to a certain place?" At that moment, Su Wangfu was so elated that he nearly forgot his own surname. He would willingly offer anything for her. Lu Zhiyao brought him once more to that very location. Yimingju. By day, this establishment served as a ghostwriting service, catering to those with limited education who struggled with formal documentation in the aftermath of the apocalypse, often paying for assistance. By night, it transformed into a hub for learning and exchange, providing adults with opportunities for further education. However, in reality, it was a stronghold established by descendants of the Korean nation in the 19th district. Chapter 30. The patriotic street hustler Lucy suddenly awoke, glancing at Anu, who appeared to be undisturbed, eliciting a sigh of relief from her. After a night of restlessness, plagued by concerns over Anu's well-being, she had finally succumbed to exhaustion and dozed off briefly at his bedside. She closed her communicator and quietly rose to the newly constructed treatment room. The matter of Anu's evolution was known only to a select few, including Hoshino, and she wished to keep it from becoming common knowledge in Sicily. After all, no one desires to have a slumbering beast capable of rampage beside them. Thus, Lucy had chosen to establish the treatment room in the basement of her own residence. Following Mr. Shun's directives, the layout had been meticulously planned, awaiting the arrival of the necessary equipment to commence Anu's treatment. While caring for Anu, Lucy pondered seriously. There was only one individual capable of executing this task safely: Soren, the local power broker of District 19. At first glance, Soren seemed to embody all that was nefarious, colluding with the local government to oppress the populace, engaging in usury, and forcibly seizing homes. Yet, within his jurisdiction, not a soul spoke ill of him. Had Lucy not herself been a reincarnated individual, she might have been deceived by his facade. In her previous life, when District 19 was besieged by the Japanese through treachery, it was he who rallied his comrades to assist Zhizhi, disrupting the Japanese plans and providing the city's defenders with an opportunity to drive them away. Lucy was aware that Sauron had a much younger sister with congenital disabilities. Were it not for the need to gather funds for her treatment, this man would have been a passionate patriot, beloved by the people, rather than the contemptible street thug he is now perceived to be. Lucy believed that those who would willingly risk their lives to save the citizens of the city could not possibly be bad people. When it came to purchasing equipment from him, as long as it did not contravene his principles, the transaction would succeed if the payment was assured. This matter could not be delayed. Anu's condition was deteriorating. Lucy entrusted teacher Shun and Xiao He to take care of things while she set off to find Soren. After Eugene left, Soren, infuriated, hurled the teacup in his hand and unleashed a torrent of curses. "Boss, calm down. It's not worth getting angry with such a person." His loyal underling Jean Fan quickly interjected, attempting to soothe him. "Even if I'm short on funds, I would never stoop to such actions," Soren retorted, the veins on his forehead bulging, his face aflame with rage. Eugene had been introduced by a subordinate, and Soren had expected to be doing him a significant favor, only to find himself in a predicament. "Boss, it's my fault. I misjudged his character. I truly had no idea he was seeking this from you." The underling stammered, gesturing nervously, hesitant to continue. "Send out my orders. Anyone wishing to be brothers with me, Soren, is forbidden from making any private connections with them. If I find out, they will be driven out of my territory. Do not force my hand. This matter is non-negotiable. While we may be ruffians, we do not engage in treason." Seeing that Soren had laid down the law, his subordinate realized the discussion was futile. "Boss, there's a woman who wishes to see you. She is quite beautiful and claims to hail from the Sicilian community." Jean Fan, eager to find a way to extricate himself from the situation, intended to dismiss her upon hearing the report. "What woman? What Sicilian?" Soren, still fuming, grew even angrier at the incoherent words of his man. "Get out of here. Don't you see the boss is in a foul mood? Regardless of her Sicilian origins, I want to meet her. Tell her to leave." Jean Fan, though lacking in capabilities, had a keen sense for reading the room, which endeared him to Soren. Ding Ejia, who had remained silent until now, perked up at the mention of Sicilian. He knew about the area. His childhood friends, the Gao brothers, resided there. It was said to be a pleasant environment with uninterrupted water and electricity, regular cleaning services, and affordable, delicious meals in the cafeteria. Most importantly, Sicilian was the territory of influential figures. Considering this, Ding Ejia thought that having someone of stature seek out their boss might not be a bad thing after all. If they could forge a connection, it could provide hope for treating the lady's ailment. Confronted with the boss's authority, he boldly voiced his thoughts. Initially, Soren had been blinded by anger, but upon hearing Ding Ejia's reasoning, he found some merit in it. After all, if the visitor posed no immediate threat, what harm could there be in a brief encounter? Lucy followed into the inner room, where she saw Soren seated in the center. "Boss Soren, I am Lucy, the representative from Sicily," she stated with a calm demeanor. Ding Ejia's impression of Lucy was primarily shaped by Gao Ziheng's descriptions, knowing her to be a young and beautiful woman. However, he was taken aback by her apparent youth. She seemed barely 20, perhaps even underage. "You? The representative? Ha ha ha. Little girl, how old are you?" Soren exclaimed, surprised to find that the head of Sicily was merely a young blonde girl. Her earnest self-introduction struck him as comical, akin to a child donning adult attire. She appeared to be about the same age as his sister. "Yes, that's me. I just turned 18 this year," Lucy replied, unfazed by his mockery regarding her youth, for it was indeed the truth. "All right, little girl, tell me, what brings you here?" Soren managed to suppress his laughter. "I came to make a friend out of Boss Soren," Lucy stated plainly. "Ha ha 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 ha." Soren was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter. "You? Want to be friends with our boss? Ha ha ha. If it were about dating, you might have a bit of chance, ha ha." Jean Fan joined in the raucous laughter. "Boss Soren, the world is quite tumultuous these days. Some are hoarding fuel, while others are secretly recruiting. It's either friends or foes. There's no neutral ground," Lucy asserted, maintaining her composure. "What did you say?" Soren was taken aback by Lucy's words, which echoed the concerns Eugene had just discussed with him. Had Sicily also approached her? "That is why I wish to befriend you, Boss Soren. You possess your connections, and I have my resources. Surely, you would T1 your brothers to face peril, would you?" Soren, a man who valued brotherhood, felt a pang of resonance with her statement. "Why should I trust what you say?" Soren's expression turned serious, and he exchanged a knowing glance with Jean Fan. Lucy was aware that this group of individuals was not easy to deal with, and she had come prepared, despite being alone. For the corner of her eye, she noticed Jean Fan gesturing toward her, and with a deft sidestep, she evaded his approach, drawing a concealed dagger from her waist and deftly pressing it against his Adam's apple. Soren was taken aback by Lucy's prowess, finding the situation rather awkward. On the side, Ding Yijia was wide-eyed with astonishment, realizing that Gao Ziheng's claims had indeed been true. Soren was astonished that Lucy was acquainted with his sister, aside from his close associates. No one else knew of her existence, and he had always feared that enemies might use her as leverage against him. It seemed he had underestimated Sicily, and even more so, Lucy. Chapter 31. Eating and drinking heartily, Boss Lu. It's a misunderstanding. Soren hastily descended to placate Lucy. Blood was already seeping from Jean Fan's neck, and he felt a warm liquid trickling down, causing his legs to tremble in fear. Lucy found his predicament rather amusing and decided to release him. Soren approached and delivered a sharp reprimand to Jean Fan. "What are you doing?" "Apologize to Boss Lu." "I'm sorry, Boss Lu. Please forgive me. I beg you, I didn't mean it." Jean Fan whimpered as he cowered away. Soren was not truly afraid of Lucy. He had heard rumors about Sicily, tales of powerful backers and Major General Xie providing security for them. Though he was a rogue, he had no desire to offend the military, as they could easily eliminate him if they wished. "Boss Lu, please take a seat." "What do you mean by wanting to be friends?" Soren suddenly pondered that Lucy's visit might be at the behest of her superiors, until he knew who that person was. He could not afford to offend her. "Boss Lu, we could engage in resource exchange. Sicily has fresh food and fuel, while you can procure rare treasures. If the world becomes unstable in the future, I can provide refuge for you and your brothers. What do you think?" Soren seemed to grasp Sicily's intentions. The reason for his rapid rise to power was not only due to his reputation in District 19, but also throughout the entire Province 94. For he had a knack for finding what others could not. In any era, rarity holds value, whether it be precious medicinal herbs or the beloved pets of affluent ladies. As long as payment was assured, there was nothing he could not acquire. It appeared that Sicily had recognized this ability of his. Boss Liu, you cannot merely speak. You must show us tangible proof. Soren expressed interest in the points Lucy had made. For him and his comrades, supplies and fuel were the most scarce resources. Due to the insufficient power supply in District 19, many electrical appliances could not operate for extended periods, making food storage a significant issue. They could only rely on canned goods and long-lasting rations. While they could fill their stomachs, their nutritional needs were unmet. As for fuel, it was tightly controlled by the military, making it nearly impossible for ordinary citizens to obtain high-purity fuel. By the way, I would like to invite you to visit us in Sicily. When would it be convenient for you? Perhaps now? Lucy, having circled around the topic, was eager to proceed without delay, as Anu was also awaiting her. Very well, let us go now. Come along, everyone. Soren was unperturbed by the young girl's potential tricks. Although she was skilled, he considered her abilities mere flashy displays. Aside from him, Lucy pointed at Jean Fan, who had just attacked her. Those who lay hands on women are not worthy to step foot in Sicily. It is said that Sicily resembles a paradise on earth, and the thought of exploring it no longer terrified Jean Fan. Instead, he felt a thrill of excitement. Little did he know that Lucy bore a grudge and would not allow him to join. Soren, accompanied by Ding Yijie, took his ferry to Sicily, where they first encountered a grand, arched gate. Lucy granted access to both of them, and they passed through together. This gate cannot be entered without my permission. Weapons are of no use here, Lucy stated with pride. This was the first time Ding Yijie had heard the Gao brothers speak of Sicily, and he had initially thought them to be drunk and rambling. To his astonishment, it turned out that every word was true. Lucy led them to the cafeteria, showcasing the food cabinets, beverage shelves, and snack compartments. It was the first time Soren had encountered such exquisite dishes displayed behind glass. Previously, while assisting a noblewoman in the central district in searching for her pet, he had been invited to dine, where the fare was quite similar. That was his inaugural experience with food beyond canned goods and compressed rations. Adjacent to the food cabinet was the beverage shelf, and to his astonishment, there was milk. Lucy, is this real food? Surely it's not merely for display. Ding Yijie exclaimed, salivating at the sight. Soren, why not join us for a meal? Lucy observed Soren's shifting expressions, sensing his intrigue, but also his skepticism. Faced with Lucy's invitation, Soren hesitated. She had mentioned earlier that the door was off limits, and now, being on her territory, he felt it prudent to exercise caution. Lucy disregarded his preferences and selected several dishes of her own liking, paid for them, and began to indulge herself at the table. The enticing aroma wafting through the air compelled Ding Yijie, who initially intended to wait for his superior's cue, to dive into his meal with abandon. Observing Ding Yijie finish a portion in mere bites without a care, Soren felt a similar urge to pick up his chopsticks. Lucy, can I have another serving? Ding Yijie inquired, glancing at his superior before addressing Lucy. Certainly, you may have as much as you desire, Lucy replied, rising to fetch 3 bottles of soda from the nearby beverage cabinet. Do I need your approval for this? Ding Yijie asked with a serious expression. Not at all. Simply select the number above and make your payment below, she instructed. Elated, Ding Yijie purchased 2 additional dishes of different flavors and approached the beverage cabinet once more. Suddenly, he exclaimed with delight, Boss, they have beer here. Soren paused upon hearing the word beer, taken aback. He had not anticipated that the so-called provisions in Sicily would consist of delicacies reserved for the affluent. He glanced at the prices displayed on the cabinet and was equally astonished. In comparison to the quality of the dishes, the prices seemed almost negligible. Lucy, having eaten sparingly, was the first to finish her meal. She quietly sipped on her soda, waiting for Soren to initiate a proposal for collaboration. To speak first would render her akin to someone in Sicily seeking favor. At this hour, most of the tenants had already concluded their dinners. The cafeteria was left with only the 3 of them, and, aside from the sounds of eating, the atmosphere was somewhat awkwardly silent. Ding Yijie felt he had never tasted such delectable food, consuming 4 bowls and downing 2 bottles of beer along with the soda. In his haste, He inadvertently let out a loud burp, which sent Lucy into fits of laughter. Embarrassed, Ding Yijie rubbed his nose and cast a furtive glance at the leader, choosing to remain silent thereafter. The last to finish was Soren. He set down his chopsticks and, after a moment of quiet contemplation, turned to Lucy and solemnly inquired, "What does Boss Lucy require of me?" Lucy presented her communicator to him, showcasing her needs. Soren was taken aback to discover that this young girl possessed her own device. It seemed that the matter behind Zhizhi was indeed complex, far beyond his capacity to offend. 90% new? The sooner the better, Lucy stipulated. "I need to think it over before I provide a response to Boss Lu," Soren remarked, scrutinizing the items displayed. "Well, time is of the essence. Allow me to escort you to the entrance," he offered, realizing he must deploy his trump card. Upon reaching the door, just before they boarded the ferry, Lucy approached the fuel cabinet and kindly reminded them, "I wonder if Boss Soren's spaceship has sufficient fuel. If not, you may replenish it here." "Boss Lu, do you still have fuel?" Ding Yijie inquired, stepping forward to sniff the replenisher. The scent was invigorating, prompting him to open the valve and pour some onto the ground, where he was astonished by its quality. The fuel, being nearly colorless and transparent, indicated a high level of purity, which meant its turbidity was exceptionally low. "Boss, the purity of this fuel is astonishing," Ding Yijie exclaimed, utterly stunned. Chapter 32. Establishing long-term cooperation. Hearing Ding Yijie's stammering words, Soren lamented his decision to bring him along. The entire evening had been a source of embarrassment with his exaggerated reactions. Approaching the spilled fuel, he quickly grasped the validity of Ding Yijie's astonishment. The quality and aroma suggested that while it may not be the absolute highest purity, it was certainly close. What exactly was Zhizhi's true nature? Soren pondered, furrowing his brow in silence for an extended moment. Lucy stood quietly by, awaiting Soren's response. She had demonstrated her utmost sincerity, and now it was up to Soren to deliver it. "Boss Lu, I assure you that I will deliver what you require within a day. 80,000, non negociable." After a prolonged silence, Soren finally spoke. "All right." Lucy did not hesitate and promptly agreed. "Additionally, I hope to establish a long-term partnership with Zhizhi. To be candid, we are in dire need of substantial supplies and fuel. I hope you can provide a price," Soren stated earnestly. He was well aware of the three essential commodities in the apocalypse: supplies, fuel, and weapons. Although Lucy did not showcase any weapons, it was evident that such valuable items were at her disposal, making it clear that weapons would not be a problem. As long as Zhizhi was willing to provide these resources over the long term, he could accept a higher price. The mere thought of his brothers and sister being well-fed and healthy filled Soren with gratitude towards Lucy. "A price?" Lucy paused, and Soren felt a twinge of anxiety. "The price is simply what is displayed on the cabinet. It is fixed, and there are no discount for bulk purchases. Supplies are unlimited, but fuel is capped at 20 liters per day." "Really?" Soren was astonished to learn that the prices on the food cabinet applied equally to them as they did to the residents of Zhizhi. He couldn't fathom whether Zhizhi was simply affluent enough to be indifferent to costs, or if this young lady lacked proper management skills. "Then I will send someone to procure the supplies tomorrow," Soren exclaimed excitedly. "That is acceptable, but I must mention one condition. For the safety of our residents in Zhizhi, we cannot allow all of your people to enter and retrieve the supplies." Lucy nodded towards Ding Yijie. "What is your name?" "Ding Yijie." Only he had the authorization to enter Zhizhi. The others would have to wait outside. "All right, no problem. We will adhere to your arrangements, Boss Lu," Soren readily acquiesced. "Rest assured, I will set out first thing tomorrow to find the items you need. I will ensure they are delivered to you promptly." Before leaving, Soren made a promise to Lucy. Lucy gazed at the ferry gradually disappearing into the cosmos, realizing she had squandered much time previously. With such valuable resources in Zhizhi at her disposal, she had foolishly clutched them in her hands without leveraging them to cultivate connections and acquire resources. If it weren't for the pressing situation with Anu, she might have remained oblivious to her own folly indefinitely. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed, startling Lucy to the point where she nearly twisted her ankle. "Could you perhaps give a warning before you speak? You nearly frightened me to death." Lucy silently fumed in her mind. Upon returning to the small building, she noticed the lights on the upper floor were still aglow, and it dawned on her that teacher Shun and Xiao He were still tending to Anu. Just then, Xiao He emerged from Anu's room, peering down the staircase. Upon spotting Lucy, she gestured with her finger to her lips, signaling for silence. "Thank you for your hard work, both you and teacher Shin." "Oh, wait a moment. Here, take this." Lucy, filled with gratitude for Xiao He's assistance, turned to the snack cabinet and fetched some treats to offer her. Xiao He cast a glance at the snacks. In truth, during her first visit to Lucy's abode, she had been quite envious of the green peas in the snack cabinet. However, lacking funds, she had refrained from asking teacher Shun or Xingye. Now, within the very snacks Lucy handed her lay those coveted green peas, leaving her in a quandary. She harbored a dislike for Lucy, as Xingye's demeanor towards her was markedly different, affectionate yet devoid of fervor, as if she were family. While with Lucy, he was not only warm, but also attentive and considerate. "I'm not a child. I don't want those snacks," Xiao He pouted reluctantly. Lucy was well aware of the inexplicable animosity that Xiao He harbored towards her, yet she found herself disinclined to ponder the reasons behind it. "I merely wish to express my gratitude. If you hold me in such low regard, then so be it. Thank you for taking care of Anu over the past few days." Lucy had no intention of engaging in the futile endeavor of seeking warmth from a cold shoulder. Ultimately, Xiao He could not resist the allure of the green beans and snatched up a snack, declaring, "I am not assisting you. I am aiding teacher Shun and Xingye. You would do well to resolve matters with Anu promptly, as teacher Shun is unwell and Xingye is quite occupied. We are also tenants in Sicily. Having paid our rent, there is no obligation to continually support you." With that, Xiao He departed with her snack in hand. Xiao He was indeed correct. No one is obligated to offer unwavering assistance. One must cultivate their own strength. Although Lucy had also served in the military and faced the battlefield in her previous life, she possessed a timid nature, having become accustomed to being commanded by others. During her time in the army, she was constantly shielded by Jiangjin during missions. When confronted with danger, her instinct was to either hide or flee, and fortunately, she always emerged unscathed. After encountering Siesinan, she transformed into his devoted shadow. She had never envisioned that in this new life, she could gradually grow stronger through her own abilities. Just like today, she felt emboldened to independently negotiate a collaboration with the local authority. Although she had contemplated retreating, Anu held great significance for her. They were both individuals without families, and she cherished Anu's companionship. Anu could not be separated from Lucy, and the feeling was mutual. After a night of peaceful slumber, Lucy, disregarding the need to brush her teeth or wash her face, hurried to Anu's room. Seeing him still asleep, she gently caressed his face. Noting the absence of feverish warmth, he must have rested well the previous night. Zhizhi, "Master, there are intruders at the entrance of Sicily. Are there any weapons?" Lucy inquired silently. Zhizhi, "No. A group is gathered outside, but only one has attempted to break in multiple times. Are they fools? Having failed once, they wish to try again?" Zhizhi, "Is the master satisfied with this alert?" Lucy was taken aback. It turned out that the sound of the current was a notification from the system. She had merely mentioned it in passing the day before. Outside the archway, she exclaimed, "Hey, could you please refrain from barging in? The boss has made it clear that this door is off-limits without authorization, even if weapons were to arrive. Do you really think your mere mortal form could force it open?" Ding Yijia watched as Jin Fan was repeatedly flung back, exasperatedly advising him. Chapter 33. Luo Wei's mother, are you foolish? Do you believe everything you hear? Jin Fan's anger flared at the memory of Lucy's earlier threat. Fortunately, only the boss and Ding Yijia had been present at the time. Otherwise, how could he maintain his reputation if his subordinates witnessed him being intimidated by a woman? Originally, Jin Fan was supposed to accompany the boss on a mission today. However, due to an unsatisfactory communication with Eugene the previous day, Soren was concerned that trouble might arise from that side, thus assigning Jin Fan to safeguard the base. Early in the morning, Jin Fan noticed Ding Yijia preparing to head out with several brothers. Curious, he inquired about their destination and learned they were off to Sicily to procure supplies. Remembering the humiliation he had endured the day before, Jin Fan resolved to join them and teach that little girl Lucy a lesson. Lucy had tidied herself up and was ready to meet someone at the door when Ro came to find her. "Lucy, have you risen?" she inquired. "I have shortlisted the cleaning candidates. Take a look." Today marked Ro's official first day on the job, and she had risen early. "No need to rush. Come with me to the entrance first." Just as Lucy was about to step outside, it struck her that the system had informed her of a group arriving at the door. They were likely Soren's men coming to procure supplies. This presented a splendid opportunity to win the hearts of the people. Lucy grabbed a small cart and selected some sodas, beers, and other beverages from the drink cabinet to fill it. As she entered through the arched door, she overheard a conversation between two men. "That little girl? Do you think I fear her? Yesterday, the boss was present, and I gave her face. Today, let her come out and see for herself." Jean Fan was known for his bravado in front of his brothers, relying solely on his words to charm others. Soren, a man who had fought hard to achieve his status, was not particularly eloquent. Thus, Jean Fan's gift of gab endeared him to Soren. "Such audacity! I shall see who is to give me face." Lucy, accompanied by Ro, stepped through the door and appeared before Jean Fan. He was taken aback, not expecting Lucy to overhear his words, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Lucy noticed that Jean Fan remained silent and chose not to engage with him further. "All right, I understand. By the way, let me introduce you to my assistant, Luo Wei. In the future, for any procurement needs, please reach out to her." "Of course. Boss Lu, we shall rely on you." Assistant Luo Ding Yijia spoke humbly, and Luo Wei reciprocated with a greeting. "Additionally, these are refreshments for everyone. I wasn't sure of your preferences, so I brought a variety," Lucy said, wheeling over a cart filled with drinks. "Thank you, Boss Lu. You're not only beautiful, but also kind and generous." All hail Boss Lu. Most of these individuals came from humble backgrounds and had never tasted fine food. Had it not been for following Suolin, they might have faced starvation on the streets. Now, not only could they fill their stomachs, but they could also enjoy a hearty meal, a notion they scarcely dared to imagine. Upon returning to the small building, Lucy began reviewing the candidates for cleaning staff selected by Luo Wei. For the past few days, Luo Wei had been responsible for the cleanliness of Sicily. She was so overwhelmed with tasks that it was imperative to find someone to manage the cleaning duties immediately. Luo Wei approached her work with diligence, compiling a table of applicants with their strengths and weaknesses clearly outlined. The candidates ranged in age from 18 to 58, totaling over 20 individuals. Lucy scrutinized the list, contemplating that they all seemed adequate, yet somehow inadequate at the same time. Suddenly, an alert broke her concentration, announcing a deposit of 53,000. "How much have they purchased?" "Lucy, Ding, Yijia, and the others have completed their purchases, and I've seen them off. How are you progressing with the candidate selection?" Luo Wei, having busied herself with Ding, Yijia, and his team, was now glistening with sweat and her face flushed. "Why are you so exhausted? Come here and take a break," Lucy insisted, retrieving 2 bottles of soda from the beverage cabinet and handing them to Luo Wei. No, I'm fine. I just helped them move a bit since they were flustered," Luo Wei declined. "Why would you assist them? Just supervise without getting involved." "Though, there wasn't much for you to do anyway," Lucy insisted, placing the soda firmly in her hands. "By the way, how do you find candidates?" Luo Wei inquired with curiosity. "Oh, they seem acceptable, yet they also seem lacking." Lucy expressed her frustration, aware of her inexperience in selecting personnel. "May I recommend someone?" Luo Wei asked cautiously. "Of course. Is it on this list?" Lucy responded with delight. Luo Wei was reliable, and her recommendations were sure to be commendable. "Yes, it's that Yamamoto Meihui. Look at the 14th entry," Luo Wei pointed out. "A Japanese individual? You and she." Lucy hesitated to say, "She? She is my mother." Luo Wei fidgeted with her clothing, unable to meet Lucy's gaze. "So you are?" No, I am Chinese. My father is Chinese." Luo Wei hurriedly interrupted, fearing Lucy might misunderstand. Luo Wei's maternal lineage, the Yamamoto family, was part of a large conglomerate in the post-apocalyptic Japan. Although Japan had fallen and most of its populace had been assimilated into China, the Yamamoto family, due to their financial prowess, refused to submit. Mei Hui, the youngest daughter, met Luo Wei's father, Luo Weidong, by chance, and they quickly fell in love, eloping against her family's wishes. At that time, Luo Weidong was a passionate youth aspiring to enter politics. In the grim aftermath of the apocalypse, his ambition and diligence earned him a place in the government. Though Mei Hui and he lived a modest life, they were content. They later welcomed Luo Wei into their family, and due to his government position, they were among the first to become residents of space. However, as Luo Weidong ascended the ranks, he began to perceive his wife's identity as a hindrance to his ambitions. Despite her adopting Chinese nationality and a new name, reluctant to remain an inconsequential figure, he sought excuses to divorce her, leading to their separation. Nevertheless, his care and affection for them did not wane. As his career advanced to the second division, their communication grew sparse, leaving only Luo Wei and her mother to rely on one another. Lucy gently wiped away the tears from Rose's face and assured her, "I believe in you. Since you have recommended your mother, I shall not consider others. However, this cleaning job is quite arduous. Can she manage it?" Ro responded confidently, "Rest assured, Lucy, my mother is in good health. Besides, I will certainly assist her and ensure the work is executed well." "Very well, then go and fetch her, adhering to the wage arrangement we previously discussed." "Thank you, Lucy. My mother and I will certainly dedicate ourselves to the task and will not betray your trust." At last, Rose smiled through her tears. Chapter 34. Bad news from the universe. As night fell, Aaron, clad in stealthy attire, silently arrived in Sicily. Upon entering the room, he was greeted by the sweet aroma of milk wafting through the air. It appeared that the young master was in good spirits, indulging in dessert making. Aaron placed the ingredients he had brought into the refrigerator, and Gree, catching the familiar scent, scampered out seeking affection. Ming Heian was absorbed in the joy of confectionery creation, paying no heed to his assistant's arrival. "Young master, Team X has gone completely dark this morning." Aaron was aware that the young master was in high spirits and wished to avoid dampening his mood, yet the matter at hand could not be postponed. Indeed, upon hearing this news, Ming Heian halted his actions. "Are you certain?" Aaron nodded in affirmation. Gree, sensing the shift in his master's mood, wriggled free from Aaron's grasp and sought refuge. The decryption is still ongoing. Ming Heian lapsed into silence. It seemed that fortune had eluded him once again. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Lucy suddenly awoke, sensing something amiss. She donned her clothing and rushed outside through the archway. As anticipated, a dilapidated spacecraft came to a slow stop at her doorstep. "Lucy, what brings you here?" Soren was the first to disembark, surprised to find Lucy waiting at the entrance. "Have you found the items?" At this moment, Lucy was solely concerned with this query. "With me, Soren, nothing is ever lost. What I cannot find simply does not exist in this world." As he spoke, Soren gestured for his underlings to begin unloading the items. "Could you gentlemen assist me in moving these inside?" Lucy granted them permission, watching as they transported the items directly to the basement. Once everything was settled, Lucy noticed that Soren was covered in grime, as were several of his companions. "Is the journey safe?" Lucy inquired with concern. "It was manageable. In our line of work, we earn our keep with our heads held high. We are accustomed to it." Soren dusted himself off. Had Lucy not asked, he would have nearly forgotten the incidents that occurred during their travels. Reflecting on it now filled him with trepidation. He had not received much education and was unaware of what he had encountered. In the pitch-black expanse of space, they had narrowly missed what seemed to be a black hole, experiencing a sudden and powerful gravitational pull. Were it not for Soren's experience and quick reflexes, he would have been helpless as he accelerated the spacecraft to escape. Watching cosmic debris being drawn away by that phenomenon frightened Soren, compelling him to hasten back to Sicily without rest. Lucy observed Soren's expression and surmised that something troubling must have occurred. However, he was reluctant to speak, and she felt it inappropriate to pry further. "Let us head to the cafeteria for some sustenance. You all must be utterly exhausted," Lucy suggested, wishing to treat them to a meal. After bidding them farewell, dawn was swiftly approaching. With her own fatigue dissipated, Lucy descended to the basement to organize the newly arrived equipment. Soon, she would invite Mr. Shun over to commence treatment for Anu. Once everything was in order, Lucy proceeded to the cafeteria for breakfast. Given the early hour, few patrons had yet arrived. In a corner, she noticed a middle-aged woman tidying up the refuse. Could this be Luowei's mother? "Good morning." Lucy approached to greet her. You may call me Lucy, she added, to which Mei nodded enthusiastically. Lucy observed her striking beauty, with delicate and fair features, and a petite figure reminiscent of the Japanese aesthetic. She approached her tasks with diligence and meticulous attention, and her profile bore a striking resemblance to that of Luo Wei. Just as she was about to commence her meal, she suddenly noticed that each table was adorned with a bouquet of fabric flowers, which significantly enhanced the cheerful ambience of the cafeteria. Lucy was still curious whether it was Ro Wei's doing. Seeing Lucy fiddling about, Mei Huizi grew concerned that she might be intruding. I apologize, Boss Lu. I noticed the place lacked any decorations, so I took the liberty of adding some flowers. If you disapprove, I can remove them immediately. Did you do this? How impressive. I find them quite beautiful. Thank you. Lucy genuinely appreciated the flowers. On her way back to the small building, she encountered Ming Han, who was leaving with his assistant. Aaron, Mr. Ming, where are you in such a hurry to go? Lucy felt quite cheerful, and the sight of Ming Han reminded her of the delicious cake he had sent her last time, making her mouth water. Are you craving my cake again, Boss Lu? Ming Han teased as he adjusted his sunglasses. I almost forgot until you mentioned it. Yes, the cake was indeed delightful. She hadn't expected him to see through her thoughts, a realization she would never admit to. Ming Han found her stubbornness quite endearing. He had initially been anxious about the disappearance of Team X, a space exploration squad that Ming Corporation had invested heavily in. The spacecraft, weapons, and various equipment were among humanity's finest. Their sudden disappearance felt akin to throwing a significant sum of money into the void. Ming Han wasn't particularly concerned about the loss of money, but his plans seemed on the verge of collapse. At the Information Processing Center of the Aerospace Department in the Central District, the 120-square-meter office was silent except for the sound of keyboards clattering. Ming Han strode into the office, and a female staff member promptly approached him, presenting several documents. Please leave for now. The boss's command caught the woman off guard, and she hurriedly exited. Zhiyao, what did the boss say? The woman, named Mi Lai, was the deputy commander of the Information Department. The one speaking with her was team leader Du Cheng. Shoo, get to work quickly. The boss is behaving unusually today. Don't provoke him. Mi Lai whispered as she settled into her workstation, diving into the new round of information warfare. Ming Han handed the documents to Aaron, saying, take a look at this. Aaron was astonished by the results written on the papers. How is this possible? Aaron glanced incredulously between the document and his boss. If the decryption is accurate, then it is indeed true, Ming Han replied calmly as he gazed out the window. Is the universe on the brink of a new explosion? Chapter 35. Impersonation with the treatment room established. Teacher Shun began to treat Anu with Xiao He. Lucy wished to accompany them, but Teacher Shun not only refused, but also insisted that she should not venture into the basement without his permission. Lucy initially believed that administering medication to Anu and observing her for a few days would suffice. However, it has been over a week now, and she only sees Xiao He coming and going to buy meals and dispose of trash. No matter what Lucy asks, Xiao He remains tight-lipped. Occasionally, she hears Anu's anguished cries from below. This morning, once again, she was startled awake by Anu's howling. After freshening up, she made her way to the dining hall, where she was met by a hurriedly approaching Luo Wei. Bad news, Lucy. There's a crowd at the entrance claiming they paid the rent for Sicily, but have been unable to move in. They're causing a scene. Luo Wei exclaimed in one breath, nearly choking on her words. Calm down, take your time. What do you mean they paid the rent, but can't move in? Are they our tenants? Lucy asked, perplexed. They're not our tenants. I've never seen them before. I suspect they've been swindled. Let's go take a look. Luo Wei replied. Feeling her stomach grumble, Lucy reluctantly followed Luo Wei towards the entrance. Sicily is nothing but a scam. If it weren't for my son being transferred to work in District 19, who would want to live in this wretched place? An elderly woman lamented, clutching Sun Lying's hand as she wept. Dear lady, please don't be distressed. Don't let this upset your health. If it's true that Sicily took your rent and denied you entry, I, Sun Lying, will be the first to seek justice for you, she consoled the woman. Thank you, dear child. Are you a resident here? The elderly woman stopped crying upon hearing that someone was willing to advocate for them. Yes, I reside here. I'm a reporter for the Current Affairs Department of District 19. My name is Sun Lying, she said, showing the woman her identification on a wristwatch. "Oh, you are indeed a reporter. How wonderful. I was worried that District 19 was as others had claimed, but it seems we were mistaken." Another elderly man, accompanied by their young grandson, stood nearby. Behind them was a young girl, followed silently by a man with slicked-back hair and sunglasses, who held an umbrella over her. Lucy and Ro arrived outside the archway, where they encountered a diverse group of individuals, ranging from the elderly to the young. "Greetings. I am Lucy, the representative of Sicily. May I inquire as to the reason for your gathering here?" You are the representative? Call Wang Chuaning out here." "We refuse to negotiate with a mere girl." An older man glared at Lucy, his voice laced with indignation. They had lost contact with Wang Chuanheng and suspected he was deliberately avoiding them, sending his woman to speak on his behalf, a decidedly unmanly act. Upon hearing Ro's explanation, Lucy seemed to recall the mention of such a person. "What do you mean? If we could locate him, we wouldn't be stuck here. You Sicilians are nothing but a den of thieves, accepting payment and then shirking responsibility. I demand either a house or a refund. You can forget about resolving this matter." As the older woman saw Lucy attempting to leave, she unleashed a tirade of insults. "Madam, I am unaware of any misunderstanding between you and Wang Chuanheng, but it is inappropriate for you to defame Sicily in such a manner. I have not taken any money from you. You should seek the individual to whom you entrusted your funds to address your grievances." Lucy interjected firmly. "You claim to be the representative of Sicily? How can you substantiate that?" A young girl, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. "The Sicily community is officially registered in the 94th district. You can verify this by contacting the relevant authorities or searching online. As for Wang Chuanheng, he is merely a tenant residing in Sicily, and he currently owes me rent. I'm also seeking him." Upon hearing Lucy's words, the young girl exchanged glances with those around her, prompting a man to produce a communicator to begin an investigation. "Boss Lu, how do you intend to resolve this matter?" Sun Lying inquired, her tone accusatory. Lucy was taken aback once more, wondering who this woman was. "I'm a resident of Sicily. My name is Sun Lying. I am a journalist for the District 19 Current Affairs News." She presented her press credentials to Lucy. Lucy glanced at Ro, who nodded in response. It turned out they were indeed residents of Sicily. "I was uncertain about what needed my intervention in this matter. They were seeking Wang Chuanxing, and I was merely his landlord. There was little I could do." "Boss Lu, it seems you're unaware of the full story," one of them remarked. "Allow me to enlighten you. Wang Chuanxing has been claiming to be the person in charge of Sicily. These individuals sought to rent accommodations from him, and he accepted their payments, yet they have been unable to move into Sicily. Furthermore, he has become unreachable. Boss Lu, shouldn't you be concerned about this?" Ro could no longer contain herself. "This Sun Lying, after all, resides in Sicily. She is one of our own. How could she possibly turn against us? That reporter's son, you yourself acknowledged that Wang Chuanxing deceived them. What responsibility do you expect Boss Lu to bear?" Ro interjected. "She must bear the responsibility. Wang Chuanxing exploited the good name of Sicily for monetary gain, and anything related to Sicily implicates her as well." Sun Lying retorted, resolutely correcting Ro. She had always regarded Lucy as a kind-hearted and compassionate girl, but she was profoundly disappointed by her stance in this situation. Lucy also understood Sun Lying's intention, and fortunately, she had prepared for this moment. She gazed at the individuals approaching the doorway and remarked to Sun Lying, "This matter indeed pertains to Sicily. Thus, let us entrust it to the most impartial individual for resolution." Sun Lying was momentarily perplexed by Lucy's words until she discerned the approaching Gao brothers and several police officers, realizing that she had preemptively alerted the authorities. "Boss Lu, we received a report indicating that a disturbance was occurring at the entrance of Sicily, so we came to investigate." "What is the situation?" Gao Zian inquired as he stepped forward. "Oh, dear heavens! We have been deceived by this individual. She swindled our money and has denied us shelter, leaving us homeless." The woman, upon seeing the police, commenced a performance of despair once more. Lucy couldn't help but recall the matriarch of the Lu family. If these two were to engage in a contest, who would emerge victorious? The thought elicited a soft chuckle from Lucy, which drew the ire of the elderly woman's family and Sun Lying. Chapter 36. The saintly Sun Lying Boss Lu. What is this attitude you are displaying? Sun Lying exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief at such callousness. Since there are police officers present, I shall express my thoughts. I sympathize with your plight regarding being deceived by Wang Chuanheng. However, every grievance has its source. You should seek out those who have wronged you. If you cannot locate them, the police are at your service. I am not devoid of compassion here in Sicily. Should you require housing, I can facilitate your priority occupancy. Nevertheless, the rent must be paid in full, and you are to sign the housing agreement. Upon finishing her statement, Lucy gazed at the elderly woman and the young girl. All right, I agree, the young girl replied first. And what about you? Lucy inquired of the elderly woman. I do not agree. Who's to say you and Wang Chuanheng are not colluding to swindle us? The elderly woman cast a glance towards the young girl, hoping she would align with her stance. Yet, the young girl paid her no heed, bypassing her to approach Lucy for the contract signing. The girl, named Luchimon, had just turned 18. She was petite with a cherubic figure, suggesting a certain affluence in her upbringing, as she was accompanied by a bodyguard. She was renting a 2-bedroom apartment, paying quarterly, and residing there with her bodyguard. Lucy gazed at her reflection, perceiving a semblance between herself and Roberta. It was not merely due to their shared surname. Upon closer inspection, she realized that Roberta possessed a beauty that surpassed her own. With the arrival of such a significant client, Lucy felt a surge of joy, momentarily dismissing her thoughts. Welcome to Sicily, she declared, granting her and her bodyguard access before allowing Roberta to escort them inside. I do not care who your manager is. I possess a rental agreement for accommodations in Sicily, the woman insisted, producing a crumpled yellowed paper from her bosom, densely inscribed with numerous words. We have already paid, and we have settled a year's rent. There is no justification for denying us entry. You are nothing more than thieves. And you, how much has Sicily benefited you? You are all in cahoots with the police. The elderly man pointed an accusatory finger at the Gao brothers, unleashing a tirade of insults. Gao Zian could hardly tolerate such slander, his anger escalating rapidly. Lucy swiftly intervened, reminding him that should the officers resort to violence, they would indeed become the very criminals they were accused of being. Madam, have you made your decision? Are you certain you do not wish to accept my earlier proposal? Proposal? Is that what you call it? We have but one demand. Provide us with a 2-bedroom apartment, rent-free for the first year, considering we have already paid. The terms are clearly stated in black and white. Lucy wished to grant her one final opportunity. However, observing her persistent desire to take advantage without reciprocation, she ceased her entreaties. Officer Gao, please attest that it was they who refused the offer. Since they have declined, this opportunity has vanished. After speaking, Lucy glanced at Sun Lying, who was still lingering nearby. Aren't you heading to work, Miss Sun? Sun Lying remained silent and left with a disgruntled demeanor. Gao Zihang exchanged a knowing look with Lucy and departed with the elderly woman's family. Having finalized the statement, Lucy also arranged 3 2-bedroom apartments and tidied up Wang Chuancheng's residence. She calculated that she currently had 4 2-bedroom apartments available for rent, 5 1-bedroom apartments, and 4 double rooms. It was imperative to lease them out swiftly to convert them into some cash. Just as Lucy intended to resume her work, she was suddenly engulfed by darkness, nearly toppling from the sofa. It dawned on her that she had not eaten all day. Trembling, she rummaged through the snack cupboard and the beverage cabinet, grabbing a few items to stave off weakness, lest she lacked the strength to reach the cafeteria. Lucy was joyfully indulging in soda crackers while sipping strawberry milk when suddenly she heard a buzzing sound. Buzzing. The annoying old woman, the manager, has arrived once again. Lucy furrowed her brow, pondering the nonsensical utterances of the system. Oh, it dawned on her. It was the elderly lady from earlier in the day. Lucy knew that family would surely regret their decision, but she did not anticipate their remorse would come so swiftly. Let's go take a look, she thought to herself. That family had a small child who appeared quite obedient. She contemplated giving him a bottle of milk, but then reconsidered. No, that family would be eager to find any excuse to blame her. Even if the child were healthy, they would likely accuse her of causing an illness. Perhaps it was best to refrain from any such gesture. Lucy stuffed another cookie into her mouth and skipped outside. At the door stood 4 individuals, 3 adults and 1 child. As Lucy emerged from the arched entrance, her gaze first fell upon a man in his 30s, engaged in conversation with 2 elderly individuals. Noticing Lucy's arrival, the elderly woman tugged at his sleeve and pointed in her direction. "Hello, are you the owner, Ms. Liu? I've already heard from the officer about this morning's events. I sincerely apologize. I was at work and unaware that my parents have been deceived, causing such a ruckus at your establishment and inconveniencing you." The man spoke with a humble demeanor, and Lucy was quite pleased with his attitude. "Why are you being so courteous to her? They are the ones who colluded to swindle our money." The elderly woman glared at her ineffectual son, who held a position of authority but was of no help, and angrily interrupted him. "Mother, please, let's not quarrel. You were deceived, but it was not by the Sicilians." The man promptly corrected the woman's statement. Lucy listened to his somewhat peculiar manner of speaking, her gaze lingering on his face, which struck her as vaguely familiar. Time was running late, and she urged them to reveal the purpose of their visit at such an hour. She had yet to satiate her hunger and had no desire to squander time with them. "Indeed, Ms. Lucy, I genuinely appreciate and wholeheartedly endorse your suggestion from this morning. This predicament entirely stems from our misjudgment of character and our folly in seeking to take advantage, and it bears no relation to you or Sicily. Yet you, out of kindness, are willing to arrange for our priority accommodation. You are truly a benevolent soul. However, my parents lack formal education and thus declined your offer at that time. We have returned to earnestly request a reconsideration of your morning proposal. Might you grant us another opportunity?" As Lucy absorbed the man's words, she finally recognized who he was. In a previous life, C.S. Senin had valiantly led his men to expel the Japanese from District 19. Afterward, the populace rallied behind him, proposing he assume the role of district chief. However, the cadre of elder officials, who had initially been mere spectators, rose in opposition. Their reasoning was that, as a soldier, his duty was to protect the homeland. Though he possessed military accolades, it did not imply he had the capacity to manage a populace of millions, who would not desire the title of district chief, wielding immense power. Yet, in times of peril for the citizens, these individuals either fled their posts or hid away, some even colluding with the enemy to oppress the people. Once the adversary had retreated, they emerged to declare that a hero was unworthy of such a position. It was this incessantly talkative man before her, Wang Bai, who unconditionally supported C.S. Senin, fiercely opposing the group of old-timers with his words. Lucy's understanding of him was limited to this, yet she felt he was a good person. It was surprising to learn that such an individual had parents like his. Chapter 37. Shunlings wish Mr. Wang, I extend an opportunity, but your parents declined. They are adults, not children. They possess the ability to discern right from wrong. They attempted to leverage my Sicily's hospitality this morning, and upon failure, returned to plead for sympathy and reason. Sicily is not a place one can simply enter at will. C.S. Senin occupies but a single room here, while your parents audaciously demanded a 2-bedroom apartment for a year without charge. Lucy could not suppress her sarcasm. "You know me?" Wang Bai was taken aback when Lucy addressed him as Mr. Wang, though he had not introduced himself. "This is inconsequential. Sicily does not thrive on idleness." Lucy maintained a calm facade, though internally she felt she was on the verge of revealing too much. Wang Bai, upon hearing Lucy refer to Major General Xie by his full name, realized that there was more to Sicily than met the eye. Continuing this conversation could jeopardize his career. "Why, having been thriving in District 11, would you choose to come to this dilapidated place?" Wang's mother gazed at the cramped, shabby surroundings, utterly perplexed by her son's decision. Wang Bai had been the director of the education department in District 11, ascending through the ranks to attain that position by the age of 32. District 11 was renowned for its educational prowess, consistently producing the highest number of candidates for the Central University. His sudden transfer to District 19 as the second-in-command of the Food Reserve Bureau appeared to be a promotion on the surface. Yet everyone understood that District 19 was a chaotic melting pot, where he had no established roots and thus faced considerable challenges. In reality, it was a demotion. However, Wang Bai viewed it differently. He believed that amidst chaos lay opportunity. In District 11, he had reached a ceiling, being a grassroots official unable to compete with those of privileged backgrounds. Mother, you do not comprehend the intricacies of the political arena. We have just arrived in District 19. We must proceed with discretion in our actions and words. Wang Bai repeatedly urged his mother to avoid stirring trouble. Oh, why leave the comforts of District 11 for this desolate place? I truly do not understand you. Wang's mother lamented, tidying up their living quarters. I know. A young man who babbles incessantly, more bothersome than your father. She shot a discontented glance at her son. Do you know Wu Xuefei, Lucy? Luo Wei suddenly inquired. Wu Xuefei? Oh, she's just average. She previously gifted me several of her discarded clothes. They are lovely, yet I always feel there are few occasions to wear them. Why the sudden interest in her? Oh, nothing in particular. I just think she enjoys mingling with the elite. Today I spotted her with Luo Chimon, who just moved in. They appeared as close as sisters. Luo Wei gossiped eagerly. Ha. Sisters. Wu Xuefei seems to be involved in styling or something similar, always engaging with the wealthy. Perhaps she finds more common ground with them. The two shared a laugh, delighting in their gossip. At that moment, Xiaohe accompanied Teacher Shun as they emerged from the basement. Teacher Shun, what brings you up here? Lucy observed Teacher Shun, who appeared weary, being gently urged forward by Xiaohe. Xiaohe, please keep an eye on him. Shunling seemed intent on dismissing her. Teacher Shun, is it about Anu? Lucy noticed Shunling's pallid complexion and worried that something might have happened to Anu, hesitating to utter the name. No, you need not fret. He has somewhat passed the critical stage. The statement felt somewhat forced. Lucy sensed an underlying message in Teacher Shun's words. I came to update you on Anu's condition. It is more severe than I anticipated. While I fled the laboratory with Xingya and the others, I endeavored to destroy as much data as possible. However, a portion still remains in their possession. While treating Anu, I discovered he was developed like a machine, without regard for him being a living human being. Moreover, due to our escape, they fragmented his development, akin to dismantling a painting into pieces. Each individual is thus incomplete. Therefore, if you wish for Anu to fully recover, we must locate the other 4 individuals. Shunling paused as she spoke. Lucy listened to these words, unaware of the tears streaming down her face. She did not even realize that her mind was consumed with thoughts of what kind of people missed her. Shun was referring to and why they would inflict such cruelty upon their own kind. Mr. Shun, please continue, I am fine. Lucy noticed that Shunling had fallen silent and quickly wiped her face. To recount, the origin of this matter traces back to me. At that time, I was still young and eager to achieve success in academia. When I discovered that certain segments of humanity could be genetically aligned with animals, leading to the development of superhumans and the potential treatment of diseases that had long eluded us, I published my findings. Soon after, the authorities approached me to establish a special task force dedicated to creating superhumans. Initially, I did not ponder the implications deeply, but as time passed, I realized the complexity of the situation was far beyond my initial understanding. I resisted, but as you can imagine, my opposition was futile. Ultimately, I had no choice but to flee with the children I had created. Those years were filled with instability. We were often without a home. Even now, the authorities have not ceased their pursuit of us. In recent years, the external voices concerning our plight have diminished significantly. Yet I was astonished to learn that the development of superhumans had not been abandoned. Shunling recounted these past events with a calm demeanor, as if narrating someone else's tale. I have always harbored an unfulfilled wish. I yearn to continue my research on superhumans, not for the purpose of development, but for restoration. Since I have found methods for merging, I believe I can also discover ways to separate. However, the children do not wish for me to pursue this, especially Xingya. He constantly hopes that I can shed this identity and embrace a life of freedom. Lucy seemed to grasp the intention behind Shunling's words. Teacher Shun, what do you need me to do? Lucy inquired. Chapter 38. C.S. Sanon's injury. Teacher Shun, I promise you. Not merely for Anu, but for my own sake as well. Without a moment's hesitation, Lucy acquiesced. Although her mind was somewhat muddled after absorbing Shunling's lengthy discourse, she felt an undeniable urge to assist her. perhaps as a means of aiding herself. Shunling was taken aback by Lucy's immediate compliance. Shouldn't she report this matter to someone of greater authority? After all, substantial funds would be required, and could one person truly make such a decision? You need not rush your response. Take some time to ponder it, Shunling suggested subtly. There is no need for further contemplation, Teacher Shun. Let us proceed as you have outlined. However, I currently lack sufficient funds. The laboratory requires gradual investment for its development. Shunling grasped Lucy's hands with gratitude. Thank you, my dear. I have some savings as well, and I shall provide you with them now. Before Lucy could voice her refusal, Shunling pressed a watch against her wrist. Moments later, Lucy heard the notification of a deposit. Zhizhi. Congratulations, Principal. A one-time deposit of 500,000 has been credited. You have completed a hidden task and received a reward. Please check your account. Lucy wore an expression of disbelief as she quickly glanced at her watch, confirming the unexpected deposit of 500,000. Teacher Shun, this is far too generous. Are you not worried I might abscond? Others might, but you would not. Shunling replied with a gentle smile. Well, I have conveyed all that I wish to say. Oh, there's one more thing regarding Anu. Upon hearing the name Anu, Lucy felt a twinge of anxiety. Anu is not merely a name. It encapsulates a series of titles, his full name being Anubis. Anubis? Lucy looked at Shunling in confusion. Anubis is the god of the dead in ancient Egyptian mythology, depicted with the head of a wolf and the body of a man. Hence, what I must inform you is that Anu lacks a name. As for why he cannot speak, I am still investigating. This revelation carried considerable weight. It seemed that once Anu was healed, he would require a name. After their conversation, Lucy felt a renewed sense of clarity, her previous melancholy having lifted. She had likely harbored a sense of guilt for the impact her academic pursuits had on many lives. If she could assist Shunling in realizing her aspirations, it would indeed be a commendable deed. In the late hours of the night, Lucy found herself restless, tossing and turning in her bed. Was it the shock of receiving 500,000 all at once, or the hope that Anu might soon be cured? Lucy felt so fatigued that she could barely keep her eyes open, yet her mind remained remarkably alert. Just as she sensed herself drifting into the realm of dreams, she vaguely perceived the sound of a tremendous explosion. Buzz! Director, there is someone at the door. Lucy abruptly opened her eyes, questioning whether the explosion she had just heard was merely a figment of her imagination. After hastily dressing, she descended the stairs to find Zhiyao emerging from the basement. What was that noise? Did you hear it too? Zhiyao inquired of Lucy. Take care of Teacher Shun and Anu. Stay inside. I will investigate, Lucy instructed with determination. Be careful, Zhiyao replied, surprised to find herself genuinely concerned for someone she usually found irksome. Just as Lucy was about to approach, one of the figures stirred, laboriously lifting an arm to support his body. Perhaps due to severe injuries, he could only manage to turn over before becoming immobile. It was this movement that allowed Lucy to discern his identity. It was Captain Bai. As Lucy recognized the face beneath the helmet of the spacesuit, she hurried to his side, assisting him in removing the helmet. She shook his shoulders vigorously. Captain Bai, wake up. Bai Muron seemed to hear someone calling his name, the voice both familiar and distant. Elu. Boss. Quickly, the Major General, he managed to utter before losing consciousness once more. Upon hearing him mention the Major General, Lucy released him and turned to examine the body nearby. It was only on her second attempt that she recognized Sinan. His helmet bore a crack, and his spacesuit was scorched. To Lucy's astonishment, his oxygen tank had exploded. While others' cabins remained intact, could the source of the earlier explosion have been this? Lucy, is that you? A faint voice drifted from the archway. It's me, Lucy replied, peering towards the entrance where a head poked through, mirroring her earlier position. Xiachen, what are you doing here? Lucy expressed her surprise, initially thinking it was Zhiyao. I'm a light sleeper. I heard a loud noise and had no idea what was happening. So I thought I'd come out to see, Xiachen explained, glancing at the figures lying on the ground, her mouth agape in astonishment. Who are these people? What has happened to them? Suddenly, as he inhaled the fresh air, Sinan was startled awake, instantly entering a defensive stance, causing Lucy to jump in surprise. Lucy granted access to others, Some were merely in a state of unconsciousness, managing to walk with great difficulty upon awakening. They assisted Lucy and Xia-chan in dragging the injured soldiers into Sicily. Among them, Li Guo sustained the most severe injuries. Had it not been for the protective confines of a spacesuit, he might have lost half of his body. However, Sicily lacked both physicians and medical supplies. Lucy's immediate instinct was to transport him to a hospital, only to recall that there was indeed a hospital within the military. Yet, why they come to Sicily? Chapter 39. Memories of Shesnin. Lucy set aside her concerns about housing, aside from Shesnin and by Muron, who had their own rooms. She accommodated the other 6 in double rooms. I apologize, Boss Liu, but some matters are classified military secrets and cannot be disclosed to you. I hope you understand. Indeed, Shesnin had a notable reputation for mentoring, and Lucy had some recollection of her. In her previous life, she had only heard of Su Lu's illustrious name. Never having encountered her in person, it was said that she only undertook missions of S rank or higher, making it impossible for a novice like Lucy to be assigned alongside her. This was her first sighting of Su Lu, who sported a neat and pragmatic chin-length haircut, with an upright posture and eyes that conveyed both fierceness and determination. I understand. I came to inquire about the one who was most severely injured, named Li Guo, correct? What should we do about him? Should we take him to the hospital? In Sicily, there are neither doctors nor medical supplies, and we cannot afford to delay even for a moment. What about the Major General? Su Lu seemed more concerned about Shesnin. Lucy entered Shenin's room, and as she pushed the door open, she beheld him preparing to remove his blood-stained shirt. Major General, are you injured? Su Lu inquired as she stepped forward. It's nothing. How is everyone else? Shenin glanced at Lucy, subtly concealing the wounded side of his body. He recalled the past version of Lu Zhizhi, who had always feared bloodshed, often weeping while tending to the soldiers' wounds. On the battlefield, Shenin adhered to the principle of bleeding without shedding tears, for she was prone to tears, which he had often reprimanded her for. Yet, each admonition seemed only to provoke her to sob even more fiercely. Su Lu reported the situation candidly, particularly regarding Li Guo, whose condition was rather dire. Upon hearing this, Shenin furrowed his brow and retrieved his communicator, instructing her to contact headquarters immediately for medical assistance. Su Lu complied and exited, leaving Lucy standing at the doorway, holding the rudimentary bandaging tools she had requested from Teacher Shin. Do you need assistance? Lucy raised the gauze in her hand and asked. Yes, thank you, Shenin replied without a hint of refusal. Lucy stepped forward to assist him in removing the blood-stained military uniform. His injuries were not severe, at least from a soldier's perspective. The explosion of the epoxy chamber behind him had scorched his spacesuit, causing severe burns to the skin around his waist, necessitating immediate cleaning and cauterization of the wounds. In her previous life, Lucy had been a jack of all trades, moving wherever needed. On the battlefield, her primary role involved bandaging the wounded and aiding their evacuation. This included Xia-Sinan, whose wounds she had tended to countless times. There was not a part of his body she had not seen, and now, experiencing it in this manner felt rather novel. 11e Sénat Watchet de Lucius Adept, Bandaging Technique. Momentarily lost in thought, her movements and demeanor resembled those of Lu Zhizhi, with one notable distinction. She was no longer tearful. Each action was swift, precise, and ruthless, showing no regard for the patient's suffering. It was not a secret to you, Xia-Sinan was unsure of his own thoughts, yet he sensed her curiosity. Stop. I do not wish to know. In this apocalyptic world, the less one knows, the better. Lucy paused her actions, raising her gaze to meet his lowered head. Face to face, they were remarkably close. He held back a painful breath that brushed against her eyelashes. Xia-Sinan had not anticipated her sudden glance upward, leaving him momentarily stunned. From this angle, she resembled Lu Zhizhi. In his previous life, it was only after Lu Zhizhi's death that he realized how profoundly significant this often crying girl was to him. How had he failed to protect her, especially upon hearing her accusations and the distress signals sent to the headquarters moments before her demise, revealing her agony and helplessness. It dawned on him that in her mind, she had been abandoned time and again on the battlefield, charging forward alone rather than the shared struggle he had envisioned. In truth, She had always feared the battlefield, terrified of death and injury, while he had mistaken her fear for cowardice. He had never truly understood her, never once inquired about her desires or aspirations. He had stubbornly believed that they shared the same vision. In her previous life, she had perished in fear. Perhaps for her, death was the ultimate release. Reborn with memories intact, his first thought was to alter Lu Zhiji's fate. This time, he vowed to hold her close and listen intently to every word she spoke. Yet fate played a cruel jest. In this life, Lu Zhizhi did not even exist. Instead, her sister, Lu Zhiyao, had enlisted. The thought of all the things this woman had done in her past life ignited a fierce desire to eliminate her. He dispatched his team to search for Lu Zhizhi, but the trail ended with the surveillance footage from that fateful night. He watched as the girl in the video boarded a shuttle, its destination unknown, and the vehicle vanished without a trace. "I know I am attractive, but if you keep staring, I will have to charge you," Lucy remarked, feeling Senin's gaze fixed on her, irritation seeping into her voice as she exerted more effort in her bandaging. "Boss Lu resembles a dear old friend of mine," Senin replied, extending his arms to allow Lucy to wrap the gauze around his waist. "An old friend? An ex?" Lucy teased, unsure of whom he referred to. "She was almost my wife." He attempted to glean a clue from her eyes or expression, but to no avail. "Ah, so Major Xie has a romantic interest. What made it almost happen? Was it that she didn't fancy you?" The realization struck her that his aloof demeanor in their past life stemmed from unreciprocated feelings. Reflecting on her past actions of pursuing someone who was indifferent stoked her anger. In this new life, she was still tending to him, despite her frustration. Her hands continued their work. Habitually, she tied a square knot at the end and was about to leave when Senin noticed the knot she had tied, causing his heart to skip a beat. This particular knot was his own invention, known for its excellent securing capabilities. In his previous life, he had taught Lu Zhizhi how to tie it. Why could Lucy also tie this knot? "How do you know this knot? Who taught you?" Senin's eyes glistened with urgency as he grasped her wrist, demanding an answer. "What's so difficult about a knot? Everyone knows how to do it," Lucy replied dismissively, feeling quite irritated as she forcefully shook off his grip. "Impossible. This knot was my creation. It can't be something everyone knows. I've taught it to very few." Senin challenged her claim. If her abilities were as he suspected, and Lucy truly was Lu Zhizhi, capable of tying this knot, could it be that Lu Zhizhi had also been reborn? After all, he himself had returned. The thought sent shivers through him. Was this woman truly his Lu Zhizhi? Upon reflecting on this, Lucy realized that despite all her precautions, her secret had been exposed. "So, what is it that you wish to convey?" Lucy retorted. "Therefore are you perhaps?" The name lingered on the tip of his tongue, yet he found himself utterly unable to articulate it. Lucy wished to sever ties with him and turn to leave. Yet, Senin held onto her wrist with unwavering grip. At that moment, Ming Heian entered the room with his assistant Aaron, witnessing the two entangled in a struggle. Senin stood bare-chested, clutching Lucy's wrist. Upon seeing this long-absent man, a surge of uncontainable anger surged within him. "What are you doing in Sicily?" Lucy glared at Senin, flames of fury igniting in her eyes. "Do you know each other?" "General Xie." Lucy signaled for him to release her, glancing at her reddened wrist. Without uttering a word, she exited the room. Ming Heian observed Lucy's departure and then turned to Senin, whose eyes reflected disappointment, as if he began to grasp the unspoken tension between them. The room was left with just the two of them. "Senin, how have you been lately?" Ming Heian broke the silence. "What is your purpose here in Sicily?" Senin had no interest in pleasantries. He understood Ming Heian all too well. A prodigy like him devoted his energy and intellect to pursuits that piqued his interest, developing weaponry, expanding the Ming family business, exploring the cosmos. The trivialities of ordinary life were mere torments to him. Thus, his presence in Sicily surely indicated a compelling attraction. "Senin, it has been a long time since we last met. I am not the same as before." Ming Heian straightened his posture, hoping his old friend would recognize the change. Yet, this very man, whom he had once saved, had since ceased all communication. "Leave. I am injured and need rest." Senin turned his back to him. "Senin, Do you still harbor hatred towards me? Ming Han sensed that CS Senin was not yet prepared to confront his past. If given the chance, I would still save you. Hearing this, CS Senin's fists clenched in anger as he abruptly turned to strike Ming Han. However, Ming Han did not flinch, knowing that this punch was inevitable. CS Senin, ever the soldier, managed to restrain his punch just in time, directing it towards the wall instead, causing blood to trickle down. Outside, Aaron listened intently, relieved that his boss was unharmed. Senin, your soldier is in critical condition. Hand him over to me. I can save him. Ming Han, who had maintained a composed demeanor, suddenly leaned closer, fully aware that CS Senin's presence in Sicily was not without purpose. He could not allow his subordinate to endure a fate akin to his own. Without bothering to put on a shirt, CS Senin rushed out to pursue Ming Han. Ming Han, stop! Ming Han! CS Senin called out sternly. Yet Ming Han seemed deaf to his command as he swiftly approached the door of Li Guo's room. General Xia, I assumed you would arrive soon. Li Guo, I fear he may not survive. Upon seeing the military doctor's expression, CS Senin felt a pang of anguish. The enemy had targeted the fuel tank, and, at that moment, Li Guo was positioned there. When the battleship exploded at the rear, Li Guo was thrown aside. Fortunately, one end of the safety line was tethered to CS Senin, preventing him from being ejected into the void. How severe is the situation? CS Senin inquired, his face a mask of cold resolve. Half of his body is gone. Were it not for the spacesuit, I fear he would have. The military doctor could not bear to finish his statement. Leave it to me. I can save him. In 3 months, I can restore him to his former vitality. Ming Han interjected suddenly. You shall not, CS Senin whispered through gritted teeth, suppressing his rage as the military doctor exchanged uncertain glances between the two men, hesitating to speak. Not everyone is like you, seeking death. If only your mother. You have no right to mention her. Ming Han, you have no right. The mention of his mother struck a nerve in CS Senin. He could not endure hearing her name, especially from the lips of the murderer, Ming Han. I did what I had to do. Ming Han attempted to justify himself, but was interrupted once more by CS Senin. What did you do, Ming Han? Are you unaware of your actions? It was your weapon that pierced her body. CS Senin, overcome with emotion, seized Ming Han by the collar, prompting those nearby to intervene swiftly, with Aaron hurriedly shielding his master. Her dying wish was for you to live well. I accomplished that, Ming Han stated matter-of-factly. Young master, please stop. Aaron lamented, exasperated by his master's knack for exacerbating the situation. Li Guo has awakened. A nurse tending to Li Guo emerged from the room. CS Senin stepped forward, ready to speak. But Ming Han preempted him. Do you wish to live? I can save you. In 3 months, I can restore you to your former strength. Make you as robust as CS Senin. Do you trust me? Li Guo, unsure of the identity of this suddenly appearing nobleman, nevertheless perceived a steadfast conviction in his eyes. He desperately wished to survive, even at a great cost. General, I want to live. I cannot die. I still have my mother. And my younger brother. Tears shimmered in CS Senin's eyes as he turned away, not wanting anyone to witness his vulnerability. Seeing that no one opposed him any further, Ming Han quickly signaled for Aaron and the medical team to lift Li Guo onto their battleship. They accelerated with the force of a meteor streaking across the night sky, swiftly vanishing into the vast universe. Chapter 41. The inner turmoil of CS Senin, Sicily returned to its former tranquility. Following the recent events, Lucy realized that the absence of doctors in Sicily was untenable. However, with her current financial constraints, establishing a hospital or hiring medical professionals proved to be a formidable challenge, as there were numerous pressing needs for funds. Lucy summoned Rovi, asking her to inquire among the potential tenants if any were involved in the medical field. Now that you mention it, I do recall someone. There was indeed a doctor. Let me see if I can find him. Rovi began rummaging through her notes. Here it is. What do you think of him? Upon reviewing the documents, Lucy discovered that the application form bore the name Yang Kasin, gender, male, occupation, surgeon. Lucy felt an inexplicable familiarity with the name, yet despite her contemplation, she could not recall its origin. Nevertheless, the fact that he was a doctor sufficed. Rovi, you are truly remarkable. Continue your search. The more, the better. I shall reach out to him shortly. Without delay, Lucy dialed the number, but after a prolonged ringing, there was no answer. Perhaps doctors are often preoccupied. She mused to herself. Just as she was about to put the communicator away, she received a call from Shesnan. Lucy was reluctant to answer. The matter concerning the meat-sea not had exposed her, and Shesnan had already begun to harbor suspicions. Although she adamantly denied any involvement, she sensed it would not remain concealed for long. Thus, she found herself in a dilemma, holding the communicator, unsure whether to answer or not. After a brief pause, the caller hung up, only to call again. Lucy remained speechless. "Lucy, what is wrong?" Ro inquired, noticing her friend's reluctance to answer the phone, assuming something was amiss. "Oh, it's nothing. Just some irrelevant people I don't wish to engage with," Lucy replied, setting aside her communicator. "Oh, don't overthink it. It's not your concern," Lucy reassured her. Ro, perceptive and considerate, always attuned to the emotions of others, often suppressed her own feelings. "By the way, Lucy, I've been meaning to discuss something with you. What do you think about getting an office space? After all, this is your residence, and my frequent presence here while working might be a bit intrusive. Additionally, if we have more employees or tenants come and sign contracts or view properties, having an office would lend a more formal air, don't you think?" Ro gently suggested. You're right. I'll arrange one for you tonight," Lucy declared with a flourish of her hand, exuding confidence. There's no need to rush. Can you really construct an office in one evening?" Ro chuckled, finding Lucy's childlike demeanor endearing. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the entrance. They exchanged glances, and Ro rose to answer the door. It was Sinan, holding a charming little box. "Lucy, are you there?" Sinan's smile faltered upon seeing an unfamiliar face. Today, he had meticulously groomed himself, each strand of hair perfectly in place, and had even taken a detour to buy the pastries that Zhizhi adored before arriving in Sicily. Lucy, who had been languidly lounging on the sofa, sprang to attention upon hearing his arrival. "Coming here after I didn't answer my calls? I truly wish I could revoke his privileges," she thought. "What brings you here, General Xie?" Lucy asked, feigning ignorance. "What is this?" Upon seeing the box, Lucy understood, though she had been reluctant to contemplate this matter. Yet, when faced with the reality once more, she recognized that Sinan too had experienced a rebirth. Time and again, he was probing her, seeking to ascertain if she had also been reborn. "I thought you might enjoy this." Sinan opened the box to reveal Zhiji's favorite cream puffs. Indeed, they had once been her favorite treat. The first time she tasted these pastries, they had been made for Sinan by a wealthy heiress who admired him. Sinan had gifted them to Zhiji, and that had been her introduction to such delectable delights, reminiscent of the cake Ming Han had made for her recently. "One must truly experience the world," she mused. "Thank you for the gift, General," Lucy remarked, glancing at the pastries with no intention of indulging. Noticing her lack of excitement, Sinan directly inquired, "You don't like them?" He wished to avoid any further fruitless exchanges. "They're just average," Lucy replied candidly. "What do you enjoy then?" Sinan pressed on. "I prefer cakes, especially those with fruit." Lucy reminisced about Ming Han's cake, which had been utterly delightful. This revelation took Sinan by surprise, yet he trusted his instincts. She was indeed Zhiji. Regardless of her name or preferences, she remained the same person. "You can't have come just to deliver pastries, can you?" Lucy remarked, uneasy under his gaze. "I have a matter to discuss with you, Miss Lu," Sinan stated, aware that if he didn't address the issue soon, she would likely dismiss him. "During our recent mission, we lost 2 soldiers. Their families require our assistance. So I wanted to inquire if there are any vacant rooms available for rent in Sicily. The military will cover the rent." Upon hearing of the unexpected financial assistance, Lucy's demeanor softened considerably. "So, it pertains to the family of a martyr. What type of accommodations are required?" "Indeed, one is a widow accompanied by her children, and the other is a solitary grandfather. Therefore, a 2-bedroom suite along with a double room would suffice. When can we arrange for their stay?" "You need not worry about that." As the conversation neared its conclusion, I noticed her rise, indicating it was time to bid farewell. "Lucy, I found myself unable to articulate my thoughts. Do you have other matters to attend to, Major General?" Lucy silently prayed that the previous day's events would remain unmentioned. No. I merely wish to express my gratitude for your timely assistance in bandaging my wound. It has healed remarkably well. With that, CS Senin also rose. You are most welcome. Acknowledging the busy schedule of Major General Xie, I shall not keep you any longer. Please take care on your way out. Reluctantly, Lucy issued her parting words. On his return, CS Senin pondered throughout the journey. Regardless of whether she had truly been reborn, he was certain she was indeed Lu Zhizhi. Upon reaching the office, he instructed his assistant to summon Lu Zhiyao. It was time to clarify certain matters. Chapter 42. The White Team no longer wishes to live. Good morning, Lucy. Just as she was about to head for breakfast, Lucy halted upon hearing that voice. Surely, this man does not intend to linger endlessly. Good morning, Major General Xie. I've recently seen you quite frequently in Sicily. Lucy, with no alternative, donned a polite smile and turned to greet CS Senin. He and Lucy entered the dining hall in succession. This hour marked the peak of mealtime for the working class, and noticing the lack of available seats, Lucy contemplated returning later, primarily to avoid dining alongside CS Senin. Just then, she spotted Chun Yueying waving at her. Lucy, come over here. With no choice left, she bought her meal and sought out her friend. Lucy took a seat and greeted Chun Yueying and her husband. Just as a piece of meat was placed in her mouth, she heard a voice beside her. Is anyone sitting here? May I take the seat? Xie Senin inquired, pointing to the space next to Lucy, addressing Li Nan across the table. General Xie, please do sit down. Chun Yueying had anticipated that Xie Senin would choose to sit beside Lucy, which is why she had invited Lucy over. Oh my, how can General Xie be so extraordinarily handsome? Just look at his impeccable, muscular physique. I can't help but wish to touch it. I truly regret marrying so early. Chun Yueying gazed dreamily at CS Senin, feeling a pang of regret in her heart. Upon gazing at her, Lucy could immediately discern that she had succumbed to infatuation once again. The last time she fell into such a reverie was when she beheld Anu. Lucy tapped her bowl. Aren't you going to eat? Are you not afraid of being late for work? Mind your own business. Just eat your meal. Chun Yueying did not spare a glance for Lucy, her entire focus directed towards CS Senin. Lucy was at a loss for words, feeling like merely a tool. As she reached for the soda on the table, someone unexpectedly obstructed her. It is beneficial for one's health to consume more milk in the morning. CS Senin swapped her soda for strawberry milk. Chun Yueying gasped in excitement and quickly covered her mouth. General Xie, please mind your own business, Lucy said through gritted teeth. Frowning softly, he understood that Lucy was displeased and refrained from further conversation. Nevertheless, he still nudged the milk towards her. Lucy called out to her, inquiring about the status of Team Bai. Due to Lucy's usual busyness, Xiachen volunteered to take on the responsibility of caring for Bai Muron. Team Bai had sustained an injury to the upper thigh, necessitating daily dressing changes to ensure the wound did not worsen. Rest assured, he is gradually recovering, and the wound has begun to heal, Xiachen assured her. Upon noticing Major General Xie present, he briefed both Lucy and Xie on Bai Muron's current condition. Thank you very much. Should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Xie Senin expressed his gratitude to Xiachen. I am just about finished with my meal. Major General Xie, and I will go see him shortly, Lucy remarked, casting a glance at Xie Senin, who nodded in agreement. Major General Xie, I find it rather odd that you show no concern for your soldier, Lucy commented. Xie Senin's room was adjacent to Bai Muron's, and according to Luo Wei, it seemed he had never visited Team Bai. Indeed, these soldiers are often devoid of sentiment, prioritizing utility over the individual, a fate reminiscent of his own past. Patients require peace and rest. Should I visit frequently, I fear he may become anxious about returning to duty. Xie Senin discerned Lucy's underlying thoughts, unaware of how she perceived him. Major General Xie was not only handsome and well-built, but also remarkably considerate of his subordinates. Chun Yueying's gaze seemed almost glued to Xie Senin's muscular chest. It appeared that women could indeed possess such desires. At the threshold of Bai Muron's room, Lucy and Xie Senin were about to knock when they discovered the door slightly ajar, accompanied by peculiar conversations emanating from within. You, let go. Hey, don't pull down my pants. I'm just having a look. I won't move. Don't deceive me. Ouch. Just bear with it. It will be over soon. I won't. Uh, all right, I'm done. You act as if I'm the one bullying you. The exchange left both individuals at the door blushing furiously. Such conduct in broad daylight was hardly appropriate. And did these two not consider closing the door for such activities? Moreover, when had they grown so close? Siasenin felt increasingly vexed. He had intended for her to remain here as a mere tool. Yet it seemed she had embarked on a romantic entanglement. Wishing to cease eavesdropping, he was about to knock when the door was abruptly swung open. But, Major General, if I don't leave now, my leg's recovery is one matter, but I might lose my reputation entirely. Muron cast a furtive glance at Xia Chun in the room, expressing his grievances. Hey, Muron, clarify your words. What do you mean by losing your reputation? I, an unmarried woman, have said nothing, yet you wallow in self-pity. Xia Chun erupted upon hearing Muron's words. He was injured near his thigh, and every day when I change his dressing, he has to remove his pants. It seems as if I am taking advantage of him, unwillingly at that. He always claims that the battlefield knows no gender, yet when it comes to himself, he finds excuses. Besides, most nurses in the hospital are women. Are you refusing treatment now? Xia Chen's outburst, coupled with the earlier conversation overheard at the door, led Lucy to a realization. Muron likely harbored feelings for Xia Chun, intending to display his military demeanor in front of the girl he admired, only to have his pants pulled down first. Chapter 43. The Uncharacteristic Major General Xia. Indeed, having his pants pulled down, everything was exposed. Woe is me. I truly wish to escape this life. Muron lamented internally. Joining the military had been Xia Chen's dream, yet her parents, having only one child, were vehemently opposed. Understanding her parents' perspective, Xia Chun abandoned the military path to pursue a more conventional career as a data engineer. Elated to investigate the situation at the door, she was taken aback by the sight of so many people sprawled at the entrance and immediately assisted Lucy. To her, Muron was an exemplary soldier striving on the front lines, and her ability to care for him affirmed the value of her knowledge, providing her with immense satisfaction. Thus, when Xia Chun heard Muron's complaints, her fury was palpable. It dawned on her that her goodwill had been misconstrued as a burden. Well, I seem to have caused you trouble, Captain Bai. Since your condition is improving, I shall refrain from visiting henceforth. With that, Xia Chun strode out of Muron's room. Wait, I didn't mean to. Muron suddenly realized he had misspoken and attempted to catch up with Xia Chun to explain. However, his legs betrayed him, and had it not been for CSN in support, he surely would have stumbled to the ground. Lucy originally intended to offer some words of encouragement, but given Xia Chen's fiery temper, she preferred to avoid any reprimand. Recalling her previous life, where she had engaged in numerous fruitless endeavors, the sight of the two men before her stirred her irritation. The opportunity to seize the moment had slipped away. Serves them right. Lucy shot a glare at Xia Senan, left a parting remark for Muron, and turned to leave. Major General. Muron felt abandoned as he watched Xia Senan follow her without a second thought. You are to recuperate your injuries in Sicily before rejoining the team, Xia Senan stated, ostensibly as a punishment, yet it was, in truth, an act of assistance. He thought to himself that as a brother, he could only support him to this extent. Swiftly, he caught up with Lucy. Major Xia, shouldn't a failed mission prompt you to intensify your debriefing and training? Why are you merely wandering about? Yet, he seemed to act as if nothing had transpired, orbiting her as if nothing were amiss. This was not the Xia Senan she had come to know. Do you understand me so well? Even my methods of command? Xia Senan was not offended by her mockery. Her words rang true. The loss of comrades weighed heavily upon him. Yet many matters were far more intricate than they appeared on the surface. Lucy realized that she seemed to have exposed herself once again. Although I have never served in the military, I have indeed heard a few things about the armed forces. Lucy stubbornly defended herself. Oh, so everything you've heard pertains to me? How intriguing that you pay such close attention to me, said Zhizhi, a smile gracing his face, his voice soft and gentle. Lucy finally comprehended that no matter what she said, he would inevitably lead her into a pit. She truly did not wish to squander any more mental energy on him. Since Mr. Xia was on leave, she decided to take this opportunity to rest. There were still many matters awaiting her attention in Sicily, so she intended to immerse herself in her tasks. "Wait a moment," he said, grasping her hand and gently affixing his watch to her wrist. Lucy glanced at her watch in confusion, which indicated a deposit of 100,000. "Why are you giving me money? Is there some profit in chatting with Major General Xie?" The sum of 100,000 made Lucy's heart skip a beat. "Don't joke around," Sinan chuckled. "This money is to repay you. The department will cover Sister Zhang's expenses, and this is the hospitalization fee you had previously advanced." "How is Jiang Han doing?" Lucy inquired. "Wait, I remember the last time we spoke. You mentioned that Jiang Jing was on a mission with you. Why isn't she here this time?" Suddenly, Lucy realized that Sinan's unusual presence in Sicily, always by her side, could mean something troubling. Could it be Jiang Jing was in danger? Were the two soldiers Sinan mentioned as sacrifices connected to her? Lucy, terrified, covered her mouth, her eyes wide open, fixed intently on Sinan. She dared not utter a word, nor did she even allow a sound to escape her lips. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though the very blood within her veins had congealed. Sinan was taken aback by Lucy's intense reaction. In their previous life, their bond had been remarkably strong. Observing her in such a state of distress, he suddenly found himself at a loss as to how to console her. "Lucy, please, remain calm," he urged, gripping her shoulders, acutely aware that his approach might seem rather cruel. "Lucy, Jiang Jun is fine. She is safe. She is at the hospital taking care of her sister." Unable to bear her anguish any longer, Sinan spoke the truth. What did you say? Jiang Jun is okay. Is that true? You're not deceiving me, are you?" Upon hearing that Jiang Jun was unharmed, Lucy gradually regained her composure. How wonderful! Thank goodness she was safe. The fright had truly shaken her, and in this life, she vowed to protect Jiang Jun with unwavering resolve. Lucy stood by the window, observing the departing Zhizhi. He was such a perceptive individual with years of combat experience on the front lines. She understood that he would inevitably uncover the truth sooner or later. Chapter 44. The widow Song Huixian. Throughout the morning, Lucy remained in the basement, keeping company with Anu. He appeared quite docile on the sickbed, his long eyelashes fluttering gently with each faint breath. Teacher Shun had advised her to converse with him, noting that although the medication rendered him in a deep slumber, his mind remained alert. He could hear their words, but until the Anubis series fragments were located, awakening him was not an option. At noon, Lucy ventured to the cafeteria for a meal. The place was sparsely populated, and she settled into a corner, her mind occupied with plans for establishing a research lab and searching for the fragments. Occasionally, the sound of quiet sobbing interrupted her thoughts. She looked up and noticed a woman seated at a nearby table, accompanied by two children. The woman had her back turned, rendering her identity a mystery, but the shaking of her shoulders suggested that she was indeed crying. As Lucy contemplated approaching the woman, a delicate white arm reached out to stop her. "Lucy, don't go," the woman whispered, revealing herself to be Luo Chimon. "Why not? Who is she?" Lucy was curious to learn the identity of the sorrowful woman. "She is the widow Song Huixian," Luo Chimon reminded her. Upon hearing the name, Lucy recalled that she was the spouse of one of the officers who had perished during a recent mission involving Zhizhi and his team. It had been over half a month since that tragic event, and it appeared that she had yet to emerge from the depths of her grief over losing her husband. Understanding dawned on Lucy, and she nodded appreciatively at Luo Chimon. She was grateful for her intervention, as she would have unwittingly intruded upon a moment of sorrow. "Xiao Song, what has happened? Why are you crying so?" Lin Huimei, who had just entered the cafeteria, immediately noticed the weeping Song Huixian. Though advanced in age, she had an insatiable appetite for gossip and socializing. Unlike the vibrant streets of the 19th district, where one could easily glean snippets of news, Sicily offered a more subdued existence with fewer surprises. However, the sight of Song Huixian with her children provided a welcome opportunity for intrigue. "Ling Ye, my life is so miserable," Song Huixian lamented, seeing another concerned face approach her. She set down her chopsticks and entered full lamentation mode. Lucy listened attentively, having previously found it peculiar that a woman of her age could have such grown children. It became evident that neither child was hers. She had only been married for a little over a year and had not yet had the chance to bear children before becoming a widow. Her tale unfolded, filled with the pain of losing her husband and the uncertainty of her future. Lucy felt a sense of understanding. However, Luo Chaman held a different perspective. You don't understand. Whenever someone shows concern for her, she launches into these long-winded accounts. Just think, if you were in her shoes, would you confide in just anyone? Lucy believed that Song Huixian merely required an outlet for her frustrations. She needed time to emerge from her predicament, and it was understandable that Luo Chaman, being young, could not comprehend the situation fully. Lin Huimei was thoroughly satisfied with Song Huixian's extensive revelations. This juicy gossip would provide her with ample material to discuss for several days. Suddenly, as if struck by a fleeting thought, she leaned in and whispered something to Song Huixian. The words were too hushed for Lucy and Luo Chaman to overhear. However, the elder daughter, Chun Shi, abruptly slammed her chopsticks onto the table with a loud clatter. What? Just because my father has passed, you no longer refer to him as my mother? If it weren't for my mother's reluctance to spend a little on medical care, you wouldn't even be in a position to act as my mother. Chun Shi's voice resonated powerfully, catching Song Huixian off guard with the intensity of her reaction. She subtly gestured for her to lower her voice and glanced around, only to find Lucy and Luo Chaman observing them. With an apologetic smile, she said, I'm sorry, Ms. Lu, for interrupting your meal. The child is young. Please do not take her remarks to heart. What could they have said to provoke such a strong reaction from the child? Clearly, their mother-daughter relationship is not very harmonious. Luo Chaman was entirely absorbed in the world of gossip, oblivious to the pair of eyes fixated on her as she departed. In the afternoon, Lucy and Luo Wei busied themselves with welcoming the new tenants. Among them was the doctor, Yang Kusin. Upon seeing his face, Lucy recalled that he was Jiang Han's attending physician. Ms. Lu, it has been a while. He greeted her, his demeanor noticeably less austere than before, adorned with a gentle smile. Hello, Dr. Yang. It's a pleasure to see you again. I didn't expect you to apply for a place in Sicily. Lucy was elated. Finally, Sicily had a doctor. Although he was not yet her own, she felt confident that she could entice him to join her. I applied quite some time ago and was beginning to lose hope due to the lack of feedback. Yang Kusin even made a jest, surprising Lucy, who had assumed that individuals of his profession were typically serious. It seemed he held a favorable impression of Sicily. To foster a closer relationship, Lucy personally escorted him to his room, enthusiastically introducing him to the many charms of Sicily along the way. Lucy's urgency to upgrade to A3 stems not solely from the prospect of a more expansive building area, but also from the potential to develop essential infrastructure such as clinics, recreational squares, public security offices, and apartment markets. Among these, her greatest desire is the clinic, as she had promised teacher Shun. Rather than embarking on the arduous task of infrastructure development from scratch, she prefers to leverage the system to conserve both funds and energy. While she was calculating her expenses, a knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. Upon opening it, she was surprised to find Shun standing there. She arrived alone, and before Lucy could utter a word, she spoke first. Boss Lu, I am Chen Shi. I would like to ask if you could help me get in touch with Major General Xie. I have some matters I wish to discuss with him. Oh, and please do not mention my inquiry to Song we do not tell my mother. I would greatly appreciate your assistance. After bowing deeply, she turned and left without waiting for Lucy's response. Chapter 45. Little Chun Shi seeks independence. After tallying her finances the previous night, Lucy realized she was still far from achieving the upgrade to A3. Only by meeting the required number of tenants and considering the 500,000 provided by Teacher Shun did her total reach 1,070,000. The most pressing issue at hand was the insufficient number of rented rooms. She needed at least 16 more units to accumulate the requisite 1 million for the upgrade. Consequently, Lucy worked through the night to construct 10 units each of 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom apartments, planning to brief Luo Wei upon her arrival to expedite the arrangement of suitable tenant lists. Lucy intends to elevate Sicily to A3 status before the end of this month. As time dwindles, she contemplates the urgency. However, She is reluctant to let teacher Shen misunderstand her intentions, accepting the money without fulfilling her obligations. After all, it is a substantial sum of 500,000. Their chance encounter has fostered a trust that Lucy is determined not to betray. Previously, Lucy had promised to arrange an office for Luo Wei, and she is committed to her word. The office is conveniently situated next to Lucy's small building, allowing Luo Wei to visit her effortlessly during work hours. Lucy even provided her with a key to the building, as she preferred not to rise to open the door for her. The knocking at the door continues, leaving Lucy perplexed. Didn't she hear it? Luo Wei possesses a strong sense of boundaries. Despite having the key to Lucy's home, she never enters uninvited. She always knocks first, only using the key after receiving Lucy's consent. With a sigh, Lucy rises to answer the door, only to find Bai Muron leaning on crutches. Captain Bai, do you need something from me? Lucy asks, stifling a yawn as the morning sun pierces her eyes. Boss Lu, have you seen Xiachen? Bai Muron inquires urgently. Xiachen? I haven't noticed. Isn't she supposed to be taking care of you? Lucy replies, her expression one of confusion. Lucy pressed her forehead, uncertain if it was due to her late-night vigil, but it felt as though those events belonged to a distant past. Was Bai Muron's mind constructed of wood? It took him so long to remember to seek assistance. In a moment of confusion, Lucy suddenly thought of Lin Yan. Why not inquire with Lin Yan? Perhaps he knows something. Huh? Lin Yan? Who is Lin Yan? Bai Muron's face was a canvas of bewilderment. Lin Yan is a colleague of Xiachen. Are you not aware? Lucy responded, exasperated. Oh, I see now. I shall go at once. With that, Bai Muron, leaning on his crutch, hurried towards the room, paying no heed to his encounter with Luo Wei along the way. Lucy gazed enviously at Bai Muron's silhouette. Lucy, how did Captain Bai come over? Luo Wei inquired as she approached the doorway. Our Sicilian is about to become a couple. Lucy jested with delight. At that moment, Lucy noticed two figures approaching in the distance, heading towards the arched doorway. As they drew nearer, Lucy recognized them as Song Huixian and Lin Huimei. The two were engaged in lively conversation, and to her surprise, Song Huixian looked rather charming when she smiled. Luo Wei followed Lucy's gaze and scoffed. What is the matter? Lucy asked, intrigued. Don't even get me started. Last night, that Song Huixian suddenly had a loud argument with her daughter, disturbing the entire neighborhood. They came to complain to me, so I went to check on the situation. I knocked on the door for ages before it finally opened. You know, I usually see her as this delicate flower, all fragile and demure. Yet last night she was shouting at me like a shrew, saying it was none of my business how she disciplined her child. Her voice was so loud it nearly ruptured my eardrums. As Luo Wei recounted the incident, her gestures were exaggeratedly animated, rendering her quite the comic figure. Why didn't you call me? Lucy asked, her expression filled with sympathy. By then it was quite late. I thought you were busy, so I didn't want to disturb you. I can't expect you to solve every little problem. What I need you for then? Luo Wei realized she had been venting to Lucy and felt a tinge of embarrassment. Lucy suddenly recalled the valuable item rewarded by the system. This is for you. From now on, we shall use this for communication. If anything occurs with the tenants, simply use this walkie-talkie to call for me, and I shall rush over immediately. Lucy produced a pair of walkie-talkies, handing one to Ro while demonstrating how to operate it. Should we encounter a situation akin to last night, please ensure you inform me. Although most tenants may appear amiable, it is merely because their interests remain unaffected. Remember, you are working for me. There is no need to sacrifice yourself for my sake. In the conference room of District 19, Siesinan followed the guide to the entrance, pushing the door open to find it filled with high-ranking officials of District 19. I apologize for the delay, esteemed colleagues. As Siesinan spoke, he took a seat. Greetings, Major General Xia. I have long admired your esteemed reputation and am finally privileged to behold your presence. A middle-aged man seated beside Siesinan remarked. Hello, may I ask who you are? Siesinan inquired, sensing unfamiliarity in the man. I am Wang Bo, transferred from District 11, and I currently serve as the Deputy Minister of the Grain Bureau in our District 19, Wang Bo declared with pride. The leader seated at the head of the long table rapped on the surface, interrupting the conversation between the two. Lucy awoke from a delightful slumber, stretching languidly and turning over. only to find that the outside world had succumbed to darkness. She gingerly rubbed her abdomen, realizing the source of her hunger pangs. A glance at the clock revealed it was already past 10, and her internal clock had once again fallen into disarray. She descended the stairs in search of a light snack to satiate her hunger when suddenly, the intercom on the table emitted a sharp sound, and the anxious voice of Luo Wei resonated within. "Lucy, can you hear me? You must come to Song Huaxian's room at once." "All right, I shall be there shortly." Just as she was about to place the intercom down, another piercing voice interrupted. "That is my father's money. He earned it with his life. How dare you take it all? You will not succeed. I demand independence. I demand independence." Lucy discerned that the voice belonged to Chun Shi, though she remained unaware of the reason for the quarrel. Nonetheless, she harbored a suspicion that Lin Huimei was somehow involved. Upon arriving at the dormitory area, Lucy sought out Bai Miran first. "Xia, boss Bai, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Bai Miran's expression shifted from one of surprise to one of concern. "You, right this instant, contact CS Senin and ensure he arrives in Sicily tomorrow, no matter what," Lucy asserted decisively before making her way to find Luo Wei. Bai Miran was taken aback by Lucy's casual reference to the boss's name. Were they grown so close? Chapter 46. The Trials of a Stepmother. As Lucy entered the dormitory building, she was immediately greeted by the cacophony of crying and shouting from above. Reaching the door of Song Huaxian's room, she found Chun Shi and her brother in an embrace. Sobbing uncontrollably, "Lucy, you're here," Luo Wei said apologetically as she looked at her. Upon seeing Lucy, Song Huaxian's previously tempestuous demeanor softened. She half covered her face with her hand and spoke meekly. "I apologize, Boss Lucy, for disturbing your rest. My two children have been quarreling, and I am truly sorry." She regarded Luo Wei and Lucy with a dismissive air, underestimating the two young women. However, Lucy managed the affairs of Sicily, and even Major General Xie treated her with respect. Thus, she felt it unwise to confront her directly. Luo Wei was taken aback by Song Huaxian's swift change in demeanor, from boldness to meekness upon Lucy's arrival. Unable to suppress a roll of her eyes, she caught Lucy's gaze. Having just awakened, she was brimming with energy and determined to confront the situation. It was essential to resolve this matter, or her standing in Sicily would suffer. Song Huaxian attempted to feign weakness, believing that the young ladies could be easily influenced. However, Lucy strode into the room, taking a seat on the sofa, exuding an aura of unwavering determination to resolve the issue. From a corner, Lin Huimei observed Lucy's bold entrance with a tinge of unease. Approaching the doorway, she feigned concern. "What's going on? Why are your eyes all red?" Just as Chun Shi had begun to regain her composure, Lin Huimei's arrival reignited her fury. "It's her. She found a man for my father, intending to abscond with his money." Lucy gazed at Lin Huimei's face, and upon seeing her extreme discomfort and anxiety, she realized that Lin was undoubtedly involved in the matter. "Oh dear, my little ancestor, what on earth are you saying?" I am of a considerable age. My children have all established their own families. How could I possibly be preoccupied with such matters of romance?" Lin Huimei hastily explained, her words directed at Lucy. Song Huaxian shot her a glance, questioning the implication. "What do you mean? Are you suggesting that I am constantly thinking about such affairs? I overheard your conversation last night. This morning, you dressed like a young lady to go out with him, didn't you? Huaxian, have you no shame? It has been less than a month since my father passed away, and you are already eager to find another man? How can you face him?" Chun Shi's words were logical and compelling, resonating with clarity, and Lucy understood them well. Even the neighbors gathered at the door began to murmur their discontent. With a loud slap, a resounding blow struck Chun Shi's face. "Chun Shi, you speak nonsense. I am aware that you have never liked me, and I understand that you do not call me mother. I do not mind. However, you cannot defame me in this manner. Yes, I went out this morning, but it was to seek employment. I realize that your father is no longer with us, and you and your brother are still young. Although there's a pension, what is that amount worth in this world? I thought I must support this family. I cannot continue to drift through life without purpose." Song Huaxian's rebuttal was powerful yet tinged with vulnerability. The onlookers began to sympathize with the stepmother, sensing a shift in sentiment. As for the man you mentioned, that was merely a jest made by Aunt Lin last night. Surely, I am aware that her words were meant to comfort me. Do not speak of your father. Even if he had passed away a month ago, or even after a year or 10 years, I would not seek another. As she spoke from the heart, tears streamed down her face. Oh, since you assert this, then let us formalize an agreement. Mere words hold no weight. If within a year you were to find another, whether through marriage or cohabitation with another man, you shall willingly forfeit your claim to your inheritance. What say you? Lucy's voice, though soft, astonished all present, including Song Huisian, who sensed the tide turning. Everyone began to empathize with the challenges faced by the stepmother, wanting to portray her in a more favorable light. And in a moment of carelessness, she had made a grand statement. Unbeknownst to her, Lucy had been waiting for this opening, leaving her momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Oh, and it should be noted that the house in Sicily is a rental funded by the military. Therefore, the condition must also include that if you have another man, the house shall be left to Chun Shi and her brother. In essence, you would be leaving with nothing. What do you think? This is a family matter. What right do you have? Song Huisian ceased her tears, finally grasping the situation. It became clear to her that Lucy was backing Chun Shi and her brother. Given that you reside in Sicily and that it falls under my jurisdiction, should your incessant quarrels disturb the peace of my rental property, you shall witness how I will handle you. When Lucy was angered, she would instinctively touch the dagger at her waist, her source of security. However, to Song Huisian, this gesture was laden with a grave threat. She caught a glimpse of the silver glint at Lucy's waist and felt a shiver run through her. Suddenly, she understood why even Major Xie treated her with such courtesy. This young girl was not someone to be trifled with. Huisian, just sign it. Don't you often say that you would give your life for the 2 children? A male voice emerged from the crowd, seemingly attempting to exonerate her and establish a favorable image. Lucy looked up and realized that the male voices belonged to the Gao brothers. She noted their remarkable ability to synchronize with her. Indeed, Sister Huisian, your sincere efforts must not be misunderstood by others. Just sign it. Let them see that such a wonderful stepmother like you is a rarity throughout the universe. Gao Ziheng chimed in with his brother's words. I won't sign. Why should I prove anything to you? Who do you think you are? Suddenly, Song Huisian recognized that Lucy had laid a trap for her, and she nearly fell into it. The man she had met earlier that morning with Lin Huimei was quite satisfactory. He was an employee at the water supply plant, a minor official, not high-ranking, but with a bit of money. Water resources are scarce in this post-apocalyptic world, so having some gray income is quite normal. The man was a distant relative of Lin Huimei, nearing 40 years of age, yet still unmarried, with only a frail elderly mother to care for. Song Huisian was content with such a family. Once married and with children, she would have the final say in the household. She had originally planned to bring this man into Sicily, knowing that Chun Shi and her brother would surely find it unbearable, prompting their departure. At that point, she could monopolize her late husband's pension and the house. However, she did not expect Chun Shi to be far cleverer than she had anticipated, escalating the situation and attracting Lucy, a landlord meddling in affairs. How could a mere girl manage to outmaneuver her? Chapter 47. The food crisis. After a long afternoon meeting at the District 19 government, CS Senate detested the bureaucratic rhetoric of high-ranking officials. Yet, given the gravity of the situation, he had no choice but to engage. Deputy Lee, what do you mean by that? Is the food shortage the responsibility of our food bureau? We are not the ones withholding supplies. We only received what was allocated from above. Wang Bai was quite displeased with the economic deputy director, Li Chang's, insinuations. This year's grain production was significantly low, barely reaching half of last year's yield. Wang Bai had not anticipated facing such a daunting issue so soon after arriving at District 19. Oh dear, old Wang, don't get too worked up. Let us sit and discuss this calmly, urged Director Zheng of the Food Bureau, a congenial man who sought to offend no one. Deputy Wang, you've misunderstood me. I never claimed your bureau was withholding supplies, but I refuse to believe that every district receives the same total amount. Surely, there must be discrepancies. That places the blame squarely on your Food Bureau. It was evident to everyone that Li Chang's words carried an underlying message, explicitly directing the matter towards the Food Bureau. If Wang Bai wished to make a mark early in his tenure, this was an opportune moment. Despite the heated exchanges, no consensus was reached, merely a cycle of mutual disparagement and the unveiling of secrets. Xie found himself with a throbbing headache, yet the old minister forbade his departure, forcing him to take temporary residence in the government dormitory. Miron gazed at the hung-up screen, pondering why his superior was still preoccupied at such an hour. Based on his understanding of Xie, it was likely that he was avoiding his call. However, recalling Lucy's icy demeanor earlier, he took a deep breath and dialed the major once more. Just as Xie settled on his bed, his communicator buzzed again. Miron was calling once more. "You'd better have something important," Xie answered, surprised at how quickly the major picked up. Major, it's Boss Lucy who asked me to tell you that you must come to Sicily tomorrow, no matter what." Sensing his superior's displeasure, Miron cut to the chase. "Lucy? What did she say?" Upon hearing Lucy's name, Xie's tone softened. She didn't specify, but she appeared quite displeased when she mentioned needing to find you. Miron reported truthfully. Xie pondered for a moment, suspecting he had deduced the reason. It was likely that she was still upset over their previous encounter. Why else would she have sent Miron as a messenger? "Director Wu, why are you leaving the office at this hour?" "Oh, Deputy Wang, weren't you at the meeting upstairs?" Wu Dakue was intrigued by the new deputy director, having heard he was involved in education in District 10, indicating a cultured background. Perhaps he had offended someone and was unjustly reassigned to the murky waters of District 19. If he aligned himself well, he might benefit when the deputy director advanced. What can I say?" Wang Bai feigned a sigh, well aware that this year's grain production was dismal. His wife's family hailed from District 9, a major grain-producing area. Over 2 months ago, she had warned him about the anticipated poor yield, prompting their family to start stockpiling food early. From Wang Bai's expression, Wu Dakue could discern that he had likely faced some bullying at the meeting. "Our bureau is an old establishment. Although it has declined, it still receives a modicum of respect from others. He plays the role of a nice guy, offending no one." A few words from Wu Dakue conveyed his stance, leaving it to the deputy director to respond. "It's not so much about being bullied. It's about the current situation, but let us not delve into that. Director Wu, where do you reside?" Wang Bai suddenly shifted the topic. "Outside the city? In Sicily?" Wang Bai was astonished. How could a mere director afford accommodation there? "Deputy Wang is familiar with Sicily? My family is quite large. The houses in District 19 that are larger and in safer neighborhoods are exceedingly expensive. My salary barely suffices. Though Sicily is a bit farther, it boasts a clean environment, spacious houses, and, most importantly, excellent food. We receive meat, vegetables, and eggs daily. My family applied for a long time before we finally secured a place there. Living in Sicily is a point of pride for Wu Dakue, while Deputy Wang still resides in the narrow and dim quarters of District 19. Suddenly, Wang Bai thought about the food in Sicily. If it could help him tackle the current food crisis, it would be an excellent opportunity to showcase his capabilities. With this in mind, he inquired further about the food situation, prices, and quality in Sicily, eventually inviting Wu Dakue to a tavern for relaxation. Sicily. Lucy sat on the sofa, gazing at Song Huixian for a few seconds. Song Huixian returned her look, feeling a sense of unease, yet unwilling to yield in demeanor. "I am indeed nothing significant, merely a landlord. Therefore, I shall seek out someone of worth. However, if you continue to disturb the peace tonight, do not blame me for casting you out," Lucy declared, casting a glance at Shan Shi and his sister before departing the room. "What shall we do, Lucy?" Luo Wei inquired, following closely behind her. Chapter 48. Seeking to reap the benefits from Sicily? As usual, it was Luo Wei who received them. Arriving early, they found it was the peak hour for workers heading to their jobs. Wu Dakue, having gone out drinking with Wang Bo the previous night, barely managed to rise in the morning, rushing out without time for breakfast, his wife having stuffed 2 sandwiches into his bag. Upon stepping through the arched door, Wu Dakue noticed a group of young men loading various items. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were provisions from Sicily, predominantly non-perishable foods and pure water. Wu Dakawei recognized some of the individuals among them. They appeared to be affiliated with Solon. It seemed the news of insufficient grain production had spread among the populace, and a frenzy for supplies was imminent. He envisioned a multitude of citizens congregating at the grain bureau, which caused him considerable distress. Ciesanon arrived early at the meeting room, determined to withdraw his participation should no resolution be reached. After a brief wait, several leaders emerged at the end of the corridor. Leading the group was Guiyu, the deputy mayor of District 19, an old comrade of Ciesanon's grandfather. When Ciesanon adamantly insisted on departing from the central district, it was Guiyu who extended an olive branch to him. Ciesanon held profound respect for this elder. Thus, he found it perplexing why, during the conquest of District 19 in his previous life, this venerable figure chose to abandon the city. He often felt that even with foreknowledge of outcomes, the timing and progression of events remained elusive. Altering the course of fate was no simple feat. Look at our esteemed Major Sia, far more vigorous than us old-timers. Guiyu jested upon spotting Ciesanon standing resolutely at the entrance to the meeting room. Once seated, Guiyu inquired if anyone had new thoughts after a night of contemplation. Wang Bo was the first to speak. His proposal was straightforward. After discussions with Wu Dakawei the previous night, he focused his attention on Sicily. He suggested that the Ministry of Economy provide financial support to procure supplies from Sicily at a low cost, thereby alleviating the food shortage in District 19. Concurrently, he proposed bartering with other districts for additional resources to maintain stability until the next harvest. Naturally, the Ministry of Economy opposed this plan, yet under Wang Bo's relentless pressure, Li Chang found himself unable to counter effectively. Wang Bo, having a background in education, was adept at wielding rhetoric to his advantage. Guiyu offered Wang Bo a meager price, making it clear that any hopes of personal gain were futile. However, Wang Bo was not short-sighted. If this endeavor succeeded, it would solidify his position in District 19. Contemplating this, he accepted the formidable task with determination. Meanwhile, Director Zheng observed with a hint of derision, his expression suggesting indifference. Wang Bo, a man who valued his reputation, was uncomfortable with the thought of his parents causing a scene in public, and the memory of their previous encounter with the two brothers stirred feelings of resentment within him. Lucy heard from Ro that a man at the door claimed to be surnamed Wang and wished to see her. Upon stepping outside, she discovered it was Wang Bai. Deputy Director Wang, do you seek me for a matter? Lucy inquired. Boss Liu, I have come to discuss some issues regarding supplies. Wang Bai responded with great courtesy. Lucy granted Wang Bai access and ushered him into the office. Vice Director Wang, please take a seat. Would you care for something to drink? Perhaps some lemonade? As Lucy arranged the office for Luo Wei, she ensured that everything was stocked except for the food cabinet. The snack cabinet, liquor cabinet, and sundries cabinet were all well equipped. Thank you. I didn't expect such luxury within Sicily. This was Wang Bai's first visit to Sicily, and it exceeded his expectations in grandeur. After sipping the lemonade Lucy offered, he felt refreshed and invigorated. He had never experienced such indulgence, not even in District 10. Thank you. You mentioned wanting to discuss supplies. Could you elaborate? Lucy responded courteously. Indeed, Ms. Liu. You are well connected and informed. Surely you are aware of this year's inadequate grain production, which has resulted in many regions lacking sufficient food supplies. Alas, this has placed a heavy burden on the populace. Wang Bai hinted, hoping Lucy would understand his implication. Yes, I have heard about it. Lucy did not continue in the direction he anticipated. A brief silence ensued, and seeing that Lucy had no intention of elaborating further, Wang Bai felt compelled to speak again. I am currently the Deputy Director of the Grain Bureau. Although I have just assumed the position, I am eager to make a tangible difference for the citizens. The issue of grain shortages is urgent. After all, Sicily is the closest to our District 19. We are like brother districts and should support one another. Would you agree? Lucy inwardly scoffed, thinking, are they genuinely attempting to take advantage of my family's resources? Do they take me for a fool? Indeed, that seemed to be the case. So, Deputy Director Wang, as for the supplies from Sicily, I have plenty to offer to District 19 at any time. Upon hearing this, Wang Bai's eyes lit up with joy. This young girl, despite her tender age, was quite adept at navigating the intricacies of officialdom. Goodness, Ms. Liu. I never expected someone so young to be so. As for the price, well, times are tough for everyone, and I can understand that. Let us just go with the rates set for the residents of Sicily. We 1T inflate the prices. So, Deputy Director Wong, when will you send someone to collect? Perhaps tomorrow? How much do you estimate? Seeing Wang Bai's eyes nearly disappear in delight, Lucy felt elated as well. Who wouldn't be pleased to receive money handed to them on a platter? Ah, what money? Wang Bai's smile faded instantly upon hearing the mention of payment. Wasn't it agreed that they would receive whatever was available? Why was there now a talk of money? The news of the food shortage had circulated for a while, and others had already approached us for collaboration. Our supplies didn't materialize out of thin air. They were finite. Frankly, Deputy Director Wong, had you not come seeking me today, I might not have been available at all. However, since you've taken the initiative to visit, I can assure you that whatever amount you require will be provided. I would rather forego dealings with others to prioritize your needs, Deputy Director Wong. Upon hearing this, Wang Bai realized not only was he expected to pay, but there was also no room for negotiation. His mood soured immediately. Ms. Liu, I came here to discuss collaboration. Why must we make it all about money? Wang Bai replied sternly. Deputy Director, if we are to collaborate without discussing financial matters, then what exactly do you wish to talk about? I have the final say in Sicily, and do you truly believe you hold sway in District 19? Lucy regarded him with a cold gaze. Everything available in District 19, I possess as well, and even that which is unavailable there, I have in abundance. If we were to speak of mutual assistance, it is with Province 94 that I would negotiate, not with District 19. Lucy had no desire to waste further words with him. After all, there were limits to exploiting resources, and she wouldn't part with a single coin while he sought supplies, as if they were his own. Very well. Since you insist on this stance, let us consider this meeting as though I, Wang, never graced your presence today. With that, Wang Bai gulped down his lemonade and promptly exited. Ro Wei, who had been waiting outside, entered and noticed the empty glass of lemonade. This person truly has no shame. He wishes to take our resources without offering a single cent, as if we owe him something. Rolling her eyes, she began to tidy up the table. He walks around as if he were a dignitary, expecting to be revered wherever he goes. Never mind him. Let's go eat. Lucy urged Ro Wei as they made their way outside, oblivious to the individual trailing behind them. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, they ordered their meals and took a seat. Just as Lucy was about to eat, a shadow fell beside her as someone sat down next to her. Major General Xie? Lucy mumbled through a mouthful of meat. Speak. What was so urgent that you called me here? Xie Sinan appeared ravenous, diving into his noodles. Lucy observed him consuming noodles, or rather, slurping them. He ordered 3 bowls, each devoured in mere 2 bites. I have heard that food scarcity has become an issue. Surely, Major General Xie wouldn't be reduced to such hunger, would he? Has Wang Bai sought you out? Upon finishing his noodles, he began sipping on soda. No wonder Lucy enjoys this. It is indeed delightful. How do you know? He intends to exploit the resources of Sicily. So, you summoned me for this matter? Xie Senan glanced up at Lucy, initially believing she was still upset. It was not I who sought you out, but Chun Shi. Lucy recounted the events of the past few days to Xie Senan. What do you think? He had never anticipated that the individuals he had sent would cause her so much trouble. Shall I bring Chun Shi here for a discussion? It is fortuitous that Song Huixian is not present. In any case, I cannot permit such individuals to wreak havoc in Sicily daily. Lucy tidied up the rubbish and departed. From Lucy's perspective, whether it be Chun Shi or Song Huixian, she wished they would not reside in Sicily at all. As for Song Huixian, it was needless to say. Her motives were quite clear. Chun Shi, still a minor, was managing her younger brother on her own. The previous experience with the underage Hui had already taught her a lesson. One must not tread the same path twice. Wu Dakuai observed the perplexed Wang Bai and advised him to adopt a conciliatory stance, for Sicily was now the only place with available food supplies. As the crowd outside began to surge, Wang Bai instructed Wu Dakuai to contact the head of the Security Bureau, requesting officers to quell the unrest. The Security Bureau, upon receiving the news, promptly dispatched the Gao brothers and their men for assistance. Regrettably, they were one step too late. As a large number of citizens stormed the Food Bureau, seizing what they could and vandalizing what they could not. Terrified, Wang Bai and Wu Dakuai hurriedly locked the office door, trembling at the chaos outside. Deputy Director Wang, you should just appease that little girl from Sicily. If this escalates and someone is harmed, Director Guo will hold you accountable. Wu Dakuai lamented, realizing he had allied himself with the wrong person. Someone merely book-smart but devoid of real capability. It was only through CS Senin's military intervention that the ruckus at the Food Bureau was eventually subdued. Depopulace, deprived of sustenance, resembled drowning individuals, fighting desperately against the inevitable. Due to the commotion, Guoyu was informed and consequently ordered the Food Bureau to resolve the matter within 3 days. Upon hearing Wu Dakuai's intentions, Luo Wei secretly admired Lucy. She truly had an uncanny ability to predict events. It was evident that the individuals from the Food Bureau would soon return seeking supplies. Miss Luo, could you possibly arrange a meeting with Boss Lucy? I must discuss this supply issue with her. Wu Dakuai implored, his expression one of eager compliance. Huh? What does that mean? Wu Dakuai was momentarily taken aback, unsure of Lucy's intentions. All right. However, you must act quickly. The quantity of supplies waits for no one. If they run out, no amount of money will suffice. Luo Wei recalled Lucy's words, asserting that Sicily was not a place easily manipulated by just anyone. Chapter 50. Song Huaxian Schemes Report. A male voice echoed at the entrance of CS Senin's office. Major General, here is the complete information on the individual you requested. A soldier handed over a document, and after dismissing him, CS Senin unsealed the file. Having previously conversed with Chun Shi in Sicily, he remained skeptical. However, after conducting an investigation, he found that Song Huaxian was indeed no ordinary individual. As he perused the report, CS Senin fell into deep contemplation. Legally speaking, Song Huaxian was indeed the primary heir, possessing 2/3 of the estate, while Chun Shi and her brother share the remaining third. He recalled Lucy's words, expressing her desire for Song Huaxian not to reside in Sicily. If Song Huaxian relinquished her claim to the rental, the siblings would likely receive nothing. CS Senin found these matters far more complex than arranging a military operation, rubbing his temples in frustration. Yang, have you spoken to your family about our situation? Song Huaxian nestled in He Shiyang's embrace, her voice soft. Not yet. I need to wait a while longer. My mother is quite domineering. I haven't figured out how to broach the subject with her. He Shiyang replied gloomily. He Shiyang was the boyfriend introduced to Song Huaxian by Lin Huimei. Though distantly related to Lin Huimei's husband, they had never maintained contact, merely knowing that He Shiyang worked at a water supply plant, a valuable resource in these dire times. Lin Huimei had long sought to strengthen her ties with He Shiyang, but was wary of appearing too forward. The emergence of Song Huaxian was fortuitous. Lin Huimei knew that He Shiyang remained unmarried and hoped to facilitate their union. By chance, the two had hit it off during their first meeting. Much to Lin Huimei's delight, He Shiyang lost his father at a young age and was raised solely by his mother, whose strong and domineering nature was shaped by the struggles of a single parent in a harsh world. Consequently, He Shiyang had become somewhat timid, relying heavily on his mother for all aspects of his life. He had never formed his own opinions, seemingly indifferent to his desires. However, once he began dating, a serious conflict arose between his preferences and those of his mother. For years, they remained in an impasse. His mother favored individuals he did not, and vice versa. Now, upon meeting Song Huaxian, the dormant heart within him stirred to life. He resolved that this time, he would marry her, but after years of maternal control. The prospect of rebellion was daunting. As He Shiyang pondered, he noticed that Song Huaxian had fallen silent in his arms. Looking down, he saw her cheeks stained with tears. My dear, what troubles you? Why are you crying? He Shiyang asked with concern and alarm, and Song Huaxian was pleased with his reaction, feeling valued. It's nothing. It's just that my late husband's 2 children have become increasingly unreasonable since he passed away. The younger one is manageable, but the elder one constantly berates me. While I understand her grief, as a grown woman, how can I hold it against a child? However, last night, she yelled at me in the hallway, accusing me of being shameless and claiming that I was responsible for her father's death. How can I bear such accusations? Am I not grieving too? At this, Song Huixian covered her face and began to sob. Yang, if we were to marry, could we possibly live in Sicily? After all, those two children are still minors, and their mother passed away long ago. With their father gone now, if I were to abandon them, how would they survive? Though Song Huixian had yet to visit He Shiyang's home, she surmised that it was unlikely to be better than Sicily. Moreover, living with his domineering mother would force her to demean herself. Residing in Sicily would be different. She could evict the siblings and the military would cover the rent. After all, many coveted the opportunity to reside in Sicily. Huixian, you are far too kind. Those two children treat you so poorly, yet you still worry about their well-being. They are pushing you to your limits. He Shiyang said, his heart aching as he wiped away her tears. Sigh, how can I hold a grudge against two children? If I fail to care for them properly, how will I explain myself to their father in the afterlife? Song Huixian feigned a sigh. She was unwilling to converse with her further or engage in another argument. Not only did it disturb the neighbors, but it also frightened her brother. For the past few nights, her brother had been waking in tears, calling for their father. Shi, I need to speak with you. Song Huixian called out as the siblings approached the door to their room. I have nothing to say to you, Shi retorted, entering the room. Shi, I am aware of your thoughts. You believe that as soon as he departs, I should seek someone else, deeming me shameless. However, I am indifferent to your opinions. He is no longer here. Must the living endure a lifetime of suffering for those who have passed? I'm not in my youth anymore, and I have yet to bear children of my own. You are still young, unable to comprehend the profound regret a woman feels when she has no offspring. As Song Huixian spoke, emotions overwhelmed her, and tears streamed down her face. This was the first time she had communicated with Shi in such a calm manner. You are right. I do not hold you in high regard, and I am fully aware of your sentiments, as you are of mine. There is no need for you to perform here, wasting our time. Save your theatrics for the man outside. Shi refrained from arguing, simply closing the door behind him. Song Huixian glared at the closed door, her expression cold. Since you refused to take the opportunity one offered, do not blame me for what follows. Chapter 51. Flattering each other. Wu Dakuai awoke early, hurrying to the office. Having received the supply contract from Sicily last night, he needed to deliver it to Wang Bai promptly. Upon arriving at the entrance of the grain bureau, he noticed a considerable crowd of citizens gathered outside. Following the recent uprising and subsequent military suppression, most citizens remained fearful. Yet, the inability to procure food compelled them to take risks. Waiting at home was akin to waiting for death. At the entrance of Wang Bai's office, he encountered Su Yiwei, the head of the security office, who emerged with an expression of displeasure. Wu Dakuai nodded a greeting, but Su merely cast a cold glance before walking away without acknowledgement. Wang, Deputy Chief, you're here early. Wu Dakuai observed his demeanor, curious about their early meeting. Alas, what can be done? Did you notice the crowd outside when you arrived? I heard that citizens have been waiting all night for us to distribute food. Some even claim they would rather die at the grain bureau's doorstep. I just spoke with old Su from the security office, asking him to disperse the crowd, but he refused, saying it was outside his jurisdiction. I am truly, Wang Bai exclaimed, nearly losing his breath in frustration. Wu Dakuai quickly handed him a glass of water. By the way, how did your meeting with Sicily go last night? Wang Bai took a few sips, feeling somewhat relieved. I came early to discuss just this matter with you. They provided me with a contract, but I lacked the education to comprehend it, so I rushed here to deliver it. Wu Dakuai handed the materials to Wang Bai. Upon reviewing the papers, Wang Bai's amusement turned to dismay. The offer pricing was outrageous. Enraged, he slammed the documents onto the table, startling Wu Dakuai with a sudden movement. Deputy Chief Wang, what is the matter? Did you not review the contract upon receipt? How could such absurd terms be proposed? They might as well rob us. Wang Bai fumed, his hands trembling with anger. She is shameless. Wang Bai was at a loss for words, his ire stemming from the meager funds at his disposal. The allocation from above amounted to a mere 200,000, intended to assist the citizens through this food crisis. Given Sicily's pricing, they would be lucky to break even, let alone profit. Yet, Wu Dakuai's words rang true. Every option had been considered, and Sicily remained the most reliable choice. Listening to Wu Dakuai, Wang Bai's perspective broadened. If they could make their money work for them, what was there to fear? As long as confidentiality was maintained and the operation executed flawlessly, there would be no repercussions from above. Indeed, it is Wu Director who possesses foresight. This position seems beneath him. They exchanged knowing glances, fully understanding one another. Oh, not all. It is you, Deputy Chief Wang, who leads us well. They flattered one another, striking a chord with their mutual admiration. Excellent. You shall represent us in signing the contract with Sicily. We will request 20,000 worth of supplies, but in batches of 5,000 each. This matter must remain confidential. Wang Bai promptly decided to follow Wu Dakuai's advice. Yes, rest assured. Wu Dakuai recognized that the scholarly minds were not always astute. Should this endeavor succeed, Wu Director would surely rise in rank. Wang Bai subtly hinted at Wu Dakuai. Wang Deputy Chief, you flatter me. This is all your achievement. Should you ascend, do not forget your little brother. Ha! As Director Zheng passed by the office, the sounds of laughter inside elicited an enigmatic smile. Returning to the security office, Su Yiwei's mood was equally dismal. It was absurd that the Grain Bureau had issued a military order. If they failed to procure food after receiving funds, and the citizens revolted due to hunger, what did that have to do with him? Wang Bai had the audacity to claim he had not fulfilled his supervisory duties, resulting in being publicly reprimanded. Criticism was one thing, but Wang Bai had the nerve to lecture him? What was he even worth? Director, trouble. The citizens from the slums are parading in the city. A panicked officer rushed into Su Yiwei's office. Who's responsible for the slum area? Su Yiwei inquired of his subordinate. The Gao brothers are in charge of patrolling. And where are they? Su Yiwei snapped, his frustration palpable. They are both absent, his subordinate replied. Su Yiwei held a disdain for the Gao brothers, viewing them as young and obstinate, lacking worldly wisdom. While they possessed commendable abilities, had they been more perceptive, they could have secured positions as small team leaders. Su Yiwei had assigned them to the slum area, knowing it was a place rife with troubles and devoid of profit, with people struggling to survive, who had money to bribe officials. Others would have grasped this by now, either offering gifts or resigning. Yet these two thrived in their work. Hurry, contact them. Find out where those people have gone. The thought of the Gao brothers infuriated Su Yiwei. If the impoverished citizens truly reached the city or the government, it would be far more than mere reprimands. At the Sicily canteen. Lucy, have you heard? This afternoon, citizens from the slums paraded into the city. Luo Wei was a veritable news hound, privy to every development in both Sicily and District 19. Paraded? Is it due to hunger? Indeed, people outside cannot procure food, whether rich or poor. Reflecting on it, I feel fortunate to have rented a place in Sicily. Luo Wei beamed with satisfaction. Absolutely. Thanks to your wise decision. I'm not toiling away alone. Lucy raised her soda in a toast to Luo Wei. Lucy, the riots we hear about seem to be increasing. They say it's due to this year's poor grain harvest. Surely, Sicily won't be unable to procure food as well? Wu Shuefei, overhearing their conversation, interjected with concern. Chapter 52, Wu Dakuai's shock. Rest assured, as long as I am in Sicily, I will ensure everyone lives safely and securely. Lucy's calm assurance garnered praise from the surrounding tenants. Truly, Lucy is remarkable, so young yet so bold. Cheers to Lucy. The accolades filled the air, and Lucy felt a surge of joy within. Song Huixian and Lin Huimei sat at a corner table, listening to the praises directed at Lucy, their hearts filled with doubt. Sister Lin, is there truly a famine? Song Huixian could not help but ask. Ah, do not heed their nonsensical chatter. The residents of the impoverished areas are often idle, indulging in a life of leisure without any productive endeavors. They frequently take to the streets, demanding assistance from the government. Such occurrences are commonplace. As Zhou Jianhua remarked with a dismissive gesture, do not heed their incessant clamoring. They are easily swayed by rumors and lack discernment. Besides, even in the event of a famine, your family's yang is employed at the water supply plant. Isn't sustenance merely food and water? Why would you fear going hungry? Lin Huimei continued her husband's line of reasoning. Upon hearing Lin Huimei mention He Shiyang, Song Huixian's cheeks and ears flushed slightly. With a radiant smile, she recounted her moments spent with He Shiyang, though her expression shifted when she referred to his mother. I wonder if his mother will disapprove of me. She sighed. My sister-in-law is simply too domineering. Were it not for the apocalypse, she would undoubtedly be a formidable career woman. She has seen the world. She looks down upon those who are overly compliant and those who are too shrewd. Do not concern yourself too much with her opinions. She is getting on in years and would surely prefer that Xiao Yang find someone soon. Zhou Jianhua's words provided Song Huixian with a clearer understanding of He's mother, solidifying her thoughts. Director Wu, I apologize for keeping you waiting, Lucy said languidly. Yesterday, Wu Dakowei and Wang Bai reached an agreement and came to Sicily in the afternoon to finalize the contract. They had arranged to collect supplies this morning, specifically designating a few trusted subordinates to assist with the transport. However, upon arrival at Sicily's entrance, they discovered that, apart from Wu Dakowei, none could pass through the archway, each being forcefully ejected several meters away. Faced with this predicament, Wu Dakowei sought out Luo Wei. His intention had been to discreetly move the supplies before dawn, when there were fewer people around. To his surprise, Luo Wei also lacked the necessary permissions. Only Lucy had the authority. As it was still early, Luo Wei was reluctant to awaken Lucy, resulting in a delay. Wu Dakowei, unwilling to waste time, insisted that Luo Wei rouse the still slumbering Lucy. Lucy, I apologize for waking you. However, the upper management is pressing for the supplies, so we hope to come by early, Luo Wei explained, maintaining a facade of politeness despite her impatience. No problem, I understand, Lucy replied, granting them access before leading them to the cafeteria. Lucy, where are the supplies? Wu Dakowei inquired, observing the empty cafeteria, devoid of anything save for tables and chairs. Not a trace of the supplies was in sight. Director Wu has yet to make the payment, so naturally, you cannot see the goods, Lucy replied, stifling a yawn as she spoke. But how can we make a payment without seeing the goods? Wu Dakowei retorted, feeling exasperated by Lucy's apparent nonchalance. Isn't the merchandise right there? Lucy pointed toward the food cabinet. Wu Dakowei turned to look puzzled. What do you mean? Are we expected to purchase them box by box from the food cabinet? If we must do this ourselves, may I ask what service fee you are charging for? He questioned, his confusion evident. Was it not I who granted you permission to enter? Without my authorization, would you have been able to come in? And if you could not enter, how could you procure supplies? Lucy's rapid-fire inquiries left Wu Dakowei momentarily speechless. This, for merely a few steps, you wish to charge a 15% service fee? Wu Dakowei thought, incredulous at her audacity. Refusing to buy, are we? Luo Wei, show them out, Lucy declared, turning to leave the cafeteria. She halted just at the entrance, glancing back at Wu Dakowei and the others, who wore expressions that seemed to question her authority to expel them after they had already entered. Wu Dakowei stood dumbfounded, bewildered by Sicily's unusual proceedings. Had he misread the situation? Was there something that had propelled them outside moments ago? He cast another look at Lucy, who was now sipping strawberry milk at the door. Lucy, wait. Please, just a moment, Wu Dakowei stammered, both terrified and astonished, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Director Wu, is there something else? Lucy responded, not bothering to meet his gaze, while Luo Wei suppressed a laugh. I am but a fool who fails to recognize greatness. Please, Lucy, do not take offense. I implore you, allow them to re-enter. We will buy everything immediately and leave. We promise not to disturb your rest. Lucy granted access to a few individuals again. When Wu Dakowei saw someone entering, he hurriedly paid for the initial procurement of supplies along with the service fee. After Lucy confirmed the transaction, she instructed Luo Wei to take good care of Director Wu. Today, Song Huixian rose early, having made arrangements with He Yang to visit his mother. Yesterday, through the accounts of Lin Hui Mei and her husband, she had formed a rough image of He's mother. She chose a simple beige dress, a gift from Chun Shi's father when they first married. Song Huixian patted her head, pondering why she suddenly recalled that man. If he had not left so soon, she truly wished to build a life with him and have a child of their own. But now, it was too late. He was no longer present. She could not ruin her life for others' opinions. Even if met with disdain, she would accept it. Chapter 53. The secret of Ming Heian stared blankly at the mist on the communicator, unable to comprehend its significance. The mist fluctuated in depth at times. It revealed fleeting images of forests and humanoid figures scurrying about, along with uneven structures or mountains. Ming Heian found the notion of being bound to a system quite bizarre. If it were happening to someone else, it would merely seem like a fantastical tale, yet experiencing it himself felt remarkable yet strangely acceptable. For him, even without the system, his status as the heir of the Ming family already endowed him with a certain prestige. On his 13th birthday, a voice had informed him that he was bound to the XX system, granting him the ability to forge weapons. This so-called weapon forging allowed him to transform all things into weapons, including living beings. After nearly 15 years, he finally upgraded the system to its maximum level. However, 2 months ago, a mist unexpectedly appeared on the system's map. Ming Heian believed this indicated that others, besides himself, possessed systems. Another possibility was that the mist represented Sicily. Considering its emergence coincided with that of the mist, and the spacecraft from Sicily was not produced by the Ming family. Yet, during his time in Sicily, the mist had shown no reaction. Ming Heian was left utterly confounded. Aaron observed Li Gua's data in the research lab. Truly, as a soldier, and with youth on his side, even after being severely injured, his vitality remained remarkably resilient, comparable to the former Major General Xie. Sinan, as Ming Heian's first living experiment, had proven exceptionally successful. However, since then, both human and animal subjects, based on data, had not equaled Major General Xie. Despite efforts to enhance technology, results were disappointing. Until now, Li Gua's mechanical integration once again validated the young master's capabilities. The young master had been persistently requesting the province to convert military casualties into half-human, half-mechanical entities. After all, soldiers possess superior physical attributes compared to ordinary individuals. Yet the province harbored numerous concerns and hesitated to grant approval. Young master, here are Li Gua's latest body data. Aaron organized the recent data and presented it to Ming Heian. Noticing the young master engrossed in contemplation of the mist, Aaron quietly withdrew, leaving the documents beside him. Has Gree been discovered? Just as Aaron reached the door, the young master suddenly inquired. Not yet. Ming Heian's gaze finally shifted away from the mist. Before departing, he left a kitten in Sicily to continue its investigation. Initially, he believed Lucy was wary of him, hence her lack of action. Sicily was peculiar, despite being a rental. No construction crews ever came to build or renovate, and even the neighbors claimed to have never heard any unusual sounds day or night. How had that house come to be? This was the mystery Ming Heian yearned to unravel. Ming Heian left, expecting Lucy to make some moves. He thought Gree would soon be discovered. However, to his surprise, Gree was still executing monitoring tasks. This left him perplexed. What was Sicily planning? Has there been any new activity in Sicily? Ming Heian inquired once more. All right, nothing to worry about. He then fell in a deep thought. Sicily. Song Huixian had arranged with He Shiyang to come pick her up this morning to visit his mother. Yet, time passed, and he still had not arrived. Sitting by the window, she repeatedly peeked outside. Could it be that he had changed his mind? Unlikely. Perhaps he was being held back by his mother? Anxiously, Song Huixian's mind raced. Her previous confidence began to wane. She believed she had He Shiyang under control, yet his mother was another matter. If He Shiyang had any personal convictions, he wouldn't still be unmarried. Zhizhi. Master, a man is attempting to intrude into Sicily. Zhizhi. Master, wake up. Someone is trying to break into Sicily. Lucy seemed to dream of the system speaking. One is mad, the other carefree. How did they choose this one? Who? Who is mad? Lucy felt as if someone was conversing with her and groggily opened her eyes. Zhizhi. Master, there is someone trying to intrude at the door. The system repeated helplessly. Are there any weapons? Lucy squinted, inquiring. Zhizhi. No weapons available. If there are no weapons, then it's of no concern. Disregard it. She turned over and fell back asleep. Upon stepping outside, she found a middle-aged man sitting on the ground, grimacing as he stood up while rubbing his behind and lower back. Luo Wei took a closer look. confirming he was not a tenant of Sicily. "Hello, do you need something?" Luo Wei stepped forward to ask. "You, do you live here? I'm looking for someone." The man glared at Luo Wei, displeased. "Who are you looking for?" Luo Wei, sensing his unfriendly demeanor, felt cautious, fearing he might be seeking Lucy for supplies. "This door requires authorization. Only tenants of Sicily may enter." "Who are you looking for? I can go fetch them." Upon hearing Luo Wei's words, Zhiyao observed the door, contemplating Sicily's tight security. "I'm looking for Song Huixian. Please help me call her. Thank you." "Who are you to her?" Upon hearing Song Huixian's name, Luo Wei's curiosity piqued. Chapter 54. Zhiyao comes knocking, tell her my surname is He. She will know. Zhiyao was reluctant to elaborate. Luo Wei noted his appearance and attire, suspecting he was indeed the man she had mentioned from outside. Upon arriving at Song Huixian's door, just as he raised his hand to knock, the door swung open. Both were momentarily taken aback. "Manager Luo, are you looking for me?" A man named He is at the door looking for you. Luo Wei observed that today, Song Huixian appeared quite different. It was rare to see her in light-colored clothing. The beige dress accentuated her figure beautifully. Hearing the surname He, Song Huixian quickly shut the door and dashed to the arched entrance. "Young Gu, why did you take so long? I thought you had changed your mind." Upon seeing the somewhat disheveled Zhiyao, she leaped into his embrace. Zhiyao, slightly nearsighted and seldom wearing glasses, had seen someone emerge but had not recognized who it was before being unexpectedly enveloped. Looking down, he noticed her dress, which was gentle and dignified in color, highlighting her alluring curves. The irritation that had festered within me from waiting so long to gain entry was instantly alleviated by the soft presence of the woman in my arms. "Xian, you look absolutely stunning today." Song Huixian noticed Zhiyao's unwavering gaze upon her, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. "Stop staring at me like that. Where have you been?" "I've been waiting for you all morning," she playfully chided. "You know I couldn't get through that door, right?" Zhiyao retorted, frustration evident in his tone. "What? How could you not get in?" Song Huixian seemed genuinely perplexed by his words. Realizing her confusion was genuine, Zhiyao demonstrated the issue, and although he was prepared, he was still pushed back several feet by the resistance. It was today that Song Huixian learned about the restrictions on access. Witnessing Zhiyao's demonstration left her astonished. She hadn't anticipated that Sicilian security would be so stringent, which only intensified her desire to remain in Sicily. "Manager Luo, my friend has arrived. Could you please let him in?" Upon hearing Song Huixian refer to him as a friend, Luo Wei internally scoffed, thinking to herself, clearly, he's more than just a friend. "Apologies, but only Boss Lu has the authority to grant that access," Luo Wei replied, turning to leave. "Could you at least ask Lu Shi to allow my friend in?" Song Huixian requested, though she felt a twinge of apprehension towards Lu Shi. She still wanted Zhiyao to experience the allure of Sicily. "Your friend isn't a tenant in Sicily, so Boss Lu won't permit him entry." "How would you know unless you ask?" Song Huixian retorted proudly. "My friend is from the water supply company. If Sicily ever faces a water shortage, he could certainly assist." "You'll have to wait then. Boss Lu is still resting." Luo Wei hesitated, not wanting to outright refuse Lu Shi, fearing repercussions if assistance was ever needed. "How long do we have to wait? If she sleeps until evening, will we just be left here?" Song Huixian said, exasperated, preparing to seek Lu Shi herself. "Hey, I told you, Boss Lu is resting, and you can't just." Luo Wei hurried to block her path as Lu Shi emerged from the small building. "What are you two arguing about?" Lu Shi inquired. "Boss Lu Shi," Luo Wei began, but was interrupted by Song Huixian. "Boss Lu, my friend wishes to rent a place in Sicily, but can't get in. I would appreciate it if you could grant him access." Song Huixian observed Lu Shi, who appeared groggy from sleep. Yet youth appeared to suit her. Her complexion was radiant and full, a stark contrast to those who had endured apocalyptic conditions. "Wishing to rent? Submit an application online. I will contact them when their turn arrives," Lu Shi yawned. "How can one determine if this place is suitable without stepping inside?" Song Huixian found Lu Shi's response amusing. "He's outside. Just let him in to take a look. If he likes it, he could sign today," she asserted, confident in Zhiyao's financial capabilities. "Huh. Do you have any idea how many people are waiting to sign for Sicilian properties online?" "There are no fewer than 10,000 in line." If it weren't for you being the widow of a martyr, or Major General Xie's request for priority on your behalf, do you think you would have a chance to enter? Lu Shi laughed heartily, taken aback by her confidence. Sung Huixian had no idea Sicily was such a coveted destination, and she was caught off guard by Lu Shi's mocking tone, feeling embarrassed. My friend is a leader at the water supply company, Boss Lu. You understand the value of connections in business, right? If Sicily ever needs water resources, we wouldn't ignore your request. Sung Huixian presented her trump card. Rest assured, even if the entire 94th province runs out of water, Sicily will never face such a shortage. Your plea won't reach me. Lu Shi's newfound assertiveness was evident, and Luo Wei noted how fiercely she had become. You. Sung Huixian was rendered speechless, astounded by Lu Shi's audacity. Seeing her determination to deny entry, she decided to relent. Xian, what's wrong? He Yang approached her, noticing her distressed expression as he emerged from the archway. Yang Gu, the owner here is being so unreasonable. She simply won't let you in to take a look. It's all my fault. Sung Huixian's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Too handsome. Here, take this. Luo Wei gave a thumbs up to Lu Shi as she exited the archway. Who is that outside? Lu Shi inquired curiously. A man, middle-aged, who claims to be her friend. I suspect he is more than that, Luo Wei speculated. Is he the man Chen Shi mentioned? Lu Shi mused, contemplating Sung Huixian's boldness in bringing a man to Sicily. What could she possibly be thinking? Chapter 55. The Wang family surprisingly lives next to the Lu family. Is that all? Didn't you discuss with your superiors about requesting more? Mom, it seems the rumors outside may not be entirely unfounded. Should we stockpile some food, just in case? Before Fong Ru could finish, Old Lady Lu interrupted. Nonsense. My son is a government official. Even if others starve, the government will care for its own. Do you know how expensive food is outside? It's several times what it used to be. Buying now would be like throwing money away. If you're looking to be a fool, do it with your own money. Not mine. Wow, it smells so good. Grandma, do you smell that? What is it? Meat. It's meat. Lu Zhiyu exclaimed excitedly. Just as Fong Ru stared at the meager ingredients, unsure of what to do, her son was beside himself with joy. She too caught a whiff of a delicious aroma and glanced at her mother-in-law, who was equally intrigued by the source of the enticing scent. It's coming from next door. Mom, Grandma, it's from next door, Lu Zhiyu declared, sniffing eagerly. Lu Zian, drawn by the delicious aroma, got out of bed and made his way to the kitchen. What are they cooking? He asked the family. Dad, from next door. They're cooking meat. The Lu family hadn't experienced such delightful scents in ages. They recalled that the house next door had been vacant for quite some time. How could such an appetizing aroma suddenly waft over? I'll go check next door, Old Lady Lu said, moving toward the door. Once outside, the aroma intensified. She knocked on the neighboring door and waited for a while before Small Boy answered. Who? Who are you looking for? The boy asked timidly. Little one, where are your parents? The elderly lady inquired with a cheerful smile. There, they're cooking, the boy replied before quickly retreating inside. Moments later, an elderly woman emerged. Who are you? Asked Wang Bai's mother. Oh, when did the neighbors move in? We had no idea. Old Lady Lu noted the newcomer, who, though dressed plainly, appeared tidy and well-fitted, with no visible patches. She surmised that the family's circumstances must be decent, given their location, which housed mostly government employees. We just moved in not long ago. Are you the ones living next door? Yes. Previously, this place was occupied by a senior official from District 19, but he was promoted to another district, and the house has been vacant since. Is your son also a government employee? Old Lady Lu probed. Yes, my son works at the Grain Bureau. He was stationed in District 10, but due to a sudden transfer, we moved in hastily without having time to find housing. The government has arranged for us to stay here temporarily, Wang's mother said proudly, emphasizing her association with the Grain Bureau. Oh dear, my son also works in the government, serving as a secretary to the district chief. What a remarkable coincidence that we were once colleagues. We were just preparing dinner when my little grandson caught a whiff of the delicious aroma wafting from your home and came over out of curiosity. No witties. You all enjoy your meal. I must take my leave now. Upon hearing Grain Bureau, Mrs. Lu realized that this family must possess considerable resources, so she emphasized that her son works for the district chief. As expected, upon hearing the mention of the district chief, Wang Mu immediately reacted. Oh dear, look at this. I come empty-handed on my first visit, and here I am taking your things. I truly feel embarrassed." Although Mrs. Liu spoke such words, her hands were tightly gripping the sausage, showing no signs of any shame. "Please take it, dear sister. We will need your family's assistance in the future," Wang Mu said with a knowing smile. Grandma, what delicious treats have you brought?" As soon as he entered the house, Lu Zhiyu rushed over to see what she held. "Fengru, hurry, quickly make some meat soup to satisfy my eldest grandson's cravings," Mrs. Liu called to her daughter-in-law, handing her the sausage. "Where did this come from?" Fengru looked at the sausage in the bag, thinking her mother-in-law was quite impressive, just stepping out for a while, and she managed to bring back meat. "I heard that a deputy director Wang has arrived from District 10. What is the matter?" Lu Zifeng asked, puzzled. "I just visited next door, and there's an elderly lady a few years younger than me. She mentioned that her son works at the Grain Bureau and is actually a deputy director. We must foster a good relationship with them. It's no wonder that someone from the Grain Bureau can casually hand out meat." Mrs. Liu thought to herself that if she could curry favor well, perhaps her son could be transferred to the Grain Bureau. Then, would there ever be a worry about not having meat? The thought brought a smile that deepened the wrinkles on her face. "Why did you give her a bag of meat? Don't you know that food is in short supply now?" Mr. Wang was puzzled by his wife's generosity. "Do you know what kind of people our neighbors are? Her son works for the district chief. If we get along well, it could lead to our son being promoted to a formal director or even a higher position. It's just a matter of words." Mrs. Wang shot her husband a glance, thinking this was a golden opportunity handed to them. Chapter 56. Recapture. The last mission ended in failure, resulting in significant casualties among the accompanying soldiers. Subsequent investigations revealed that it was Chun Peng, the father of Chun Shi and the husband of Song Huixian, who had been bribed by the enemy, leading to the leakage of mission secrets. However, he is now deceased, and the truth will remain unproven, leaving him without a chance to defend himself. Although Xiesinan did not believe this was the whole truth, he had no evidence. Therefore, the honor of a martyr and the accompanying condolence payment of 500,000 were both lost. It was only through Xiesinan's persistent efforts that a mere 120,000 was begrudgingly awarded. Bai Muran truly did not know where Xia Chen's family lived, so he had to wait every day at the entrance of Xia Chen's workplace and the entrance to Sicily. Yet today, instead of seeing Xia Chen, he encountered Xiesinan. "No wonder I haven't seen you these past few days. What is this? Do you intend to change careers and become a doorman at Sicily?" Xiesinan questioned him with a serious demeanor. Although the Major General's tone was icy, Bai Muran understood that he was not genuinely angry. Major Generals often indulged in such tedious cold jokes. Xiesinan shot him a glance and said nothing further as he entered Sicily. In truth, he envied Bai Muran for being able to pursue the girl he fancied openly. While he could do the same, considering his previous actions and the current response from Lucy, he feared that if he expressed his feelings, she would only push him further away. Xiesinan came to Sicily to convey the military's decision to Qin Peng's family. He could have gone directly to find Song Huixian, but for some reason, he felt it necessary to have Lucy present, perhaps merely because he wished to see her. Glancing at the small building where Lucy lived, he noticed the lights on the second floor were illuminated. Just as he was contemplating whether to find her, he suddenly spotted a moving shadow on her windowsill. Narrowing his eyes, Xiesinan walked directly towards the small building. "Come." Lucy heard the knock on the door. Her eyes glued to the screen and shouted towards the entrance. The door isn't locked. Lucy was researching descriptions related to beastmen. According to Shunling, she needed to find news fragments to fully heal him. She wanted to ask Soren for help, but she needed to provide him with some specific information first. However, there was so little information about beastmen online that it was making Lucy's eyes ache from searching. "Is Major Xie here for something?" Lucy turned her communicator aside, knowing Xiesinan was sensitive to the topic of beastmen. After all, he had once attempted to capture Xingye with a gun upon their first meeting at Sicily. If he dared to take Anu away, she would fight him with everything she had. Xiesinan noticed her movements but was unperturbed. "Lucy, you seem quite enthusiastic." A faint smile graced Xiesinan's face as seeing her brought him happiness. "What do you mean by that?" Lucy was puzzled by his sudden comment. "It seems our boss is doing quite well, even managing to keep a pet. In this apocalypse, not everyone can afford such luxuries." Upon hearing the word pet, Lucy's immediate reaction was to wonder if he had discovered the existence of Anu. However, that could not be right. If he were aware, his demeanor would not be as it was. He should have taken the gun and gone directly to the basement to apprehend someone. Could it be that he was unaware of Anu's whereabouts, prompting him to question her? Lucy's mind raced, yet her expression remained one of bewilderment. Chestnut, observing her demeanor, likely had no inkling of the small creature resting on the windowsill. Should we go upstairs to check on that small thing on your windowsill? Chestnut suggested. Windowsill? Lucy queried, even more puzzled. Follow me, Chestnut said, gesturing for silence as he stealthily ascended the stairs. Lucy followed behind him, her mind racing with confusion about his intentions. What could he possibly want by taking Anu upstairs? Although she didn't understand, she decided to follow him nonetheless. Senin was remarkably stealthy, even in heavy military boots. He made not a whisper as he walked. The door to Lucy's room stood ajar, marking the first occasion Senin had entered her private space. In her previous life, she had never welcomed him into her dormitory. Releasing his grip, Senin slowly approached the windowsill, while Lucy lingered at the doorway, curious to see what he might uncover. Since Ming Heian departed from Sicily, Gree had been assigned to monitor Lucy. Wherever she went in Sicily, Gree was sure to follow. Once a discarded kitten, it had been abandoned by a noblewoman who detested its mottled fur, describing it as filthy. Its parents were a pure white cat and a pure black cat, and all its siblings shared those colors, leaving Gree as the sole silver-gray exception. Its fur would shift in hue with the changing light, deepening or lightening in tone. Having lived among humans since birth, Gree lacked the instincts necessary for survival. After being forsaken, it endured hunger and bullying, ultimately breaking its foreleg while fleeing for its life. In its moment of despair, it encountered Ming Heian, who at the time was obsessed with repurposing living beings into weaponry. Gree was initially captured for experimentation, yet it managed to survive. Through relentless trials and modifications, Gree evolved into a creature adept at surveillance, reconnaissance, seduction, and tracking, excelling in various assignments. However, this time, it had miscalculated. Chapter 57. The General's outburst monitoring Lucy proved to be a monotonous endeavor. Gree noted the repetition of her daily activities. What began as diligent observation soon devolved into laziness, particularly in recent days. In its dreams, Gree sensed a tall figure approaching. Was its master? No. There was no trace of that familiar scent. Who could it be? Suddenly, it jolted awake, realizing its scruff was being lifted. Alarmed, it understood it had been captured. Meow. Meow, meow, meow. It took Gree a moment to grasp that this was no dream. It was indeed caught. Frantic, it flailed its limbs, but the scruff of a cat is its Achilles heel, rendering it helpless against its fate. Senin inched closer to the windowsill, effortlessly lifting the flustered kitten, amused by its panicked thrashing and desperate meows. Lucy stood at the doorway, observing Zhizhi as he captured a cat on the windowsill. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was none other than Gree, Ming Heian's beloved feline companion. Oh, Gree, what are you doing here? Lucy exclaimed in delight, rushing over to scoop the cat into her arms. Gree, initially terrified of being discovered, feared for its life. However, to its surprise, Lucy not only refrained from any harshness but also cradled it gently, soothing its nerves, and even ventured to the snack cabinet to procure some delectable treats. Seeing that Lucy meant it no harm and appeared eager to offer it something delicious, Gree immediately relaxed, rolling onto its back to expose its belly, playfully writhing on the floor. Lucy had never owned a pet and was unfamiliar with the meaning of this experience. Tentatively, she extended her hand to stroke its belly, recalling the last time she had been bitten, which still filled her with a tinge of fear. However, Gree, being petted on the belly, found immense comfort, purring continuously with half-closed eyes, reveling in the pleasure. Lucy held a meatball in one hand while cradling a kitten in the other. Observing its pupils expand into deep, dark orbs, she found it irresistibly adorable. Yet, after a brief embrace, she felt her arm grow weary. This little creature, appearing slender, surprisingly bore a considerable weight. Reluctantly, she placed Gree on the ground to enjoy its meal at a leisurely pace. Siesinon descended from upstairs. Upon hearing Lucy's remark, he promptly scooped up the kitten, weighing in his hands. Choo choo meow meow meow. Choo choo meow. Gree, engrossed in its meal, was startled by the sudden lift, letting out distressed cries and shaking in agitation. Enraged, it bared its teeth, causing the morsel in its mouth to fall to the floor. Siesinon, what are you doing? Put it down and let it eat in peace. Lucy exclaimed, irritation evident in her tone. Don't be afraid, sweetheart. Gree, feeling wronged, nestled closer to Lucy, casting furtive glances at Siesinon. Siesinon, observing the aftermath of his playful antics, understood Ming Han's intentions. He knew that the weapon was not intended for Lucy's care. Though he was uncertain of the ultimate aim, it certainly would not bode well. Where did this cat come from? He inquired. I raised it. Is that a problem? Lucy replied tersely. Where did you acquire it? Before he could finish, Lucy interrupted him. Major Zhiyao, what exactly is your purpose in visiting me? The moment she referred to him as Major, he recognized her impatience. He conveyed the military's decision to her, stating thus, I would like to invite you to discuss matters with them. However, with Gree's unexpected arrival, Lucy found herself reluctant to go anywhere. Previously, she had Anu's companionship, but now he lay in the basement. Aside from daily visits from Ro, who would engage her in conversation, she felt profoundly lonely. She merely wished to remain with the kitten for solace. This is a military affair. You should handle it alone, Major Zhiyao. I merely rent a place and prefer not to involve myself. After all, this pertains to whether they can continue renting in Sicily. I must trouble you to accompany me just this once, Siesinon implored once more. Lucy suddenly thought of Song Huisien. If she were to find out, she would not let it go easily. Though she was unafraid of her, she dreaded the possibility of losing points in the system. With these thoughts weighing on her, she decided it would be wiser to pay a visit. At the border gate of District 19, she had clashed with her mother numerous times over the issue of her girlfriend. This time, she was prepared for another confrontation. To her surprise, her mother's attitude towards Song Huisien was quite favorable. Although not entirely satisfied, it was a significant improvement compared to before, as she did not outright dismiss her. Song Huisien was perceptive enough to notice that Madam, he was somewhat pleased with her, especially when she sent He Shiyang away. The words exchanged between them were both a hint and a form of acknowledgement. She understood that the elderly lady was reluctant, but at her age, she could not care for her son indefinitely, making her the best choice. Engrossed in her thoughts, Song Huisien failed to notice the figure standing beside her. Major General Zhiyao. The sound startled her, causing her heart to nearly leap from her chest. I've been waiting for you. Come, let us have a conversation. Siesinon gestured invitingly. Chapter 58. My father is not a traitor if you do not come. I shall assume you have relinquished your claim to Chun Peng's compensation, Siesinon declared before turning to leave. Upon hearing the words compensation, Song Huisien's eyes lit up. The long-awaited funds were finally within reach. Wait, she called out, hastily following him into the office of C.C. Lee, where Lucy and Chun she were already present. I have called you here to discuss the military's decision regarding Chun Peng, Siesinon stated calmly. Upon hearing that her father had not perished for the country, Chun Shi immediately stood to protest. Impossible. On what grounds? Alongside her, Song Huisien echoed her sentiments, though her concern lay not with how Chun Peng had died, but rather why his compensation was less than that of others. Now that he is deceased, do you dismiss him with mere suspicion? Li Hai died alongside him. Why do you not question him? Why cast doubt on my husband? Song Huisien had inquired about the compensation amount for martyrs upon learning of Chun Peng's sacrifice, and when she discovered it to be approximately 500,000, she began to devise a plan. According to current legal principles, as his widow, she would be entitled to the majority of the funds, especially since Chun Shi and her brother were still minors, making her their guardian. In essence, the money would be entirely at her disposal. Were it not for this compensation, she would have long since eloped with He Shiyang. However, now that Siesinon had informed her that the military suspected her husband of being a spy, the figure had dwindled to 120,000, a sum she could not accept. Disregarding any semblance of propriety, she unleashed her fury upon Siesinon. Chun Peng, you scoundrel, look at the mess you've made. You betray your country. and yet leave me with nothing. You are dead. You deserve it. Heaven could not bear to see your actions. Her tirade was interrupted as Chun-Shi, unable to contain her emotions, slapped Song Huisian across the face. Enough. Regardless of whether my father is a traitor, he treated you with utmost kindness. When he was alive, did he not provide you with everything you desired? Now that he is gone, you cannot utter a word in his defense, yet you dare to defame him? You are the last person worthy of casting aspersions upon him. Chun-Shi shouted, her rage palpable. Taken aback, Song Huisian struggled to respond. You dare strike me. Just wait until I. Finally regaining her composure, she lunged towards Chun-Shi, attempting to grasp her by the hair, but Xie Sinan intervened swiftly. Enough of this chaos, he shouted, silencing Song Huisian's outburst. We will not jump to conclusions. The suspicion arises from a thorough investigation and is based on evidence. You are free to reject this sum. In the future, should the truth come to light, the military will reassess the situation. Wiping her tears, Song Huisian realized she could not afford to reject the money. Something was better than nothing. When can I expect to receive the funds? She inquired. Sign here, and the military will expedite the transfer to your account, Xie Sinan replied, handing her the agreement. Due to her younger brother Chun-Li's age, Chun-Shi would sign on his behalf, though reluctant to accept such a reduced amount. Song Huisian found herself without a better argument to persuade Xie Sinan. She picked up the pen but hesitated to sign. At that moment, Chun-Shi abruptly stood and placed the agreement on the table. I refuse. I do not believe my father is such a person, even if you have conducted an investigation. I cannot accept this. What if he was framed? I do not care about the money, whether it be 500,000 or just a few. I must uncover the truth about my father. Song Huisian was taken aback by Chun-Shi's unexpected declaration. She had been wavering on whether to sign, and now Chun-Shi's refusal raised the fear that the military might deny the compensation altogether. In a rush, she scrawled her name on the agreement. Lucy, observing the unfolding drama, was astonished. Moments ago, Song Huisian had been shouting at Xie Sinan, and now, in an effort to persuade Chun-Shi to sign, she echoed Xie Sinan's previous words. Lucy was genuinely impressed by her sharp memory. You all must either refuse together or agree together. If one agrees and the other does not, the military will process it as a refusal, she stated. As Song Huisian had suspected, this made her anxious. Chun-Shi, I understand your father is not that kind of person, but you must consider the reality. Look at how young Chun-Li is. He will need money for many things in the future. You are still in school, preparing for university, are you not? Without funds, you both cannot survive. Your father is gone. He would be content knowing you both are taken care of. Imagine if he were alive, witnessing your struggles. How heartbroken he would be. Song Huisian's emotional appeal left Chun-Shi in tears. She understood that in this world, without money, not only education but the most basic means of living were unattainable. She would rather forego her own education to support her brother, but the notion of her proud father as a traitor was unbearable. Xie Sinan empathized with Chun-Shi's feelings. Yet some matters could not be delayed. It was time for decisive action. He exchanged a knowing glance with Lucy, signaling her to take the stage. Ahem. Well, let us set aside the matter of funds for now. I wish to discuss something else. Lucy cleared her throat, prepared to address the issue of housing. Ms. Lu, what business do you have here? Song Huisian, overwhelmed by Chun-Shi's emotions, found Lucy's mention of housing to be an unwelcome distraction. Of course, I have business here. The military is concerned for the families of martyrs and has entrusted C.C. Lee to provide you with accommodation, with the rent covered by them. Now that your husband, oh no, your ex-husband, is no longer a martyr, the military will no longer oversee this matter. Thus, we must discuss the housing situation. Song Huisian's heart sank at Lucy's words, and she immediately turned to Xie Sinan for confirmation, seeking to ascertain the truth behind her claims. Chapter 59. Xie Sinan becomes a father. Xie Sinan nodded, remaining silent. Are you trying to drive us, the orphans and widows, to despair? As Song Huisian contemplated her financial woes, the realization that she might soon be homeless engulfed her in a tumult of sorrow and rage. She collapsed onto the ground, weeping uncontrollably. While her earlier outburst had been theatrical, her current grief was genuine. Despite her meticulous calculations, fate had outmaneuvered her plans. Upon hearing Lucy's arrangements, Chun-Shi began to comprehend her precarious situation. Just moments ago, she had vehemently refused the compensation, but now, the thought of an impoverished future loomed large. How could she support her brother's education, let alone ensure their survival? If it were solely her, she might forsake the money to uphold her father's honor. However, considering her brother's tender age, how could she face their deceased parents if anything were to befall him? With trembling hands, Chun-Shi grasped the agreement on the table, uncertainty flooding her mind. She was unsure if her decision was right or wrong. If it was wrong, she hoped her father would forgive her. Well, since you have consented, the military will promptly deposit the funds into your account. CSN sighed deeply, clearly uncomfortable with the proceedings. Wait, Song Huisian interjected. Shouldn't the funds meant for Chun-Shi and Chun-Li be managed by a guardian, since they are minors? Song Huisian, do not entertain thoughts of exploiting my brother and me. If you plan to use that money to support your illicit affair, you can forget it. Chun-Shi retorted fiercely. This isn't a matter of desire. It's a legal stipulation. Lucy, are you implying we can no longer reside in Sicily? After her tears, Song Huisian's rationality triumphed over her emotions. You may stay, but you must resubmit your rental application. It will be assessed for compliance with our standards, Lucy replied diplomatically, neither granting nor denying permission. Did you hear that, Chun-Shi? If you refuse to accompany me, you and your brother will have nowhere to live. Do you wish to sleep on the streets with him? I'm not coercing you. The choice is yours. Come with me, and I shall provide you a place to rest. But as your guardian, the compensation must be under my control. If you refuse to give me the money, you'll need to find your own shelter. Song Huisian believed she had successfully cornered Chun-Shi, watching her with a smug demeanor. I would rather sleep on the street with my brother than let you claim that money, Chun-Shi declared defiantly. Internally, Song Huisian reveled in her perceived victory, unaware that with Chun Peng's death, the guardianship naturally fell to her as a stepmother. Unless changed, she held that authority indefinitely. If the siblings chose to live on the streets, the funds would still be deposited into her account without fail. Wait, your affairs remain unresolved. Lucy suddenly called out to her. What more is there? Chun-Shi asked, bewildered. The matter of guardianship. What are your thoughts on it? Lucy perceived that Chun-Shi might not fully grasp the implications of guardianship. Even though I am a minor, guardianship cannot be bestowed upon Song Huisian. If it were, she would surely evict my brother and me. If not for the money, she would have fled long ago. Chun-Shi responded in anger. Song Huisian is married to your father. Now that he is gone, guardianship naturally reverts to her. It is not a matter of choice. If you do not change guardians, the compensation will be given directly to her, Lucy explained, her heart aching for the 15-year-old girl facing such harsh realities. Then, who am I supposed to turn to? Where do I go to change my guardian? Chun-Shi's urgency grew as she realized her ignorance regarding the issue. Lucy is right. It is indeed the case. Do you have any relatives you trust? If you can change guardians before the compensation is issued, that would suffice, Xia Senin chimed in. Having not considered this aspect until now, I have no one, Chun-Shi admitted, lowering her gaze after pondering for a while. Typically, we would send underage children to an orphanage. However, orphanages are currently overwhelmed. If they are exceptionally young, they may be accepted. But for you and your brother. Xia Senin's voice trailed off, and Chun-Shi understood that no one would be willing to take them in. Hope flickered in Chun-Shi's eyes as she looked at Xia Senin, silent with anxiety. He, too, was taken aback by Lucy's suggestion. And no need to trouble you, Major Xia. Chun-Shi offered, sensing his hesitation. That is perfectly fine. This proposal does not inconvenience me. Furthermore, since Chun Peng was my subordinate, it is my duty as an officer to care for his children, Xia Senin replied. Really? Chun-Shi's disbelief was palpable. She could hardly fathom that Major Xia would agree. Time is of the essence. It will be best for you two to go to the government office first thing tomorrow to change your guardianship, Lucy suggested. Agreed. Chun-Shi, let us meet here at 9 tomorrow morning. Bring your brother along, Xia Senin confirmed. Okay, I will be sure to arrive early. Thank you, Major Xia. On behalf of my brother, I express our gratitude. With that, Chun-Shi bowed deeply, overwhelmed and unsure of how to articulate her gratitude further. Since Major Xie is willing to be your guardian, you need not relocate from Sicily. However, will you maintain your current living arrangement or? Lucy pondered inwardly, recognizing that this was her ultimate objective. Is it true? I need not move. My brother and I can continue living in Sicily? She gasped in astonishment, tears of joy streaming down her face. Chapter 60. Departing in disarray, let the siblings continue residing there. I will cover the rent moving forward, CSN declared. And no, my brother and I can manage with a single room. I can pay the rent myself. She hastily rejected his offer, knowing that while the housing in Sicily was reasonably priced, it still amounted to a significant sum each month. And she could not impose further on Major Xie after all he had done. You are still in school. You lack the means to earn. Consider the rent as a loan. You can repay me once you come of age, Xie insisted, dismissing her protests. Then let them occupy a double room. Lucy ultimately decided, putting an end to the debate. At dawn, Song Huixian sought out He Shiyang, as relocating meant she would have to stay with him. This unexpected turn of events warranted her to share her grievances with him. After hearing Song Huixian's embellished narrative, He Shiyang struck the wall in frustration. Naturally, he harbored no fondness for Sicily, having been humiliated by his inability to enter before. Presently, he lived in a home he owned, free from rent obligations. Although he had some money, he was unwilling to squander it on rent. Having grown accustomed to a comfortable life with his mother, the prospect of Song Huixian moving in, requiring no changes on his part while also caring for his mother, seemed advantageous. Early the next day, Shi and her brother met with CSN at the government office to finalize the guardianship changes. Chun-Li was elated, despite having had minimal interaction with CSN. He felt an inexplicable affinity for the military man, reminiscent of their father. Following him was undoubtedly preferable to being under the care of that vile woman. Chun-Shi did not disclose to her younger brother the matter of their father's treason, as he was still quite young, and such knowledge would serve no beneficial purpose for him. Ultimately, the siblings cheerfully busied themselves with their belongings. Are you both certain you do not wish to accompany me? Song Huixian questioned from her elevated stance. We would rather sleep on the streets than follow you. Give it up. Chun-Shi replied without raising her head. You had better remember your words today. Don't come knocking on my door, begging for refuge later. Song Huixian scoffed proudly. Who will be seeking refuge from whom remains to be seen. Chun-Li, her brother, straightened his back and shouted back at her. I look forward to seeing how you two will survive without money. Song Huixian shot her a disdainful glance before turning to enter the room. When you receive your money, be sure to check the last few zeros, whether it's enough to support your outside man. She shouted in satisfaction towards the door. Inside, Song Huixian, upon hearing Chun-Shi's words, angrily threw her belongings to the ground. You insolent girl, I wonder how long you can continue to boast. How generous of me to offer to take you both away. She muttered to herself. Yet, the thought of beginning her blissful new life filled her with joy. So much so that she did not even notice her lips curling into a smile. Having packed everything, Song Huixian descended the stairs, laden with bags. As she exited the dormitory and passed by the cafeteria, she recalled the rumors circulating outside, that this year, the grain yield in the 94 provinces was insufficient, causing food prices to soar in many places, with exaggerated tales claiming food was entirely unavailable. Although she had previously inquired with Lin Huimei, who dismissed it as mere gossip, the possibility of it being true lingered in her mind. It would be prudent to buy some provisions while she was still in Sicily. Upon entering the cafeteria, she spotted Luo Wei, who had also come for lunch. Upon seeing Song Huixian, Luo Wei hesitated, glancing at her watch. It was nearly time. Song Huixian, Boss Lu asked you to leave Sicily before noon. Do you remember? Luo Wei reminded her. I know, but it's not noon yet, is it? What? Are you trying to rush me out? I've already paid my rent. Song Huixian retorted. Since she was leaving anyway, she wouldn't have to pretend to be weak and seek sympathy from these people any longer. I believe the military paid your rent, didn't they? You speak so confidently, one might think it was your own money. Luo Wei seized the opportunity to ridicule her. What does it matter who paid for my rent? I have the capability to make the military pay for me. Why don't you try getting the military to pay for you too? Envying me, are you? You're nothing. Song Huixian shot her a look and continued shopping at the food counter. Yes, you're the most capable. While your husband was alive, you depended on him. Now that he is gone, you're relying on the military. And when the military stops supporting you, you turn to your outside lover. Clearly, you are the most capable one here, while I still have my dignity. Luo Wei's voice rang loud as lunch hour approached and many tenants arrived to eat. Her words drew attention, and soon murmurs filled the air. You, who are you calling shameless? Who are you calling a lover? What nonsense are you spouting? Do you believe I won to tear your mouth apart? As the surrounding crowd began to discuss her, Song Huixian felt her pride wounded. Stopping her actions, she lunged at Luo Wei, ready to slap her. Sister Song, I advise you to leave quickly. Everyone knows your situation by now. Do you still not feel ashamed? If I were you, I would slip away while it's dark and no one is watching. The speaker, Cheng Zhiyu, was a single father with 2 children. 2 years prior, his wife had run off with a wealthy man, leaving him to fend for their children alone. Since then, he had built a life for himself through hard work. Thus, he harbored a deep disdain for women who relied on their beauty to entice men. He recalled how, upon first arriving in Sicily, he had sympathized with Song Huixian, only to later question his judgment in finding her appealing. With your character, you dare to strike someone? You don't even deserve to breathe the air of Sicily. Chun Yueing appeared out of nowhere, shoving Song Huixian aside to shield Luo Wei. Li Nan, seeing his wife intervening, quickly stepped in to protect her. Song Huixian, you have 3 minutes left. If you do not leave, Sicily will find a way to escort you out. Luo Wei reiterated. I was going to leave, but now that you've said that, I refuse to go. Go ahead, call that little girl Lucy to chase me away. Let me tell you, you've all been deceived. You think spending a little here means you can eat well and live well? Dream on. You are selling yourselves and counting the money for them. Song Huixian recounted what she had heard from He Shiyang, hoping to divert attention. However, this only drew more mockery. Even if I were sold, at least I'd have enjoyed a few good days. Unlike you, who no one would even want to buy. A tenant chimed in, provoking laughter from the crowd. You, help. Before Song Huixian could utter more, she suddenly felt an invisible force pushing her forward, causing her to stumble and fall. The force propelled her, and despite her attempts to resist, she found herself crawling toward the entrance. Chapter 61. The Emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuchs are anxious. The crowd watched in stunned amusement as Song Huixian tumbled and crawled, laughter erupting around her. Ha! Is this Boss Lu's doing? Well done, Boss Lu. Such a person does not deserve to reside in Sicily. The cafeteria was filled with merriment. Song Huixian felt as though she had rolled out of the dirt, her face smeared and disheveled, finally halting at the archway. He Shiyang, waiting at the door, turned upon hearing the commotion, only to find her sprawled on the ground with tear-streaked cheeks. Xian, what happened? He helped her up, his heart aching at her disheveled appearance. Lucy, you. Song Huixian had never felt so humiliated, and the worst part was that this disgrace was witnessed by He Shiyang. Infuriated, she sought to confront Lucy, only to be flung back as 3 figures emerged from the archway. Luo Wei, Cheng Zhiyu, and Li Nan, all carrying her belongings and the food she had purchased. Song Huixian, you forgot your things. We brought them for you. No need to thank us. Luo Wei placed the items at the entrance, casting a glance at He Shiyang, who was indeed the same man from her previous visit. What have you done to her? Why does she look like this? I warn you, do not take advantage of your connections. The 94 provinces uphold justice. Do you believe I want to report you? He Shiyang, confused by the situation, assumed it was a dispute arising from Song Huixian's desire to leave. What could we have done to her? Why don't you ask her what she has done? Cheng Zhiyu remarked, somewhat sympathetic towards He Shiyang. He was certain that if He Shiyang knew what kind of woman Song Huixian was, he would not dare to pursue her. You say, cough, what nonsense? Coughing, Song Huixian hurriedly interrupted, fearing he might utter something detrimental to her. As she spoke, a sharp pain pierced her chest, and she couldn't help but cough incessantly. Passing through the arched doorway, Cheng Zhiyu, perplexed, asked Li Nan, why didn't you let me remind him earlier? Li Nan replied, it's important to set aside our desire to help and to respect others' destinies. Have you considered that your words might incite resentment or jealousy? If the person were to go mad and retaliate, what about your 2 children? Do you wish for them to end up as helpless as Chun Shi and his siblings? Li Nan's words left Cheng Zhiyu speechless. He hadn't thought it through. He had merely felt pity for that man, entangled with someone as troublesome as Song Huixian, wanting to offer a warning without considering the recipient's ability to accept such kindness. The thought of Chun Shi's forlorn siblings and his own children sent a shiver through him. Ah, I truly didn't think it through. Thank you, Li Nan. I didn't realize you had such a comprehensive perspective. Li Nan smiled at the compliment, but remained silent. In this apocalyptic world, self-preservation and wisdom were paramount for survival. Meanwhile, Lucy, who had been languishing in the room, was fully aware of the events unfolding outside, thanks to her little informant, Luo Wei. The two of them were in fits of laughter as they listened to Luo Wei recount the saga of Song Huixian. Suddenly, the communicator buzzed. Lucy glanced at the screen and saw it was Soren. "Hello, Boss Soren. Long time no contact. How'd you been?" Soren, hearing Lucy's cheerful voice, furrowed his brow, pondering whether she was oblivious to the chaos outside. Following the news, District 19 had descended into disorder. The military had dispatched troops, and the police were on alert, yet they could not quell the citizens' fury. Moreover, the protest included the elderly, women, and children. The authorities had declared they could only pacify the crowd, not disperse them through force. While Soren had been aware of the food crisis early on and had stockpiled supplies, the sudden official announcement indicated that the crisis could persist for a considerable duration. Thus, he promptly reached out to Lucy to ascertain the situation in Sicily. "Lucy, are you unaware that the world has turned upside down? You should check the latest news from Province 94. As Lucy listened to Soren, she enlarged the communicator to find the news. Soren shared his concerns. "So, Lucy, I wanted to ask if we could revisit the price we agreed upon for supplies. Given the exceptional circumstances, I would understand if you needed to increase the price. However, I would appreciate a firm figure to plan accordingly." Soren was quite straightforward, disliking convoluted communication, a trait Lucy appreciated. "Boss Soren, the price we agreed upon remains unchanged. As long as the food in Sicily suffices for our tenants, the price will not alter. If the day comes when our supplies can barely sustain us, I will no longer sell to you." Lucy spoke calmly and sincerely. Soren, taken aback, had anticipated a 2- or 3-fold price increase and was moved to the point of tears by her generosity. Ding Yijie, unable to hear Lucy's side of the conversation, sensed trouble from Soren's expression. He regretted not stockpiling more food when he had the chance. In the current situation, anyone willing to release supplies, let alone sell at a high price, would be akin to a benevolent deity. Luo Wei was equally astonished by Lucy's words. "What? Did I hear that correctly? The news stated a food shortage, yet my boss is still selling food? Not only selling, but at the original price? Isn't that a loss? Was she still laughing at Song Huixian's antics? By the way, Boss Soren, I have a favor to ask. When would it be convenient for you to come to Sicily? I'd love to treat you to a meal and discuss things." "No problem, Lucy. We plan to stock up on supplies tomorrow, so we can chat then." After hanging up, Soren fell into deep thought while Ding Yijie, anxious to inquire, refrained from speaking, merely watching his boss with bated breath. Chapter 62. Aboard the Thieves' Ship. Ouch. "Why did you hit me, boss?" Ding Yijie felt more aggrieved. "Why are you staring at me?" Soren took a sip of tea. "Boss, is it true that Sicily is no longer selling us food? Had I known, I would have stockpiled more last time." The thought of enduring the same hunger as before filled him with regret for not buying more. Sicily. Lucy truly is an enigma. You know, she didn't raise her prices at all. In this dire situation, whoever has supplies holds the power. What are they planning in Sicily? Soren was utterly baffled. Ding Yijie was astonished to learn that not only was Lucy continuing to sell them supplies, but she was also maintaining the original prices. Given that the prices in Sicily were already reasonable, with fresh and delicious food, it was a bargain. Now, during near famine, they were still offering supplies at unchanged prices. Heavens! To call her a benevolent deity is an understatement. She is simply. Ding Yijie faltered, struggling to conceive a term more exalted than that of a benevolent deity. "Lucy, is that truly the case? We're selling supplies without increasing the price?" Luo Wei sought to confirm again, having seen the news herself. If previous rumors could be dismissed, the official confirmation was undeniable. Yes, no price increase. Furthermore, starting today, your and your mother's meal expenses will also be covered by Sicily. In other words, all who work for Sicily will have their meals and lodging provided. However, no wastage is allowed. Lucy had her own thoughts regarding the food crisis. Given that the food and beverage cabinets in Sicily were freely supplied and incurred no cost to her, she intended to seize this opportunity to enhance Sicily's reputation. In the future, she wouldn't have to worry about a lack of tenants. Lucy sought high-quality tenants, aspiring for those with skills that could foster the growth of Sicily. Once the reputation was established, exceptional talents from various districts would naturally flock to Sicily. Lucy, are you serious? All expenses covered from now on? Luo Wei followed closely, repeatedly asking for confirmation. She even pinched her thigh, ensuring it wasn't a dream. Director Su, Deputy Wang requests your presence. Director Su Yiwei, who had been anxiously awaiting, quickly stood and rushed into the office. Director Su, why the haste? Wang Bai feigned ignorance. Su Yiwei was bewildered by his words. Deputy Wang, I sincerely apologize for my previous actions, he said respectfully. What are you apologizing for? What are you thinking? However, I must confess, I currently don't have the grain you requested. But don't worry, I will find a solution. Don't rush. Everyone is keeping a keen eye on my grain bureau. Making things difficult, Wang Bai said with a furrowed brow, while his eyes scrutinized Su Yiwei's expression. Having heard this, Su Yiwei finally comprehended the situation and understood Wang Bai's true nature. With a metaphorical sword at his throat, he realized it was better to ensure the survival of his own family first. Deputy Wang, I am but a minor character, insignificant in influence. However, please feel free to voice any requests. I would go through fire and water to fulfill them. I may lack abilities, but I will depend on your guidance henceforth. Su Yiwei expressed his stance. Now it was up to Wang Bai to respond. Suddenly, he recalled that you had a pair of twin brothers, young and quite righteous. Yet, sometimes, this sense of justice must be discerning. I previously observed them during a mission, showing no mercy towards the weak and vulnerable, which is unacceptable. The populace is the foundation of our nation. Upon noticing Su Yiwei's resolve, Wang Bai was reminded of the incident involving his parents in Sicily, where they were taken to the station by the Gao brothers. He mentioned it casually, and Su Yiwei immediately dismissed the two. Why are you so agitated? You're young. Just take your time to learn, Wang Bai thought, but it was not his decision to let them go. Seeing Su Yiwei's firm stance, he refrained from further comments. Look at you, engrossed in our conversation. Here, take this, Wang Bai said as he retrieved several tin boxes from beneath his desk. He handed one to Su Yiwei, who unwrapped it to find a can of sausage. This, Vice Director Wang, is this for me? Su Yiwei exclaimed, rising in excitement. Thank you, Vice Director Wang. If it weren't for your immense kindness, my family would have gone hungry today. Su Yiwei, cradling the can, bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Although their household was not entirely devoid of food, it was imperative to express gratitude. How else could one convey their appreciation? Chapter 63. Officers become security guards' brother. Do you think we've offended someone? Gao Ziheng asked, a look of sudden realization on his face. Who could we possibly offend while patrolling the slums every day? Gao Zian responded. Gao Ziheng appeared helpless. He too found it implausible they had upset anyone. Yet the issue remained. The two had been dismissed due to a single complaint. Previously, officers had fought with civilians in the street, merely receiving reprimands from the director. So why were they terminated? More troubling was the anonymity of the complainant and the reason behind it, merely stating improper handling of a task. The most unfortunate was Brother Shang, who had merely spoken in their defense and was also dismissed. The director was certainly up to something. Gao Ziheng lamented. Forget it. Let's not dwell on it. After a long day, let's go eat. Gao Zian pulled his brother toward the cafeteria. As the brothers entered the cafeteria, they gazed longingly at the delectable dishes before them, swallowing hard. They both instinctively chose the cheapest option, bread. Given their meager salary, they couldn't afford rent, let alone a hearty meal. Gao Zian thought of his brother's larger appetite and decided to save money by eating only bread, ensuring at least one of them would be full. Turning around, he noticed his brother also clutching a loaf. Why are you buying bread? That won't fill you up. You should get a rice bowl instead, Gao Ziyan said, attempting to snatch the bread from his brother's hands. Gao Ziheng reacted swiftly, dodging him, but did not see Lucy behind him, and they collided. What on earth? Lucy exclaimed, caught off guard and falling to the ground. Just as she was about to reprimand the brothers, she noticed Gao Ziheng's red eyes. Why are you crying if you bumped into me? Lucy, are you all right? Gao Ziyan helped Lucy up. I'm sorry. Ziheng didn't mean to. Gao Ziheng apologized, feeling wronged. The collision caused the bread to fall, rolling away. After apologizing, Gao Ziheng hurried to retrieve the bread, dusting it off carefully before taking a large bite. Hey, how can you eat that? It's dirty. Lucy shouted. It's fine. It's not dirty. Lucy, you should go eat. Gao Ziyan felt a pang of sorrow. As the elder brother, he felt inadequate. Since their parents passed, life had been hard, but at least they faced challenges together. Now, seeing his brother eat bread from the floor to save money weighed heavily on his heart. What happened to you two? Lucy suddenly sensed something was amiss. The brothers, usually jovial, now wore expressions of distress. Don't lie to me. Something is definitely wrong. Tell me what happened, Lucy said, taking her meal to sit beside Gao Ziyan. Her curiosity piqued. Gao Ziheng devoured the bread quickly, starved after a long day. Seeing his brother and Lucy sit down, he joined them. Quickly tell me what's wrong, Lucy inquired as she opened her braised pork rice, the aroma wafting through the air, causing Gao Ziheng's stomach to grumble. Well, faced with Lucy's inquisitive gaze, Gao Ziyan struggled to speak. Lucy, my brother and I were dismissed today. It's infuriating. A vague complaint claimed we enforced the law improperly, and the director fired us. Gao Ziheng, eager to vent, poured out his frustrations. Fired? What will you do now? Lucy's expression shifted to one of intrigue. She had her own plans. What else can we do? We'll look for jobs tomorrow. We've overcome tougher challenges before. It's just frustrating. Gao Ziheng pouted defiantly. What kind of work are you looking for? Lucy continued her probing. Anything that pays. As long as it's legal and moral. We can handle physical labor. Gao Ziyan finally spoke up, and Lucy felt reassured in her instincts. Lucy had long contemplated the planning and development of Sicily. To grow, they needed more hands to help manage. Recruiting outsiders was risky, but long-term residents were preferable. She had been watching the brothers closely, especially after they helped rescue Jiang Han, demonstrating their kindness and reliability. With them out of work, it was the perfect opportunity to recruit them. Would you consider working in Sicily? Lucy proposed, and the brothers fell silent. What did you say? Gao Ziyan thought he had misheard. I asked if you would like to work in Sicily. You were police officers before, right? We need security personnel here, and I believe you have the experience. Lucy offered, watching them closely. Really? Lucy, can we work in Sicily? What would the salary be? Gao Ziheng asked, blunt as ever. The salary is $3,500 a month, with food and lodging included, plus a $600 meal allowance. As the workload increases, so will the pay, Lucy explained, maintaining her gaze on the brothers. Food and lodging? So we would live in Sicily? Gao Ziyan could hardly believe his ears. Surely Lucy wasn't pitying them. Of course. Think it over. If you're interested, report to the office tomorrow at 8 to meet Luo Wei. Lucy concluded, tidying up the table before standing to leave. The brothers remained in stunned silence. That morning, Soren had come to procure supplies. Lucy had inquired about the situation outside, learning of Wang Bai and Wu Dakuai's actions, which left her quite upset. Unexpectedly, in this lifetime, Wang Bo has profited from national calamity. However, my previous self had little understanding of him. Had it not been for his support of CS Senin, I might not have recognized him at all. Perhaps he has always been this sort of person. Reflecting on the time when his parents caused a disturbance, it should have been evident that such parents could not raise children of good character. Chapter 64. Lucy's scheme. Soren informed her that the food sold by the Food Bureau was segregated into meat, vegetables, and rice, and the prices exceeded those in Sicily by more than 5 times, with the total quantity being exceedingly scarce. Lucy suspected they were reserving a portion for themselves, selling the remainder to other regions suffering from food shortages, completely disregarding the plight of the common folk. Upon learning of this, Lucy found it exceedingly difficult to remain idle. Having endured the rain herself, she wished to offer others an umbrella to assist those in need to weather this storm. perhaps sensing Lucy's sentiments. Soren shared his thoughts with her. Being older and possessing greater experience in this apocalyptic life, he cautioned her that this food crisis would not be brief. It could persist for a considerable time. He advised her against making futile sacrifices and emphasized the importance of self-preservation. Lucy understood his intentions, yet the thought of doing nothing while witnessing the suffering of others weighed heavily on her conscience. Boss Liu, I would like to inquire whether our previous contract remains valid if we need to procure supplies in the future. Wu Dakue had never considered that money could come so swiftly. He pondered that if this crisis were to endure, they might indeed need to source supplies from Sicily. First, he would discreetly gather information for Deputy Director Wang. That would be the mark of a competent subordinate. The previous contract stipulated that you would procure only 200,000 units of supplies. Now that you have fulfilled the entire order, the contract has been executed. Should you require further procurement, a new contract must be signed. Lucy was reluctant to sell supplies to such individuals, even if it were profitable. She had no desire to engage with them. Had it not been for the existing contract, she would not wish to profit from such ill-gotten gains. Wu Dakue misunderstood Lucy's intentions, assuming that her request for a new contract implied a price increase. He harbored a sense of disdain for her, believing that since they were all profiting from the national disaster, she had no reason to be so lofty. He wore a grin on his face, but in a fleeting moment of lowering his gaze, he shot a piercing glance at Lucy. Morning. Lucy was awakened by the gentle licks of Gree. This little creature was particularly clingy today. Lucy assumed it was hungry, so she patted its head to soothe it, intending to catch a few more moments of sleep before rising to prepare its meal. However, unlike its usual behavior of burrowing under the covers, Gree leapt onto the windowsill, beckoning Lucy to look downstairs. Lucy climbed up and looked down, and there were the Gao brothers. Hee, just as she had imagined. After Lucy changed her clothes, she stepped outside. The two brothers heard the sound of the door opening, and before Lucy could speak, Gao Ziyan was the first to break the silence. Boss Liu, we have made up our minds. We are eager to undertake this job. When you spoke to us yesterday, we could hardly believe it was true, thinking you were joking. Gao Ziyan felt that by not agreeing immediately, he might have caused Lucy to misunderstand, so he hurried to clarify. Great, then let us commence work today, Lucy said as she activated the communicator, transferring 2 payments and gesturing for the brothers to check their watches. The meal allowance is distributed weekly, all at once. For now, you should go have lunch, and after you're done, come find me. I have work assignments for you. Just as Lucy was about to leave, she was halted by Gao Ziheng. Boss Liu, I have something I wish to discuss with you. I know this may seem inappropriate. Before Gao Ziheng could finish, his brother tugged at him, signaling him to refrain from speaking further. What is it? Go ahead. Lucy paused, intrigued. Well, I'll be straightforward. We had a very close brother when we worked at the Public Security Bureau. This time, after we were dismissed, he defended us and confronted the director, which led to his own dismissal. I wanted to ask if our new job could possibly... Gao Ziheng, stop right there. Gao Ziyan interrupted, fearing that his brother's bluntness might jeopardize the hard-earned opportunity. Does he have any particular skills? How old is he? What is his family situation? Lucy understood Gao Ziheng's character, outspoken and kind-hearted, while Gao Ziyan was more composed and rational. Lucy was indeed reluctant to employ someone she did not know. However, she found herself in dire need of assistance. Perhaps it would be prudent to hire him on a trial basis, dismissing him if any unsettling signs emerged. His name is Shang Kai, a 25-year-old who resides alone in a slum. He is skilled in martial arts, claiming that his family has practiced the discipline for generations prior to the apocalypse. They were a large clan, living together as one. He is quite amiable, often showing great care for us while we work together. He frequently lends a hand to the residents of the slum, assisting them with various tasks. Oh, by the way, I have witnessed his martial prowess. During a recent altercation in the slum, he single-handedly incapacitated several individuals with a swift kick. Truly impressive. Gao Ziheng recounted this while gesticulating animatedly towards Lucy, even demonstrating the kick with his own leg. Lucy was amused by his antics, while Gao Ziheng looked at his foolish brother with a face full of exasperation. He could not comprehend how they could be born mere minutes apart, yet one of them turned out to be so dim-witted. If it weren't for their identical appearances, he would be reluctant to acknowledge him as his own brother. Boss Lucy, what about me? What should I do? Gao Ziyan inquired. Wait a moment and go find Luo Wei. She will inform you, Lucy replied. Luo Wei, once you finish your meal, I apologize for the inconvenience. But please notify all tenants that effective immediately, each person is limited to purchasing no more than 2 items from Sicily. I will set a purchase limit on the machine, and no tenant is permitted to sell Sicily's goods outside of our territory. Anyone caught doing so will be expelled from Sicily. If anyone needs to purchase in bulk, they should come to me and explain their situation. Understood? I will take care of it immediately. After all the instructions were conveyed, Lucy prepared some food for Gree and then began constructing a building on her communicator. She erected a small 10-square-meter house outside the arched door, equipping it with a food cabinet and a liquor cabinet. The door lock was linked to both her and Luo Wei's watches. Next, she could patiently await the influx of coins into her pocket, anticipating Sicily's rise to prominence in the 94th province. Chapter 65. Sicily welcomes a hero in the conference room of the Material Reserve Bureau of District 4. Father, did you call me here regarding the materials? Hu Jing asked as she entered. Come, Xiaojing, have a seat and let's talk. Zheng Maokai gestured for her to sit down. Sister-in-law, long time no see, Zheng Maobei, who had been seated on the sofa, stood up to greet her. Oh, Xiaobei is also here. Hu Jing nodded at Zheng Maobei. Did you all see the images I sent last night? How much do you know about Sicily? Zheng Maokai got straight to the point. Zheng Maokai, the director of the Material Reserve Bureau for District 4, was addressing a man and a woman, his youngest son, Zheng Maobei, the Secretary General of District 5, and his daughter-in-law, the Deputy District Chief of District 3. Zheng Maokai was an ambitious man. He believed that survival in this world required a united family, with each member rooted in different fields, supporting one another to strengthen their lineage. I did some research last night. The person in charge of Sicily is an 18-year-old girl named Lucy. However, the application for protection from the 94th province was recommended by Major General Xie. Zheng Maobei was adept at gathering information, but had a habit of only sharing part of it. He handed the compiled material to his father and sister-in-law, waiting for their feedback. Xie, Major General? Which Major General? Zheng Maokai, momentarily baffled, suddenly brightened. Is it the grandson of General Xie? Yes, that's him. Zheng Maobei confirmed with a nod. It seems there are significant figures behind Sicily. Hu Jing remarked. Should I go meet her? No, I should go instead. Your title as Deputy District Chief is too prominent and may raise suspicions. I will take Yin Yan along to show her that at 18, she can manage a base while Yin Yan has been idly waiting at home. We, the Zheng family, cannot afford any useless members. Zheng Maokai sighed at the thought of his youngest daughter, feeling a headache coming on. It was all his wife's fault for spoiling her from a young age and allowing her to achieve nothing. In the Sicily dining hall, Luo Wei, accompanied by Gao Ziyan, went door to door to inform the tenants of Lucy's newly implemented policy. Most accepted it, but a few, such as the Lin Huimei couple, protested, complaining about the rental they had paid and questioning the purchase limits. Luo Wei, feeling no inclination to explain, simply told them to address their concerns to Lucy. Naturally, Lin Huimei did not dare to, having witnessed how Song Huixian was expelled from Sicily. Lucy, though seemingly aloof, could be ruthless when it came to business. She would not hesitate to throw someone out. Observing the other tenants, none came to their aid. They merely fell silent after a couple of comments. Hey, Brother Kai, you're looking remarkably fit. Impressive. Gao Ziheng knocked on the door, and upon hearing Lucy's acknowledgement, he pushed it open and entered with Shang Kai. What's going on? You look exhausted, Lucy remarked, noticing Gao Ziheng panting heavily. Hello, Boss Lucy, I am Shang Kai. He introduced himself calmly. Shang Kai accepted the water offered, but did not drink it. Mr. Shang, Gao Ziheng has informed you that I am recruiting security personnel for Sicily. I hear you are skilled in martial arts, a person of integrity and kindness. Would you be interested in working for me? I previously worked at the public security office with the Gao brothers, but I was inexplicably dismissed yesterday. I do possess martial skills, not the flashy kind, but a family tradition of martial arts. I can't claim I can take on 10 opponents, but taking down a few simultaneously is certainly within my capabilities. If Boss Lucy finds me suitable, I am eager to accept this position. Zhang Kai spoke with a calm and sincere tone, leaving Lucy momentarily uncertain. That sounds promising. The salary is 3,500, including meals and accommodation, with a daily meal allowance of 600. However, since we're still getting to know each other, I will require a 7-day trial period to see if we are mutually satisfied. During these 7 days, there will be no salary, but accommodation and meal allowances will still apply. Is that acceptable to you? Lucy observed as Zhang Kai hesitated for a moment before ultimately agreeing. Do you have any questions, Mr. Zhang? Lucy inquired, curious about his moment of doubt. No, Boss Lucy. Your terms are entirely reasonable, and I accept them wholeheartedly. Furthermore, you can simply call me Zhang Kai. Seeing he had nothing more to say, Lucy decided not to press further. All right, Zhang Kai, you can start today. Lucy tapped his watch, transferring the meal allowance for the day. Zhang Kai was taken aback by the immediate transfer of the meal allowance. After expressing his gratitude, he followed Gao Zhiheng out. After lunch, the time quickly approached 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Luo Wei arrived at the arched entrance and was astonished to see a throng of people gathered outside, many of whom had brought their families along. Upon seeing someone emerge from within, they expressed their gratitude toward Luo Wei, exclaiming, "Weren't we supposed to sell food? Why hasn't it started yet? Is this some sort of scam? The Grain Bureau is selling supplies too. If you won't, I will go myself." As she turned around, she spotted Lucy, the Gao brothers, and another man approaching. "Lucy, there are so many people outside," Luo Wei exclaimed excitedly as she rushed to greet her. "Luo Wei, let me introduce you to my new recruit, Zhang Kai. You two should get acquainted. The three of them will primarily be responsible for Sicily's security." Lucy introduced Zhang Kai to Luo Wei, and the two exchanged smiles and nods as a form of greeting. "Now outside, Gao Zian, you will be in charge of organizing the crowd for orderly food purchases. Zhang Kai, you will monitor the line for any troublemakers. If anyone causes a disturbance, remove them from the line and deny them service. Gao Ziheng, you will manage the machine sales. If anyone struggles to operate the machine, please assist them. Remember, the purchase limit is 2 items per person. I have constructed a small room outside containing a food cabinet and a beverage cabinet. The 2 items can be any combination of food and drink. Do you all understand?" As Lucy outlined their respective duties, she handed each of them a small black device. "Take this. It's a walkie-talkie. It will work anywhere within Sicily, regardless of distance. Luo Wei and I will also have one, so feel free to call us if any issues arise." The 3 of them accepted the walkie-talkies, marveling at the novelty of the devices, while Gao Ziheng played with his incessantly in his hands. Chapter 66. The wedding garment crafted by Deputy Director Wang. These 3 individuals, having once been law enforcement officers, swiftly organized the throng of people into an orderly line. A few troublemakers were subdued by Zhang Kai with a deft maneuver. Lucy observed for a while before instructing Rovi to keep the time in check, allowing sales for only 2 hours, after which they must cease. When Zheng Maokai and his daughter Zheng Moyan arrived in Sicily, they coincidentally caught the tail end of the supply sale. Gao Ziheng, noticing the arrival of a man and woman from the ferry, could tell by their attire that they were not there to queue for food and promptly approached them. "Welcome. What brings you to Sicily?" Upon disembarking, Zheng Maokai noticed a large group of people orderly engaged in some activity at the entrance. The young man conversing with him appeared to be a staff member, and this Sicily was not what he had envisioned. "Who are all these people, and what are they doing?" Zheng Moyan inquired, covering her mouth and nose, clearly displeased at the sight of the impoverished individuals. "Currently, there's a shortage of food. Many citizens from District 19 cannot procure provisions. Therefore, Sicily has scheduled times for selling food. These are the individuals here to purchase supplies," Gao Ziheng explained. Gao Ziheng glanced at the girl speaking, noting her disdain, which inexplicably irked him. Nevertheless, his words enlightened Zheng Maokai about Sicily's dual role, not only selling supplies but also understanding the hardships of the populace. He observed those who had acquired food, their faces radiant with joy and satisfaction as they discussed arriving early to queue the following day, praising the owner of Sicily for being a benevolent person. Amazed at how fresh food was being sold at such low prices. "I am Zheng Maokai, the director of the Grain Reserve Bureau of District 4, and this is my daughter, Zheng Moyan." We have come to discuss a potential collaboration regarding supplies with Sicily. Could you kindly inform your boss that we wish to meet? Zheng Maokai stated, introducing himself politely to Gao Ziheng. Gao Ziheng regarded the older man, finding his words quite pleasant, though he felt his daughter to be rather unlikable. Certainly, sir. Please hold on a moment, he replied before turning to seek out Rovi. Zheng Maokai was taken aback. It had been a long time since anyone had addressed him as sir instead of director or teacher. Dad, why are we here? Look at these people. Can the items sold here even be consumed? What if we fall ill after eating? Zheng Moyan lamented, disheartened by the impoverished surroundings. She had been compelled by her father to come along, and pleading with her mother had proven futile. After venting her frustrations during the journey, she had even faced her father's reprimand. I brought you here to see for yourself. I have heard that the person in charge of Sicily is an 18-year-old girl. Your peer. Observe what others your age are doing. What about you? Beyond living off your parents and idly waiting for death, what else can you claim to do? This is my final warning. Our family does not support idleness. You must either achieve something meaningful or find your own way out of the Zheng family. Your mother and I have nurtured you for 18 years. Your future rests solely in your own hands, Zheng Maokai concluded, sighing deeply before turning away from his daughter. Zheng Moyan, upon hearing her father's words, realized he was serious. The mention of being cast out from the Zheng family brought tears to her eyes. Lucy was in the small building, glancing at the clock as the time for sales approached. She began to tally the accounts, clicking on the food and beverage cabinets. Discovering that the most popular items today were non-perishable foods and water, followed by carbohydrate-rich foods, while meat sold the least. Checking the finances, she noted that within these 2 hours, the total revenue amounted to $84,000. Her current funds totaled $140,000, which included $50,000 from Teacher Shun. To meet the upgrade requirements for A3, she needed to rent out just 14 more rooms. However, Lucy was determined not to rely on Teacher Shun's $50,000. She aspired to achieve the upgrade through her own efforts. Yet, due to the ongoing grain crisis, the number of quality tenants had significantly dwindled. Thus, it was imperative for Sicily to cultivate a reputable name. While Lucy was deep in thought, Luo Wei suddenly entered. Lucy, a man and a woman have arrived at the door, claiming to be the director of the 4th District Material Reserve Bureau. They wish to discuss material cooperation with you. The 4th District? Lucy pondered, surprised that Wang Bai's plans had materialized so swiftly. Elated, she leaped from the sofa. Let us go see. Lucy was brimming with joy. Upon reaching the arched entrance, she noticed that most of the citizens had dispersed, leaving the area relatively vacant. In the distance, she spotted 2 figures, a man in his 40s and a woman who appeared to be around her age. Lucy found it peculiar that one would bring their daughter along for a business discussion. Hello, I am Lucy, the person in charge of Sicily. She stepped forward, extending her hand in introduction. Greetings, Ms. Lucy. I am Zheng Maokai, the director of the 4th District Material Reserve Bureau, and this is my daughter, Zheng Moyan, he replied, shaking her hand. Zheng Moyan scrutinized Lucy closely, noting that they were indeed of similar ages. However, the maturity reflected in her gaze suggested a greater depth. She was slightly taller and slimmer than Lucy. What was most vexing was that she appeared to possess a beauty that outshone Lucy's own, exuding an indescribable charm that was distinct from Lucy's cuteness. Lucy sensed Zheng Mo Yan's gaze upon her, engaging in conversation while stealing glances at her. A faint smile graced her lips, momentarily catching Zheng Mo Yan off guard, prompting an awkward chuckle in response. Director Zheng, shall we step inside to discuss? Lucy granted access to the 2 individuals and instructed the Gao brothers and Shanghai to ensure the civilians were escorted away, leaving one person to stand guard at the entrance in rotation. Upon entering Sicily, Zheng Maokai and his daughter were astonished to discover a hidden paradise within. While the exterior appeared ordinary, the interior was immaculate and orderly, with rows of residential buildings and spacious roads, reminiscent of the pre-apocalyptic splendor of Huagua. Director Zheng, let us convene in the office, suggested Luo Wei. Luo Wei, please show Ms. Zheng around. Zheng Maokai understood Lucy's intention, wishing to keep unrelated parties at bay, and cautioned his daughter not to wander indiscriminately, lest she cause trouble for Manager Luo. Unfortunately, Fate often defies one's desires. Wang Bai and Wu De Kue had made a fortune during their initial venture, yet their subordinates, tasked with menial duties, earned nothing, not even a bowl of soup. Naturally, their lack of diligence led to a slovenly approach while unwrapping the packaging from Sicily, resulting in the discovery of the packaging during a meticulous inspection by the 4th District and 18th District after acquiring supplies. Gonsen kun, Zheng Maokai personally visai Sicily, leading to the earlier scene. Chapter 67. The 4th District's intentions towards Sicily. Luo Wei guided Zheng Mo Yin through Sicily, arriving at the cafeteria, where she introduced the food, beverage, and snack cabinets. Our snack cabinet is filled with delightful treats. Why not take a look, Miss Zheng, and see if anything catches your fancy? Despite her verbal refusal, Zheng Mo Yin inwardly mused about the quality of goods in such a remote place. She hesitated to indulge, fearing an upset stomach without knowing who would cover the medical expenses. At that moment, a striking figure appeared at the cafeteria entrance. Yin Yin, what brings you here? The newcomer was Luo Qi Man, accompanied by a bodyguard. She rushed over and embraced Zheng Mo Yin tightly. Is that really you? I thought I was mistaken. Ha ha. It's been ages, exclaimed Luo Qi Man joyously. I came with my father. He has some matters to discuss, and I tag along to learn. Zheng Mo Yin was equally delighted to see her long-lost friend. Oh, Uncle Zheng is here too? I'll have to greet him shortly. Hee hee. I currently reside in Sicily. Let me tell you, it truly is paradise. There's so many delicious snacks here. Come, look at this. As she spoke, Luo Qi Man led her friend to the snack cabinet, selecting a few of her favorites and stuffing them into Zheng Mo Yin's hands. These snacks were entirely unfamiliar to her. At home, her parents were strict, allowing no outside food apart from regular meals. Over time, she had grown accustomed to this. Unlike Luo Qi Man, whose father was the administrative director of the 2nd District, and someone whose favor even her father sought, Luo Qi Man had been raised in a bubble of indulgence. Her parents only wished for her health and happiness, in stark contrast to Zheng Mo Yin, who felt compelled to either cultivate her own abilities or find a capable husband. The notion of living freely and enjoying life was a distant dream. She envied Luo Qi Man, but the recent words from her father weighed heavily on her heart, bringing tears to her eyes. What's wrong? Why are your eyes so red? Luo Qi Man noticed Zheng Mo Yin's distress with keen perception. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just happy to see you again. Zheng Mo Yin quickly composed herself. Standing to the side, Luo Wei observed the two enjoying each other's company like sisters, feeling somewhat superfluous. Manager Luo, you can confidently leave her in my care, Luo Qi Man declared with assurance. Director Zheng, you have conveyed much, and I comprehend your intentions. Given the current food shortages, you wish to procure supplies from Sicily, and we are willing to sell. However, I must be candid, we are not in need of money. What we seek is a good reputation. Regarding the 2 exchange proposals I mentioned earlier, which one can you accept? Lucy found the bureaucratic demeanor typical of officials her age tiresome. Initially, she had been patient, but fatigue was setting in. Zheng Maokai, however, was disinclined to accept either of Lucy's proposals. Although the prices were already considerably low, he sought to gain leverage over Lucy, wishing to turn the situation to his advantage. Lucy proposed 2 options. One was to add a 20% service fee to the original price. The other was to add a 10% service fee along with the opportunity for Sicily to publicize itself for free on current affairs channels in Districts 3, 4, and 5. Could Zheng Maokai be oblivious to Lucy's intentions? She sought to attract talented individuals to reside in Sicily. He could not idly stand by as such a situation unfolded. The loss of talent was far more daunting than a lack of resources. The development of District 4 today owed much to the previous district head's efforts in attracting talent. By offering substantial financial incentives, housing and employment freedom, the ideals of liberty, equality, and tolerance in District 4 were realized. It was a collective achievement of local consortia banding together for mutual benefit. Sicily's current developmental approach mirrored that of District 4 in its earlier days. If Zheng Maokai were to acquiesce to Lucy's proposal, it would be tantamount to betraying District 4. In pursuit of sustenance, it It was merely a matter of spending a little more money. Zheng Maokai was taken aback by how swiftly the young lady could change her demeanor. One moment she was cheerfully engaging in small talk, and the next she was preparing to show him the door. Moreover, she had deliberately mentioned that scoundrel, Wang Bai, indicating her awareness of everything. She was indeed not to be underestimated. Indeed, Boss Lucy, we must further deliberate on the pricing and shall respond to you promptly. Zheng Maokai thought to stall momentarily and observe Lucy's reaction. Just then, Zheng Moyan knocked and entered. Dad, guess who I saw? Luo Qimon is actually living here. Zheng Moyan exclaimed joyfully. Luo Qimon? Director Luo's daughter? Zheng Maokai inquired, puzzled. Yes, that's her. She's now residing in Sicily. Can I also live here? Zheng Moyan pleaded softly. Does Boss Lucy know Director Luo? Zheng Maokai asked Lucy, seeking clarification. He suddenly recalled that Luo Weidong was the administrative director of the 2nd Vertical District, whose main area was in District 9, a prominent grain-producing region. This year, the grain disaster in District 9 had led to food shortages across all 94 provinces, resulting in a food crisis. Could it be that Sicily's provisions originated from District 9? Dad, please, let me stay here too. Zheng Moyan, innocent and naive, failed to grasp Lucy's implications, still seeking her father's approval. Zheng Maokai was well aware of Lucy's meaning and felt a tinge of exasperation at his daughter's obliviousness. Did you not hear Boss Lucy mention that residing in Sicily is not as simple as you think? Zheng Maokai had to clarify, and only then did Zheng Moyan turn to Lucy, realizing the situation. Miss Zheng, it would indeed be our honor for you to reside in Sicily. However, there are numerous applicants for residency here, so I would kindly ask you to submit an application, and we shall expedite the review process. Lucy's words seemed to convey something while simultaneously saying nothing at all. Zheng Moyan stared blankly at Lucy, as if finally comprehending her father's earlier comments, and lowered her head in disappointment. Boss Lucy, I wonder if it would be possible for my daughter and me to stay overnight in Sicily? Should we reach an agreement on procurement, it would save us a further trip. We shall cover the expenses, Zheng Maokai suggested. Of course, I shall arrange a 2-bedroom suite for you. The fee for one night's stay will be 2,000, Lucy replied. Zheng Maokai was taken aback. He had merely been polite, not expecting her to truly charge for lodging. Reflecting on his years in office, although his position was not particularly high, he had never paid for accommodation during his travels, whether for official duties or personal engagements in any major district. Sicily certainly did not extend the same courtesy. He could not discern whether she was genuinely unaware or merely feigning ignorance. Nonetheless, having stated he would pay, he could not backtrack without losing face. Lucy instructed Roe to escort the father and daughter to their room for a rest. As they passed the cafeteria, Zheng Moyan remarked to his father that there were many delicious dishes in Sicily. Zheng Maokai thought to himself that he had originally come to procure supplies and to sample the culinary delights of Sicily, and since it was dinner time, he decided to take his daughter to the cafeteria. At that moment, the cafeteria was bustling with diners. Upon entering, the father and daughter felt a bit awkward amidst the lively atmosphere, as they were accustomed to dining with family or subordinates in a quieter setting. Just then, a familiar female voice called out, "Man." Zheng Moyan felt a surge of excitement upon seeing her good friend. She suddenly thought about whether her friend could persuade her father on her behalf. "Is that you, Man? How is your father?" Zheng Maokai inquired with genuine concern. "Thank you, Uncle Zheng. My father is quite well. He has a relaxed job, unlike you, Uncle Zheng, who is always so busy." Luo Qimon was not naive. She knew that if it weren't for her advantageous family ties, others might not pay her any mind. "Ah, your father enjoys a comfortable life thanks to such a good daughter like you. Unlike my own, who is always a handful," Zheng Maokai chuckled. Man, please help me talk to my dad," Zheng Moyan whispered softly. Yin, you should listen to Uncle Zheng. He only wants what's best for you," Luo Qimon, having grown up listening to her father's analyses of the political arena, recognized the veiled message in Zheng Maokai's words. However, Zheng Moyan remained oblivious to the subtlety. "All right," Zheng Moyan pouted, feeling unsupported by her friend and choosing to remain silent. "Uncle Zheng, you're here for dinner, right? There are plenty of delectable dishes in Sicily. Let me help you choose." With that, Luo Qimon led the father and daughter to the food counter. The four of them settled down with their meals, engaging in conversation as they ate. Zheng Maokai had previously tasted Sicilian food and found it mediocre and not particularly fresh. However, the fare he experienced in the cafeteria was distinctly superior: tender meats, crisp vegetables, and fragrant rice. Most importantly, the quality of the meals at such a reasonable price was remarkable. He suddenly contemplated that rather than purchasing supplies from Sicily, it might be more beneficial to procure their raw materials directly, allowing for processing in the 4th District. He planned to discuss this idea with his son and daughter-in-law later that evening, as his visit represented not only the 4th District, but also the 3rd and 5th Districts. These 3 districts had long formed a pact, functioning as a collective entity. Therefore, Zheng Maokai endeavored to position his family within various roles across these districts, believing the strength of a united family could withstand external challenges. Lost in thought, he was suddenly interrupted by conversations from the neighboring table. "Wow, who is that man? He is so handsome. I don't know. Is he a tenant here? I've never seen him before. He must be new." Zheng Maokai looked up to see 2 men clad in black entering the sales area. The man in front donned sunglasses, which he removed upon entering, revealing a strikingly handsome face, prompting an exclamation from a nearby young girl. "He is so handsome." Upon closer inspection, Zheng Maokai realized it was the heir of the Ming family. What was he doing in Sicily? Man, do you know that person?" Zheng Maokai asked Luo Qimon, who was engaged in conversation with his daughter. "Who?" Luo Qimon looked in the direction Zheng Maokai indicated and shook her head. "I don't know him. I've never seen him here. He must be a recent arrival." Zheng Maokai watched as Ming Heian purchased something and departed, feeling increasingly aware of the significance of Sicily. He had previously underestimated the place. Could it be that it was the domain of some prominent figure from the Central District, or perhaps Ming Heian's private retreat? He found himself losing interest in his meal, pondering that the former scenario seemed more plausible. If that were the case, it would be essential to cultivate a good relationship with Sicily. It appeared that tomorrow's supplies, regardless of cost, were non-negotiable. In Wang Bai's office, Deputy Wang, "I've been waiting at the handover point all day. I haven't seen a single soul from the other side. Is the handover time wrong?" Su Yiwei had been waiting since morning, adhering to the previous 2 handover experiences, which dictated a staggered schedule to prevent collisions, one group in the morning and another in the afternoon. Strangely, neither group was present today. Su Yiwei, accompanied by his team, hesitated to leave, fearing that if he did, the handover party would arrive. The only code for the exchange was known to him alone, so he had no choice but to wait aimlessly throughout the day. As night fell, he still had not seen a single person. Wang Bai was equally perplexed, unable to deduce the reason behind the absence. Yet, a certain unease stirred within him, instilling a sense of foreboding. Chapter 69. The comedic Liang Hanzhuang. Host. There are a group of people outside, armed. What? Lucy, in a deep slumber, seemed to hear the voice of the system. Zhizhi. There are a total of 12 individuals, armed and equipped. Lucy forcibly roused herself from slumber, recalling the last time a weapon had been brought was by Zisnin. Who could be this time? She hastily arose, tidied her appearance, and seized the intercom to summon Shang Kai and the Gao brothers. As everyone gathered at the entrance, to her surprise, Luo Wei also arrived. "Lucy, how could you? Why didn't you call for me? If I hadn't happened to see those 2, I would have been completely unaware of your signal," Luo Wei exclaimed, expressing her displeasure. "What do you mean by that? In times of peril, we must venture out. How could I allow you to remain alone outside?" Gao Ziheng questioned, bewildered by the strategy. "Indeed, Lucy, I shall accompany you," Luo Wei insisted, grasping Lucy's arm to prevent her from leaving on her own. "How do you know they are armed?" "I am naturally well acquainted with Sicily," Lucy replied, her vigilance heightening. Could it be him? Shang Kai had only arrived a few days prior, and now armed individuals were appearing in Sicily. She refrained from expressing her fears openly, concerned for Luo Wei and the brothers' safety. "I possess martial skills. I will join you," Shang Kai asserted. "Enough of this bickering. Heed my command. No one may go," Lucy declared, turning toward the archway. Her primary reason for rejecting Shankai's company was the fear that he would become the one to threaten her, especially since he had overheard her words regarding access permissions. Outside, the leader of the group was a burly man with a face full of rough features. He wore mirrored glasses resembling swimming goggles, and his long beard was tied in a knot. His thinning hair was swept to one side, and 2 guns were holstered at his waist. Perhaps out of curiosity about Sicily, he continuously touched and examined everything around him, displaying a demeanor of impatience. "Boss, shall we enter?" A slender middle-aged man beside the leader inquired. It appeared that Sicily indeed harbored numerous secrets. Who could ascertain whether there were weapons within? After all, the leader's own entourage was not particularly large. This was, after all, someone else's stronghold, and should a confrontation arise, their chances of victory were slim. At that moment, Lucy emerged from within. Upon seeing the throng outside, she realized there were quite a few individuals present, and they did not resemble official military personnel or local government agents. They appeared more akin to an independent militant faction. "Woman, summon your boss. We are here to procure supplies," the burly man declared, finding it somewhat amusing that a woman had emerged. Is there not a capable man to handle this? Sending a woman who presumably tends to household duties and children to represent? Your origins are none of our concern. We have come to purchase your supplies. Do you comprehend? The middle-aged man who had spoken earlier shouted at Lucy. Lucy furrowed her brow in displeasure, remaining silent. "Hulu, be more courteous. How can you speak like that?" A burly man approached the middle-aged individual. "Madam, did you not comprehend what I just said?" The man stood before Lucy, gazing down at her. "Of course, you may procure supplies, but I must first ascertain who you are. Otherwise, how can I report to my employer? Should I simply state that there is a group outside wishing to acquire provisions? Furthermore, supplies come in various categories. What exactly do you intend to purchase? Food, water, fuel, weapons? In what quantities?" Lucy sensed that, despite their armed presence, they did not appear to be intent on theft, for she stood at the entrance unthreatened by any weapons aimed at her. Their demeanor towards her was one of mere curiosity. Thus, emboldened by her observations, she raised her voice and spoke with confidence, displaying no trace of timidity. Lucy's words struck a chord with the robust man, who found some merit in her reasoning. However, he pondered how one could possibly deliver such a self-introduction. With a subtle gesture, he signaled to his subordinate. The middle-aged man, understanding his master's cue, shook his head and cast a glance at a young man beside him. The young man nodded in agreement, and then raised an eyebrow at the boy standing closest. The boy glanced at the young man, who pointed at himself, and the young man affirmed with a nod. Lucy observed the group with a mixture of bemusement and amusement. "Well, ahem. We're Liang Hanzhuang from District 18. You're aware of us, right? There isn't a soul across all 94 provinces who hasn't heard of Liang Hanzhuang. This gentleman is our leader, Liang. This one is our steward. And this is our General Zhiyao." That concludes the introductions. "Ah, yes, and I am Wang Quanbao." The boy stepped forward from the ranks, cleared his throat, and proceeded with the introductions, only to realize he had forgotten to mention himself. "Ah, yes, we wish to procure a substantial quantity of food and water. Money is not an issue." "Who?" The steward was about to elaborate when he was interrupted by a cough from Liang. "We are purchasing in bulk. Let us see if Sicily can offer a favorable price. If all goes well, we shall take care of your supplies henceforth." Liang spoke with grandiosity, seemingly intent on monopolizing Sicily's resources, though it seemed unlikely that even his wealth could cover the tip of Sicily's iceberg. "Very well. May I request that Leader Liang and steward who accompany me inside for discussions?" Lucy extended an invitation with a gesture. Who hesitated, concerned about the possibility of weapons within. Observing the imposing figure, he remained motionless for a moment. Recently, numerous directors and heads from various districts have come to procure food. I understand the current grain crisis, and we in Sicily are willing to assist everyone in overcoming this immediate challenge. We hope to exchange resources with different regions, and we can negotiate prices. What do you think? Lucy discerned their apprehensions and offered a clarification. The imposing man, however, was less cautious than the steward. He boldly approached the archway. Seeing his leader move, who followed suit. Just as they were about to pass through the arch, Lucy halted them. Wait a moment, this door requires authorization. As she spoke, Lucy granted them access and guided them through the gate. Meanwhile, the four little ones, who had remained inside the gate, waited a long while without receiving any directives from Lucy. They concluded that she must be in peril. In a moment of impulsiveness, Gao Ziheng was ready to rush out and confront the intruders, but thankfully, his brother restrained him. After a brief discussion, they decided to lie in ambush at the entrance, prepared to deliver a fatal blow should any nefarious individuals breach their sanctuary. Chapter 70. The shock of the foolish with abundant wealth as Lucy extended her hand into the room to provide a subtle cue while granting permissions to the two individuals. Her gesture went unnoticed. Unfortunately, the four little ones were lying in ambush on either side of the door, oblivious to Lucy's indication. As Lucy spoke, she ushered the two individuals inside. Suddenly, two shadowy figures emerged, startling Lucy. Fortunately, Gao Zian reacted swiftly, grasping his younger brother who had already darted forward, while Shang Kai managed to halt his own movement just in time. Only Luo Wei, eyes tightly shut, dashed out with frantic cries, overwhelmed by fear. The thought of Lucy potentially being abducted propelled her forward, disregarding her trepidation. Shang Kai was taken aback by the ferocity of a girl, realizing too late that he could not restrain her. Luo Wei collided with a solid chest, belonging to none other than Liang Zhuang, or rather, the esteemed leader Liang. Lucy was taken aback. She had already given a hint. So what were they doing? In the hands of the four individuals, some wielded brooms while others held iron buckets. Then she glanced at Ro, who astonishingly clutched a lunchbox. Ro felt as though she had collided with something. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself staring at a chest adorned with thick hair. When she looked up, she was met with the imposing face of Liang Zhuang. She was momentarily stunned. Who was this person? How'd he get in? Liang Zhuang was equally bewildered. Upon entering Sicily, a beautiful girl had unexpectedly lunged at him. He had preserved his chastity for 26 years, only to find himself at a disadvantage in Sicily, having groped a well-defined muscular chest. Both of them simultaneously let out startled yelps, pushing each other away. Liang Zhuang, with his considerable strength, sent Ro flying, but fortunately, Shang Kai, quick on his feet, leapt forward to catch her. It was Lucy who reacted swiftly, promptly reprimanding the group. What are you doing? Instead of working diligently this fine morning, you're merely fooling around. Can't you be more mindful? You nearly harmed our esteemed guest. Lucy's voice was loud and stern, startling the nearby manager Hu. My apologies, esteemed Liang. I trust you are not injured? Hu inquired. It's entirely my fault for not maintaining better discipline over them. Are you all right? Lucy hastily feigned concern for the two, her eyes constantly darting towards the four mischief makers. Oh, it's nothing. I'm quite robust, Liang Zhuang boasted, flexing his biceps. He even displayed them for her, prompting a bemused expression from Lucy, who nonetheless feigned admiration. Come, both of you please take a seat. Lucy ushered the two into the office, retrieving some soda from the beverage cabinet to offer them. What is this? It tastes delightful, Liang Zhuang exclaimed, downing nearly half the bottle and savoring the flavor. This is one of the supplies known as soda. It is quite popular among women and children, affordable and long-lasting, making it ideal for procurement. Manager Hu noted, observing that the esteemed guest seemed unharmed, and took a sip himself. Indeed, this flavor is quite pleasant. I noticed it contains a significant amount of sugar. We should consider procuring more, Liang Zhuang remarked, evidently valuing manager Hu's opinion. Lucy discerned that although Liang Zhuang was at the forefront, Hu Guanshi appeared to be the ultimate decision-maker. Were these two merely putting on a performance before her? With a smile plastered across her face, Lucy continued to observe the duo intently. Madam, where is your employer? Why have they not yet made an appearance? Liang Zhuang inquired. Apologies, Master Liang. Our boss has been absent from Sicily of late. However, if you seek to procure supplies, please feel free to inform me. I am Lucy, responsible for sourcing materials across various districts. Upon hearing Lucy's words, Liang Zhuang wore an expression reminiscent of someone who wished they had been informed earlier. Lucy offered no explanation, instead retrieving an array of items from the food, beverage, and snack cabinets, stacking them before the two men. Master Liang, Hu Guanshi, we have a diverse assortment of supplies here in Sicily. These are all suitable for stockpiling. You're welcome to sample them and ultimately decide what you wish to purchase. As is often said, one is more inclined to generosity when treated with kindness, and upon witnessing Lucy's affable demeanor, smiles emerged on both men's faces. Since the onset of the food crisis, Liang Zhuangzhuang had traversed far and wide with his subordinates in search of sustenance, given that he was reliant on others for assistance. The reception had often been less than cordial, and the quality of the provisions he managed to acquire left much to be desired. Nevertheless, in contrast to the dire circumstances faced by the citizens of District 18, having any food at all was a blessing. Their discovery of Sicily arose accidentally after trading with Wang Bo, when they noticed the food packaging emblazoned with the name of the region. After making some inquiries, they decided to come here. Yet, in Sicily, not only was the attitude welcoming, but there was also the opportunity for sampling and the freedom to select what to purchase, which was a stark contrast to the previous experiences of coercive sales that left him almost incredulous. After indulging in a variety of tastings, the two men leaned back on the sofa, satiated and content, relishing the moment. Lucy, the food from Sicily is absolutely delightful. If only I had known sooner. By the way, what are your prices like? Liang Zhuangzhuang exclaimed, momentarily forgetting his mission in Sicily. As I mentioned earlier, we have a substantial order. Lucy presented the other party with two options, as discussed with Zheng Maokai the previous day. However, she slightly increased the prices. She discerned that while these individuals were not entirely naive or excessively wealthy, their thinking appeared somewhat limited. After all, why not profit from their affluence? It was a one-time transaction, and who could predict whether they would return in the future? Thus, one option entailed a 15% service fee inclusive of promotional efforts for Sicily in the 18th district. The alternative offered no promotion but carried a 25% service fee. Correct? Manager Hu succinctly summarized the situation. Lucy nodded. Liang Zhuangzhuang stood up, naturally opting for the option with the lower service fee. However, he was halted by Hu Guan, who interjected, "Wait a moment, my lord. May I inquire what this promotion for Sicily entails?" Hu Guan's previously relaxed demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "We, Sicily, are a community that offers rental properties to the public," Lucy explained, activating her communicator to display images of the properties. "Currently, our tenants come from various districts, and our promotion aims to attract more individuals to rent in Sicily. Our homes are not only affordable, but also set in a pleasant environment, and we provide a complimentary shuttle service around the clock. The 18th district is not far from Sicily, allowing one to work there during the day and reside in Sicily after hours," Lucy elaborated. After examining the images, Hu Guan found the properties quite appealing. Were it not for his association with Liang Zhuangzhuang, he might have considered relocating there himself. However, he kept this thought to himself, glancing at Liang Zhuangzhuang, who seemed quite satisfied as well. "Now that you've mentioned this, I feel reassured. Shall we proceed with the promotional option?" Liang Zhuangzhuang inquired about Hu Guan's opinion. "All decisions rest with your lordship." Hu Guan adeptly positioned himself, indicating his agreement while transferring the choice back to Liang Zhuangzhuang. "Excellent. We shall select the option with a 15% service fee along with the promotion. Let us acquire 30,000 units of supplies today." Liang Zhuangzhuang decisively concluded with a wave of his hand. Lucy was taken aback. These individuals were indeed foolishly affluent. Chapter 71. A windfall of small fortune. Lucy called upon Ro and the two brothers to accompany Liang Zhuangzhuang and the others in procuring supplies. As they escorted the two men out of the office, they chanced upon Zheng Maokai arriving with his daughter. Zheng Maokai recognized Lucy and noticed the two men exiting the office, their faces somewhat familiar, yet their identities eluding him momentarily. "Good morning, Boss Lu. Who are these two?" Zheng Maokai approached with a few hurried steps. Lucy retrieved some lemonade from the beverage cabinet and offered it to them. Director Zheng and Miss Zheng must have had breakfast by now. A bit of lemonade after a meal aids digestion. Lucy entirely sidestepped the matter of procuring supplies, waiting for them to broach the subject themselves. "Boss Lu, those two earlier." Zheng Maokai persisted, unwilling to relent. "Oh, they're here to procure supplies. Nowadays, There are so many esteemed guests coming from various places for this purpose. How does the lemonade taste? Lucy's disdain for Zheng Mao's manner of inquiry grew. He clearly wished to ask, but insisted on coaxing her to speak first. I shall not indulge you. Lucy rolled her eyes inwardly, seeing that Lucy was unyielding. Zheng Mao had no choice but to be more direct. From which district are those two? I'm not certain. They did not disclose that information, nor did I inquire. When it comes to supplies, one pays upon delivery. Why pry too much? Lucy's implication was unmistakable. Either buy or take your leave. This is not an information exchange center. Zheng Mao felt the sting of Lucy's retorts, his face flushing with embarrassment. A knock at the door interrupted their conversation. Assuming it was Ro, Lucy called out for the person to enter. A man stepped inside. Of course, I am here to see Boss Lu. Ming Heian entered the room, handing a box to Lucy. Glancing at Zheng Mao seated nearby, he remarked, "Is there a guest? It seems I have come at an inopportune time. Is this a cake?" Lucy did not need to open the box. The rich aroma of milk wafting from it confirmed its contents. I made this myself early this morning. Please enjoy it once you are done with your work, Ming Heian declared, preparing to leave the room. Ming, is it Director Ming? Zheng Mao stood abruptly, extending his hand with a tremor of excitement. You are. Ming Heian squinted, recognizing he did not know this man and did not reach for his hand. Ah, I am Zheng Mao Director of the Materials Reserve Bureau in District 4. I had the fortune of seeing Director Ming at the Joint Technical Exchange Conference in District 2. It is entirely understandable that you do not recognize me. You spoke then, and I found your words quite. Zheng Mao aimed to flatter, but the timing was unfortunate. Before he could finish, Ming Heian interrupted. You are here to see Boss Lu, correct? I shall not intrude. He turned to Lucy, stating, I will wait for you at your home, before exiting. Zheng Mao stared at Lucy, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing the apparent closeness between her and Ming Heian, he realized the significance of Ming Heian's stature. He was a pillar of Huagua, the economic backbone of the 94 provinces. Without the Ming family, the 94 provinces would have long been divided among others. The other great provinces held a certain trepidation towards the 94 provinces, stemming from their respect for the Ming family. Yet here, this influential figure had personally baked a cake for Lucy. Had he not heard it with his own ears, he would never have believed it. Seated beside Zheng Mao Zheng Moyan, still groggy and irritable from a lack of sleep, harbored grievances against her father for refusing to let her rent a place in Sicily. However, the moment Ming Heian entered the room, her spirits lifted as if a divine light had illuminated her, bursting forth with myriad twinkling stars and pink bubbles. Who is this man? He is strikingly handsome, the most exquisite she has ever encountered in her 18 years. Hearing her father refer to him as Director Ming and observing his respectful demeanor, she recognized his high status. Any romantic fantasies she had instantaneously dissipated. If only she could stay in Sicily. Even if she could not have this man, at least she would see him every day. Or were we discussing Director Zheng? Lucy observed the dazed expressions of the father and daughter. Ming Heian's entrance had seemingly bewitched them. Unable to proceed with her previous statement, Lucy raised her voice to reiterate. Oh, Boss Lu, we were discussing the matter of supplies. Zheng Mao realizing his lapse, quickly chuckled. You see, at my age, I tend to forget things. Therefore, Director Zheng, what considerations have you made regarding the supplies? Lucy pressed on. Well, we have contemplated this for quite some time. Regarding the pricing, it has increased. It was only 20% yesterday. Zheng Mao exclaimed, flustered by the sudden rise. There is no choice, Director Zheng. You know how tight supplies are. It may very well rise to 30% tomorrow. Lucy reassured him with a sympathetic tone. Zheng Mao pondered, feeling a pang of regret. He feared Lucy might inform Ming Heian if he refrained from purchasing. Yet he also felt frustrated at the thought of failing to negotiate effectively. Originally, he intended to exert pressure on Sicily, but now he found himself at a disadvantage. Very well, let us proceed as Boss Lu suggests. A 25% service fee for 200,000 worth of supplies. We will send someone to collect it this afternoon. With that, Zheng Mao signed the contract Lucy presented. Chapter 72. The tenant in Sicily was murdered. It seems we are not yet familiar enough for you to sit here so comfortably in my home. Lucy placed the cake on the table and playfully kicked Ming Han's leg. He dodged swiftly, evading her playful assault. So fierce? The cake must be eaten quickly, otherwise it will melt, and I would hate for my efforts to go to waste. Ming Han tilted his chin as Gree, drawn by the enticing aroma, leaped onto the table to lick the box. Gree, the little cat, sensing its owner's displeasure from his deep voice, lowered its ears and scurried to hide by Lucy's feet. Why the sudden gift of cake? Lucy opened the box, arranging the cake into 6 portions before taking a bite. I am grateful for your nurturing. He rested his elbow on his knee, watching Lucy savor the treat. What? Nurturing? Lucy paused, spoon in hand, gazing at him in confusion. Look at it. You fattened it up to a ball. Ming Han leaned in, glancing at the cat. Gree turned away, avoiding his gaze, believing that if it could not see him, then he could not see it. Yet its ears remained perked, attentively listening to the surrounding sounds. Are you referring to Gree? How irresponsible of you to abandon it when it left your side. It arrived here emaciated. Lucy seemed to have forgotten who had initially cradled Gree and remarked on its weight. Regardless, neglecting a small cat is a reflection on the owner. Emaciated? You consider that emaciated? Ming Han recalled the daily images he received from Gree, witnessing how it devoured its meals at home and indulged in treats with Lucy. The cat was neglecting its duties, merely seeking affection and napping. Were it not for me, it would be starving by now. At least it has put on some weight. Lucy affectionately patted the little cat's head, which relished her touch, aware that she meant no harm. Comfortably exposing her belly, a low rumbling sound emanated from her throat. Ming Han gazed at the weapon he had painstakingly nurtured, his heart lamenting incessantly. It had been but a short while since his departure, and already Lucy had rendered it indolent. Unable to endure the sight any longer, he prepared to take his leave. By the way, how is Ligwa faring? Lucy inquired, lifting her gaze. He is recovering quite well. He is young and has a robust constitution. I estimate that in a little over a month, he'll be able to rejoin the team. Ming Han replied, scooping up the still enjoying Gree, startling the small cat into a yowl. Hey, I warn you, do not mistreat it, treat it kindly. I shall conduct a checkup, Lucy cautioned, as Ming Han, with his long legs, strode far away. In the evening, Luo Wei and the 3 others concluded their day's work. They were summoned by Lucy to the small building to savor the cake sent by Ming Han. Oh my heavens, what is this? It's utterly delicious, Luo Wei exclaimed after just one bite. I did not expect it to dissolve in my mouth. Gao Ziheng displayed a similarly astonished expression. It's cake, a gift from someone else. I had it once before, so this time I saved it for all of you to enjoy, Lucy explained. Although Gao Zian and Shang Kai did not voice their thoughts, their fervent consumption spoke volumes of its delightful taste. The group continued to chat and relish the cake, basking in the tranquility of the moment. Suddenly, a frantic pounding on the door accompanied by shouts erupted. Lucy opened the door and recognized the child standing at the entrance, though she couldn't recall the name. What's wrong? What happened? Lucy crouched down to comfort the child. At that moment, Ro and a few others arrived at the door. Ro recognized the child, as she interacted with the tenants daily. Shangxian, what are you doing here? Where is your mother? Ro inquired. Mama is over there. Someone wants to kill us. Woo, I am scared. Zhao Shangxian cried, trembling uncontrollably. The mention of kill left everyone momentarily stunned. Ro embraced Zhao Shangxian to soothe him, while Lucy rushed towards the woman lying at the door, followed closely by the 3 men behind her. Sister Shasha? Gao Zian was the first to speak, gently patting her on, checking for signs of life. Brother, she has an injury on her arm. Shang Kai and Gao Zian turned Yu Shasha over, revealing her blood-soaked arm, with half of her clothing stained red. Gao Zian, go find Dr. Yang Kissen and see if he is available. If not, seek Uncle Fong. Lucy quickly directed everyone into action. In her previous life, Lucy had been a frontline medic, adept at bandaging wounds. She could tell that Yushasha's injury was on her arm, with no other visible wounds. Although it wasn't life-threatening, the bleeding was severe. If not addressed promptly, she could succumb to blood loss. You too, come help, and let's move her over here. Before long, Gao Zian returned with Fong Rinsong. Uncle Fong examined the situation and exhaled a long breath. This little rascal told me someone was dying. I nearly lost my own life running here. Fong Rinsong took several deep breaths to compose himself. Uncle Fong, how is it? Can you bandage her? Lucy asked anxiously. I can bandage her, but I don't have any supplies. Fong Rinsong replied. Here's the plan. I'll perform acupuncture to prevent excessive blood loss. He then produced a set of fine needles and began the procedure. Also, Gao Ziheng asked the tenants if anyone has any medical supplies or tools for bandaging. Upon hearing Lucy's instructions, everyone dispersed to fulfill their tasks. At that moment, perhaps due to Fong Rinsong's acupuncture, Yu Shasha slowly regained consciousness. As soon as she opened her eyes, she urgently called out, Shangxian, run. Yu Shasha, you're awake? How do you feel? Lucy grasped her flailing hand, concerned. Boss Lu. Where am I? Where's Shangxian? My son? She attempted to sit up, but was firmly held down by Fong Rinsong. Stay still. I'm still working with the needles. Fong Rinsong grumbled in annoyance. Yu Shasha, you're in Sicily. Don't worry, Shangxian is fine. He's just scared. And Ro is with him. Lucy quickly reassured her, fearing she might try to rise and disrupt Fong Rinsong's work. Chapter 73. Conspiracy against Sicily, perhaps due to blood loss. Yu Shasha lapsed back into unconsciousness. Though the bleeding was temporarily halted, it wouldn't last long. Fong Rinsong wiped the sweat from his brow and said, I've managed to stop the bleeding for now, but it won't hold for long. Uncle Fong, have some water. Lucy offered him a bottle. Dr. Yang, look. Lucy approached with a glimmer of hope. Don't worry, Shankai informed me. I brought a medical kit from home. Yang Kisan immediately began to bandage Yu Shasha. Lucy stepped aside, glancing at Shankai, and suddenly wondered how he could possibly know Dr. Yang. Do you know Dr. Yang? Lucy inquired softly. I do not. Shankai replied calmly, but he carries a strong scent of disinfectant. I surmise it must be him. You are quite perceptive. Lucy complimented him, while internally questioning whether she was being overly suspicious. Lucy glanced upstairs, intrigued by what might have transpired. She entrusted Shankai with the responsibility of overseeing the area before ascending the staircase herself. Luo Wei embraced Zhao Shangxian, attempting to soothe his distress. However, for a 10-year-old child encountering such an incident for the first time, it was challenging to regain composure swiftly. Gao Ziyan, during his tenure as a police officer, was aware that children in such situations often found it difficult to cooperate. Even with tentative guidance, Zhao Shangxian struggled to articulate a complete sentence. When Lucy arrived, Zhao Shangxian only conveyed fragmented bits of information. Gao Ziyan organized the details and recounted them to Lucy. Lucy listened, finding the situation seemingly reasonable. Yet an unsettling feeling lingered within her, elusive and indefinable. At that moment, Shankai ascended the stairs, announcing that Yu Shasha had awakened and was clamoring to meet the child. The group descended, and Zhao Shangxian, tears still glistening on his face, rushed into his mother's embrace upon seeing her conscious. Yu Shasha, how do you feel? Do you require a trip to the hospital? Lucy inquired as she seated herself beside her. I am fine. Thanks to the assistance of the 2 doctors, I feel much better now. Yu Shasha expressed her gratitude towards Fong Rinsong and Yang Kishan. Could you kindly share with me what transpired? It seemed the assailants were aware of our residence in Sicily, repeatedly emphasizing the affluence of those living here. They not only demanded money, but also seized some of the jewelry from me. At this point, Yu Shasha was unable to contain her sobs. That ring was a token of my marriage with Shangxian's father. Her voice faltered, leaving her unable to continue. Lucy, sensing her emotional turmoil, decided not to press further. She had gleaned a general understanding of the situation. It appeared these individuals were not acting randomly, but were specifically targeting Sicily. It's nothing, it's only right. If Uncle Fong hadn't intervened in time, it would have been too late for me as well. Yang Kashin remarked indifferently. Oh, don't mention it. We are neighbors. It's only natural to help, Fong Rinsong said, feeling somewhat awkward as he rubbed his hands together. In the room, Zhao Shangxian, seated on the bed, turned to his mother and asked, Mom, I don't understand why you had to speak to them that way. Xian, you're still young. There are many things that even if I explain, you wouldn't comprehend. Yu Shasha replied, gently stroking her son's head, a hint of helplessness in her voice. But Mom, I'm already 10 years old, not a little child anymore. Sister Lucy is just 18 and already in charge here. I want to be as capable as her when I grow up. Zhao Shangxian asserted confidently. Therefore, Xian must study diligently and heed the advice of your mother and Uncle Zhao. When you're older, I promise to share everything with you, all right? Yu Shasha vowed. The thought of the complicated father-son relationship left her at a loss for words. She hoped her precious son could remain a child just a little longer. However, he was no longer as obedient as he had been in his younger days. He was starting to form his own opinions and understanding. For instance, regarding today's incident, she had expressed her dissent to her superiors, stating she could take on the task, but without involving the children. Yet, what could one woman do against the forces at play? She merely wished that, considering she had been injured, her child might be spared from further complications. Mom, don't cry. Is your wound hurting again? I will listen to you from now on, Zhao Shangxian said, noticing his mother's tears, and immediately began to wipe them away with care. Be good, Xian, and go to sleep early. You have school tomorrow. She watched as her son dutifully lay down, tucking him in before she turned ahead to the living room. Beep, beep, beep. Hello. What's going on? Why is this taking so long? Yu Shasha entered the living room, discreetly retrieving a communicator from beneath the sofa and dialing a number. After a prolonged wait, the call was answered. Without a hint of concern for her or her child, the person on the other end immediately inquired about the status of the task. She briefly recounted the assignment, and only when they learned of her injury did they feign concern, advising her to take care of herself while dismissing her from further responsibilities. However, they insisted she incite some public sentiment in Sicily, alerting the tenants to the ongoing threats outside. The following morning, Luo Wei awoke early and made her way to the cafeteria for breakfast. Upon entering, she overheard many discussing the recent events. How could everyone know after just one night? Luo Wei pondered, bewildered by who could have such a loose tongue. Goodness, could it be true? I thought moving to Sicily would ensure my safety. How could this happen? A female tenant murmured as she departed. Chapter 74. Digging a pit for Lucy at this moment, Wang Bai was experiencing a considerable headache. Although he had resources in hand, they were unsellable. He began to suspect that Sicily was deliberately opposing him. What puzzled him most was the sudden change in attitude from District 4 and District 18, who had previously expressed a willingness to purchase as much as he could supply, but suddenly declared they no longer needed anything. There had to be some hidden agenda at play, and he instructed Wu Dakuai to investigate whether Sicily had recently met with anyone from other districts. As Wu Dakuai left the office on his mission, he encountered the hurried Su Yiwei approaching him. Oh, if it isn't Director Su, what brings such a busy man here? Wu Dakuai knew that Su Yiwei was now on the same side as them, yet he couldn't help but feel irritated by his subservient demeanor. It seemed to diminish Wang Bai's importance, prompting him to take a few jabs at Su Yiwei whenever they met. Director Wu, you flatter me. I'm not nearly as busy as you. I'm merely someone at the security office, following orders, Su Yiwei replied, fully aware of Wu Dakuai's intentions, but disinterested in engaging with him. Although he was merely a small director, his eldest son held an official rank in the military. Without Wang Bai, he would be insignificant. Deputy Director Wang, I've received several reports from the public lately. They claim a group is operating in District 19, secretly abducting and robbing people in broad daylight. It's quite serious, Su Yiwei stated, testing whether this matter was connected to Wang Bai. After all, he could run errands, but he would never partake in illegal activities. Is this true? Is there no law left in District 19? Wang Bai exclaimed, his agitation palpable. Although he was already aware of the district's poor security, he anticipated that a food crisis could lead to such chaos. Indeed, it's the food crisis causing all this turmoil. The impoverished can't obtain food. Whether they starve or break the law, death is death. It's better to die fighting than to perish as a starving ghost, Su Yiwei lamented. However, what brings you to inform me about this, Director Su? Wang Bai sensed that Su Yiwei had ulterior motives. Oh, I merely wanted to alert you, Deputy Director Wang. You still have resources to sell, correct? This group is quite rampant, and I thought it prudent to give you a heads up. If you need assistance, just call on me, Su Yiwei said, never once taking a seat, remaining bent over as he conversed with Wang Bai. Look at this, Director Su. Why haven't you sat down? Please, have a seat and speak comfortably, Wang Bai thought to himself, seeing the appearance of this group as a timely opportunity to teach Sicily a lesson. However, he had always struggled to find any incriminating evidence against them. Today, Su Yiwei's comments sparked an idea. If there was no evidence, perhaps he could create some. He would dig a pit for her. Even if she didn't fall in, she would at least twist her ankle. In the Sicily office, Lucy, what are we going to do? Everyone knows about you. Shasha's injury now. It's been several days, and I'm too afraid to eat in the cafeteria for fear of being questioned, Luo Wei lamented. How have the afternoon shoppers been these past few days? Are there fewer than before? Lucy's focus was not on the gossip. After all, the event had already transpired. Instead of silencing others, it was more prudent to seek the truth. Not really. It's about the same as before. Oh, but I'm discussing something serious with you. Luo Wei felt that Shasha's injury had significantly impacted the tenants. If Lucy continued to ignore it, what would happen if people started to withdraw? What are your thoughts on this matter? Lucy suddenly inquired. What do you think? I just want to know who leaked this information. That big mouth. If I find out who it is, I'll surely give them a piece of my mind. A grown man with such a loose tongue, Luo Wei exclaimed, pounding the table in frustration. Lucy couldn't help but laugh, finding Ro exceedingly adorable. What are you laughing at? Ro asked, puzzled as she gazed at Lucy. So you think that loudmouth is a man? Lucy's words held a deeper meaning as she regarded her. Otherwise, that night, only the two of us were women. The rest were all men. Surely, we wouldn't say anything. It must have been one of them. Ro believed her logic was flawless. Only the two of us were women? Are you certain? Lucy reminded her. Well, that would mean, she paused, abruptly halting her thought. Are you suggesting? Yusha said herself? She was the victim. She brought this up. Ro felt her mind racing, unable to comprehend. Much of this is merely conjecture for me at the moment. But I have already enlisted someone to investigate. Results will come soon. For now, you need not avoid them. Not only should you dine at the cafeteria, but you should also linger a bit longer to eavesdrop on the discussions surrounding this matter to discern the direction of the talks. That loudmouth will surely steer the narrative. We need only sit back and observe. Upon hearing Lucy's words, Ro became intrigued. How did you suspect her? At that moment, she genuinely admired Lucy. Completely in the dark herself, only Lucy, as an observer, could see the entire picture. Unless it was rehearsed in advance? Ro's eyes widened in disbelief as she covered her mouth. Just as they reached the doorway, they spotted Ming Heian approaching. Chapter 75. The Sicilian's anxiety. Ming Heian came to a halt before Lucy, silent. She glanced down at his hands, noting the absence of the small cake this time. Stop looking. There is no cake today. Lucy admired Ming Heian, as he could discern her thoughts with just a glance. Are you a worm in my belly? Lucy retorted, exasperated. I must be the one in your heart. Thus, I know your every thought. Ming Heian proudly lifted his chin, entering the small building without waiting for Lucy's invitation. Lucy found herself at a loss for words in regard to this individual, so much so that she could not be bothered to engage in any dispute with him. Thus, she followed him inside. What business did Mr. Ming have this time? Ming Heian, much like the previous occasion, was seated upon the sofa with his feet resting on the coffee table. Lucy, with her arms crossed, stood before him. Please take a seat, Ms. Liu. He gestured invitingly for her to sit down. Lucy seethed inwardly, exclaiming to herself, This is my house. Speak quickly, and be on your way, for I am quite occupied. She shot him a disdainful glance, refusing to take a seat. I wish to rent an apartment. A one-bedroom with a living room will suffice. I will submit my application via email and await the review. I can pay 6 months rent up front. No problem. I will arrange it for Mr. Ming immediately. When would you like to move in? Upon hearing about the 6-month lease, Lucy promptly activated her communicator to arrange accommodations for Aaron. Just as she finished, Ming Heian stood up to leave. Hey, Aaron, he can't stay with you? You have such a spacious house. Lucy paused at the mention of the name, her fingers hesitating over the controls. It's all set. Let him move in. She tossed him a set of keys. After bidding farewell to Ming Heian, Fong Rinsong entered. Boss Lucy, I wish to discuss something with you, he stated as he took a seat. Please have a seat, Uncle Fong. Lucy offered him a bottle of water. Here's the situation. I've been bringing food from Sicily to my elderly neighbors in the slums, but there's a purchasing limit now. Only 2 portions per person. I wanted to see if you could allow me to buy more. I assure you, I'm not looking to resell them at a profit. There are some elderly folks over there who are immobile and their children are not around. When I assist them with their medical needs, I also bring them some food. Uncle Fong's expression grew troubled. If it's too much trouble for you, I understand. I know food is scarce now. I just wanted to ask. As he prepared to leave, Lucy interjected, Uncle Fong, how many families like that are there in the slums? Well, if I had to estimate, about 10 households. Most of them are either childless, like the old woman from the sweet soup shop, or they have children who are not around and cannot rely on them. They're all quite elderly. Fong Rinsong sighed. Understood, Uncle Fong. Leave this matter to me. I'll arrange to send some food to these families in the coming days. What do you think? Lucy thought to herself how fortunate it was to have food delivered right to her door, a perfect opportunity to reach out to those in need. Really, Boss Lucy? You mean you're giving it to them for free? Fong Rinsong was taken aback by Lucy's generosity. He had only hoped to increase his purchasing limit. Additionally, could you please check in the slums to see which families have children? Specifically, how many families with children under 10? Lucy mused that if she were to create a narrative, she would do so thoroughly. She would ensure Cicely's name was spread positively, leaving no one daring to oppose it. In the cafeteria, Uncle Li looked unwell. Uncle Li, you don't seem to be in good health. Han Qingmei remarked with concern upon hearing Li Guoxing's cough. It's just old age. It's nothing serious. Thank you for your concern. Please, enjoy your meal, and I want to keep you. Li Guoxing glanced at Han Qingmei, seemingly uninterested in further conversation. Just then, Lin Huimei and her husband, Zhou Jianhua, arrived at the cafeteria. I'm telling you, this matter is still undecided. So don't rush to inform the children. We don't want them worrying unnecessarily, understand? Zhou Jianhua seemed to be advising her on something, while Lin Huimei appeared impatient, waving her hand as she sat down to eat. Han Qingmei recognized them. They had been involved in the recent case concerning the widow Song Huixian, stirring up quite a commotion. She thought such people were best suited for causing trouble. As she slowly walked past their table, she pretended to stumble, placing her hand on the table for support just in time. Oh dear, are you all right, girl? What happened? Lin Huimei quickly supported her, looking genuinely worried. Iem me fine. Aunt Lin, thank you. Han Qingmei's eyes began to redden as she spoke. Good girl, don't cry, don't cry. Who has bullied you? Lin Huimei, being timid and overly perceptive, immediately connected Han Qingmei's distress to the incident involving Yu Shasha, causing her to panic and offer a few half-hearted reassurances, losing her appetite altogether. Hey, what are you thinking about? Hurry and eat. Zhou Jianhua waved his hand in front of her eyes, but she seemed unresponsive. Dear, we can't stay in Sicily any longer. We usually don't go out, so we're unaware. If someone truly targets Sicily and they come knocking one day, we want to be able to escape. Lin Huimei whispered anxiously to her husband, her voice trembling. Oh, what nonsense is this? Don't jump to conclusions. Exercise some judgment. We don't even know the full story, and you want to leave? Haven't you heard the children say it's not safe outside? Those desperate people will rob anyone they see with food. At least here in Sicily, we have enough to eat and wear. Not only do you want to leave, but I want our children to move in. Zhou Jianhua was utterly perplexed by his wife's concerns. What are you talking about? Lin Huimei, upon hearing her husband's words, suddenly shouted, startling everyone in the cafeteria. Chapter 76. A glimpse of the truth. Zhou Jianhua was taken aback by her sudden outburst, left speechless, feeling both awkward and unsure what to say. It's all right, everyone continue eating, he said, forcing smiles at those around him. This place is a veritable fire pit. Do you understand? It's one thing for us old folks to be here, but do you want our children to come here to perish? Lin Huimei was infuriated upon hearing her husband suggest their children move to Sicily. She was certain he had been brainwashed by Lucy, thankful that she remained clear-headed. Eat if you want. It's up to you. Zhou Jianhua was also irritated. He left the cafeteria, having barely touched his meal, abandoning Lin Huimei in a huff. Lin Huimei watched her husband's retreating figure, feeling both anger and grievance. Her intentions were solely for the family's benefit, if not for wanting to provide their children with more freedom, primarily to encourage the young couple to consider having a second child. They wouldn't have moved to Sicily. However, her son-in-law refused, citing financial pressures and the difficulties of accommodating so many people, including the elderly and children. That's why they had relocated to Sicily. Who would willingly separate from their family, especially when it meant missing out on seeing their beloved grandchildren? The more she pondered, the angrier she became, eventually burying her face in her arms and weeping. Aunt Lin, why are you crying? What happened? Son Lying, who had been sitting at a nearby table, had overheard the argument and felt a surge of curiosity due to her journalistic instincts. That evening, Lucy, following the tenant application list organized by Luo Wei, called several potential tenants she deemed suitable. Initially, she worried that the food crisis might affect her rental prospects. Indeed, most prospective tenants expressed the need to consider their options further. Lucy understood. Anyone with money wanted to stockpile supplies first. After all, no matter how nice a house is, it's useless if one cannot live to enjoy it. Opening the communicator S system to check her current savings, excluding the funds owed to teacher Shun, she found she had over 1.5 million. This was sufficient for an upgrade. However, there were still 14 rooms left to rent, and she could only hope for the publicity from District 18 to turn things around. Speaking of District 18 brought her thoughts to Liang Zhuangzhuang. She needed to investigate this Liang Hanzhuang further to understand his background. Just then, the communicator rang. Upon seeing it was Xiao Tan, she quickly answered, "Boss, I found some leads on the matter you asked me to investigate." "All right, I understand. Thank you, Xiao Ge. Please, there is no need for formality. Boss Lucy, you are our family's savior. If you need anything else in the future, just let me know." "Sure, I will inquire further as you requested. I suspect there may be significant developments. Rest assured, you can rely on me for this. Of course, it's not merely out of kindness. I primarily aim to cultivate a rapport with him. After all, his purchases have been minimal, so it's more beneficial to extend a gesture of goodwill." However, Lucy did not anticipate that this favor would be needed so soon. The greatest advantage of intermediaries is their extensive knowledge of information. They possess insights not just about trades, but also various trivial matters. Thus, when the incident involving Yushasha occurred, Lucy began to sense something amiss and sought assistance from Xiao Tan to investigate further. Indeed, just a few days had passed when Xiao Tan provided her with a response. Yushasha worked at a bookstore in District 19 named Anonymous Residence. This establishment aids individuals in writing documents and assists the illiterate in comprehending texts. Lucy never harbored curiosity regarding her tenants' professions. She only knew that Yushasha was an employee with a stable and respectable income. During the day, Anonymous Residence functions as a bookstore, while at night, it transforms into a tutoring center. Although it may appear unremarkable, Xiaotan noted that many members of the Korean community frequently entered and exited the premises. They did not seem like students nor impoverished illiterates. By night, Anonymous Residence operates on a membership basis, and one must be invited by an internal member to obtain such membership. These individuals from the Korean community visit at night, with some leaving late into the night and others departing in the early morning before the establishment opens. What they engage in within those walls remains a mystery. On the day of Yushasha's incident, according to her description, she was attacked during peak evening hours when foot traffic was considerable. However, during Xiao Tan's investigation, neither passers-by nor nearby vendors reported witnessing any robbery or bloodshed. This perplexed Lucy. On that day, Yushasha wore a light-colored top, and such a significant amount of blood would not go unnoticed by anyone unless she was fabricating her story. Perhaps her injury did not occur there. Or Lucy's thoughts ventured further. What if no one had harmed her at all? With this realization, Lucy felt it was time for a stroll. The Sicilian community was rife with anxiety, fearing the potential presence of dangerous robbers. Lucy planned to venture into the streets with provisions the following day to discern the intentions of those involved. Coincidentally, Uncle Fong intended to deliver food supplies to the impoverished district, making it an opportune moment to promote Sicilian goodwill while simultaneously discouraging any ill-intentioned individuals. Beep beep. Hello. The call was answered almost instantaneously. Swift response, General Xie. It seems he remains occupied. I usually stay up late, as you know. Xie Sinan replied nonchalantly. Don't say that. I've never shared a bed with you. How would I know? Lucy hurriedly distanced herself from such implications. Speak, what is it? Xie Sinan did not appreciate her jest. His tone remained frosty. Lucy expressed her desire to engage in charitable acts in the impoverished district, but feared for her safety. She sought to discuss with General Zhiyao whether he could provide some security. Sensing his discontent, she remained unfazed. Chapter 77. Lin Huimei is exploited. Why the sudden interest in the impoverished district? Sinan queried, perplexed, as Lucy was not typically one to exhibit spontaneous benevolence. It's nothing. I simply observe the government as in action while the citizens of the impoverished district struggle to survive. If I can help even a little, why not? Lucy knew he would ask, and she spoke the truth. To her surprise, Sinan scoffed, which irked her. Well then, I'll not disturb your work any longer. With that, she disconnected the communicator. If he would assist, so be it. Mocking me is unacceptable. It's infuriating to be provoked late at night, Lucy pouted. Given the urgency of her plans for the impoverished district, she would have to exercise utmost caution. This conversation left her restless throughout the night, and by morning, her face was swollen from anger. After freshening up, she prepared to meet with Luo Wei and others to strategize for their visit to the impoverished district when the intercom crackled with Luo Wei's voice. Lucy, are you awake? Lin Huimei is arguing with her husband and threatening to terminate her lease. As anticipated, Luo Wei's greatest concern had materialized. Though she had long warned Lucy that neglecting rumors could lead to tenants vacating without resolution, she did not harbor affection for Lin Huimei, an elderly woman sent to Sicily by her children under the pretense of enjoying life. However, her behavior indicated she was a source of discord at home. I'm up. I'll be there shortly. Lucy rushed out, heading towards the lodging building. You old hag, at your age, still harboring such greed. Are you infatuated with the young girls? Unwilling to leave? Alas, how pitiful it is for me to endure such humiliation at my age. The argument between Lin Huimei and Zhou Jianhua grew louder, attracting neighbors to gather around. Everyone enjoys a spectacle, commenting as they munched on snacks. Neighbors, disperse, disperse. Don't linger here. Luo Wei, although reluctant to intervene, felt obliged to make a token gesture. What do you mean by meddling? I'm merely looking out for them. With a bit of money, they waste it. This is a dire time. If it weren't for me, they wouldn't even have food to eat. Lin Huimei's declaration of her altruism drew murmurs from the onlookers. I told you this old woman was no saint. Look at how she has driven her children to this state. I'm most annoyed by those who claim to act in your best interest, yet only serve to indulge their own sense of superiority while repulsing everyone around them. Lin Huimei was taken aback by the crowd's disdain. Witnessing those she had previously conversed with now speak ill of her in front of her, leaving her feeling utterly wronged. When Lucy arrived, most of the onlookers had already dispersed. After all, some had work to attend to and others had school, leaving only a handful of idle bystanders. The Gao brothers and Monk Kai had also come, primarily out of concern that the couple might resort to violence. Oh dear, don't even mention it. I barely managed to calm things down, Luo Wei hastily whispered, realizing that Lucy had unwittingly brought up a sensitive topic. We're terminating the lease. We're leaving today, so please return the remaining rent and our deposit. Lin Huimei, who harbored a deep-seated disdain for Lucy, particularly due to her alluring appearance, declared. According to the tenant housing regulations, without a month's notice for lease termination, the deposit would not be refunded. If the duration of stay was less than half a month, charges would apply for half a month. If it exceeded half a month, full month's rent would be charged. As Lucy began to calculate the fees, Lin Huimei's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing that the deposit would not be refunded. On what grounds? You can't just refuse to return it. I'm not even living here anymore. What gives you the right to withhold my deposit? Are you out of your mind over money? Lin Huimei had never confronted Lucy directly before, owing to her previous observations of how Song Huixian had been forced out of Sicily. However, now that Lucy was threatening to withhold her deposit, which she regarded as her lifeline, she could no longer hold back. The rental contract is explicit, and you signed it yourself. I even advised you to read the terms carefully at the time. Now you're asking me why? What do you think is the reason? Lucy retorted, brandishing the rental agreement. Lin Huimei felt cornered, hesitant to even glance at the document. You too. Have you colluded with this old man? She accused, her face flushed with anger as she pointed at Lucy and Zhou Jianhua. What nonsense are you spouting? Listen to the absurdity of your own words. Zhou Jianhua, infuriated, felt as if he could scarcely breathe, collapsing onto the sofa. Oh dear Uncle Zhou, are you all right? Luo Wei rushed over, noticing that Zhou Jianhua seemed unwell. What's this? Playing sick now that I've called you out? Lin Huimei remarked, observing her husband's pale complexion. She was aware of his heart condition, but was unwilling to relent. Uncle Zhou, what seems to be the problem? Lucy inquired, also sensing that Zhou Jianhua was in distress. You little vixen, step away. Don't touch him. Lin Huimei quickly interposed herself between Lucy and Zhou Jianhua. Mrs. Lin, perhaps you should take a look at your husband's current condition. Lucy was perplexed by Lin Huimei's thought process. Aunt Lin, Uncle Zhou appears to be struggling to breathe. Does he have his medication? Luo Wei asked, noting Zhou Jianhua's labored breathing. Realizing at last that her husband was indeed unwell, Lin Huimei hurriedly rummaged through his belongings, retrieving 2 pills for him to take. After a short while, Zhou Jianhua's color improved. I'm all right now. I'm feeling much better. Stop causing a scene. If you want to move, then move. Notify the children to come. Zhou Jianhua weakly instructed Lin Huimei. Are you really? Okay, but she's withholding so much of our money. Lin Huimei was still preoccupied with the deposit. Aunt Lin, why would you want to leave when you're living so comfortably here? Luo Wei inquired. Comfortably? Have you not realized that you're being targeted? What if those thugs come barging in one day and you have nowhere to escape? Lin Huimei shot Luo Wei a disdainful glance, finding her utterly foolish. Targeted? By whom? Who are these thugs? Lucy found the situation amusing, but was genuinely curious about the source of Lin Huimei's hysteria. You didn't know about Yushasha being injured or Han Qingmei being followed. You truly are a model representative. Lin Huimei spat venomously. Those people know that Sicily is affluent and has resources. It's only a matter of time before they come knocking, seizing Sicily and leaving you with no escape. Chapter 78. Lin Huimei moves away from Sicily after Lin Huimei's remarks. The onlookers began to contemplate the validity of her claims. Everyone was aware of Yu Shasha's injury, but not of Han Qingmei's situation. If both incidents were indeed connected to Sicily, then the tenants residing there might be in peril. As murmurs of concern circulated among the crowd, Luo Wei felt anxious. She wished to clarify, but was at a loss for words. Glancing at Lucy, she noted her calm demeanor. Oh, so there's also the matter of Han Qingmei. However, I find it curious that, regardless of the truth of their claims, neither of the involved parties has expressed a desire to leave Sicily. Yet here you are, a mere rumor-monger, insisting on vacating. Lucy's statement was abruptly interrupted by Lin Huimei. Who are you calling a rumor-monger? The reason they aren't leaving is that they have nowhere else to go. But I am different. I have children, and several properties outside. I refuse to remain in Sicily waiting for death. Lin Huimei declared with pride. Sicily had only been established for 3 months. Were the women truly living on the streets before? Even if they had been, if they valued their lives, they would have sought to leave regardless. Lucy's reasoning resonated, and neighbors nodded in agreement. Lucy has a point. That Han something, always dressing flamboyantly, clearly not a respectable woman. I also saw her roommate, with her face painted ghostly white. Who knows if they're consorting with unsavory characters? Lin Huimei was taken aback by the rapid shift in sentiment. Not a single person stood in her defense. You all. Lin Huimei was rendered speechless by Lucy's rebuttal. All right, enough of this. Lucy, kindly inform my daughter to come pick us up. Zhou Jianhua could no longer endure the scene. Resigned to the situation he had married into, Lucy retrieved her communicator and, in the presence of the two, contacted their daughter, Zhou Shuang. Upon hearing that her parents were leaving Sicily, Zhou Shuang became anxious. By noon, she arrived in Sicily. Lucy granted her access, allowing her to assist her parents in packing their belongings. She also explained the fees associated with the temporary lease termination, showing Zhou Shuang the rental agreement, which bore her parents' signatures and clearly outlined the terms. With no other recourse, she resigned herself to the situation. Her father was unwell, and though she was concerned about expenses, she could not afford to further agitate him. Rovi accompanied her in the packing process, and it was evident that Zhou Shuang could not manage her mother. Madam Zhou, why not take a moment to rest? You rushed over during lunchtime. Have you eaten? Rovi inquired thoughtfully. It was only then that Zhou Shuang recalled she had taken leave for this. As soon as her break began, she hurried to Sicily, leaving no time for a meal. "Oh, how can I have time to eat?" She sighed, her hands still busy. "Allow me to take you to the cafeteria for a bite. The food here in Sicily is delightful." Without waiting for a response, Rovi took her by the arm and led her out toward the cafeteria. "Am I not a tenant? Can I really eat here? Isn't there a food shortage?" Zhou Shuang wondered, surprised by the generosity of Sicily. "Of course. However, the cafeteria is not free. You will need to pay for your meal," Rovi joked. "Well, that is only natural." Zhou Shuang chuckled awkwardly, pondering what her parents had done in Sicily to leave such an impression. Upon reaching the cafeteria, Rovi explained how to navigate the food and drink counters. After selecting their meals, they found a table to sit down. Initially, they ate in silence, as they were strangers with little to discuss. Rovi herself was quite hungry, having skipped breakfast due to an earlier incident involving Lin Huimei. However, since Lucy had instructed her to help Lin Huimei's family pack, she was unable to leave. "Wow, this is incredibly delicious," Zhou Shuang exclaimed, too famished to savor the flavors. She thought to herself, as a government employee, the food in Sicily could hardly surpass that of the government. Yet, after a few bites, she realized the quality of the meals was indeed far superior. The freshness and taste of the dishes were 100-fold better than what the government provided. Those meals were merely edible, while Sicily's offerings were exquisite. Really? If you enjoy it, do indulge more. Surely the government meals must be tastier? Rovi noted the stark contrast between Zhou Shuang and her mother. Initially concerned that Zhou Shuang might be as domineering as Lin Huimei, which she felt ill-equipped to handle, Rovi purchased 2 bottles of soda, one for herself and one for Zhou Shuang. "Oh no, that's not necessary. I'm not thirsty," Zhou Shuang quickly refused, thinking that the generosity of Sicily was quite overwhelming. "Drink up. It's on me," Rovi insisted, playfully inserting a straw into Zhou Shuang's mouth. Zhou Shuang took a tentative sip and was pleasantly surprised by its sweetness. She hadn't enjoyed soda in ages. With her and her husband's modest salaries barely covering their family's expenses, luxuries like these were a distant dream. Though they earned decent wages, both she and her husband had agreed not to rely on their families and to set aside a third of their income for their parents' support. Before they had children, they lived quite comfortably, but the arrival of their child had significantly increased their expenses. Life wasn't particularly difficult now, but they often felt financially strained. "I truly apologize, Manager Rovi, for taking up your time to help us pack, and now for you treating me to soda. I feel bad." Zhou Shuang's demeanor resembled that of her father. "Zhou Jianhua, honest and grateful. No need to feel that way. Here in Sicily, we provide meals and accommodation for our staff. If anyone is spending, it's Lucy, our boss." Rovi chuckled, hoping to charm Zhou Shuang into realizing the immense benefits of Sicily, making her family's absence seem like a loss. "What? Meals and accommodation included? Does that mean there's no salary?" Zhou Shuang was aware that some jobs offered such arrangements, but typically at the cost of a salary or with minimal pay. "There is a salary, but I can't disclose the amount." Rovi laughed. Compared to similar positions outside, it would be about 2/3 of the salary. However, when you factor in the value of meals and lodging, it is 2 to 3 times better than what you would earn elsewhere. Zhou Shuang's eyes widened in astonishment at the prospect of such substantial earnings. "That must be at least over 10,000, right? Is Sicily a charitable organization?" She sighed wistfully, contemplating her own lackluster job. Zhou Shuang and Chun Yueying were colleagues, both working at the Women's Federation. However, unlike Chun, Zhou Shuang was merely an administrative employee earning a fixed salary. Occasionally, the government would extend benefits, and as long as one did not commit a significant error, this job could be held for a lifetime. Zhou Shuang and her husband were both government employees, with her husband earning slightly more as he worked at the grassroots level. Though she had considered changing jobs, the lucrative positions were limited. She lacked technical skills, had no stamina for physical labor, and was socially anxious about sales. After much deliberation, she determined that the stability of a government job suited her best. "If only I could work in Sicily," she mused aloud. You wish to work in Sicily?" Rovi was taken aback. Government positions were fiercely sought after, so it was rare for anyone to express disinterest. Ah, not really. I was just curious, that's all, Zhou Shuang replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed and unsure of what to say. Fortunately, Rovi was not one to pry further. There will certainly be job openings in Sicily as we continue to develop. However, the specifics will depend on Lucy's arrangements. But priority will be given to current tenants. Rovi's words dashed Zhou Shuang's hopes. If her parents still resided there, perhaps she would have had a chance. Now, not only had they left, but they had also fallen out with Lucy. Ms. Lucy, I sincerely apologize. My mother tends to meddle, but her intentions are not malicious. I understand she has caused you and Sicily considerable trouble. I mention this not for any gain, but merely to apologize sincerely. I hope you can forgive her. Lucy was surprised by Zhou Shuang's sincerity, realizing she had a daughter so earnest and genuine. After offering her some words of comfort, Lucy accompanied them to the door, watching as the shuttle vanished into the distance. I never expected her daughter to be such a person, Lucy mused. Such is the case of being born into privilege without recognizing it, Rovi remarked with a smirk. Before dinner, Lucy summoned Rovi and the others to her office to discuss her plans to distribute free meals in the impoverished areas the following day. The Gao brothers were ecstatic, as that was where they had once worked, and now they would be performing a charitable act. Shang Kai was surprised to discover that his boss had a compassionate heart beneath her stern exterior. When you head to the cafeteria for dinner, please share this news with everyone. See if anyone is willing to volunteer. It should only take a morning. There won't be any pay, but 2 meals will be provided. Rovi, you'll be in charge of tallying the interested parties, and I'll select a few, Lucy concluded, sending them off to dinner. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, it was evident that it was the peak dining hour. As anticipated, the topic of discussion among the patrons revolved around the departure of the Lin Hui-mei couple from Sicily. The moment Luo Wei entered the cafeteria, she noticed Yushasha dining with her child. A swift glance around the room revealed Han Qingmei and Jin Yuna as well. After bidding farewell to the Lin family, Lucy inquired about Han Qingmei, urging Luo Wei to keep a close watch on the dynamics between Han Qingmei, Jin Yuna, and Yushasha. On that particular day in the cafeteria, Luo Wei had indeed observed Lin Hui-mei conversing with Han Qingmei, though she had not given it much thought at the time. Lin Hui-mei had always been one to meddle in others' affairs, and chatting with anyone seemed perfectly natural for her. Could it be that Lin Hui-mei had been brainwashed during that encounter? If that were the case, Han Qingmei would be perilously dangerous. Meanwhile, as she dined, Han Qingmei felt as though she was being scrutinized. Years of training had honed her sensitivity. She feigned a casual adjustment of her hair, lifting her gaze to inadvertently meet Luo Wei's eyes. With a sweet smile, she inadvertently rendered Luo Wei a tad awkward, who could only respond with a nod and a smile in return. She then took a seat among the other 3 diners, perhaps preoccupied with her thoughts. Luo Wei barely touched her meal, leaving a significant portion untouched. She intended to tidy up before announcing her plans for volunteer work the following day. But just then, Shang Kai's voice broke her train of thought. Luo Wei, aren't you going to eat? Oh, I'm not very hungry today. I can't eat anymore, Luo Wei replied, puzzled by his inquiry. What a pity to waste it. Let me help you with that. Before Luo Wei could respond, Shang Kai seized her plate and began devouring her meal. Hey, you. Luo Wei stammered, momentarily at a loss for words, glancing awkwardly between Shang Kai and the Gao brothers. Gao Ziheng, observing Luo Wei's expression, erupted into laughter. Setting his bowl down, he produced a squished sandwich from his pocket and placed it before Shang Kai. Kai Ge, this is the sandwich I bought this morning. I was so caught up in the excitement surrounding the Lin family that I forgot to eat. I wouldn't want to go to waste, so here you go. Gao Ziheng shot Luo Wei a knowing glance. All right, Shang Kai replied nonchalantly, you can leave it there. I'll eat it later. Luo Wei, puzzled, silently questioned Gao Ziheng about the strange turn of events. Was Shang Kai truly capable of consuming so much? Indeed, within moments, Shang Kai polished off the remnants of Luo Wei's meal and swiftly devoured the sandwich. Patting his stomach, he murmured to himself, finally, I'm a bit full today. Luo Wei furrowed her brow in disbelief. Had she heard correctly? A bit full after such a substantial meal? How much would one need to eat in order to feel completely satiated? She resolved to share this juicy gossip with Lucy later. Lucy did not go to the cafeteria for dinner. Instead, she remained in her office, diligently calculating the quantity of food to prepare for the following day. According to the data she had gathered and the information provided by Uncle Fong, the impoverished areas occupied 1/3 of the land in District 19, housing nearly 2 million residents. Given that the total population of District 19 is only around 4 million, it is no wonder that people often describe the district as resembling a cesspool. The sheer number of impoverished individuals creates an economic stagnation, forming a vicious cycle that perpetuates itself. Chapter 80. Preparations before volunteering. A knock echoed at the office door. And before Lucy could respond, the door swung open. A charming face peeked in. It was Luakaman. Lucy? I knew you would be here. You didn't go to the cafeteria for dinner. I figured you would still be busy with work. So, I specially came to bring you food, la la la. Aren't I just the best? Luakaman cheerfully placed 2 takeout boxes on the desk. Lucy glanced at them. One contained Luakaman's favorite eggplant rice, while the other held Lucy's beloved braised pork rice. Why this sudden kindness? Bringing me food? Lucy remarked, feeling a pang of hunger upon seeing her favorite dish. She reached for one box, opened the lid, and the enticing aroma wafted through the office. See, I've always treated you well, Luakaman exclaimed, her big eyes sparkling. No matter how well you treat me, I won't let you go to the slums, Lucy replied, piercing through her ulterior motives with a single remark. Luakaman had overheard Luowei mention volunteering in the slums during lunch, and she had longed to join. However, her bodyguard had forbidden her from going, and she knew that suggesting it to Luowei would also be met with rejection. Thus, she thought to use the opportunity of delivering food to Lucy to gauge her reaction. Little did she expect that Lucy would see through her intentions so swiftly. The bodyguard, Axie, overhearing their conversation, nearly burst into laughter. Luakaman shot him a glare and moved closer to Lucy, adopting a pleading demeanor. Oh, Lucy, you are the best. Just let me go. I promise I won't cause any trouble. I just want to take a look. I won't do anything, I swear. Even if you swore on Earth, it wouldn't matter. I definitely won't let you go. As for the slums, let alone you, I hardly ever go myself. Tomorrow will be our first visit, and we know nothing about what to expect there. How could I possibly take you along? Lucy said, taking a few bites of her meal. You really don't have to worry. Axie will be there to protect me. If you need extra hands, Axie can help out, Luakaman insisted, revealing for the first time that the bodyguard's name was Axie. Do you think I'm 3 years old? If he could keep you safe, he would have taken you there already. It's precisely because he knows how chaotic that place is and fears he can't protect you alone that he has never taken you. Lucy stated, reflecting Axie's concerns, to which he nodded in agreement. I knew I was useless. I'm the same age as you. Yet you manage all affairs in Sicily and handle every unforeseen crisis, while I can only hide at home like a spoiled young lady. Even with a bodyguard, I cannot go to places I'd like to visit, and not only can I not help, but I also have to worry about my safety. It feels like I've wasted these 18 years of my life. Luakaman lamented, pouting and reddening her eyes. Lucy sighed with envy, wishing she could be a sheltered young lady, nestled comfortably at home, avoiding the tempests of life. She held no admiration for rainbows. She could not comprehend Romy, who saw nothing amiss in having someone to shield her from the storms. Conversely, Romy could not grasp Lucy's perspective. A life of unrestrained freedom was her utmost desire. Ah, I truly marvel at you. You've mastered the art of manipulating me. Go ahead then, but let me make this clear. Lucy, you are the best. Rest assured, I shall heed your every word. You cannot retract your promise, for I shall be waiting for you at the door come dawn. As soon as Lucy agreed, she was interrupted by a loud exclamation from Luo Chimon. The previously pouting expression on her face instantly transformed into one of radiant joy as she cupped Lucy's face and planted a kiss on her cheek, before gleefully racing out. Axie, with a sense of resignation, glanced at her before following suit. Alas, I should never have acquiesced to her request. Observing the now tranquil office, Lucy found herself steeped in regret. Unfortunately, before she could articulate her thoughts, the girl had vanished without a trace. Oh, Miss Lucy, have you gone to the cafeteria for a meal? I didn't see you just now? Gao Ziheng inquired, noticing the lunchbox left on the table with a look of confusion. Lucy informed them about Romiman's visit, just as Ro was about to object. Lucy interjected that she had already agreed. Ro let out a wry smile, realizing the busy day that awaited them tomorrow. By the way, can any of you finish this meal? Lucy inquired, pointing at the untouched serving of eggplant risotto. Otherwise, it would go to waste. Lucy had only a small portion of her own meal. Even the most delectable braised pork would become tiresome if consumed every day. Eager to advance, Lucy was motivated not only by her commitment to Professor Shin's research laboratory, but also by the prospect of an upgraded pantry, where she longed to savor a variety of fresh and novel flavors. As Lucy finished speaking, the other three turned their gazes towards Shanghai in unison. True to their expectations, he affirmed his willingness to participate. The two brothers stared at Luo Wei, their mouths agape and eyes wide, desperately suppressing laughter, their bodies trembling with the effort. "What you two up to?" Lucy questioned, perplexed by their amusement. At that moment, Shanghai swiftly consumed the box of rice he had, then noticed the remaining portion on the table in front of Lucy and inquired, "Boss Lu, are you still eating that? If not, may I have it to prevent waste?" Shanghai swallowed the last bite, fixated on Lucy's braised pork over rice. "I want to eat it anymore. Can you still manage? Didn't you just go out for a meal?" Lucy asked, albeit handing the food over. Luo Wei was once again astonished, collapsing onto the sofa. "Is this truly a living person? How can one eat so much? All right, enough of the antics. Let us return to serious matters." Lucy distributed her meticulously prepared itinerary and elucidated each point, finalizing the essential details and departure time for the following day. The Sicilian night was enveloped in darkness, save for a few homes still illuminated. In the shadows, a man and a woman gradually approached. "Reporter Sun, over here." Wu Dakawei, spotting Sun lying emerging from the accommodation building, quickly beckoned her in a hushed tone. "Director Wu, what do you need?" Sun lying inquired, glancing around for any onlookers. Earlier that evening, amidst the clamor of Luo Wei and her companions recruiting volunteers in the cafeteria, Wu Dakawei had stealthily approached Sun lying and tossed her a crumpled note, which requested a rendezvous at 10 o'clock in front of the building. Yet, upon her exit, she found no one in sight, as he had concealed himself. It seemed as though their relationship bore an air of secrecy. "Reporter Sun, regarding our previous conversation, have you given it any thought?" Wu Dakawei broached the subject directly. "What benefit could this yield for me?" Sun Lying replied candidly. "You have always aspired to be a leading journalist. This is an excellent opportunity. If you believe you're unqualified, I shall seek someone else. The 19th District is not solely dependent on your pen. The reason I approach you is that I perceive you as someone undaunted by authority and possessing a strong sense of justice. Should you ascend to a position in the Central District, do not forget to lend me a hand." Wu Dakawei's provocation proved effective, and after grappling with her thoughts, Sun Lying ultimately acquiesced. Chapter 81. Departure to the slums, early morning. Lucy tidied herself up and stepped out of the small building. As soon as she opened the door, she was met with a throng of people awaiting her arrival. Those who were expected had indeed come, but so had some unexpected guests. For instance, there were Luo, Chaman, and Axie, and to her surprise, Ming Heian was also present. "What brought Mr. Ming here to join the fray?" Lucy approached him and inquired. "I heard that Boss Lu is heading to the impoverished district to distribute supplies for free. Naturally, it is my duty to observe the proceedings." Ming Heian replied with a feigned seriousness. Lucy secretly grumbled to herself, questioning why her supervisor only chose to inspect the work when she was headed to the impoverished district. One troublemaker, Luakaman, was already enough. Now another, Ming Heian, was joining. "Lucy, the food has been prepared as you instructed. We can set off now." Luo Wei rushed over to inform her. Lucy glanced at the exuberant face of Ro, feeling a twinge of reluctance. However, the necessity of having someone to guard the home was paramount, especially in these perilous times, with formidable foes outside and traitors within. Vigilance was imperative. Upon hearing that she could not accompany them, Ro's spirits dampened. Though it was merely a matter of distributing food in the slums, she had not ventured into the heart of Sicily for quite some time since commencing her employment there. Daily responsibilities had ensnared her, leaving her no respite. She had been restless and agitated over this matter, hardly sleeping the night before. Yet, upon hearing Lucy's subsequent words, a sense of caution enveloped her. Did she not know what sort of person Lucy was? It was clear that the slums harbored dangers, and Lucy, unwilling to expose her to peril, forbade her from going. Lucy, what do you mean by that? Is there a threat in the slums? Then you must not go either. Ro grasped Lucy's hand tightly. Rest assured, I shall exercise caution. How can I discern the nature of those who dare to stir trouble in my Sicily if I do not go? You merely safeguard our home. Lucy patted Ro's hand gently, reassuring her. Having imparted her advice to Ro, Lucy, accompanied by a robust entourage, set forth. Among those joining her were 3 individuals, Fong Rinsong, Cheng Zhiyao, and Yang Ming. Yang Ming and his wife, Zhu Yu, were the latest tenants, having previously resided in the slums. They had endured frugality in their dilapidated dwelling to fund their son's university education, braving the cold of winter and the heat of summer. Fortunately, their son had thrived academically, securing admission to a prestigious university with a scholarship. It was this success that prompted the couple to relocate, applying for residence in Sicily. Yang Ming was a procurement and delivery agent, traversing the streets and alleys of District 19, effectively serving as its living map. Zhu Yu worked as a nursing aide in a hospital, known for her honesty and diligence. Every patient she cared for spoke of her with appreciation. Lucy has chosen Cheng Zhiyao and Yang Ming this time, wishing to assess their character. Both are individuals with unique skills, which will undoubtedly contribute to the future development of Sicily. As the shuttle bus arrived at the border gate of District 19, Lucy seized the moment while others were unloading their belongings and approached Axie. Axie was taken aback by Lucy's remarks. After all, safeguarding the young master's safety was inherently his duty. However, her words indicated that something significant was afoot today. He realized he must remain vigilant regarding anyone or anything that came near the young master. Does it seem that Boss Lu is a bit anxious? Ming Heian noticed Lucy conversing with the bodyguard as soon as he disembarked, and observing her demeanor, he felt a sense of unease. It was clear to him that her visit to District 19 was not entirely innocent. With so many of us carrying food along the main road, does one not realize how valuable food has become? Caution is paramount. Is Ming accompanying us or acting independently? Lucy hoped that Ming Heian would refrain from following them, as this would allow her to utilize her telepathic abilities for a swift retreat should danger arise. Yet, upon hearing Boss Lu express concerns about safety, Ming felt compelled to accompany them, insisting that he could not allow her to confront danger alone. He was fully aware that Lucy preferred he not tag along, but his purpose for this trip was precisely to gauge her capabilities. Lucy was aware that this individual was as tenacious as a stubborn adhesive, impossible to shake off. Nevertheless, she resolved to take it one step at a time. The group proceeded towards the slums, with Fong Rinsong leading the way. The area was extensive, making it unfeasible to attend to every individual in one visit. Lucy decided to first check on those families that Uncle Fong usually cared for, discussing with Shang Kai and the 2 brothers the individuals that required protection. In the event of danger, they were instructed not to confront it head-on, but rather to safeguard their own and retreat swiftly. Upon nearing the slums, Lucy recognized the place. Her last visit had been to find Jiang Han. She wondered how the sisters were faring and intended to visit them once her current tasks were complete. Boss Lu, let's set up in this vacant lot. Venturing further and leads us to narrow alleys, suggested Fong Rinsong. Indeed, Boss Lu, we previously patrolled this area, and it is indeed the most suitable location for distributing supplies, affirmed Gao Zian, echoing Uncle Fong's sentiments. Very well, we shall remain here. Please inform the nearby households, prioritizing the elderly and families with children. Lucy instructed the 2 brothers to assess the resident situation. Meanwhile, the others began unloading the food supplies. Curious passers-by observed them, and as the food was laid out, the enticing aroma wafted through the air. However, no one dared to approach, except for a timid little boy, around 4 or 5 years old, who, unable to resist the temptation, shyly approached and tugged at Lucy's trousers. Sister, I'm hungry. The boy gazed longingly at Lucy. Lucy picked up 2 buns and held them in her hands as she crouched down to pat his head. Xiaowu, you mustn't eat. The little boy was devouring the buns when suddenly a stern male voice thundered. Brother, The bun wrappers, they're delicious. The boy, hearing the voice, waved his hand, still holding the buns aloft. Xiao Wu, come here. Who are you? What are you giving my brother to eat? The boy at the forefront appeared to be about 16 or 17 years old, followed closely by a younger companion. He snatched the buns away, causing the little boy to burst into tears. Don't misunderstand. We are not bad people. We belong to the Sicilian community. We heard that food is scarce in the slums. Before Lucy could finish her words, she was interrupted by the boy before her. However, what he said next astonished everyone. Chapter 82. The food is poisoned. You might deceive children like my little brother, but not me. What's Sicily? I have never heard of it. Are you part of that government faction? They claim it's free for us, but it's all spoiled. There's even poison in it. Many people here have fallen ill from the food you provided, and some have even died. Your hearts are truly ruthless. What? You claim the government's food is poisoned? Uncle Fong exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. Fong Rinsong had indeed treated several patients suffering from poisoning at the clinic over the past few days. But he assumed it was merely due to the desperate hunger of these impoverished people leading them to consume unsuitable food. How could the government possibly engage in such actions? Stop pretending. Who are you trying to fool? Just get out of here. The slums do not need your food. A man passing by chimed in, pointing an accusatory finger at them. Exactly. Leave at once. If you don't, we'll use our weapons to drive you away. Gradually, more passers-by began to gather, and the chorus of voices urging Lucy and her companions to leave grew ever louder. Lucy casually picked up a sandwich, tore open its packaging in front of everyone, and took a hearty bite. After finishing the sandwich, she seized a bun and stuffed it into her mouth. We are not from District 19, and our food is free of charge, she said, chewing. Please rest assured. Coughing unexpectedly, Lucy choked a little. Gao Zian assisted an elderly woman who approached, and Lucy recognized her as the owner of the sweet soup shop. Grandma, do you remember me? Lucy extended her hand to support the old woman. Good girl. I remember you. It was you who helped Jiang Han and her son, right? The old woman grasped Lucy's hand, her eyesight failing, but her hearing sharp. She recognized Lucy's voice immediately. At that moment, some onlookers recognized the old woman, and others identified the two brothers. Isn't that Grandma Meng from the sweet soup shop? How do they know each other? And aren't those the two brothers from the security office? Speculation spread. Could they really not be affiliated with the government? Who knows? What if they are in league with the authorities? Everyone, please listen. Gao Ziheng addressed the crowd. I am Gao Ziheng. Previously, I served as an officer at the security office. Some of you may know me and my brother, as we are twins. We're no longer officers. We now work as security personnel in Sicily. Those who are familiar with us know our character. We are not the kind to betray our conscience for a mere profit. This is our community leader, Boss Liu, who genuinely comes to assist everyone. Gao Ziheng's words swayed some of the crowd, as the brothers were well regarded for their benevolent actions in the impoverished area, often helping the locals unconditionally. Uncle Fong, please take charge of registering those collecting food. Brother Chung and Brother Yang, assist in distributing food and water, Lucy suggested, believing that action spoke louder than words. She assigned everyone their respective duties, and those who had followed the brothers placed their trust in them, lining up obediently to receive their rations. Onlookers, witnessing the genuine distribution of provisions, also began to queue. Xiao Wu and his siblings stood to the side, watching with longing eyes, both hungry and envious. Brother, I'm hungry. Xiao Wu tugged at his elder brother's hand. That wrapper was so delicious. It's a pity you threw it away, he lamented. Have you forgotten how your fourth brother met his end? Big brother Wang scolded Xiao Wu, leaving the hungry child feeling unjustly reprimanded, tears welling in his eyes, afraid to speak further. Lucy also noticed them standing at a distance, wishing to offer them milk, but was halted by Shang Kai. Boss Liu, they must resolve their own issues, he remarked. Lucy paused momentarily, then comprehended the implication and ceased her concerns for them. The first to receive food among the common folk immediately began to indulge, extolling the freshness and delightful flavor, with some inquiring if Lucy would return again. From afar, Wang and an overheard their conversation, observing that those who had eaten appeared utterly unaffected. Could it be that they had wronged them in their assumptions? Yet in this world, Would anyone truly be willing to distribute food to the impoverished without charge? Third sister Wang Heshan discerned her elder brother's thoughts and stealthily joined the queue. Brother, look at how many people have eaten without issue. Perhaps you are overthinking it? We can manage with a little less. But it has been quite some time since Xiao Wu has had his fill. At that moment, Xiao Wu gazed longingly at the paper bag in third sister's hands. Lucy also noticed that they had obtained food and approached them. Can you really not believe it? If so, just take one and share it with me. I'll eat it in front of you. Lucy fixed her gaze on Wang and Nun, and he found himself captivated by her intense stare. Alas, Wang and Nun wished to intervene, but it was too late. What's wrong? Regretting it? Wang and Nun watched as Lucy consumed even the dirty portions, questioning whether she truly had ulterior motives. Of course not. You're eating the bread that's dirty, Wang and Nun said shyly. Glancing back, a few people had already lined up. Lucy advised Chang Zhiyu, who was distributing the food, to give another portion to the third sister since she had consumed the one she had taken. No, Boss Lu, did you not eat enough this morning? Why are you competing with the common folk for food? Lucy made a face and ran away. Nearby, Luo Qimon and Axie moved about like conjoined twins. Luo Qimon was curious about everything, touching and observing, no longer clinging to Lucy. After the Wang siblings collected their food, little remained. Just as Lucy was about to express her satisfaction with the day's successful task, she suddenly heard a commotion in the distance. It seemed many footsteps were approaching, and she immediately became alert. Indeed, a large group emerged from a side alley. The leading man shouted, "It's them! Quick, seize them!" Chapter 83. Lucy and Ming Heian fled. Boss Lu, what will you do? Gao Zian inquired. The group had charged forward, most of them aiming for the food. But a few men with hats pulled low were rushing towards Lucy. Very well. I wish to see who you are, Lucy thought as she drew a dagger from her waist. Before she could act, a long leg suddenly appeared behind her, and the man before her was kicked aside. The others, witnessing this, immediately brandished their weapons and snarled. Ming Heian? Lucy stumbled as she followed him. His legs seemed to stretch far longer than her life, and she felt that even if she had 2 more legs, she could not keep pace with him. Moreover, having eaten in haste earlier, the food was now threatening to resurface. Finally, they reached a somewhat secluded area and stopped. You, really, are a menace. Oh, I feel like I might suffocate if I keep running, Lucy gasped, struggling to catch her breath. Boss Lu, your stamina is lacking. Ming Heian's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat. Had he not exercised that morning, he could have run several more kilometers. What are you running from? Lucy was speechless. She wanted to see the faces of those men clearly to gather clues later. She barely caught sight of 3 of them, but she knew there were certainly more than just these 3. Had Ming Heian not taken her away, she could have gathered more information. Even if captured, she wouldn't fear it. She had superpowers. But now, her powers were of no use. They were unsure where they had run to. While the place was hidden, if someone blocked the exit, escape would be impossible. Have you ever been to the slums in District 19? Lucy asked again. Never, he replied, showing no sign of guilt. If you've never been, why are you wandering around? Ugh. Lucy shouted in frustration, but Ming Heian quickly covered her mouth. Lower your voice. We are not out of danger yet, he whispered. Truly, misfortunes never come singly. I shouldn't have brought you today, he lamented. Lucy rolled her eyes. If I hadn't come along, you would be a ghost by now. As Ming Heian spoke, he grabbed Lucy's wrist again. What are you doing? She protested, trying to shake him off unsuccessfully. This place isn't safe. We can't stay here long. We need to move. Without allowing Lucy to resist, he pulled her away. The internal infrastructure of the slums was appalling. The government had only funded a few main roads, leaving the rest as muddy paths, winding like a maze. After wandering for what felt like an eternity, they seemed to be going in circles. The sides of the paths were littered with various garbage and debris, and occasionally, rats scurried by. They found themselves at dead ends several times. Finally, Ming Heian could not hold back anymore and stopped. Why aren't we moving? Lucy asked. I don't know how to proceed, he pondered, resting his chin on his hand. Throughout his life, nothing had posed a challenge for him until now. In this slum of District 19, he glanced down at Lucy, who was also looking at him. Boss Lu, do you have any good ideas? None. I'm the one who followed you into this mess. Why are you asking me? At that moment, Lucy suddenly remembered she had a communicator and quickly took it out, intending to search for a map. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, the communicator displayed searching, spinning endlessly without showing any image. Is the communicator broken? Lucy muttered to herself. It must be blocked. Ming Heian glanced at her communicator, noting that its interface resembled his own. As he was about to investigate further, Lucy put it away. What are you looking at? Where's your communicator? I didn't bring it, Ming Heian shrugged. Why would you carry your communicator? Leave it at home for Gri to play with? Lucy found Ming Heian to be quite strange. Letting him play wouldn't be impossible. As the two exchanged banter, they suddenly heard voices nearby. To be honest, since they had entered the depths of the slums, they had not encountered many people. Many houses were occupied, yet every door was tightly shut. Even knocking received no response. Uncertain whether there was no one home, or if the occupants simply did not wish to answer, Lucy was thrilled to finally hear sounds beyond just the two of them. Great! I can finally shake off this insufferable man, she thought with a hint of joy. You two, go over there and check. Didn't that household mention seeing a man and a woman enter? They can't have gone far. And you all, go over there and ask again. Lucy and Ming, he exchanged a glance, rendered speechless. The audacity of these individuals to pursue them to this very location left them in disbelief. They discreetly concealed themselves behind a building, unwilling to utter a sound. Lucy understood that the individuals she encountered earlier were not merely solitary figures. Not only were they accompanied by others, but they also possessed the uncanny ability to relay their whereabouts with precision. It seemed that the opposing faction had established a foothold even within the impoverished districts. What manner of individuals could harbor such a relentless obsession with Sicily? This enigma preoccupied Lucy's thoughts, particularly whether it was somehow linked to the previous era when the Japanese forces invaded the 19th district. In her reincarnation, Lucy had been fervently seeking clarity regarding the events surrounding the Japanese occupation of the 19th district in her former life. Yet, she found herself at a loss, devoid of any leads. If she could seize this opportunity afforded by her rebirth to prevent such occurrences, perhaps the subsequent tragedies would be averted. Lucy pondered for a moment, forgetting that she was still hiding from the enemy. In a moment of carelessness, she accidentally knocked over a nearby stick, which in turn toppled a basket beside it, causing various items to fall to the ground as if they had lost their balance. This cacophony of noise resonated like thunder, capturing the attention of the enemy. Quick, go check over there. Hurry, surround them. The footsteps grew louder, and Ming Heian grasped Lucy's hand tightly. What should we do? Lucy looked apologetically at Ming Heian, silently gesturing to him. There's no choice. Ming Heian began to concentrate his thoughts, having not used telepathy in quite some time. He wondered if the skill, having lain dormant for so long, would still be effective. Chapter 84. Luo Wei takes charge. Si. Put me down. I command you, let me down. Luo Qimon struggled incessantly in Si's embrace. It was only upon entering Sicily that he finally set her down. Si, why aren't you listening to me? Luo Qimon shouted angrily as she stood on the ground. Boss Lu? Is Lucy your boss or mine? If you refuse to heed my words, then you needn't remain by my side. Infuriated, Luo Qimon turned to leave, with Si hastily following behind. At this moment, Gao Ziheng felt an overwhelming sense of admiration for his boss. It was astonishing to realize that Lucy was not even as senior as he was. Yet he had allowed a girl younger than himself to find herself in such peril. The thought tormented him. If anything were to happen to Lucy, he knew he would never forgive himself. What on earth is happening? Can anyone explain it to me? Luo Wei shouted in frustration. Shang Kai recounted the events to Luo Wei, who listened intently, her eyes growing red with emotion. Lucy, please be safe. I will find a way to rescue you. She silently prayed. Should we call the police? Luo Qimon suggested. It will be futile. The bureaucratic fools in District 19 won't care, unless you're the daughter of a high-ranking official or a wealthy person. Gao Zian remarked with a scoff, expressing his dissatisfaction. If they could genuinely assist in locating someone, I would gladly kneel before them. My fear is that they might complicate matters further. Gao Ziheng shared the same sentiment as his brother. By the way, Major Xia. Lucy has a good relationship with Major Xia. Perhaps if we could see him, he could lead a search party. Luo Wei's suggestion was quite constructive. Yes, Major Xia is quite kind and has a good rapport with Lucy. But how can we possibly meet him? He isn't someone one can just approach at will, Fong Rinsong remarked. Luo Wei contemplated for a moment. With Lucy absent, she had taken responsibility for house-sitting when Lucy departed. She needed to perform well to honor Lucy's trust in her. It's fine, we're not tired. Perhaps one of you could accompany me back to the slums. I'm familiar with the area, so we can search more efficiently, Yang Ming proposed. So what do you think we should do? Cheng Zhiyu looked around at everyone, feeling anxious. Follow my lead. Cang, Gui, you and Gao Zihang returned to the slums to inquire about what transpired after you left. Did anyone see Lucy? Luo Wei was organizing their next steps when she was abruptly interrupted by Luo Chimon. Who is it? Everyone asked. Yes, that's him. Luo Chimon mentally applauded her own cleverness. Upon hearing Luo Wei's plan, everyone hurriedly set about their tasks. Hey, I must say, this girl Luo Wei does exhibit some of Lucy's spirit, Fong Rinsong remarked as he watched Luo Wei dart away. In the slums, Boss Lu? A faint voice reached Lucy's ears. She glanced around but saw no one. Am I imagining things? Boss Lu, I'm here. Lucy turned to see a small head peeking from the base of a wall. It was the sister of the little boy who had just eaten dumplings. How are you here? Lucy wondered in disbelief. My brother distracted those people. You all should follow me to my home to hide. Wang Ashan gestured for Lucy to come quickly. Ming Han? Lucy called out several times, but he remained unresponsive. Could he have fainted from fear? She thought, raising her hand to give him a firm pat on the back. Ming Han jolted awake, his eyes wide open. You! Ming Han was startled when someone suddenly slapped him, causing his concentration to dissipate. Chapter 85. A life for a life. How can you be so carefree? How can you still be asleep? Lucy remarked, exasperated. But there was no time for further discussion. She pointed towards the wall, and Ming Han finally noticed the girl who had just provided food. Let us go. Without hesitation, Ming Han seized Lucy's hand and followed the girl. Boss Lu, this is my home. Would you like to hide here? The girl offered. All right. Ming Han nodded in agreement without speaking. Upon entering the modest dwelling, they discovered its simplicity. There were 2 rooms, and aside from 2 beds and a large table, there was hardly any furniture. Sister, a small boy suddenly dashed out from within. Lucy recognized him as the little boy from earlier, Xiao Wu. Your name is Xiao Wu, right? Lucy asked as she and Ming Han found a place to sit. The little boy, recognizing her as the one who had wrapped dumplings for him, leaped into Lucy's lap. Xiao Wu nodded, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at her. Is it just the 3 of you living here? Lucy inquired. Where are your parents? Ming Han asked. They went to work in another district and haven't been heard from in a long time. At first, they would send us some money, but then... The girl trailed off, biting her lip and not finishing her thought. Lucy understood that in this apocalyptic world, many families faced similar circumstances. With numerous children to care for, some parents resorted to selling their offspring to wealthy families, forcing them into labor from a young age. Others ventured into prosperous regions in search of employment, leaving their children behind in their hometowns. The most despicable of all were those who abandoned their children. What is your name? How old are you? Lucy shifted the topic. By the way, your elder brother helped divert those people for us. It should be safe, right? It was then that Lucy recalled the boy she had seen earlier. It should be fine. My brother is well acquainted with the layout of the slums and knows many secret passages unknown to others. Lucy and Ming Han exchanged a glance, astonished to learn that the slums harbored hidden routes. Just as they conversed, a rhythmic knocking resonated at the door. The boy entered the room, covered in dirt, his hair and face grimy. Wang and Shan assisted him in brushing off the dust. Thank you for helping us distract those people. Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? Lucy inquired as she rose. Wang and cast a glance at Lucy and the man behind her, remaining silent. After a considerable time spent cleaning up, he finally spoke. Today, we took your food. I merely did not wish to owe you a favor. Wang and replied nonchalantly. Do you recognize those who were chasing us? Ming Han finally asked. I do not. They are not from the slums, and I am not curious about why they pursued you. Therefore, do not seek my assistance in uncovering their matters. Lucy believed that Wang and An must have some understanding of the situation, but their lack of trust in her prevented them from speaking freely. By the way, you must consume the food you receive today as soon as possible. Do not leave it for too long, or it will spoil. Eating it could make you ill. Lucy cautioned, why are you so kind as to deliver food to us in the slums? The government disregards our existence. In fact, it seems they would rather see us perish. Who exactly are you? Wang and An finally turned around, fixing their gaze on Lucy as they inquired. I told you this morning, I am Lucy, the head of the Sicilian community. Sicilian is located directly west of District 19, and we are not under the jurisdiction of the District 19 government. Therefore, whether the government desires your survival or demise is of no concern to me. I am not merely performing a charitable act. I have my own motives. However, regardless of my intentions, they are certainly not founded upon the lives of others. Lucy's gaze remained unwavering, exuding sincerity and confidence. The hostility from Wang and An towards her appeared to diminish slightly. Lucy and Ming Heian rose to their feet, expressing their gratitude once more before departing. What next? Wang and An opened the door. If you are willing, I hope you can assist me with a favor. Lucy observed the impatience etched on Wang and An's faces in the dim light. I will not assist you in any way. Today, I took your food and saved your life twice. Even if that settles the score, I have no interest in anything else. With that, Wang and An attempted to close the door, only to be halted by Lucy's grip. As Wang and An watched the two figures gradually fade into the light, a myriad of unarticulated thoughts swirled within him. The recent loss of his fourth brother left him in a state of unresolved grief. Could he trust her? Had Lucy become addicted to doing good deeds? With over 1 million residents in the slums, if this were to be tallied, it could very well account for nearly 10,000 families. Is Sicily truly that affluent? Ming Heian also pondered Lucy's earlier words to Wang and An, struggling to comprehend her intentions. What harm is there in performing more good deeds and accumulating virtue for oneself? This money would not be squandered. Just wait and see. Lucy shook her head with pride, yet her grip on Ming Heian's arm remained firm. The slums are indeed a dark place. In Sicily, Rowie hurriedly knocked on Aaron's room door. After a long wait, Aaron finally opened it, and Rowie nearly left, assuming he was absent. Manager Rowie? Aaron's tone was marked with impatience due to her unwelcoming knock. I apologize for the interruption, but can you contact Mr. Ming at this moment? Rowie's face was etched with anxiety. What happened, young master? Aaron's irritation softened slightly as he allowed Rowie into the room. Rowie recounted the events that transpired in the slums. I am uncertain whether Mr. Ming is with Lucy now. Do you have any means to locate him? Aaron was aware that Ming Heian had gone to the slums with Lucy that morning, initially intending to accompany them. However, the young master had prohibited him from doing so. The sudden turn of events left him somewhat concerned, though his expression remained unchanged. Upon entering, he noticed Gree lazily licking its paws on a lounge chair. You little rascal, stop playing and go find the young master and Lucy. Aaron poked Gree's plump belly. Gree, engrossed in its grooming, growled at Aaron in irritation, but, upon hearing the command to seek out its master and Lucy, stretched and darted out through the window's gap. Gao Zian arrived at the military gate, explaining the situation to the guard on duty, emphasizing that Lucy wished to meet Major General Xie. The guard understood and proceeded inside. After lunch, Zhiyao was on her way to Yiming residence when she happened to pass by the gate. Upon hearing the man outside mention Lucy's name to the guard, she was certain she hadn't misheard. That individual must be affiliated with Lucy, and she was aware of the operation at Yiming residence. Had they captured Lu Zhizhi? Was that why they sought an audience with Xie Sinan? Yet, something felt amiss, prompting her to turn back and hastily catch up with the guard. Brother Yu, where are you in such a rush to go? Lu Zhiyao recognized the guard, who had a good rapport with Su Wangfu. On several previous occasions when she ventured out at night, he had granted her passage. It's you, Yao Yao. Someone at the gate wishes to see Major General Xie. I'm going to relay the message. Where are you up to? The military was filled with men. Who wouldn't he be fond of a sweet girl like Lu Zhiyao? If it weren't for Su Wangfu's modest wealth, he likely wouldn't have attracted such a lovely lady. Oh, to see Major General Xie? Did he mention the reason? Lu Zhiyao asked, feigning innocence. He did say to find him during my lunch break, but I have no idea what it's about. Perhaps he wants to chastise me for not training diligently. Zhiyao pouted, her lips adorned with a subtle hue of gloss, glinting under the sunlight, exuding an alluring charm. The guard's gaze lingered on her lips, then drifted down to her curvaceous figure and slender waist, causing him to swallow hard. Yet, the thought of what Major General Xie might want during the midday break left him uncertain. Surely not. With someone as lovely and well-behaved as you. How could Major General Xie possibly criticize you? Perhaps he wishes to offer you a special treat. Then I shall take brother Yu's good fortune. Haven't you had lunch yet? If you need to relay a message, allow me to assist you. You shouldn't have to make the trip alone. It sounds exhausting. Zhiyao's sweet words naturally charmed the guard, who eagerly repeated Gao Zian's message to her. Indeed, it concerned Zhizhi. She must have been captured. Otherwise, she would be seeking out Xie Xinan herself. Who would have thought that Yiming residents had such clout? Zhiyao dismissed the guard and pretended to walk towards Xie Xinan's office. Once the guard was out of sight, she found a spot to linger for a while before heading back toward the entrance. Meanwhile, Gao Zian anxiously peered inside, hoping to catch a glimpse of Major General Xie, for he was the only one capable of rescuing Lucy. After a lengthy wait without sight of the Major General, he spotted a female soldier. She was quite attractive. Perhaps it was his longing for Lucy that made her seem reminiscent of her. However, she could never compare to Lucy. Gao Zian mused as he realized the female soldier was striding towards him. Are you the one who wishes to see Major General Xie? Zhiyao inquired coldly. Yes. That's me. May I ask what Major General Xie has said? Gao Zian was agitated, gripping the door. Zhiyao glanced at Gao Zian before turning to address the guard, though her words were directed at him. Major General Xie has stated that henceforth, no matters related to Lucy or Sicily are to be reported to him. This prohibition applies strictly to anything concerning her. She shot a glance at Gao Zian. Did you understand? The guard asked Gao Zian. And no. That's impossible. Major General Xie wouldn't disregard our boss. Are you certain it was about Lucy? Gao Zian queried loudly, only to be shooed away by the guard. Thank you, Sister Yao. I owe you one. When you have time, let me take you out for a meal, all right? The two exchanged sweet nothings at the door for a moment, after which Zhiyao excused herself, claiming a need to attend to Major General Xie's affairs, leaving without registering her departure. How'd it go? Did you meet Major General Xie? What did he say? Rowie was the first to inquire. Come on, tell us. You're making me anxious, Rowie exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Major General Xie stated that from now on, any matters related to Lucy or Sicily are strictly prohibited from being reported. Gao Zian blurted out in one breath. What? The crowd gasped, unable to fathom that such words could come from Major General Xie. How is that possible? Major General Xie has always treated boss Lucy well. Even the white team says he speaks gently to her. Gao Ziheng questioned incredulously. This shouldn't be. How could Major General Xie say such a thing? Rowie echoed, perplexed, though she couldn't shake the feeling that there must be some hidden reasoning behind it. What? Isn't Major General Xie pursuing our little Lucy? Everyone in the rental community says so. Fong Rinsong interjected, wearing a curious expression. Isn't that the general consensus? And what about you all? Do you have any news? Gao Zian inquired, though he was aware that the hope was slim. I sought out Mr. Ming's assistant, who assured me that he would find a solution and inform me once there was news, Luo Wei commented. Uncle Fong, what do you mean by danger lurks in the dark? Luo Wei was attentive to the key point. The slums lack streetlights. Alas, once night falls, it becomes so dark that one cannot see oneself. Furthermore, little Lucy has never ventured into the slums, which are labyrinthine with no proper pathways. Fong Rinsong sighed as he spoke. Listening to Fong Rinsong's description, the two brothers and Monk Kai nodded in agreement. There were indeed more terrifying aspects, but fearing Luo Wei's distress, they chose to remain silent. The group fell into a contemplative silence. The slums. Do you think we are headed in the right direction? Lucy could not help but ask Ming Han. I am uncertain. Does your communicator not indicate a direction? Ming Han displayed no concern for their current predicament. The communicator shows the direction is correct. Yet we have walked for a considerable time without encountering a main road. Lucy expressed her skepticism. That lad wouldn't be deceiving us, would he? I doubt it. Lucy had no evidence, but felt instinctively that Wang and would not mislead her. Do you trust him so implicitly? Do you think he will assist you? Ming Heian held little faith in that boy. He had encountered too many impoverished and malevolent individuals. Most impoverished people harbor resentment towards the wealthy. If you assist them, they will not feel gratitude, but rather assume that your wealth obliges you to help. He will certainly come, even for the sake of his siblings' next meal. He will seek me out. Lucy's eyes sparkled at the mention of Wang, and Ming Heian gazed into her eyes, reminiscent of the stars above. Though artificial, they sparkled nonetheless. Dare you to wager? He provocatively proposed. What is there to fear? What if you lose? Lucy, relying on her intuition, was confident of her victory. Should you lose, you must construct a kitchen for me, one equipped with gas. Lucy was exasperated at his fixation on that dilapidated kitchen. Very well. If you lose, you must assist me with a task, one that does not endanger life nor violate your conscience within your capabilities. Knowing he was affluent, Lucy aimed to secure this favor, anticipating future needs. Agreed. Ming Heian readily consented. Thus, the two bantered back and forth, oblivious to where their path had led them. I'll look. Up ahead. Is that a glimmer of light? Lucy, with keen eyes, perceived a flickering brightness in the distance. And it seems there are even dog barks? No matter, whether it be human or ghost, let us sneak closer to investigate. Ming Heian seemed to have an inkling, grasping Lucy with one hand while wrapping the other around her shoulder. They proceeded in tandem, but after only a few steps, Lucy abruptly halted. Wait, she whispered. It appears there is something by my feet. Lucy's voice trembled with fright. Meow. Ming Heian's expression darkened. Gree, where have you been? Have you grown too plump from Lucy's feeding to move? Ming Heian crouched down, feeling a furry body. As Lucy heard Ming Heian call out the name Gree, she glanced down at the glowing communicator, and indeed it was him. What do you mean I've fattened him up? If it weren't for me, he would have starved to death, you know? Lucy protested. Just as the two of them, along with the cat, were chattering away, the sounds of barking and footsteps approached from a distance. Is it you, Boss Lu? The person leading the dog held a lantern, the light shining on Lucy's face, almost blinding her. It's me. Lucy shielded her eyes with her hand, struggling to make out the figure before her. Dressed in tight black clothing, it was an unfamiliar face. Behind that person were several others, also wielding light sticks. Gree, nestled in Ming Heian's arms, bared his teeth, ready to leap into a fight upon seeing the dog. Suddenly, a tall figure emerged from the shadows. Lucy, I finally found you. That voice was all too familiar to her. General Xie, why are you here? Lucy squinted, examining the speaker, and indeed it was Xie Xinan. Gree also caught a whiff of Xie Xinan's scent, recalling the last encounter when he had been seized by the scruff of his neck, which still sent shivers down his spine. Thus, he ceased his growling and burrowed deeper into Ming Heian's embrace. Notify everyone to be on high alert and retreat along the same route. Xie Xinan commanded his subordinates gravely. If I hadn't come, did you intend to stay here until dawn? Xie Xinan approached Lucy, intending to support her, but his gaze fell upon Ming Heian's hand resting on her shoulder. He cast a glance, choosing to remain silent. What do you mean by that, Xie Xinan? Did you not see me? Ming Heian, noticing Xie Xinan's glance, grew displeased. If you saw me, then you should speak up. Xie Xinan, initially reluctant to respond, was provoked by Ming Heian's words and promptly pulled Lucy from his embrace, drawing her towards himself. Lucy was caught off guard when Zhizhi suddenly pulled her over, causing her to lose her balance and twist her ankle. It hurts, she exclaimed. Chapter 88. Zhizhi searches for someone late at night. Oh dear. Why did you suddenly pull her? Ming Heian, upon hearing Lucy's cry, instinctively tossed Gree aside and rushed to assist her. What happened? Zhizhi inquired. It's nothing. Lucy attempted to take a couple of steps, but the sharp pain made her gasp. Did you twist your ankle? Zhizhi guessed upon observing her gait. Lucy rolled her eyes, exasperated. Why are you two taking out your quarrel on me? She attempted to take a couple of steps, only to wince in pain. Suddenly, a hand reached around her waist, and before she could speak, she found herself lifted off her feet. Thank you, Shunnan. What are you doing? Lucy gasped, her heart racing as she stared at his face, which loomed closer. The subordinate beside them was utterly stunned. Realizing why Major Zhiyao had called for a search in the slums late at night, it turned out his beloved was lost in the area. Not only was she his beloved, but also a rival. Even before dawn, whispers of this incident spread throughout the entire unit. Roxy received the news with great delight and hurried to inform others. The two brothers, upon hearing the news, rushed to the entrance to wait. Shannan successfully evacuated the two from the slums, and they boarded a military vehicle, heading straight for the border gate. "Thank you," he said, opening the car door for her and extending a hand. Lucy glanced at it but did not take it. Instead, Ming Heian reacted swiftly and helped her down. "No need to trouble Major Zhiyao," he remarked sarcastically. "I'll visit you in Sicily tomorrow," Shannan called out to Lucy's retreating figure. She heard him but did not turn around. Ming Heian shot him a provocative look before sweeping Lucy into his arms once more. Shannan remained unfazed, though his subordinates were furious, clenching their fists in outrage. "How dare you steal our boss's beloved? Oh my, her ankle is so swollen," Ming Heian observed, looking at Lucy's injured ankle with a mix of concern and a somewhat humorous craving for braised pig's trotters. "How can you still say that? What's the point of you two bickering while I suffer?" Lucy retorted, irritation evident in her tone. "This has nothing to do with me. It's all his fault. If he hadn't come, Greek could have taken us out too. He yanked you away unexpectedly. You were fine when with me. So it's definitely his fault. Tomorrow, you need to give him a good scolding." Ming Heian's logic was sound, and Lucy found herself swayed by his reasoning. Upon arriving in Sicily, the Gao brothers spotted a shuttle vehicle approaching and silently prayed it was their boss, Lucy. To their astonishment, it was indeed her, but she was being carried out. "Boss Lucy, are you hurt?" Gao Ziheng exclaimed as he rushed forward. "We're all fine, Boss Lucy, don't worry. We were so worried about you," Gao Ziyuan added. Ming Heian felt the person in his arms finally relax, and he couldn't help but feel a bit pleased. "Lucy, what happened?" Roxy asked with concern. "It's nothing. Just a sprained ankle," Lucy replied. In just half a day apart, it felt as if they had been separated for an eternity. Lucy, Roki Man, having heard the news of Lucy's return, dashed out and was momentarily frozen upon seeing her cradled in the arms of a handsome man. "Wow, Lucy, you really moved fast to land such a catch. Okiman muzit invartli. Where's little Lucy? Where's she hurt?" Fong Rinsong pushed through the crowd. "Oh my goodness, that ass so swollen." At that moment, Lucy's ankle looked as if it had transformed into a freshly steamed bun, startling Fong Rinsong. "Uncle Fong, is Lucy's ankle all right?" Roxy asked, her concern palpable. "Don't worry. Let me take a look," Fong Rinsong replied, kneeling down to gently examine Lucy's ankle. As he prodded and poked, Lucy winced, nearly shedding tears. The crowd held their breath, fearful of disturbing his examination. It's nothing serious. Little Lucy, don't be afraid. You haven't broken any bones. It's just a sprain," Fong Rinsong declared after his assessment. "Uncle Fong, are you sure it's not serious? It looks quite severe," Gao Ziheng questioned, doubtful of Fong Rinsong's medical expertise. "If I couldn't handle it, I'd say so. Little Lucy, trust me, it's nothing. Just a sprain. You've been walking too much today without enough rest. Ankle looks worse than it is. I'll get you a medicinal patch to wear overnight, and it'll reduce the swelling by tomorrow." Fong Rinsong's words reassured everyone, including Lucy. "Wait, are you two not leaving? Planning to sleep here?" Lucy glanced at the two. "Your ankle, are you sure it's all right? Should I find a doctor to take a look?" Ming Heian, a staunch believer in modern medicine, dismissed Fong Rinsong's traditional remedies with a scoff. "Uncle Fong is an excellent doctor. Don't underestimate him." Lucy shot him an annoyed glance. Chapter 89. Bah, scoundrel. "Lucy, you must take me with you next time, no matter what happens, do you understand? Do you know how terrified I was when I heard you were missing?" Roxy exclaimed, both angry and distressed. "That is precisely why I couldn't bring you. Sicily can't always rely on me. You can't always depend on me. You must develop the capability to manage Sicily independently. In this chaotic world, there will be millions of tenants in Sicily. Relying solely on me would exhaust even a robot. I need you to share the burden with me, not just follow my orders. However, I can promise you that we'll go together to distribute free supplies in 3 days." Lucy said earnestly, trying to comfort Roxy. Lucy enjoyed a restful night as sleep, awakening just before noon. As she opened her eyes, she found herself lying in a bed in Sicily, a sensation that felt slightly surreal. To assure herself of her reality, she pinched her flesh, wincing at the pain. With another blink, her small bed came back into focus, prompting her to joyfully roll around, momentarily forgetting her sprained ankle. Ouch! She yelped, unable to suppress her cry of pain, which startled Roe and Siesinan were downstairs. Lucy, are you all right? What happened? Roe quickly ascended the stairs and knocked on her door. I'm fine. I'm fine. Tears welled in Lucy's eyes from the pain, compelling her to feign indifference. Siesinan listened quietly to the commotion from within the room, uncertain of what transpired. If Roe were not present, he would have felt justified in barging in. For now, he could only watch as Roe spoke to Lucy through the door, feeling the palpable tension in the air. Roe had always treated him with respect and caution, but today, her demeanor seemed cold and displeased, as if his presence was unwelcome. After a while, Lucy emerged from her room, and Roe helped her bounce down the stairs. Siesinan hurried over, eager to carry Lucy, but before she could refuse, Roe pushed him aside. Keep her distance from Lucy. Roe shot him a glance filled with disdain, silently cursing him 1,000 times in her mind. Siesinan sensed Roe's palpable animosity towards him, particularly after her earlier impatient look. He couldn't shake the feeling that Lucy must have mentioned her injury in connection to him, explaining Roe's frosty attitude. Lucy, what would you like to eat for lunch? I can go get it for you, Roe said, helping Lucy settle onto the sofa and adjusting her cushions. Manager Roe, please take a break. I will look after her. Siesinan offered with good intentions. Roe, why don't you go have lunch? My ankle injury is courtesy of Major Sia. I ought to give him a chance to make amends. Lucy believed she was providing Siesinan with an out, unaware that it only served to escalate Roe's anger. What? He caused your injury? Roe's expression was a mix of frustration and hesitation, leaving Lucy bewildered about the source of her ire. Fine, you two chat. I'll head for lunch. Call me if you need anything, Roe said, leaving in exasperation. When did Major Sia arrive? Lucy asked, glancing at Siesinan, who wore a similarly perplexed expression. Evidently, neither understood Roe's sudden change in mood. He has been here for a while. I waited since Manager Roe mentioned you were still asleep. How was your ankle? Siesinan asked as he sat beside Lucy, gently lifting her foot to examine it. You. Lucy hesitated to move, fearing the pain, yet her subtle attempts to free herself from his grip were futile. I'm hungry, Major Sia. Could you please run to the cafeteria? I'd like some beef rice and a soda. Lucy resorted to directing him on errands to gain her freedom. Obediently, Siesinan set off to procure the food. As he entered the cafeteria during the peak lunch hour, he attracted a few hostile glares from onlookers. Although he sensed scrutiny, he brushed it off. Soon, he returned with the requested meals, but encountered Fong Rinsong, who was there to eat. Listen here, Major Sia, don't even think about laying a hand on little Lucy. You're not worthy of her. You know that? I detest those who use people for their own gain. Stay away from her, Fong Rinsong declared angrily before storming off. Siesinan was left bewildered, unable to respond before the confrontation ended abruptly. Did you see? That's the Major, utterly despicable. Two others approached, whispering and pointing at him. If it were merely Roe harboring ill feelings towards him, he could perhaps accept it. However, the disapproval radiating from everyone in Sicily, whether familiar or unfamiliar, was a matter that could not be ignored. Ugh, what a scoundrel. Chung Zhiyao, who had no driving duties that day, accompanied the children to the cafeteria and chanced upon Siesinan, though they were not well acquainted. The thought of Siesinan pursuing Lucy while neglecting her behind her back incensed him, prompting an outburst of indignation. Nothing happened. Lucy looked at him in confusion. Are you unwilling to tell me? Is it because I caused you to sprain your ankle? Siesinan's guess was not unfounded. It seemed that others were aware of his actions towards Lucy, which fueled the accusations against him. Lucy, however, was perplexed by Siesinan's fixation on the matter, as she bore him no ill will for her injury. After lunch, Gao Zian sought out Lucy, inquiring if she still intended to proceed with the retail supply in Sicily. Of course we should sell. What a splendid opportunity to earn. Lucy was eager to see how many would come to purchase food after their recent distribution of free supplies in the slums, perhaps even inciting a ruckus. Everyone is on high alert today. There might be troublemakers in the crowd, trying to sow discord. You three be careful not to be used as pawns. Upon hearing Lucy's warning, Shanghai and his brothers exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. I have no pressing matters today. Why don't I join you? Zhiyao unexpectedly proposed. Lucy also perceived this issue. It seems that today, throughout Sicily, aside from herself, everyone else harbors a peculiar attitude toward she then. Lucy recounted every detail from the moment they disembarked the ferry in Sicily to the point when she urged Ming Heian and Luo Wei to retire for the night. Why not have Major Xie inquire directly with Luo Wei about their behavior towards you? In truth, Lucy merely desired to be a bystander to the unfolding drama, believing she understood Xie well enough to predict that he would refrain from asking. He had never shown concern for others' opinions, and Lucy silently wagered on that. As anticipated, a certain elderly lady in the group began spreading the news about Sicily distributing food in the impoverished district, drawing murmurs from those queuing with her. If she is already distributing supplies there, why should we buy anything? Should we enrich her just so she can play the philanthropist? Exclaimed one burly man. Indeed, if she is providing free food and water in Sicily, why not extend the generosity to us? A nearby aunt chimed in, suggesting they should simply block the way until they receive something for free. Thus, the whispers of free provisions grew louder, transforming into a collective chant. Gao Zian, may I have a word? Xie patted his shoulder, aware that these two brothers respected him greatly, especially Gao Zian, who had shown keen interest in military matters. He wished to glean insights into the events that transpired in Sicily last night that had so abruptly shifted everyone's demeanor towards him. Little did he expect to stumble over his most ardent admirer. The previous day marked the conclusion of Shanghai's probationary period, and Xie had intended to discuss matters with him that evening. However, the unforeseen events left him drained, and the conversation was left unresolved. Manager Luo, do you have a moment to chat? Xie approached directly, catching Luo Wei off guard. Sure, she stammered, unprepared for his inquiry, realizing it was too late to refuse. You must have some idea of what I wish to ask. What transpired that led to this treatment? Xie's earnest gaze ignited a mix of frustration and silence within Luo Wei. He had uttered those words, yet did he truly believe that after such remarks, Sicily would bow in gratitude? I'm not certain which incident you're referring to. Major Xie, Luo Wei attempted to deflect. It's simply that everyone suddenly seems cold and unfriendly towards me. I wonder if there is a misunderstanding, but before Xie could finish, Luo Wei's anger flared. A misunderstanding? Oh, it's quite the misunderstanding, Major Xie. Our greatest misconception was believing you regarded Lucy and Sicily as friends, leading us to think we could seek your assistance in any matter. You are correct. You have no obligation to assist us. It was indeed our misjudgment, but rest assured, it shall not occur again. If the tenants in Sicily seem a bit distant or even rude towards you, Major Xie, perhaps you should consider appearing less often, or even vacating the premises altogether. Her scathing remarks left Xie at a loss for words or rebuttal, realizing he had inadvertently stepped into a quagmire of misunderstandings. Manager Luo, that is not the misunderstanding. I meant what I meant was at this moment, Xie felt as if he were at a loss, with countless words swirling in his mind, yet unsure where to begin. Major Xie, I have matters to attend to and am quite busy. Please speak once you have gathered your thoughts. Luo Wei shot him a glance before retreating to her office, leaving Xie to sigh in solitude. Chapter 91. Fortunately, Major Xie has a voice. All right, from today onward, you are officially on board. Sicily welcomes you, Shanghai. Lucy extended her hand in friendship, and they shook hands. Oh, by the way, tonight's gathering serves both as a thank you banquet for yesterday and a welcome for your official joining. So do make sure to attend. Shanghai expressed his gratitude before heading off to work. Xie lingered at the door for a moment, waiting for others to exit before stepping inside. I require your assistance, he stated straightforwardly. Is there anything Major Xie cannot handle? Lucy listened intently as he shared his recent experiences. Upon hearing it all, she too found the situation perplexing and resolved to gather everyone for clarification. What does this mean? Has Major Xie offended you? Lucy inquired. Speak your mind. Major Xie holds no grudges. Lucy reassured everyone. Has Major Xie ever said that any matters related to Lucy or Sicily should not be reported to him? Shankai took the initiative to address the group's confusion. I have never said such a thing, Xie Senin interjected immediately. Was Major Xie present in the army yesterday afternoon? Shankai pressed further. Yes, until late afternoon when I received news and departed, Xie replied, casting a glance at Lucy. Recalling that it was during that time he learned of her predicament in the impoverished district, prompting him to search for her. Did a sentry come to relay a message, saying someone named Lucy wished to see you? Luo Wei asked. No, that did not happen. Xie Senin began to connect the dots, though he was still uncertain who was behind the misinformation and their motives. Could it be that someone wished to prevent us from meeting Major Xie, so they fabricated a message to mislead us? Luo Wei speculated. But how would anyone know us? Why would they want to keep us from seeing Major Xie? Gao Ziheng questioned, puzzled. Xian, when you visited the army that day, did you encounter anyone? Lucy seemed to sense something. In a moment of realization, Lucy and Xie Senin exchanged glances, both arriving at a shared understanding. However, that did not necessarily disprove that the words attributed to Xie Senin were not his own. He could have said them, but later denied it, and without evidence. There was no way to confirm a truth. The revelation struck Gao Zian profoundly, having idolized Xie Senin only to discover this unsettling truth, transforming admiration into disdain, leaving him ensnared in emotional turmoil. I will find a way to prove that I never spoke those words. Please grant me some time, Xie Senin declared, his gaze sweeping across the group before resting on Lucy. What are you staring at? I wasn't even in Sicily at the time. Lucy blinked innocently. Xie Senin regarded her, wanting to articulate something further, but after several attempts to speak, he remained silent. He nodded apologetically to everyone before exiting the room. Luo Wei peered through the window, watching as Xie Senin strode through the arched doorway. Could it be that we misjudged Major Xie? She turned to ask Lucy. It's not entirely your fault. He should take responsibility for clarifying his own affairs, Lucy replied, attempting to rise from the sofa. Seeing her struggle, the others hurried to assist her. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Is Lucy there? Ming Han appeared to be in a cheerful mood, with his curly hair casually cascading over his forehead, draped in a long azure robe that revealed a generous expanse of snow-white skin at his chest. Ah, here he is. Gao Ziheng had never paid much attention to Ming Han's appearance before. This was the first time he earnestly scrutinized his face. The man had a small face with well-defined, compact features. Although a smile graced his lips, his eyes were devoid of any emotion. Ming Han cast a glance at Gao Ziheng before striding into the room. Following closely behind was Aaron, who carried a compact black wheelchair and placed it before Lucy. Cool, me. Lucy, give it a try. This is a gift I crafted for you last night. I hope you like it. Ming Han said with a sense of pride as he looked at Lucy. Aaron opened the black wheelchair and demonstrated its features, revealing a meticulously crafted chair before Lucy. For me? Lucy inquired with curiosity, glancing at Ming Han. Who else would it be for? You're the only one here with mobility issues. Ming Han pushed the wheelchair closer to Lucy, encouraging her to take a seat. With Lovey's assistance, Lucy settled into the chair, but the room was too cramped for comfort. Ming Han then pushed her outside, instructing her on its use. Did you really make this? How did you manage it? Lucy was surprised to discover that beneath Ming Han's seemingly indifferent exterior lay a considerate nature. Well, it's not your concern. Don't you know that injuries take time to heal? Without a wheelchair, your mobility would be quite restricted. 100 days? I thought it would only take a few days to recover. Thank you, Lucy exclaimed joyfully, spinning around in the wheelchair before beckoning everyone to join her for dinner. Ming Han, let us go eat together, Lucy called out as she noticed him turning to leave, eager to include him. Ming Han was taken aback by her invitation. He wanted to join, but felt a twinge of shyness. Let us go. Then, to celebrate our first successful charitable endeavor, Lucy insisted, refusing to take no for an answer. Wheeling herself over to him and pulling him along towards the dining hall. Chapter 92. The gluttonous Shang Kai. Previously, the tenants of Sicilian had been gossiping about Lucy and Major Xie, and Lovey also believed the two made a lovely pair. Her boss was not only beautiful and kind-hearted, but also youthful, while Major Xia, strikingly handsome and already a major at such a young age, was said to come from a respectable family. In a post-apocalyptic world, such a man was truly a rare find. However, ever since the incident, regardless of whether it was Major Xia's intention or not, Lovey felt that Major Xia was unworthy of Lucy. What are you thinking about so earnestly? I called for you, but you didn't hear me? Lovey was suddenly startled when someone tapped her shoulder. Looking down, she saw Lucy sitting in her wheelchair. In nothing. What is up? Lovey, lost in thought, had not even noticed as her legs moved with the crowd into the dining hall. I was just wondering what you want to eat. If you're still hungry, you can't leave. Lucy pulled Lovey to the food cabinet. Boss Lucy, can we eat to our heart's content today? Is there a limit to how many servings we can have? Gao Ziheng chimed in with a grin. Of course. Just know that if you burst, it's not my responsibility, Lucy assured, patting her chest. Boss Lucy, don't say that. Be careful, or someone really might eat you into bankruptcy. Gao Ziyuan added with a teasing tone. Hey, I don't believe it. Is there anyone among you who can eat like a glutton? Lucy asked with curiosity. While speaking, Gao Ziheng pulled Shan Kai over. Kai, show Boss Lucy what you can do. Gao Ziheng pushed Shan Kai forward. Hey, don't mess around. There's nothing to show, Boss Lucy. Don't listen to their nonsense, Shan Kai protested, waving his hands. Lucy, Shan Kai can really eat a lot. I've seen it. It's as if he is never full, Lovey remarked, piquing Lucy's interest. Is that true, Shan Kai? Why don't you demonstrate? But be careful not to overdo it. Upon hearing his boss's request, Shan Kai decided to comply. Lucy ordered 3 servings of food and 2 bottles of soda, placing them on the table and signaling him to begin. The others, having overheard their conversation, gathered around, eager to see just how much Shan Kai could consume. The 2 brothers, having spent considerable time with Shan Kai, were well aware of his remarkable appetite. Others, unfamiliar with Shan Kai's prowess, expressed their reluctance to spend money, claiming they could also eat 3 servings if they wanted to. Upon hearing this, Shan Kai glanced up at the speaker, but said nothing. He picked up a bowl and dove in, finishing it in mere bites. He quickly grabbed a second bowl, and in just a few bites, it too was emptied. Realizing his eating mannerisms might not appear very graceful, he offered an apologetic smile to Lucy. Lucy was quite astonished. It was rare for someone to finish a bowl of rice in just 5 bites. Concerned that he might choke from eating too hastily, she promptly pushed the soda towards him. Boss Lu, if I'm still hungry, can I have more? Shan Kai asked, draining his soda in one gulp. With a gentle burp, he inquired further. Of course, but you must finish what you have first, she replied. Shan Kai, elated, polished off his 3rd bowl as well. Lucy glanced at Gao Ziyan. If it weren't for the system providing the Sicilian cuisine, he might truly eat himself into bankruptcy. Boss Lu, may I request 2 more servings? Shan Kai asked, having consumed every morsel from each bowl, even savoring the last drops of broth. Lucy hurriedly bought him 2 more servings, along with some drinks. Upon receiving the food, Shan Kai expressed his gratitude repeatedly before diving back into his meal. The individual who had previously boasted about his own capacity to eat soon retreated, embarrassed, upon witnessing Shan Kai's voracious appetite. Finally, after consuming 5 bowls of rice, 2 bottles of soda, 2 cartons of milk, and a bottle of lemonade, Shan Kai informed Lucy that he was full, patting his protruding belly and letting out a satisfied burp. Wow, I haven't eaten this well in ages. Thank you, Boss Lucy, Shan Kai said a bit shyly. Well, consuming such large quantities at every meal is certainly not advisable, but 3 bowls per sitting should be manageable. Lucy continued to inquire, how much do you typically eat in a single meal these days? 1 bowl, but sometimes, when Manager Luo can't finish her share, I help her out, Shan Kai replied, glancing at Luo Wei, who nodded vigorously in agreement. Can you satiate your hunger with just 1 bowl? Shan Kai lowered his head, shyly admitting that 1 bowl merely kept him from feeling hungry. Why didn't you mention that you weren't full? Lucy asked, a hint of irritation in her voice. The thought that her employee could barely meet his basic needs was a reflection of her own shortcomings. Given the current food scarcity, I thought you might consider letting me go if I spoke up. Your treatment of me has been more than generous. My large appetite is my own concern, Shan Kai quickly explained, sensing Lucy's rising frustration. Upon hearing his explanation, Lucy realized that his worries were not entirely unfounded. In a different workplace, his appetite might have led to termination rather than continued employment. Gao Ziyan observed Lucy's silence, feeling anxious. Although Lucy was the boss, she was younger than him, and at times, he forgot her authoritative position, regarding her more as a sister or friend. He suddenly regretted bringing up Shang Kai's eating habits so abruptly, especially in light of the current food shortages. He worried that his indiscretion might lead to Shang Kai's dismissal. The thought of causing trouble for his brother made him quite vexed. From tomorrow onward, Gao Ziyan began, intending to plead with Lucy, but they spoke simultaneously. Lucy paused, gesturing for him to continue. Please, let her speak first, Luo Wei interjected, shooting a glare at Gao Ziyan, who reluctantly deferred to Lucy. From tomorrow, your meal expenses will be set at 500 each, totaling 1,500 per day. As for how you wish to eat, that is entirely up to you. Do the others agree? Lucy looked at Luo Wei and the two brothers, considering that they had previously settled on 600 per person per day. Kaiga no longer needs to go hungry. Gao Ziheng was the first to express his approval, with Luo Wei and Gao Ziyan quickly following suit. Thank you, Boss Lucy. I can forego my salary, Shang Kai exclaimed, astonished that Lucy not only chose not to dismiss him, but also increased his meal allowance. Was it possible that he had saved the galaxy in a past life to be blessed with such a benevolent employer? Chapter 93. Sinan investigates the truth. The video revealed that Gao Ziyan indeed arrived at the entrance during lunchtime. He exchanged words with the sentry, who then approached the office building. At that moment, a female soldier approached from behind, initially obscured from the camera's view. They engaged in conversation, their gestures intimate, causing Sinan to wince. His subordinate, noticing the expression on the young general's face, spoke quietly. General, that woman is Lu Zhiyao. What? Sinan was taken aback, realizing it truly was her. How had he recognized her? Only she could carry military garb with such allure. His subordinate was well acquainted with Sinan's every expression, having been by his side since he became a general in District 19. During their time in Sicily, when Gao Ziyan remarked on the resemblance between that female soldier and Lucy, Sinan had immediately deduced it was Lu Zhiyao. However, he still struggled to comprehend her motives. If it was indeed her, then a thorough investigation was warranted. Just as Lu Zhiyao reached the office building, she abruptly turned right, entering a blind spot of the surveillance cameras. What area is that? Sinan inquired. It's the garden resting area in front of the office building, his subordinate replied. Why is there no surveillance there? Sinan was surprised to discover a blind spot in military surveillance. There are cameras, but they are obstructed by trees, the subordinate explained, adjusting the garden's footage for Sinan to view. Indeed, the footage revealed nothing of Lu Zhiyao's activities in the garden. Approximately 20 minutes later, she reappeared on the screen. But instead of seeking out Sinan, she headed straight for the entrance guardhouse. It seemed she conversed with the sentry and Gao Ziyan, who appeared agitated, nearly stumbling when pushed by the sentry before being shooed away. Shortly thereafter, Lu Zhiyao exited the military premises. Investigate where she went after leaving the military, Sinan commanded. His subordinate was about to leave when Sinan added, First, check if she is still within the department. After the subordinate departed, Sinan retrieved the inquiry report. It detailed several suspicious individuals apprehended during the day Lucy encountered trouble in the slums. Initially, they feigned ignorance, but after employing some minor tactics, one finally divulged information. Unfortunately, he was merely a lackey with limited knowledge, providing only the lead of anonymous residents, which remained under investigation. Sinan felt that since his rebirth, many events mirrored his past life, as if predestined. He had longed to alter his tragic fate through this second chance, yet often felt powerless. Anonymous residents. Lu Zhiyao and Eugene entered the establishment in succession. Upon entering, they spotted two women at the front desk, seemingly awaiting someone. One of the women, with alluring, wavy long hair, caught Lu Zhiyao's envious gaze. She thought to herself that if she weren't in the military, she too could flaunt such beautiful curls. Lost in her thoughts, the curly-haired woman noticed their arrival, her face lighting up as she quickly approached. "You must be Mr. Eugene and Miss Liu," she said, her voice soft, yet carrying a peculiar accent. Eugene glanced at Liu Zhiyao and nodded, signaling her to follow the woman. Liu Zhiyao hesitated, not stepping forward. "Miss Liu, there's no need to worry. Our master simply wishes to have a casual chat with you." The curly-haired woman seemed to sense Liu Zhiyao's apprehension. "Why does the master want to see me?" "This is so sudden," Liu Zhiyao replied, alert and guarded. "Rest assured, such an outstanding talent as yourself has long been desired by our master. It was merely prior obligations that delayed this meeting," Eugene reassured her, gently patting her back to help her relax. "Indeed, Miss Liu, you can feel assured. The discussion will certainly be of interest to you," another cute girl chimed in. "Silence. Do not speculate about the master's intentions," the curly-haired woman reprimanded sharply. The cute girl looked up but remained silent, turning to leave for another room. Liu Zhiyao initially had no desire to attend, yet Eugene was adamant against any excuses she might conjure. Aware of his temperament after their lengthy acquaintance, she refrained from voicing too many objections, fully cognizant that Eugene was not one to indulge in delicate sentiments. Since the afternoon training, an unsettling feeling had lingered within her, causing her to falter during practice and endure reprimands throughout the day. A premonition of impending trouble gnawed at her, leading her to believe that the wisest course of action would be to remain in seclusion. However, Eugene's insistence drew her to Yiming residence, an obligation she could not evade. Upon entering, she was struck by the announcement that the master wished to see him, sending a tremor through her heart. During her first visit to Yiming residence with Eugene, she had found it to be a grand venue for social gatherings, frequented by high-ranking officials and dignitaries from various districts. She had never fathomed that the 19th district harbored such an enchanting locale, replete with exquisite food and drink, all complimentary. The patrons treated her with kindness, and that night had been one of unadulterated joy. Subsequent visits revealed that these gatherings were not merely academic exchanges, but rather a covert headquarters established by the descendants of the Korean lineage. Had it not been for her previous life experiences, she might have been deceived. The moment she recognized familiar faces in Yiming residence, she felt as if she might collapse. Particularly unsettling was the man referred to as the master, who, though appearing affable and unassuming, was in truth a devil incarnate. In her past life, when they had conspired with the Japanese to seize the 19th district, they had captured all women and children, confining the compliant as slaves while subjecting the defiant to a fate of torment and death. Recollections of her abandonment by the Li family in the 19th district, left to fend for herself and eventually becoming a plaything for the occupying forces, flooded her mind. Most believed that the 19th district fell under Japanese dominion. Yet the true puppet masters were the Koreans. Who could have envisioned that, before the apocalypse, the Korean population barely exceeded 50 million? Following the collapse of the government and the indifference of the chaebols to their citizens' plight, the nation met its demise. They sought refuge under the guise of refugees, enjoying the comforts provided by Huagua, all while clinging to the anguish of their fallen nation. The few thousand Koreans concealed across Huagua harbored dreams of someday restoring Korean pride. Chapter 94. Liu Zhiyao's Dilemma. Liu Zhiyao ascended the stairs behind a woman with curly hair, having visited Yiming residence numerous times before, but never venturing upstairs. She glanced back at Eugene, who, with a smile, did not follow but rather observed her. The curly-haired woman approached a red-painted wooden door, gently knocking before opening it, and gesturing for Liu Zhiyao to enter. The room was adorned in an antique and elegant style, with wafts of fragrance permeating the air. A man emerged from an inner chamber, smiling warmly upon seeing Liu Zhiyao, inviting her to sit. His name was Kim Si-eun, the current leader of the Korean descendants. Yet Liu Zhiyao, seasoned by her past life, understood that he held little true authority. Kim Si-eun's grandfather had been the last president before the nation's collapse, making his name a powerful rallying point for those with aspirations of restoration. "Miss Liu, I presume you did not anticipate our meeting," Kim Si-eun remarked, pouring tea from a kettle onto the table for her. "I assumed someone of my humble stature would never have the honor of meeting you," Liu Zhiyao replied, accepting the tea without sipping. Miss Lu is far from humble. Your intelligence and beauty are remarkable. Eugene has often spoken of you. But I was too occupied to arrange a meeting sooner. Kim Seun continued, pouring himself a cup and savoring a sip. May I inquire why you wish to see me? Lu Zhiyao ventured, curiosity piqued. What is your connection with the overseer from Sicily? Kim Seun probed, observing her every expression. Upon hearing Sicily mentioned, Lu Zhiyao immediately thought of Lu Zhi, recalling a conversation where Eugene, inebriated, had alluded to the Korean interest in Sicily due to its resources, supplies, fuel, and weaponry. The Koreans, lacking a homeland, found themselves in the chaotic 19th district, desperately clinging to a mere scrap of territory. Despite their dwindling numbers, they remained undeterred in their ambitions for restoration, a sentiment that Lu Zhiyao somewhat admired. Thus, their fixation on Sicily was understandable, seizing it could bring their aspirations within reach. Sicily? You mean Lucy? Lu Zhiyao feigned ignorance. Miss Lu, there is no need for pretense. I have heard you and that Lucy are sisters, flesh and blood. Kim Seun's dissatisfaction with her act was evident as he furrowed his brow. An idea flickered in Lu Zhiyao's mind, a solution that could yield multiple benefits. Acknowledging that the master was already privy to everything, she decided to speak candidly. That Lucy is indeed my sister, Lu Zhi. Our family arranged a promising match for her, but she disappeared without a word while I was enlisting. We searched the city, only to find she had become a mistress to a powerful man in Sicily. When my family confronted her, she denied being Lu Zhi, insisting on being called Lucy. She embellished the story, and Kim Seun appeared quite pleased. Yet Zhao Sun, in the inner room, seemed skeptical of her account. Miss Lu, do you know who this powerful man is? Kim Seun inquired. I truly do not know. I have never met him. However, Major General Xie has resided in Sicily. While some claim he is there to protect Sicily, it seems more like he is safeguarding Lucy. Lu Zhiyao replied, observing Kim Seun nod in acknowledgement, a faint smile gracing her lips. Seeing the separation of sisters pains me greatly. Your sister must have been momentarily captivated by a man. Young women often yearn for love. Our Yiming residence is a place for learning. If possible, you should encourage your sister to visit often and immerse herself in culture. Perhaps she will come to understand your concerns, Kim Seun suggested, hopeful that Lu Zhiyao grasped his underlying intent. My sister no longer acknowledges me. She denies my existence as her sister. I would love for her to frequent Yiming residence, but she refuses to speak to me. I cannot very well force her to come. Lu Zhiyao replied with a rueful smile. At that moment, the door to the inner room swung open, and Zhao Sun stepped out. The instant Lu Zhiyao laid eyes on him, her complexion drained of color. Lucy, having just witnessed Shanghai's competitive eating performance, purchased a meal and settled down opposite Ming Han. Upon noticing Lucy's arrival, he promptly tucked away his communicator. What was he sneaking around for? Lucy expressed her discontent at his actions. That competitive eater truly had an impressive appetite, if only such a talent could be weaponized. Ming Han mused aloud, entirely disregarding Lucy. Stop right there. What weapon? Are you suggesting turning humans into weapons? Lucy gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment. What nonsense are you spouting? What purpose would there be in weaponizing humans? I meant creating AI. A competitive eating AI could be rather entertaining. Ming Han realized that it was not the opportune moment to discuss such matters with Lucy. You nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought you were talking about modifying orcs. Lucy pouted, recalling her own unused suffering in the basement, leading her to think that those developing orcs were truly despicable, though she was not referring to teacher Shun. Are you certain you don't want to eat something? Lucy inquired, observing Ming Han, who was solely sipping strawberry milk. She found it hard to fathom how someone could be so disdainful of Sicilian cuisine. Look at all this grease. Do you have any idea how much visceral fat you'd accumulate by consuming such a meal at night? Ming Han looked at Lucy's braised pork rice with evident distaste. Did you know that the current population of Province 94 is approximately 100 million? Those fortunate enough to eat this braised pork rice daily amount to no more than 2/5. Another fifth might have it occasionally, while yet another fifth might not have it even once a year, and the final fifth are entirely unaware of what braised pork rice even is. Lucy was at a loss for words regarding Ming Han's privileged perspective. Some people are born in Rome. Some spend their lives yearning to go to Rome, while others have no idea what Rome even is. Ming Heian remarked with an air of profundity that Lucy found perplexing. Thus, everyone has their own fate, he added, playfully wiggling a finger in front of Lucy. Chapter 95. A contest between two men since Lucy's injury. Rowie had made it a daily ritual to check on her first thing each morning. Fortunately, Lucy was not one to lack self-awareness, and her foot injury was healing quite well. This morning, a considerable number of individuals awaited outside Lucy's small building, as they were scheduled to distribute free food in the impoverished district once again. In addition to those who had accompanied them last time, Xie Sinan by Muron and Xia Chun were also present. As Lucy tidied herself up and opened the door, she was greeted by a throng of people at her doorstep. What brings you all here? The entrance of the small building featured 3 steps, and Lucy, maneuvering her wheelchair, found herself at a loss on how to descend. Observing this, Ming Heian stepped forward to assist her. Of course, Xie Shanan also noticed and approached simultaneously. You needn't trouble Major General Xie. I shall handle it, Ming Heian asserted, reaching out to support Lucy first. You lack the strength. What if you were to drop her? Xie Shanan insisted, unwilling to concede. If it weren't for you, she wouldn't be in any danger. Ming Heian raised an eyebrow. That is precisely why I should be the one to care for her. Xie Shanan refrained from contesting Ming Heian's statement. Yet the others began to comprehend that the reason their boss might be in peril was due to Major General Xie. Their already unfavorable opinion of Xie Shanan intensified. Everyone please step aside, Luo Wei interjected brusquely, moving to assist Lucy, while Shankai also came forward to help, carefully maneuvering the wheelchair down the steps. Just as Lucy settled into her seat, Ming Heian approached to push the wheelchair. Lucy looked around helplessly and called for everyone to get ready to set off. The group marched towards District 19. Upon arriving at the location where supplies were distributed last time, Lucy immediately spotted Wang and in waiting there. This time, there was no little tail, just him alone. Wang and En were surprised to see Lucy again, not expecting them to return for another distribution. Boss Liu, how did you get injured? They asked upon noticing Lucy in a wheelchair, accompanied by Major General Xie. It's nothing, just a sprained ankle, she replied nonchalantly. I didn't expect you really would come back, Lucy said proudly, glancing back at the person pushing her wheelchair, while Ming Heian pursed his lips in discontent. This is for you, the list you requested last time. Wang handed Lucy a crumpled piece of paper. Upon unfolding it, Lucy was taken aback by the neat handwriting and clear organization. To ensure she wouldn't get lost, a map was even drawn, indicating the location of each household. Did you do this? Lucy asked, astonished that Wang could write, implying he must have had some education. Yes, I drew everything. It will definitely be accurate, Wang replied earnestly. The terrain in the slums is quite complicated. Are you sure this map is reliable? Ming Heian inquired from behind. Absolutely. As long as I've been to a place, even just once, I can remember it clearly. Impressive. This is like a living map, even better than a communicator. Lucy thought to herself, realizing that such a talented individual must be brought under her wing. What a brilliant mind. If only it could be utilized as a weapon, Ming Heian pondered similarly. Lucy carefully tucked away the list, while on the other side, the supplies had already been arranged. Having experienced the previous encounter, the residents of the impoverished district were no longer as wary or resistant towards Lucy and her companions. Upon seeing them return with food, they eagerly spread the joyous news. Soon, a multitude of people arrived, lining up in an orderly fashion to receive their provisions. Xie Sinan, accompanied by several soldiers, stood nearby to prevent any disturbances from ill-intentioned individuals. However, his gaze remained fixed on Lucy, and witnessing her laughing and chatting with Ming Heian filled him with an indescribable bitterness. Du Fei, noticing the somber expression on his superior's face and following his gaze, quickly understood the situation. The general was suffering from unrequited love, unable to compete with his rival. General, when pursuing a lady, one must take the initiative. Merely watching her will not suffice, Du Fei thought, feeling an inexplicable urgency in his heart. The last time, under the cover of night, the general had led a team into the slums to find this very girl, along with that man by her side. Although the general's princess Carrie was quite dashing, it was unlikely to instantly win her trust. Moreover, the rival appeared strikingly handsome and seemed to be a wealthy scion, making it even more challenging for the general to capture the fair maiden's heart. Enough. Focus on your work. Siesinon snapped, irritated by his subordinate's remarks. As they struck a nerve, he could hardly bear such talk, especially since he had no idea how to express his feelings to Lucy. In truth, he was uncertain about what those feelings truly were, whether he longed for Lu Zhizhi from his past life or for Lucy in this one. He found himself wishing they were the same person while simultaneously hoping they were not. This emotional turmoil was complex. Seeing Lucy would evoke memories of Lu Zhizhi. Yet in her absence, he yearned to see her. Ming Han, sensitive to the gaze that lingered on him and Lucy, scanned the area and identified it as Siesinon. Intentionally positioning himself to block the general's line of sight, he felt a surge of smugness, relishing the fact that Siesinon was sulking. Since you assisted me with this matter, what is it that you desire? Lucy inquired of Wang Hian. I would like a job that ensures my younger siblings and I have enough to eat. Wang Hian replied, his head bowed. I heard your sister mention that you have an older sister working elsewhere. Is that correct? Yes, she works as a nanny for a wealthy family. And while they provide food and lodging, the pay is minimal. Wang Hian responded calmly. If that list you provided was indeed written by you, have you attended school? I completed 5 years of elementary school. Wang Hian trailed off, fidgeting with the hem of his clothing. Perfect. I currently require someone to assist in delivering food to those on the list. It would be twice a week, and my people will accompany you. In addition, I would like you to gather information and updates on the community. The salary is 6,000. How does that sound? Lucy observed Wang Hian's expression shift from uncertainty to excitement. 7,000. Is that possible? Wang Hian bravely negotiated, pursing his lips. 6,500. This was the first time Lucy had encountered someone negotiating a salary. While 7,000 was feasible, she did not fully trust him and refused to be at his mercy. Fine, 6,500. Ms. Liu, could you pay me bi-weekly? My younger siblings. That's no problem. You can come to Sicily on the 15th and the last day of each month to collect your salary. Wang Hian looked at Lucy with gratitude, his eyes shimmering with hope. Lucy glanced at the distribution of supplies on the other side. Today, there were many people, and the crowd appeared far more orderly than during the last occasion. Perhaps it was due to the presence of Siesinon and his guards, which deterred any unruly behavior. As she pondered Siesinon, Lucy surveyed her surroundings but noticed his absence. Meanwhile, Ming Han was shifting his gaze in accordance with hers. Why are you always wandering in front of me? Lucy asked, perplexed. I am not. Ming Han replied with an innocent expression. I am merely moving about. It is you who seems fixated on me. Lucy, indifferent to him, summoned Shang Kai, instructing him to accompany Wang and to meticulously verify each household on the list once more, ensuring the accuracy of the details. Shang Kai understood Lucy's intent and exchanged friendly greetings with Wang and before they departed together. Chapter 96. Xia Chen's outburst. CSE Nin observed Lucy engaged in conversation with a boy he had never encountered during his time in Sicily. He then noticed Lucy's associates departing with the boy, prompting his concern over potential ulterior motives, leading him to dispatch someone to follow them. Suddenly, a sharp female voice pierced through the crowd, exclaiming, Hey, you old pervert, what do you think you're touching? Lucy hurriedly turned her wheelchair to take a look, when Zhizhi approached with several long strides, restraining her. Moments later, a soldier squeezed through and stood before them. Report, Major General. It appears that Captain Bai's girlfriend is in a dispute with the civilians over food. Zhizhi nodded. Captain Bai's girlfriend? Who might that be? Lucy seized upon this statement, gazing intently at Zhizhi. Are you not aware of the affairs in Sicily? A faint smile played upon Zhizhi's lips. Ming Han also detached himself from the onlookers, dusting off his inconspicuous attire. This outfit of yours is rather expensive, quite unsuitable for such a locale, Zhizhi remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the fastidious Ming Han. What did you observe? Do enlighten us. Lucy looked at Ming Han with eager anticipation. The old fellow touched that woman, and she, displeased, berated him. Ming Han's words were succinct, yet it felt as though he had revealed nothing at all. Lucy was at a loss for words, but fortunately, at that moment, Luo Wei arrived. What happened? I just heard what sounded like Xia Chen's voice. Is that correct? Lucy inquired hastily. Indeed, it was Xia Chen. There was an elderly gentleman with poor eyesight who, while fetching water from Xia Chen, took the opportunity to touch her hand, and also Luo Wei hesitated to articulate further, gesturing awkwardly toward her own chest. Lucy instantly comprehended the situation. Noticing Ro Wei's change in expression, she realized that Lucy was upset and hurried to console her. But you need not worry. Captain Bai will safeguard Xia Chen inside. It seemed that the two of them, Ro Wei was uncertain whether Bai Mu Ran and Xia Chen were in a romantic relationship, yet she felt they were quite close. She refrained from making any assumptions, fearing the potential awkwardness of a misunderstanding. So you're suggesting that Bai Mu Ran's girlfriend is Xia Chen? Lucy gazed at CSC Nan, attempting to find the correct answer in his expression. In the crowd, Bai Mu Ran shielded Xia Chen. The lecherous old man squinted his eyes, wearing a smug grin. Xia Chen, infuriated by his lewd demeanor, was held back by Bai Mu Ran. Otherwise, she would have certainly given him a piece of her mind. Ah, the sensation is delightful, indeed. Young girls have such a charm. Upon hearing this remark, Bai Mu Ran trembled with rage, pulling Xia Chen behind him and delivering a punch that sent the old man crashing to the ground with a shriek. Xia Chen was momentarily stunned, and upon witnessing the altercation, the onlookers recoiled in fear. A soldier is striking someone. A soldier is striking someone. Someone in the back shouted, prompting those witnessing the commotion to hastily flee. Unaware of the context, Lucy craned her neck to peer inside, only to see the crowd scattering through the gaps. She spotted Bai Mu Ran atop a man, swinging his fists while Xia Chen and others attempted to separate the two. What caused this fight? Lucy was astonished, lamenting her inability to intervene. Observing the chaos, CSC Nan signaled for his subordinates to step in and halt Bai Mu Ran's actions. Soon, the two were pulled apart. The beaten old man lay on the ground, having gone from howling in pain to leering with a smirk. Xia Chen, enraged, kicked him twice, but was restrained by CSC Nan soldiers. Dad, what is happening? What is going on? Suddenly, a woman pushed her way through the crowd, collapsing beside the old man. Upon seeing her father's battered face, she erupted into tears. You, how dare you strike my father? Is it just because he provided free food? How dare you hit him? Oh, my poor. The soldiers, bewildered, received her scorn. Do you know this old man? Du Fei stepped forward to inquire. Was it you? Did you strike my father? How dare you? He is of an advanced age, and if you choose not to provide food, that is one thing, but why strike him? The woman hurled insults at Du Fei. Who hit him? Speak with evidence. Or believe me, I shall have you arrested. Du Fei detested such unruly women. Xia Chen recognized the woman as the old man's daughter and intended to confront her. But Bai Mu Ran was already too late to intervene. You are his daughter? Xia Chen questioned. And who might you be? What business is it of yours? The woman glared at Xia Chen. Your father is shameless, groping young girls. As his daughter, why don't you keep a watchful eye on him and prevent him from wandering about? Before Xia Chen could finish, the woman interrupted with a fierce scream. You're speaking nonsense. Who has my father touched? Did you see it? A young girl like you shouldn't speak so recklessly. The woman, upon hearing Xia Chen's accusations against her father, rose from the ground, pointing and cursing. I saw it. He groped me, or else he wouldn't have been struck. Let me tell you, had it not been for the soldiers intervening, you would be witnessing a corpse. Xia Chen was not one to allow herself to be insulted without retort, swiftly leaving the woman momentarily speechless. So you claim he groped you? Who witnessed it? There are so many women here. Why didn't he touch anyone else but you? Is it not your own shamelessness that brought this upon you? You little wretch? What do your parents call you, venturing out at such a young age? The woman's words were harsh, fully aware of her untenable position, yet unwilling to relent, knowing precisely what would sting the most. A resounding slap silenced the woman, as Xia Chen would not permit anyone to speak of her parents in such a manner. Bai Mu Ran broke free from his captors and rushed to Xia Chen's side, positioning himself protectively in front of her, wary of what the frenzied woman might do next. Lucy was also deeply concerned about Xia Chen, yet held captive in her wheelchair by CSC Nan. She found herself unable to move. At that moment, with a decisive command, Siesinan ordered the removal of all the troublemakers. A woman, wailing on the ground, realized the gravity of the situation too late. Before she could escape, soldiers seized her, along with her father, who lay there, foolishly giggling. Chapter 97. Xia Chun is captured. Boss Lu, what is happening? Shan Kai inquired. It's a long story. By the way, Wang, do you recognize that woman and the old man? Lucy asked, gesturing towards the woman still struggling to break free from the soldier's grasp. Wang exchanged glances, initially shaking their heads before nodding. I don't know that woman, but I'm familiar with that old man. He paused, surveying the surroundings. Rest assured, we are among friends. Lucy understood his unspoken assurance. The old man's surname is Lin. He once had a granddaughter, remarkably beautiful. However, she was forcibly married off to a second-generation official, and within 2 years, she was said to have died from illness. During that time, the old man would incessantly cause a commotion at their residence. The official had him beaten, and ever since, he has been reduced to this state of madness. Wang recounted what they knew. Do you know if he has any children? Lucy recalled the woman incessantly calling out for her father. I'm uncertain. Each time I've encountered him, he has been alone. His mind seems lost, and he often rummages through trash for food or sits vacantly. I've never heard anyone mention he had children since his granddaughter's demise. He appears to have been all alone. Lucy, upon hearing the words of Wang and fell into deep contemplation. Could it be that this matter was also directed towards Sicily? At first glance, it appeared to be a random occurrence. However, if it were orchestrated by someone, what could their motive possibly be? Boss Lu, I must take Xia Chun with me for a brief discussion. Siesinan approached, his voice low and somber. Why? Xia Chun is a victim. Luo Wei was the first to voice her objection. She is both a victim and an aggressor. She has also resorted to violence. Rest assured, no harm will come to her. It is merely a standard inquiry and documentation. Siesinan clarified before surveying the surrounding individuals. Having said his piece, he departed with his team without uttering another word. Lucy looked up and realized that he had merely taken his people away, leaving behind a small team to ensure the safety of Lucy and the others. What should we do about Lucy and Xia Chun? Are we just going to abandon her? Luo Wei inquired softly. What do those people really want? How is the situation with the supplies? Lucy asked. Take 2 portions and give them to him, she instructed. Wang and you are to commence your duties immediately and investigate any leads regarding this matter. Luo Wei handed 2 portions of food to Wang and He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted them. He understood that Lucy sympathized with him and his younger siblings. His pride made him reluctant to accept. Yet the absence of food at home and the lack of money left him no choice. If he refused the food, his siblings would go hungry for days. Thank you. How will I contact you if I receive any news? Go to the border gate where the ferry operates and look for me in Sicily. Oh, and the ride is free, Lucy added. Wang nodded and departed with the food. At that moment, only Ming Heian remained by Lucy's side. What does Boss Lu think about this matter? He suddenly asked. This is a matter concerning Sicily. There is no need for you to worry, Ming, Lucy replied. It was not that she did not trust him, but she wished to keep this incident from becoming too entangled with outside influences. Are you implying you don't trust me? Do you only trust Siesinan? Ming Heian pouted, visibly displeased. Lucy was not particularly concerned about what might happen to Xia Chun. She understood Siesinan. He was present during the incident and would not make hasty judgments without discernment. However, the mere thought that this situation could mirror the previous one, targeting either herself or Sicily, filled her with unease, for it surely meant there would be a subsequent occurrence. Yet, she remained oblivious to when or where the next event might unfold, or upon whom it would transpire. Thus, she wished for fewer individuals to be involved, believing that this would diminish the extent of harm. You won the bet. If you wish to know more, come find me. Ming Heian left these words behind as he departed early. Sicily. Lucy reclined on the sofa, deeply engrossed in contemplation over the events of the day. The other party remained shrouded in darkness, and Lucy understood that as long as they did not reveal themselves, she could never ascertain their intentions. Yet, she found herself unable to suppress her thoughts, which only served to amplify her anxiety. Roe, please stop spinning around. You're making my head dizzy. Sit down and take a break, Gao Ziheng implored, his gaze fixed upon her. I cannot. I must go check again, Ro Wei replied, preparing to leave once more. Ro Wei, Shan Kai is waiting at the door. If there is any news, he will surely inform us. Gao Ziyuan quickly interjected, restraining her. This is all my fault. If I had been by Xia Chen's side, she wouldn't have had to face such a situation. Lucy lamented. Do you think Xia Chen will be all right? That slap looked quite severe. Ro Wei expressed her guilt and concern. You need not worry excessively. Xia Chen will be fine. This matter will be handled fairly by Major General Xia. So rest assured, Lucy reassured her companions. But, can we still trust Major General Xia? Gao Ziheng murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. The room fell into a tranquil silence, broken only by their collective breaths. Suddenly, a voice emerged from outside. Shan Kai's. Is that Shan Kai's voice? Ro Wei was the first to rush out, reaching the doorway just in time to see two familiar faces passing through the arched entrance. Hearing Ro Wei's voice, Lucy bounded to the door. Along with Xia Chun, Bai Muran, and Xie Sinan, they entered through the archway. Why should I make things difficult for her? Came a low yet gentle voice from behind. Chapter 98. Clarifying the truth, why were you eavesdropping? Lucy remarked, surprised at how keen Xie Sinan's hearing was, able to catch such a faint sound. Did I need to eavesdrop? I merely listened, Xie Sinan responded nonchalantly, seemingly in good spirits, as he engaged in playful banter with Lucy. Did I cause you all concern? I apologize. I acted impulsively, Xia Chen said, her expression filled with regret. Does this mean the matter is resolved? Has it been clarified? Lucy inquired, looking towards Xie Sinan. It has been clarified. Indeed. It was Old Man Lin who initiated the altercation with Xia Chun. However, his mental state was impaired, and we cannot convict him. He also cannot apologize to Xia Chun. We will detain him for a few days for education, but ultimately, we must release him. Xia Chun is aware of this and understands, Xie Sinan explained, with Xia Chun nodding in agreement. And what about that woman? Is she the old man's daughter? Ro Wei pressed for more information. No, she claimed to live near the old man's residence and initially intended to collect food. However, due to some circumstances, she arrived late and, upon witnessing the confrontation, attempted to seize the opportunity to rob, hoping to acquire some food from you. Unfortunately, she failed in her endeavor and ended up in trouble herself, Xie Sinan elaborated, pausing momentarily. But you don't believe her, do you? Lucy interjected, meeting his gaze. Indeed, her story is rife with inconsistencies, and we will undoubtedly conduct further investigations. Rest assured, we will provide you with a satisfactory explanation. Lucy felt a sense of satisfaction with Xie Shinan's words. She had intended to express her thoughts, yet hesitated, fearing she might overthink matters. Given that Xie Shinan already harbored some doubts about her, she worried that revealing too much could lead to him becoming entangled in her affairs. After some contemplation, she decided against it. Xie Shinan, observing Lucy's expression, sensed she had something to share. Thus, he remained silent. Ro Wei, noticing the dynamic between the two, promptly came to her boss's aid. How wonderful that you are here, Xia Chun. Have you eaten? Would you like me to fetch you something? She deftly shifted the focus from Lucy to Xia Chun. No, thank you, I've already dined. After all, I am a victim here. How could Major General Xia allow me to go hungry? Xia Chun replied playfully. Ah, but I'm still famished. Someone has been thinking of you. Worried that you might go hungry, Xie Shinan teased, glancing at Bai Muran. Upon hearing her name mentioned unexpectedly, Bai Muran felt a wave of embarrassment and lowered her head, her ears turning a shade of pink. How could we allow Major General Xie to go hungry? Perhaps you should visit the canteen for a bite, Ro Wei suggested, realizing this excuse could facilitate his departure. Xie Shinan discerned Ro Wei's intention and chuckled with resignation. He cleared his throat and continued, yes, that's right. It was this woman who informed me that Major General Xie was not available to see me. Gao Zian, who had been watching the video, suddenly exclaimed loudly. Lucy observed Lu Zhiyao in the video, noting that she had hardly changed since her time with the Lu family, which indicated that she was faring well in the military. Recalling her own initial struggles upon entering the army, she remembered how she had felt out of place, her training proving challenging. At that time, her already slender frame had become so gaunt that she scarcely resembled herself. C.S. Senin, noticing Lucy's expression, found it somewhat perplexing. Her face bore a hint of derision, intertwined with a trace of envy. Why is she everywhere? Lucy remarked casually, yet her words were directed at C.S. Senin. Do you know her? Luo Wei inquired with curiosity. Not exactly, Lucy replied. She was present during Major General Xie's first visit to Sicily. It seems she frequently stays close to him. Lucy intentionally jabbed at C.S. Senin. Lucy, when you speak, you must be accountable. I find myself often in your vicinity as well. Lucy cast a sidelong glance at Shesnin, pondering why he seemed so intent on bickering with her today. Thus, it was only fitting that I extend my apologies to everyone. It was my failure to properly manage my own troops that led to this misunderstanding. More critically, I regret not being able to rescue Lucy in a timely manner, which nearly resulted in dire consequences. Shesnin's heartfelt apology left Ro Wei and the others feeling somewhat embarrassed, as they had hastily blamed Major General Shesnin without fully grasping the situation, even casting disparaging remarks and labeling him scoundrel. The group exchanged awkward glances, unsure of what to say. I assure you all that I would never utter such words as disregarding Sicily or Lucy, Shesnin asserted. I reside in Sicily and am a part of it. Lucy is my. At this point, Shesnin faltered, suddenly at a loss for how to articulate the nature of their relationship. Muron observed his superior, feeling an urgent desire for him to confess his feelings. Come on, Major General, just say it, he silently urged. Shesnin gazed at Lucy, still hesitating to continue. She is your landlord. Lucy interjected at a crucial moment, her mind remarkably sharp. She was right. Their relationship was indeed one of landlord and tenant. Yes, she is my landlord, and, as such, I have both the obligation and responsibility to safeguard Sicily and protect Lucy. I hope everyone will grant me another chance. Such an incident shall never transpire again. When Shesnin heard Lucy utter that term, it was both anticipated and unexpected. He had hoped she would refer to him as a friend or something equally endearing. But the word landlord was the most accurate, yet the last thing he wished to hear. Major General Shesnin, we too are at fault. We should not have blamed you without understanding your intentions and even spoke ill of you behind your back. We ought to have trusted you like Lucy. And I sincerely apologize. Gao Zian was the first to rise and express his contrition after hearing Shesnin's earnest apology. However, Shesnin fixated on the phrase about trusting him like Lucy. It felt like a torch illuminating the shadows of his heart. In that moment, his spirit felt warm and buoyant, a delightful sensation indeed. Lucy, sprawled on the sofa, wore a perplexed expression, questioning when she had ever professed her trust in Shesnin. If you're going to apologize, don't drag me into it, she silently chastised. Turning to Shesnin, she realized, well, this guy actually believed it. With one daring to speak and the other daring to believe, she felt utterly at a loss for words. Witnessing Gao Zian's apology, the others followed suit, rising to offer their own. The room became a chorus of mutual apologies, leading to an awkward atmosphere. All right, enough of this. Just clarifying the situation is sufficient. Lucy interjected hastily. Chapter 99. The first couple of Sicily, after Shesnin clarified the matter, he excused himself on the pretext of military duties. Muron and Xia Chen also attempted to leave, but Lucy and Ro Wei restrained them. You two, what is going on? When did this all begin? Ro Wei inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Muron stammered, unsure what to say. Fortunately, Lucy prompted him, and Muron recounted how he had found Lin Yan, Xia Chen's colleague, and had been waiting outside her workplace for several days to finally encounter his beloved. Muron, lacking eloquence, was at a loss for how to confess his feelings. By then, Xia Chen was already irritable, pushed to the brink by Muron's inability to express himself. Coincidentally, Xia Chen's mother was unwell, requiring Xia Chen to navigate between home, work, and the hospital daily. Despite his lack of verbal finesse, Muron proved resourceful, offering to assist Xia Chen in caring for her mother. Whenever he was not on duty, he found himself either at the hospital or en route there. Xia Chen's parents grew fond of the earnest young man, and without their support, Muron might have found it nearly impossible to win her heart with his clumsy words. So, we are now. Well, I suppose we are in a relationship, Muron managed, as Lucy skillfully drew out their story of mutual affection. I recall you moved to Sicily because your parents were pressuring you to marry. Are they pleased now? Lucy inquired. Pleased? My mother treats him like a second son. If we were to break up one day, he might just end up as my brother. Xia blurted out, her candor catching by Muron off guard, nearly choking on his own surprise. Enough with the nonsense. We will not break up, Muron asserted, his tone serious. Oh my, look at you, Muron. Roe mimicked his demeanor, prompting laughter from the group. Lucy felt an overwhelming sense of joy that she hadn't experienced in a long time. Recent events had cascaded upon her, suffocating her with their weight. She yearned for relief, for relaxation, yet such choices eluded her. Upon learning of Xia and Muron's union, a genuine happiness blossomed within her heart. She wished for those around her to discover happiness, whether through finding a suitable partner or embracing solitude. In this apocalyptic world, it was imperative not only to survive, but to live joyfully. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open. A man strode in, closing the distance to her in mere strides. Before she could utter an explanation, he struck her with a resounding slap. Jin Yuna, caught off guard, fell to the ground, a piercing ringing echoing in her ears. You go, listen to me, she won't betray me. Jin Yuna's words were cut short as the man seized her slender neck with a firm grip. How can you be so useless? You can't even handle this minor disturbance? I didn't ask you to harm anyone. You promised to ensure its completion, and now look, you've let her slip away. If the master decides to punish, don't expect me to protect you. The man's grip tightened as he seethed with frustration at the woman's incompetence. You go. I can't breathe. Jin Yuna gasped, struggling against his hold, her vision blurring from the earlier blow. The man was Eugene, who regarded Jin Yuna's beautiful face with a lack of compassion. However, he had no intention of killing her just yet. The timing was not right. He finally released her, allowing her to draw in desperate breaths. What about Sinan? Eugene inquired, casting a sidelong glance at the man who had entered with him. That woman insists she lied merely to secure some food and did not betray us. The man, glancing at Jean, Yuna still on the floor, continued, Fortunately, Miss Jean was cautious. We have her family under control, so she won't speak out of turn. At least she has some sense. Eugene kicked Jean Yuna lightly, causing her to emit a muffled groan. The man, feeling a pang of sympathy, found himself powerless to intervene. You go. Wait. As Eugene turned to leave, Jean Yuna trembled as she rose from the floor, calling out to him. The man, feeling pity, instinctively supported her. Only for Eugene to notice. Finish your business and leave swiftly. Jean Yuna snapped, shaking off the man's hand. He was taken aback, not expecting such a response from her. Eugene approached, pulling Jean Yuna into his embrace. Darling, I was too hasty earlier. This matter falls on your shoulders. If you fail, the master won't be as gentle as I am. Do you understand? He provocatively caressed her cheek, his eyes challenging the other man. The man's gaze fell, a mix of anger, sorrow, and helplessness washing over him. It was his inability that had brought her to this state. All he could do now was exit the room. I will handle this matter. I assure you it won't implicate you. You can rest easy. Jean Yuna gazed at Eugene with longing. You must not get involved further. Cécine will undoubtedly pursue this matter. Send someone else to liaise with that woman and ensure Cécine does not trace it back to you. Eugene toyed with her hair, his voice softening, his demeanor shifting to one of tenderness. Once the man who was gathering information exited, he did not stray far. He intended to wait for Eugene to leave before checking on her. Yet after some time, Eugene still had not emerged. Stealthily, he approached the door, only to be taken aback by the sounds of intimacy emanating from within, leaving him in a state of shock. Lucy spent the entire morning reviewing the tenant list prepared by Roe. It must be said that Liang Zhuang from the 18th district is indeed quite trustworthy. In such a short span of time, residents from the 18th district have already begun applying for houses in Sicily. Roe compiled a list that contained approximately 60 names. Lucy intended to lease all the completed houses first in order to expeditiously fulfill the upgrade task. I didn't get a chance to mention this last time, so allow me to introduce you. This is Roe, the manager in charge of our operations in Sicily. If you come by, and I'm not here, feel free to discuss any matters with her, Lucy said to Wang, and while taking the lunch from Rowie and placing it in front of them. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Here, take both of these. Rowie's stomach was already growling, and the food was tantalizingly close yet out of reach. No. It's unnecessary, Boss Lucy. You've already paid me my salary. I have no right to take your food, and besides. Wong, and then hastily declined. But Lucy firmly placed the chopsticks in his hand. If I tell you to eat, then eat. No need for further discussion. Lucy understood individuals like him all too well. If there was a morsel of food, he would surely prioritize his younger siblings. He could go without food himself, as evidenced by his gaunt frame, for he had once lived such a life. Wong and could not refuse any longer and began to eat heartily. It had indeed been a long time since he last enjoyed a fulfilling meal, let alone one as sumptuous as this, with both meat and vegetables. Initially, Rowie had some reservations about Lucy's tendency to be overly kind to others. However, upon witnessing Wong and Anne's eagerness to eat, she understood Lucy's intentions. This child is so pitiable. He is still a minor, yet he bears the weight of supporting a family on his own for the sake of his younger siblings. Eat slowly and drink some water. Rowie, feeling a pang of sympathy, bought him a bottle of water. Before long, Wong and had polished off both servings, belching one after another. I apologize, Boss Lucy, for making a spectacle of myself. Wong and awkwardly stood up. It's all right, take your time. No need to stand, we can talk while seated. Lucy thought to herself that despite Wong and Anne's youth, he spoke and acted with the demeanor of an old man. I understand. And then? Lucy nodded, realizing that this anonymity residence was indeed their stronghold. I have been lurking there these past few days and noticed several individuals who appear regularly, yet they neither seem to be working nor studying. There was a woman whom I attempted to engage once. I discovered she was taking the ferry to Sicily. Wong and paused here, glancing at Lucy and Rowie, and refrained from continuing. Has anyone come by recently? Lucy inquired of Rowie. She shook her head, still unable to grasp the purpose behind her question. Lucy was taken aback. Could it be that the other party's agents had already infiltrated Sicily? With this thought, she quickly retrieved the communicator, adjusted it to display the identity information of the guests, and handed it to Wong and take a look and see if the woman you encountered is among these. Wong and gingerly held the communicator, their fingers gliding cautiously across the screen, fearful of causing any damage. When the woman's face appeared before them, he almost exclaimed in excitement, Boss Lucy, it's her. When Lucy took the device and, along with Luo Wei, caught sight of the face on the screen, both were momentarily stunned. It was Wu Shuefei. How could it possibly be her? Luo Wei's mind was flooded with questions, but with Wong and present, she felt it inappropriate to voice her thoughts. Instead, she widened her eyes, gazing at Lucy, who also appeared bewildered. I understand now, and for the next few days, you should refrain from going near Yiming residence. Stay within the slums instead, and do not deliberately seek information. Do you understand? Wong and nodded in agreement. Lucy brought him some food and snacks, careful not to offer too much for fear of attracting unnecessary attention or arousing suspicion. No, Lucy, I've already had 2 bowls of your rice. I can't possibly take more, he said, hastily waving his hands as she insisted on giving him a pile of food. Lucy, how could she possibly? Ro expressed her disbelief, her face reflecting her confusion. Let's not jump to conclusions just yet. The anonymous residence is a public and open place. Those who visit do not necessarily have any ties to it. Just disregard what Wong and have said, and do not feel the need to avoid Wu Shuefei. I will find someone to investigate this matter thoroughly, Lucy explained to Ro, and then the two of them proceeded to have their meal. Lucy never anticipated that Wong and possessed such remarkable capabilities. In just a few days, they had made significant progress on a matter that had troubled her for quite some time. Since all clues pointed towards the anonymous residence, it seemed imperative for her to delve deeper into it. However, there was no rush. She first needed to finalize the rental arrangements. Throughout the afternoon, Lucy busied herself with phone calls, screening potential tenants. Meanwhile, Luo Wei quietly attended to her own tasks. As dinner time approached, she observed Lucy still engrossed in her work, leading her to question whether this woman had any notion of hunger. Her stomach had long been growling, while Lucy appeared robotic in her diligence. Not only was she neglecting her hunger, but she hadn't even paused for a moment's respite. Lucy? Lucy? Luo Wei attempted to call out several times, but received no response. Eventually, she approached and gently tapped her on the shoulder. Huh? What is it? Lucy, deeply immersed in her work, jumped at the sudden touch. Busy bee, enough of that. Let's go eat. I'm starving, Luo Wei pouted playfully. All right, let us go eat. As Lucy spoke, she stretched lazily, inadvertently straining her back. You really need to ease up on the intensity of your work. Sitting for too long will only make your body stiff. You must get up and move around. Luo Wei began to massage Lucy's tense muscles. It's not that I don't want to move, but my legs aren't in the best condition. Ouch, be gentle. Lucy, Luo Wei. Something terrible has happened. Chen Yuang burst into the office, breathless. What is it, Yuang? Take your time, Lucy urged, concerned. Lucy, you need to see the news. Sicily, someone is claiming that Sicily is wasting food, and that the meals provided to the impoverished are merely our leftovers, Chen Yuang exclaimed, panting with indignation. Oh dear, you must look. It's utterly absurd. Calm down, let me check. Lucy replied, opening her communicator. The latest trending news item in District 19 was indeed about Sicily, accompanied by an eye-catching image of a table laden with an array of food from Sicily. The headline read, Amidst the food crisis, who is truly responsible for overindulgence? Lucy found the image oddly familiar, though she couldn't immediately place it. The article suggested that Sicily hoarded vast quantities of supplies, discarding what they couldn't consume. Furthermore, it accused Sicily of distributing only the remnants of meals or food that was on the verge of spoiling to the underprivileged. Some recipients had reportedly experienced adverse health effects after consuming Sicily's offerings. Yet Sicily refused to take any responsibility, spouting nonsensical justifications. Is the journalist who penned this report devoid of common sense? Or has their brain been fed to dogs? It's sheer nonsense, Luo Wei exclaimed, her face flushed with anger after reading the article. If I find out who wrote this, I will certainly give him a piece of my mind. She huffed, her chest heaving with indignation. It was written by Sun Lying, Lucy stated calmly. Who? Both Luo Wei and Chen Yuang asked in unison. She's a tenant at Sicily, Luo Wei exclaimed, baffled by Sun Lying's actions. Sun Lying? Who is that? Chen Yuang queried, perplexed. Despite residing in Sicily for so long, she had never heard that name before. She's a tenant here and a journalist for the District 19 News Department. My interactions with her have been minimal, and those few encounters weren't particularly amicable, Lucy elaborated. What? A tenant at Sicily wrote this report? Unbelievable. Has she accepted bribes to malign us like this? Chen Yuang lamented. Lucy, have you heard? People are criticizing us for wasting food. In Sicily, Gao Ziheng rushed in, followed closely by Gao Zian. Lucy, have you seen the online reports about Sicily's food waste? Gao Zian articulated more eloquently. I was just informed by Yuang, Luo Wei replied. Lucy, do you know where that image originated? Gao Ziheng queried with a hint of smugness. Image? You've seen that image? Where? When? Lucy asked, her excitement palpable. It was that Ming guy. He bought a lavish spread at the cafeteria, tasted each dish, declared them unpalatable, and then left. My brother and I asked if we could eat it, and in the end, several neighbors, and we finished every last bite without wasting a thing. Lucy's memory seemed to flicker to life. Gao Ziheng's description triggered a recollection. It was indeed because Ming Han found the food from Sicily unappetizing that he had insisted on a kitchen with a gas stove. How long ago had that been? Yet, she was able to piece it together. Moreover, we didn't waste anything. If we had, it was not during the food crisis. Luo Wei protested vehemently. That's not the point. Lucy interjected suddenly, her expression grave. The crux of the matter is, who took that photograph? What do you mean, Lucy? Chen Yuang asked, puzzled. If Sun Lying took it herself, it indicates she has been plotting something all along. Regardless of her motives, it cannot bode well for Sicily. If she did not take it, then who is surveilling Sicily? Lucy's words sent a chill down the spines of everyone present. The mere thought of their daily lives being scrutinized by unseen eyes rendered them speechless. Lucy, still a part of me. Ro was concerned about her mobility and wanted to stay behind. Listen, aren't you hungry? Go eat, Lucy urged. I have matters to attend to. Understanding Lucy's intent, Ro called for everyone to leave. At the Ming group in the Central District, young master, we've got everything clarified. Aaron handed a report to Ming Han. Let us hear it, Ming Han said, fixated on his communicator, disregarding the report. The significant reduction in food production in Zone 9 is a result of human intervention. Senior technician Zhiyao Jun tampered with the program ratios, preventing the seedlings from maturing fully. Zhao Jun, what's the situation? Ming Han picked up the report to read. A local from Zone 9, he has worked at the Food Cultivation Center for 15 years and has always been an exemplary employee. No one expected him to commit such an act, Aaron explained. Is he affiliated with Zhizhi? Ming Han inquired. He denies being directed by anyone, claiming it was personal revenge for the center having dismissed his mentor, harboring resentment over the incident. Investigate whether he has had any contact with Zhizhi's associates. If this is personal revenge, there should be no need to wait so long. It seems their infiltration runs deep. What about Sicily? Ming Han suddenly asked. This morning, the news department of Zone 19 published an article about Sicily wasting food, and it's still trending. Aaron replied, pulling out his communicator to display the news to Ming Han. Oh, is that not me in the picture? Ming Han chuckled after reading the article. Aaron leaned in curiously, and Ming Han pointed out, indeed, although the image depicts food on the table, the hand in the upper right corner, especially the ring on it, is an heirloom of the Ming family. There is no other like it in this world. Should we investigate for Boss Lu? Aaron asked. Of course, but she must personally request it. Ming Han replied with a smug grin. After everyone had dispersed, Lucy hesitated over whether to make a phone call. After all, he had lost a bet to her, so wasn't he exactly begging? Yet, she was reluctant to rely on someone for such a trivial matter, holding the communicator in her hand, unsure whether to call or not. After much inner turmoil and glancing at the time, she decided to leave it for tomorrow. After a restful night, Lucy awoke to find it nearly noon. Once she had tidied up and exited her room, she saw Ro waiting for her. Ever since Lucy injured her ankle, Ro had been arriving early each day, anxious to ensure that Lucy could manage on her own. However, today Ro seemed unusually anxious, rushing up to Lucy as soon as she appeared. What's wrong? Lucy asked. Wu Daiqiu has come, claiming he wants to return the food he purchased from Sicily. It seems to be in response to yesterday's news. I try to brush him off, but he refuses to leave, insisting on speaking with you. He has been waiting in the office all morning, and I thought it best to wait for you here, Ro explained, studying Lucy's expression for her reaction. You're wondering how the news was handled, aren't you? Lucy could easily read Ro's thoughts. Ro chuckled sheepishly and nodded. Ro had a heightened sense of crisis, always anticipating the worst, a trait that mirrored Lucy's own. Yet, unlike Lucy, who could see both sides of a situation, Ro tended to consider things less comprehensively. For this instance, Ro would handle Wu Daiqiu's request to return the food. Regardless of the outcome, she was no longer merely waiting for Lucy to resolve matters. She had developed her own methods of coping. There was no urgency regarding the news. This afternoon, a group of tenants from Zone 18 would be arriving at Sicily, and Lucy needed to prepare to receive them. Leave Wu Daiqiu to me. You needn't worry, Lucy assured her. That was precisely what Ro wanted to hear. She had no desire to engage in a battle of wits with someone like Wu Daiqiu. Together, they made their way to the office, where they found Wu Daiqiu indulging in the delicacies of Sicily. Ro had prepared an array of beverages and snacks, which he was thoroughly enjoying. Director Wu, I apologize for the wait. Sicily has been exceptionally busy lately, Ro said, assisting Lucy to a sofa before turning to leave. Hey, Manager Ro, this is quite delicious. Could you please bring me a few more bags? Wu Daiqiu said, holding up a small bag of snacks. Director Wu, it's best not to indulge too much in those snacks. If you eat too many, you won't have room for your meals. It's not good for your health. Lucy shot Ro a knowing glance, and she understood. Without a word, Ro turned to leave. Hey, don't go. Boss Lu, this feels a bit underhanded. Sicily has made the news, and that can have adverse effects, Wu Daiqiu remarked, smacking his lips. What? There are people still renting? Surely they aren't oblivious to the news? Wu Daiqiu thought Lucy was being naive, believing her words would convince him otherwise. Indeed, haven't you seen what the news reported? It stated that we in Sicily have been giving away our leftover food to the people, indicating an abundance of resources and food that is plentiful. I dare say, only the Central District could rival us in this regard. Wu Daiqiu was well aware of the news content, but Lucy's assertion seemed to resonate with him. Thus, with food being so scarce, anyone who can reside in Sicily need not worry about hunger, right? Director Wu, you know as well as I do that you've never seen a time when food was unavailable in Sicily. Never. Lucy observed his expression, realizing he was caught in the web of his own reasoning. Well, you do have a point, but Wu Daiqiu attempted to counter, though his mind had already accepted Lucy's rationale, making it difficult for him to retreat. The notion of tarnishing Sicily's reputation was indeed Wu Daiqiu's ill-conceived idea. He and Wang Bai had initially purchased 200,000 units of food and water from Lucy, intending to sell it at inflated prices in other districts and a portion to the citizens of Zone 19. However, due to the meager funds allocated by the government, which left no profit to be had, they devised this plan. Unexpectedly, after the first transaction, Zone 18 and Zone 3 ceased their cooperation. The initial sale had been profitable, prompting them to invest all their remaining funds in purchasing supplies from Sicily, only to find that the other party was no longer cooperating. This left them with food that would either spoil or be sold at a loss to the public, whose purchasing power was limited. Rather than letting the food spoil and incur losses, Wu Daiqiu sought out journalists on lying, concocting a scheme that would harm both parties. His intention was to leverage public opinion to pressure Sicily into returning the already sold food, thereby mitigating his losses and providing an explanation to his superiors. However, Lucy's refusal to conform to the expected narrative left Wu Daiqiu unprepared for the encounter. Is this really the new tenant? Wu Daiqiu found it hard to believe. Before Wu Daiqiu could gather his thoughts, Lucy had escorted him to the door. He looked down at the few bags of snacks in his hands and then at the firmly shut door. He felt an indescribable anger within, yet he lacked the courage to confront Lucy. Initially, he intended to employ both gentle persuasion and firm tactics to compel her to relent, but upon reflection, he realized that this little girl, Lucy, was indeed quite challenging to handle. Lucy hid by the window in the office, stealing glances outside. Upon seeing Wu Daiqiu leave, she burst into laughter. What a fool! A few bags of snacks did the trick. Chapter 103. 3 upgrade success. The news had little impact on Sicily, and the leasing process was proceeding remarkably well. In just a few days, all 50 rooms were rented out. Aside from Wu Daiqiu and Sun Lying, all the residents of Sicily were quite pleased. On the other hand, Wu Daiqiu and Wang Bo from the Grain Bureau were mired in turmoil. Having received government funds but failing to deliver results, they faced widespread public discontent, and some even reported them for embezzling public money for personal gain. This situation drew the attention of the regional director, Guiyu, who demanded a satisfactory explanation within 3 days. Lucy is experiencing unparalleled satisfaction. The populace holds her in high regard, and the tenants express significant contentment with the environment of Sicily. At present, Lucy possesses a total of 2,700,000, which includes 500,000 from Teacher Shun. She has now met the requirements for an upgrade. In the stillness of the night, Lucy activates her communicator and selects the system upgrade option. Administrator, you meet the conditions for an A3 upgrade. Do you wish to confirm the upgrade? Upon clicking, Lucy beheld the system interface, where numerous small padlocks had been released. The first noticeable change was the residential area, which had been upgraded from 60 square meters to a maximum buildable area of 100 square meters. Several essential facilities had also been unlocked, including a clinic, a police station, an administrative hall, a library, as well as a grocery store, a park, and a community hall. Faced with such an abundance of new options, Lucy felt somewhat overwhelmed, as she was uncertain about how to plan the spaces to ensure her tenants' comfort. Nonetheless, the construction of the clinic was imperative and could no longer be delayed, as Teacher Shun had been waiting for quite some time. Lucy, resolute in her intentions, sought out a vacant plot and initiated construction. Gazing out the window, she swiftly witnessed the emergence of a 3-story building. Upon the completion of the project, she clicked to inspect the interior, discovering an array of medical departments from which she could select to establish. However, with her finances limited, Lucy refrained from frivolous expenditures, contemplating the necessity of consulting Dr. Yang for guidance. Speaking of finances, Lucy glanced at her balance. Upgrading required 1 million, and she currently had 170,000. Establishing a small clinic would demand 100,000, leaving her with a remaining balance of 160,000. Previously, she had felt rather affluent, but now a sense of poverty enveloped her. The newly introduced facilities alone required a considerable investment of 100,000, not including internal expenses. It appeared that Lucy would need to revert to her previous strategy of renting more properties to generate additional income. With the increase in square footage, Lucy resolved to create more spacious living accommodations. Thus, she constructed 5 units of an 80 square meter 3-bedroom apartment and 5 units of a 100 square meter 3-bedroom, 2-living room design. Additionally, recognizing the popularity of 1-bedroom apartments among tenants, she built 10 units of that type. 4 small families, 2-bedroom apartments represented the optimal choice, leading her to construct 5 units. After a night of labor, Lucy had successfully built a total of 25 residences. Once these tasks were completed, dawn began to break, and Lucy felt her eyes weary from fatigue, prompting her to tidy up and collapse in a bed. Upon awakening, she found it was already afternoon. Leaning on her cane, Lucy stepped outside, where she spotted Gao Ziheng hurriedly entering through the arched doorway, heading towards the office. She called out to him, beckoning him over. What has happened? Gao Ziheng, a man whose expressions revealed his thoughts, would undoubtedly bring news of an external situation without needing to inquire. Lu, the boss, you're awake? He stammered, clearly troubled. Luo Wei had instructed him not to disturb Lucy, leaving him uncertain whether to disclose the happenings outside. His anxious demeanor spoke volumes. Just tell me, if you seek Luo Wei and she cannot resolve the issue, won't you have to come to me anyway? Lucy remarked, her logic resonating with Gao Ziheng, who proceeded to recount the situation unfolding beyond their walls. Upon hearing this, Lucy was both infuriated and amused. Such trivial antics dared to be presented before her, especially as she had just awakened, feeling invigorated and clear-minded. She instructed Gao Ziheng to summon Luo Wei to join her in witnessing the spectacle. Listen to me, Annie. Gao Zian began, only to be abruptly interrupted by the elderly woman before him. Who are you calling Annie? You are the one who should be addressed as such. Open your eyes and truly observe. At my age, is it appropriate for you to call me Annie? The old woman glared, baring her teeth, and shouted at Gao Zian, spitting a spray of saliva in his direction due to their close proximity. With many individuals causing a ruckus, those who had initially come to purchase food had abandoned their intentions, instead gathering around to watch the commotion. Silence. A sudden roar echoed through the air, immediately silencing the crowd. Everyone turned towards the sound, spotting 3 figures standing at the arched entrance. Upon witnessing the raucous scene before her, Lucy summoned her courage and shouted, startling her companion, Ro. How impressive her boss appeared. Let me see who dares to cause a commotion in Sicily. Lucy's voice, though not loud, resonated with authority, rendering the surrounding crowd silent. My child consumed your tainted food and has been poisoned. They are currently in the hospital. You, heartless vendors of Sicily, sell rotten provisions to the public. What now? Do you intend to evade responsibility? Exclaimed the elderly woman at the forefront, hands firmly placed on her hips. Upon seeing Lucy, she realized it had been quite a while since they last met. Wasn't that the mother of Deputy Director Wang? The very family that had once attempted to extort money over the property in Sicily. Not only that, but there was also a familiar face beside her, the elderly matriarch of the Liu family. Reflecting on her departure from the Liu household several months ago, Lucy thought that had it not been for this unexpected encounter, she might have nearly forgotten about this woman. Likewise, the elderly Liu matriarch recognized Lucy. Wasn't she the granddaughter who had shamelessly run off with a man? The matriarch had almost forgotten, and here she was still in Sicily, observing her granddaughter's current state. A smirk of disdain crossed her lips. Leaning on a cane, with someone assisting her, it seemed Lucy was not faring well at all. Could it be that the food in Sicily had caused her misfortune? I would argue that it was you who deliberately fed your child spoiled food in an attempt to extort us Sicilians. Lucy calmly interjected. How could I possibly harm my own child? What would I gain from that? Before the elderly Wang could finish her sentence, Lucy interrupted. So what would I gain from harming you? Your age? Your lack of hygiene? Lucy's words incited laughter from those around them. It's not just my family. Several others have fallen ill after consuming your food. Let me tell you, you won't evade responsibility. The elderly Mrs. Wong retorted fiercely. Chapter 104, Lucy's Accusation. Ultimately, when the news broke, Wu Dakue was the first to arrive demanding a refund of supplies. The contract clearly stated that once sold, any subsequent matters would have no relation to Sicily. Yet, it was at this moment that the other party sought a return, raising significant suspicions. Lucy refused to refund. So they gathered a group of elderly women to create a commotion, truly believing they could get away with such antics. Lucy pondered that Sicily was in need of a surge in notoriety. Therefore, she decided to target Deputy Director Wong. After all, it was he who had acted unjustly first. How contemptible! Lu Zhizhi, I truly wish to refrain from speaking of you. The elderly Mrs. Lu, who had remained silent until now, noticed Mrs. Wong signaling her. If she did not intervene soon, avoiding the situation would become impossible. There was no choice but to air the family's grievances in order to garner sympathy from those around. Mrs. Lu, you are not contemplating bringing up the resemblance between me and your pitiful granddaughter, are you? Alas, I have reiterated this countless times. You sold your own granddaughter to a powerful family, and when she fled due to domestic violence, you sought her out on your own. You cannot force a familial bond simply because of my appearance. That is akin to human trafficking. Mrs. Lu was taken aback as Lucy preemptively seized her words, leaving her in an awkward predicament. Should she insist that Lucy was indeed her granddaughter, she would be branded a trafficker. Yet if she denied it, what could she possibly say? In an instant, she was left speechless, grappling with her embarrassment. You shameless little wretch, I would never claim you as my granddaughter. Running off with some wild man. Look at you now, your leg is crippled. Surely that was inflicted by him. You deserve it. A woman who disregards her marital duties ought to be punished. Mrs. Lu could not afford to appear weak, lest she lose face before Mrs. Wong in the future. Indeed, dear madam, your life must be quite miserable. For someone of your age to speak so spitefully must indicate a life of wretchedness. Lucy continued in agreement with Luo Wei. The elderly Mrs. Lu felt a sting in her heart as these two joined forces against her. Suddenly, a glimmer of cunning crossed her eyes, and a sly smile crept upon her lips. Yes, my life may be miserable, but it is still better than that of my granddaughter's biological mother. Oh, her mother, while alive, served my son like a beast of burden, all the while being a rich young lady, foolish enough to insist on marrying him, and even in death. She did not forget to extract money from her family to support us. Truly, a mother begets a daughter of the same ilk. TSK, Mrs. Lu's words left Lucy momentarily speechless. What did she mean by the granddaughter's biological mother? That was evidently directed at her. Could it be that she was not Feng Ru's own daughter? Impossible. How could that be? Yet, if that were the case, many things might begin to make sense. Throughout her life, no one had shown her kindness. She had always thought of herself as the elder sister, and it seemed natural for her parents to dote on her younger siblings. But if she were not Feng Ru's biological child, then why would they have treated her kindly? Madame Lu, observing Lucy's expression, felt an immense sense of satisfaction within her. This foolish girl truly believed she was of blood relation, did she? Had it not been for the possibility of securing an additional ration by keeping her around, she would have long since sold her off to the yard. Just like her biological mother. How despicable. Oh, wait. Do not leave just yet. You have yet to compensate for the damages. Madame Wong approached, intent on seizing Lucy, but Gao Ziheng, who had been by her side, intervened. With a mere lift of his hand, Madame Wong found herself on the ground. Oh dear, has violence been committed? Look here. The food from Zhizhi has poisoned my grandson, rendering him ill, and he is still in the hospital. They refused to pay for the damages and resort to violence. Madame Wong wailed, rolling on the ground in a theatrical display of distress. I did not strike her, Gao Ziheng protested, his expression one of grievance. He was merely concerned for Lucy's safety and had only blocked her from harm. How could that be construed as violence? This old woman was truly adept at playing the victim. Where's the assault? Huh? In broad daylight. You dare to strike someone? A male voice rang out from the crowd. Lucy furrowed her brows, sensing that this group had conspired together. The Gao brothers and Shang Kai also noticed Su Yiwei, their eyes blazing with indignation. Was he here to twist the truth once more? "Ah, Director Su, what brings you here?" Lucy said calmly. "Boss Lu, I heard reports of unrest and violence in Sicily, so I came to investigate," he replied, glancing at the elderly Madame Wong on the ground as he helped her to her feet. "Oh dear, Director Su, you have arrived just in time. You must stand up for this old woman," Madame Wong exclaimed. Gao Zian rolled his eyes, recalling how moments ago she had denied being an old woman, now claiming the title. "Madam, you must speak with evidence. You assert that the food in Sicily is poisonous, yet you seem unharmed," Gao Zian challenged. "Who are you calling an old woman? It's not as if I could leave my family without food. Unlike you, who only cares for yourselves and disregards others," Madame Wong shouted from the ground. "Ah, isn't that Officer Gao? Oh wait, you're no longer an officer. Are you now a security guard in Sicily?" Su Yiwei mocked as he observed the Gao brothers. "What of it? We earn our living through hard work, unlike some who wallow in filth," Gao Ziheng retorted, anger flaring upon seeing Su Yiwei. "Director Su, you haven't come to argue with my staff, have you?" Lucy interjected, cutting off Su Yiwei's chance to respond. "I'm not here to waste time." Su Yiwei shot back at Lucy. "Reports claim that the food in Sicily is toxic. I am here to investigate. Boss Lu, considering your mobility, I shall not force you to come with me. Please be my guest." He gestured, signaling Lucy not to refuse his invitation. "Absolutely not. On what grounds do you intend to arrest anyone? Do you possess any evidence?" Luo Wei stood defiantly in front of Lucy, confronting Su Yiwei. "You accuse me of slander? You not only slander, but also conspire for profit at the cost of lives." Madame Wong interjected, immediately springing up to counter the accusation. Yet, she faltered, unsure of how to frame Lucy's alleged crimes. Su Yiwei glanced at Madame Wong, pondering how her cultured son could have such an uninformed mother. He stifled his disdain. Knowing he still relied on Wongbo Director Su, why not take them all? Don't just take her, take him, her, everyone. There is not a decent person in Sicily. They're all heartless scoundrels. Madame Wong urged, sensing Su Yiwei's wavering resolve. "General Xia, it's General Xia," Luo Wei exclaimed, gripping Lucy's arm in excitement. The others, upon recognizing General Xia Sinan, could hardly contain their enthusiasm. "With General Xia here, we need not fear," Gao Zian whispered, equally thrilled. Only Lucy maintained her composure, indifferent to General Xia's presence. She felt confident in her ability to sway Su Yiwei and even believed she could recruit him to her side. Yet, she also hoped Xia Sinan would help remove these bothersome elders. Unbeknownst to Madame Wong, she was unaware of Xia Sinan's identity. Having encountered soldiers in District 10 before, she viewed them as irrelevant to ordinary citizens' affairs. Thus she felt unthreatened. Standing tall, she confronted Xia Sinan with defiance when he questioned her. Xia Sinan, flanked by armed personnel, commanded their attention as they formed a line to block any escape. The onlookers, mostly Sicilian, understood the soldiers' might and were apprehensive, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Madam, you claim that there is not a good soul in Sicily, so I must inquire, how have I offended you to merit such slander?" Xia Sinan inquired, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he regarded Lucy. Luo Wei, standing nearby, felt a tinge of embarrassment at the charm radiating from the general. "Who slandered you? I merely stated that Sicily is rife with trouble." Madame Wong shot back, only to be tugged at by the silent Lu Laotai behind her. "Wait, why are you arresting me? What right do you have to do so? You, a mere soldier, have no authority here." Madame Wong protested as she realized the gravity of her situation, struggling against the soldiers closing in. "Please do not apprehend me. I've done nothing wrong. I don't even know her. Lu Zhi, help me," she shouted in desperation, having retreated as far back as possible. "General, this old woman is the grandmother of Zhiyao, who impersonated you and falsely issued orders. You may recall her family previously causing a ruckus in Sicily, which you dealt with last time," Lucy remarked, finding humor in Lu Laotai's predicament. "Oh, is that so? Impersonating me and issuing false military orders warrants severe consequences. It seems that one's character can indeed reflect upon their offspring." Such individuals ought to be incarcerated for a decade or two for proper reformation, Siesinon stated, feigning seriousness as he played along with Lucy's ruse. The mention of her granddaughter made Lu Laotai suddenly anxious, thinking an appeal to familial ties might secure her release. But her hopes were dashed when she realized Lucy's insinuation meant severe punishment. The prospect of a lengthy imprisonment overwhelmed her, causing her to faint. On the other side, Mrs. Wang, upon hearing her close friend betray her at a critical moment by claiming not to know her, erupted in fury. "You shameless old hag! You've feasted on my generosity, and now you deny our acquaintance? Has your conscience been fed to the dogs? Let go of me. Do you know who I am? If you dare to arrest me, are you tired of living? I tell you, my son is a high-ranking official in the Grain Bureau. He is the director, overseeing grain distribution for the entire district. You better treat me well, or I will ensure you all go hungry and starve." As Mrs. Wang struggled and shouted, Siesinon, disturbed by the commotion, frowned and signaled his subordinates to silence her, restoring tranquility to the scene. However, there lingered a concern regarding Lucy. It was evident that Siesinon had come to Sicily primarily to protect her. Would he take her away as well? This thought made Su Yiwei break into a cold sweat. Chapter 106. He avenged Lucy. I heard that Director Su arrived only upon receiving a report. Siesinon inquired in a cold tone. "Oh, then I would appreciate it if Director Su could provide me with the informant's details." "Ah, what? The informant?" Su Yiwei, upon hearing Siesinon request the informant's information, quickly raised his head. Meeting Siesinon's penetrating gaze, he felt an overwhelming sense of panic. Su Yiwei was now as restless as an ant on a hot pan, uncertain of how to respond. He had stated there was an informant, but he had also just claimed there wasn't one. If there was indeed an informant, where could he possibly find them? The informant? General Xie. I rushed over as soon as I received the news. I haven't had the chance to verify the informant's information. Su Yiwei finally concocted a seemingly plausible lie. "Oh dear, General Xie, please don't say that. I truly had no other choice. I simply wish for my family to have enough to eat in this apocalyptic world. I never wanted this." Su Yiwei spoke in a voice tinged with desperation, clearly frightened. General Xie, do not listen to him. He has been in the Security Bureau for quite some time, bullying others and forming cliques. He boasts daily about his son being a high-ranking military officer, demanding gifts and respect, and threatening us with the most arduous tasks if we refuse. Gao Ziheng never expected to see Su Yiwei in such a predicament. Listening to his lament of hardship, he seemed to have forgotten how difficult it was for them when they were dismissed. The most arduous tasks aside, they were dismissed with just a single complaint. Colleagues who had previously offered him gifts fought openly in the streets, receiving only a mild reprimand, while they were dismissed without even being told the nature of their complaints. The worst was Kai Go, who was also dismissed for merely speaking in their defense. General Xie, I genuinely hope the military can take over the Security Bureau. For the common people, the current bureau is merely another hell. Gao Ziyan continued his brother's tirade, finally releasing the pent-up grievances that had long been suppressed. No, that's not it. Little Gao, you've misunderstood. Please don't listen to their words. General Xie. I didn't accept any gifts. There's nothing of the sort. Really not. Su Yiwei had apparently forgotten that these two brothers were no pushover. Now that they had the opportunity to vent, they wouldn't let it slip by. He initially thought that by portraying himself as a victim to Siesinon, he might be spared, but instead he found himself sold out by the two brothers. Every word was true, and should Siesinon choose to investigate, Su Yiwei's position was certainly at risk. Siesinon glanced at Lucy, initially intending to merely test Su Yiwei. He did not anticipate being turned into a sounding board by the brothers. He was well aware of Su Yiwei's misdeeds. In a place like District 19, it was impossible for there not to be gray areas. However, having these issues laid bare, especially from someone associated with Lucy, complicated matters for Siesinon. He had only just cleared his name from the previous incident involving false military orders, and now he found himself in a difficult position. Director Su, I said I could understand you earlier. It seems you did not grasp the essence of my words. Everything can be resolved. It is merely a matter of the choices you make. Lucy seized the opportunity to extricate Siesinon from his predicament while formally courting Sui Wei. If he possessed even a modicum of intelligence, he would recognize that it was time to abandon the sinking ship of Wang Bai. The matters you mentioned will certainly be investigated by General Xie. You will not suffer in vain. Rest assured. Lucy offered a few comforting words, understanding that what they desired was simply fairness. Waking up to such excitement brought Lucy a sense of joy. However, her ankle was less than pleased. It had only just begun to heal after more than half a month, and after standing for so long, she thought she was fine. But upon taking a single step, a piercing pain shot through her body, causing her to lose her balance. Fortunately, Siesinan reacted swiftly, catching her in a princess carry. Lucy felt herself sway, resting against a firm and resilient chest. Lucy was momentarily stunned, at a loss for words. Out and about just a few days after your injury. Now you know the pain, don't you? Siesinan's tone seemed reproachful, yet was laced with tenderness. The subordinates who had been detaining her, hearing their general speak in such a manner, were taken aback. They had previously heard rumors that General Xie's beloved was in Sicily. Now, it was evident that this girl was indeed the one, leaving some skeptics astonished by the truth. Su Yiwei was equally astonished, realizing the nature of Siesinan and Lucy's relationship. Recalling his earlier harsh words directed at Lucy, he felt as though the ground had fallen from beneath him. Suddenly, the words Lucy had spoken to him earlier resonated within him. It was a subtle invitation for reconciliation. This was the perfect moment to express his allegiance. He hurried forward to showcase his goodwill. Luo Wei and the others stifled their laughter, realizing that General Xie was quite adept at pursuing his beloved. As they reached the arched entrance, Shang Kai obstructed Su Yiwei from entering alongside them. What? I just clarified things with Boss Lucy, didn't I? Why are you still apprehending me? Su Yiwei exclaimed, panic etched across his face. Indeed, but you haven't clarified matters with the general yet. Du fait disregarder Su Yiwei's protest. Dragging him onto the vehicle. The grain bureau. What did you say? Taken away by Siesinan? Why would he go there? Wang Bai sprang from the sofa in shock upon hearing Wu Dakuei's words. What else? Hurry and tell me. Wang Bai was on the verge of panic. The informant also mentioned that your mother had scolded General Xie, claiming you were a high-ranking official in the grain bureau, and that if they offended you, they would be left without food. Wu Dakuei's voice grew softer with each word, cautiously observing Wang Bai's expression. Upon hearing this, Wang Bai was stunned. His mother might ruin his career. Chapter 107. Lucy's manipulation. Lucy was cradled in Sieshinan's arms, drawing the attention of many as they made their way. Fearing misunderstandings, Lucy attempted to squirm free several times, but Sieshinan firmly held her in place. Stay still. If you fall and get hurt, I won't take responsibility, he said lightly, though his grip discreetly tightened on her leg, discovering that she had little flesh on her frame. Realizing he would not relent, Lucy ceased her resistance. It was not until they entered the small building that Xie Shannan finally set her down on the sofa. How could Major Xie suddenly arrive in Sicily? Lucy inquired with curiosity. Well, it was only after my subordinate reported to me that I learned of it, Xie Shannan admitted, having been caught in a fib. So, you sent someone to monitor Sicily? Lucy's eyes widened in disbelief. No, I quickly denied that. It's for protection, not surveillance. Isn't it essentially the same? What is the difference? Lucy shot back. It is indeed different. Given the recent events, I sense they are aimed at Sicily. Protecting you also allows us to catch the mastermind behind it, Xie Shannan elaborated. It seemed that Major Xie was facing considerable difficulties. Lucy suddenly grew intrigued, eager to extract some clues from him. You should know that military information cannot be disclosed lightly, right? Xie Shannan deduced her intentions from her expression. How would I know? I've never served in the military. Lucy pouted, somewhat displeased at being seen through. Really never served? Xie Shannan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her. What? Did Major Xie think of an old acquaintance upon seeing me? Lucy's words struck a chord within him. Meanwhile, outside, Luo Wei observed as Major Xie exited, her expression tinged with irritation. After giving a brief nod to herself, she strode towards the arched doorway. Has Xie Shannan left? Lucy asked upon seeing Luo Wei enter. Yes. What is wrong with Major Xia? He seems rather displeased, Luo Wei responded. Do not concern yourself with him. By the way, there are now 25 new apartments. Please expedite the selection of suitable tenants for me. Lucy handed over the room details. I would have forgotten to ask you if you hadn't team mentioned it. This morning, everyone is talking about how much Sicily has changed. How did you manage to construct so many buildings overnight? Luo Wei exclaimed in astonishment. Of course, that is my skill. That is not important. The priority now is to attract tenants and earn money. Remember, the tenants must be of high quality. Lucy had no intention of explaining her sleepless night of construction. Fortunately, Luo Wei was not one to pry. Once Luo Wei departed, Lucy rubbed her aching ankle. Recalling the heavy words of old lady Lu regarding her biological mother, which felt like a bombshell to her. If true, where was her real mother now? Had she passed away or simply left? The more she pondered, the more her head throbbed, and she longed for answers but was uncertain where to begin her search. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Lucy took out her communicator and called Ming Han. Lucy, you truly are patient to call me. Ming Han's voice quickly rang out on the other end. What do you mean? Why would I call you? Lucy replied, perplexed. What do you think? Why would you call me? Ming Han countered. I wish to ask for your assistance in investigating a matter, since you owe me for losing the bet, Lucy stated plainly. Investigate what? Ming Han feigned ignorance. In Mingju, are you familiar with it? I am, but you must plead with me. Ming Han proudly raised his chin. How can Ming become so untrustworthy? Forget it. Lucy realized he would not genuinely assist. I am trustworthy, but that doesn't prevent you from begging me. Ming, you are too busy. I shall seek Major Xia instead, Lucy said with a hint of sarcasm. Wait. Upon hearing Xia Shunan's name, Ming Han became anxious. Forget it. I won't trouble you, Ming. Lucy secretly chuckled, feeling she had the upper hand. What do you need him for? I know much more than he does. I know everything he doesn't. Ming Han insisted urgently. However, I do not need to plead with Major Xia. He can handle matters efficiently, and before Lucy could finish, Ming Han interrupted. Go ahead, tell me specifically what you wish to investigate. Ming Han, exasperated, realized he had been maneuvered. After ending the call, Lucy opened her email, revealing a document of over 100 pages filled with information regarding Mingju. When Lucy finished reading, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Her stomach growled with hunger as she rose to fetch a snack. Passing by the window, she noticed a woman's silhouette lingering outside her door. Suddenly, Lucy opened the door, catching the figure off guard. It was Sun Lying. Reporter Sun, is there something you need? Lucy initiated the conversation. Well. The usually articulate Sun Lying found herself momentarily speechless. It's all right. If you haven't made up your mind, we could discuss it another day. Lucy sensed that Sun Lying intended to talk about the news report, yet it was evident she was not prepared. Lucy decided to grant her more time, as when the moment was right, it would coincide with Sun Lying's departure. Sun Lying was taken aback by Lucy's calm demeanor. After completing the report, she had experienced a twinge of regret. She had anticipated that Lucy would confront her swiftly, demanding explanations, and perhaps even expelling her from Sicily. Sun had prepared for this eventuality, intending to present witnesses and conduct an exclusive interview, meticulously planning the entire sequence of events. However, what she had not foreseen was Lucy's indifference toward the repercussions of the report. In fact, for both Sicily and Lucy, the report posed no substantial threat. It merely served as a topic of casual conversation among the townsfolk. Some residents even took pleasure in their circumstances, relishing the comfort of sufficient food and shelter, an unimaginable luxury in these apocalyptic times. Lucy did not follow the route she had meticulously planned, and a sense of urgency began to envelop her. She contemplated approaching her for a conversation, yet she was at a loss for words. Just as she was gathering her thoughts, Lucy unexpectedly opened the door and mentioned that she would wait until she had fully considered her words. This was a clear indication that she did not regard herself with the importance she deserved. Sun Lying's frustration grew with each passing moment. Chapter 108. The object of Xie Senen's affection upon learning that if her father did not inquire about her outing, she should remain silent. Zhang Ai promptly exited the vehicle. She approached the sentry booth, presented her credentials, and was granted passage. Zhang AI made her way directly to CS Senen's office building. At that moment, the morning exercises had just concluded, and soldiers were heading in small groups to the cafeteria for breakfast. Zhang AI overheard several individuals discussing the beloved of Major General Xie, causing her cheeks to flush and her heart to race with excitement. She had not anticipated that CS Senen held her in such high regard, prompting her to slow her pace to eavesdrop on their conversation. Is there any doubt? I accompanied the Major General personally. You should have seen her. She was truly stunning, with fair, delicate skin and large, expressive eyes. The way she looked at the Major General was filled with affection, boasted one soldier loudly. As Zhang AI listened, she grew increasingly perplexed. What was this talk of a princess carry? When had she ever been cradled by CS Senen? They hadn't even held hands. At that moment, it dawned on her that the heartthrob these soldiers were speaking of was not her at all. Desiring to learn more, Zhang AI followed the soldiers to the cafeteria. Sitting behind them, she gleaned snippets of their conversation. Suddenly, she recalled that during her last visit to the military base, a female soldier had mentioned a place called Sicily, claiming that CS Senen resided there as well. It appeared that the two had become involved at that very location. What a scoundrel! How could he be unfaithful? Zhang AI muttered resentfully, her voice louder than she intended, attracting the attention of the soldiers around her. They turned to glance at her in confusion, quickly falling silent. As Zhang AI exited the cafeteria, she pulled out her communicator and searched for information on Sicily. She soon found several details emerging about the place. It appeared that Sicily did not even have its own independent web page. The most prominent listing was a rental advertisement. Upon inspection, the environment seemed quite pleasant, offering various housing options at prices that appeared reasonable for District 19, though to Zhang AI, who had grown up in District 1, they seemed almost free of charge. It seemed this place was quite popular. Not wishing to expose her personal circumstances, lest CS Senen discover her intentions, she opted for a 3-bedroom apartment for a half-year lease, leaving all other sections blank before sending the email. Early in the morning, Luo Wei busied herself with the tenant list. Typically, she would continue from where she left off the previous day. However, upon opening the application list today, she noticed the most recent email with the subject line indicating a 3-bedroom half-year rental. Knowing Lucy was eager to earn some money, she excitedly opened the email, only to find it devoid of any personal information. Luo Wei found herself momentarily at a loss, uncertain whether she should filter it out. Lucy accompanied Shun Ling on a tour of the newly established clinic. Teacher Shun, I am uncertain about your specific requirements. Please take a moment to assess whether the environment meets your expectations. Should you need anything, simply write it down, and I shall ensure you receive everything. Xiaohe gently urged as she assisted Shun Ling, while Lucy leaned on her cane. Shun Ling was taken aback by how swiftly Lucy had constructed the research room she desired. Although it was a clinic, it held the same significance for her. Tears of joy glimmered in her eyes, rendering her momentarily speechless. Teacher Shun, do not be so overwhelmed, Xiaohe remarked, having not witnessed such an emotional display from Shun Ling in quite some time. Despite her words, she felt a surge of happiness. Indeed, Teacher Shun, everything will improve. You need not worry about anything. Simply express your needs. Lucy felt a sense of relief, believing she had not betrayed Shun Ling's trust. Once funding allowed, she vowed to create a genuine research facility for her. Oh, by the way, Lucy, how is your search for unused fragments progressing? Shun Ling inquired, regaining her composure. I am still searching. It is quite challenging. There has been no news thus far, Lucy replied with a hint of frustration. Anu has shown signs of awakening several times, and delaying further could be detrimental. Shun Ling expressed her concern. What do you mean by detrimental? Lucy asked, confused. If Anu awakens and then falls asleep again, it will be exceedingly difficult. Awakening will exacerbate his transformation, drastically reducing the chances of success. Should the transformation fail, Anu will descend into madness. In the past, such a state would have. Shun Ling could not bring herself to continue, sighing heavily. Lucy understood her implication. I comprehend, Teacher Shun. I will hasten my search for the fragments. I cannot allow Anu to perish, Lucy resolved, gripping her cane tightly, contemplating the need to check on Soren's well-being. At this moment, Zhang AI felt an urge to act. Reflecting on her relationship with CSE Nan, she realized she had always been the one to offer warmth, while he remained distant, as if uttering a single word would cost him dearly. She had believed this was merely his nature, unaware that he could also show tenderness, albeit not towards her. Upon Zhang AI's arrival in Sicily, she found a resource distribution just concluding. She observed the throngs of citizens carrying food as they boarded the ferry to depart Sicily. Shankai was overseeing the departure of those who had just procured supplies when he noticed Zhang AI disembarking, assuming she too had come for resources. He informed her that the distribution had ended and suggested she return the following day. "I'm not here for supplies. I wish to rent an apartment," Zhang AI replied, casting him a disdainful glance and stepping back slightly. Zhang Gui, noticing her reaction and glancing down at his own appearance, marked with dust and stains from the supplies, observed her finely made clothing and deduced she must be affluent. "Very well. Please wait a moment. I will summon the manager," Shankai said, heading towards the archway. Zhang AI surveyed her surroundings, noting the grimy ground. Aside from a few operating ferry vehicles, the buildings appeared rather ordinary, devoid of any embellishments. She could not fathom why CSC Nan chose to reside in such a place, preferring a slum over the well-appointed military district. Before long, the man from earlier emerged from the archway, accompanied by a young woman of average appearance, who likely was not the one she suspected. Now, whenever Zhang AI encountered a woman from Sicily, she couldn't help but wonder if she was CSC Nan's beloved. "Good day, Mississippi. I hear you are seeking an apartment?" Luo Wei approached Zhang AI, unsure of the reason behind her smile, yet sensing that this lady was not well-liked. Considering Lucy awaited her tenant list, she was eager to dismiss Zhang AI swiftly. "Excuse me, I applied for a 3-bedroom apartment for a 6-month lease. Surely you wouldn't deny me even the courtesy of a response?" Zhang AI retorted, believing a few words would not be sufficient to send her away. Upon hearing this, Luo Wei realized the application email had indeed originated from her earlier that morning. Thankful she had not included Zhang AI on the list, she quickly assessed that the young woman would be a troublesome tenant. "I apologize, miss, but everyone must await the owner's approval. I hope you can understand." "I do not understand. I wish to rent an apartment right now. I am not without means. What is there to approve?" Zhang AI rolled her eyes, interrupting Luo Wei with a sharp tone. Luo Wei offered an apologetic glance, forcing a smile before retreating into the building. Zhang AI, unable to contain her frustration, stumbled back and sat heavily on a takeout box. The sound of the box crumpling beneath her startled her, and she looked down in disbelief to see her light pink dress stained with the savory juices of the pork within. "Oh no, my dress!" As she fell, Gao Ziheng had intended to help her, but was startled by her sudden exclamation, which left his ears ringing. Shankai and Gao Ziyin laughed until their sides ached, yet they politely assisted her to her feet. "Is this how you treat your tenants?" Zhang AI felt embarrassed. But more importantly, she mourned her dress. This outfit was the latest style, all the rage in the Central District, and she had paid a handsome price for it. She had intended to wear it to meet CSE Nan, but instead of making his acquaintance, her dress was ruined. Frustrated and flustered, she pushed Gao Ziheng away. "Why are you pushing me? I was merely trying to help." Gao Ziheng exclaimed, caught off guard and stumbling to the ground himself. As he rose, brushing off the dirt, he shot Zhang AI an exasperated glance. "Miss, one cannot simply barge into Sicily uninvited. This door requires authorization, is not open to all. If someone intruded into your home at will, would you be pleased?" Gao Ziyin attempted to mediate, and at this moment, Zhang AI began to regain her composure. Realizing her earlier behavior had been quite unbecoming, she offered an apologetic glance to Gao Ziheng, expressing her regret. Gao Ziheng said nothing, returning to his work. "You could have approached this more graciously. Your previous demeanor hardly suggested you were seeking assistance. Although Sicily may not rival the Central District, it is not a place one can enter without discretion. One might think we are your family's servants," Shankai remarked bluntly, tearing away Zhang AI's facade. "Miss Zhangai, is it? Please, come inside," Lucy announced from the entrance, leaning on her cane. Lucy granted her access, and Zhiyao AI entered Sicily. Upon stepping inside, she discovered that the environment was truly delightful. Towering buildings loomed overhead, the streets were wide, and lush greenery flourished along the sidewalks, vibrant and beautiful. Upon entering the office, Lucy handed her a bottle of lemonade. "Miss Zhiyao, I am Lucy, the person in charge of Sicily. This is our manager, Ro, whom you just met." Lucy introduced them, and Zhiyao AI quickly stood up to apologize to Ro for her earlier behavior. "I reviewed Miss Zhang's rental application, but it was left blank. Our properties in Sicily are in high demand. Due to the limited availability and high number of applicants, we operate on an approval basis. Simply applying does not guarantee residency. I overheard some of your comments outside. Since you are here to work in District 19, yet your rental application indicates a 6-month stay, may I inquire about this discrepancy?" Lucy questioned. I heard that a longer rental period increases the chances of approval," Zhiyao AI replied, glancing at Lucy's face, finding her quite attractive. Not much different from herself, and very youthful, perhaps in her early 20s. However, she thought to herself that someone in Lucy's position must not be financially struggling, nor would she seek to ingratiate herself with Siesinon for money or fame. Lost in her thoughts, Zhiyao AI scarcely registered Lucy's words. "Miss Zhiyao? Miss Zhiyao?" Ro found her behavior peculiar. She had been so exuberant earlier, yet now she appeared as docile as a little rabbit. Zhiyao AI was distracted, staring blankly at Lucy. What? Oh, I'm sorry. What did you just say?" Zhiyao AI jolted back to reality after Ro tapped her. "I asked how long Miss Zhiyao intends to work here," Ro clarified. Approximately half a month," Zhiyao AI replied. She was here to meet Siesinon and would not leave without seeing him. Uncertain of how to answer Lucy's question, she settled on a vague time frame. Earlier, Zhiyao AI had mentioned her fears of managing District 19 alone. Indeed, Sicily is relatively safer. In that case, you need not stay for 6 months. You may reside here for 10 days. Given that we are both women, I will allow you to rent short-term," Ro coughed, subtly reminding Lucy that they should not keep someone like Zhiyao AI around. "If you agree, you can move in today. After 10 days. Regardless of whether your work is finished, you must vacate Sicily." Lucy glanced at Ro but chose to disregard her warning. "Really? That's wonderful. Thank you, Lucy." Zhiyao AI was pleasantly surprised by Lucy's kindness and smoothly settled in. Once she located Siesinon's beloved, she would leave immediately. She had no desire to linger in this place, especially when the Central District had so much more to offer. Were it not for Siesinon, she would never subject herself to such hardship. With Lucy's decision made, Ro had no authority to intervene and reluctantly led Zhiyao AI through the check-in process, then escorted her to her room. Lucy was not foolish. She was well aware that Zhiyao AI appeared somewhat dubious. However, since the other party was heading to Sicily, it was better to keep her close at hand rather than allow her to stir trouble from the outside. Suddenly, Lucy retrieved her communicator, recalling that the A3 upgrade allowed for the installation of a surveillance system. After navigating the system interface with a few swipes and taps, she finally located the security settings. Upon entering, she discovered the option to install monitoring cameras in various locations around Sicily. Furthermore, she could also place devices to view the surveillance footage in her own room and office. This way, Shankai and the others would no longer need to toil daily at the entrance. Lucy had long desired to install a surveillance system, and she was unwilling to waste even a moment. Upon clicking the installation, every corner of Sicily was under watchful eyes, leaving no blind spots. Even her office was equipped with cameras, and she had constructed a new room in her small building exclusively for monitoring the feeds. Chapter 110. The secret investigation of Zhiyao AI. After the surveillance system was set up, Lucy found her sleep to be more restful than usual. Upon awakening and glancing at the time, she realized it was a rare occasion that she had risen early and decided to head to the dining hall for breakfast, sparing Roway the trouble of running back and forth to bring her meals. After tidying herself up, Lucy stepped outside. "Good morning, Lucy." Chen Yueing greeted her, sitting down across from her with breakfast in hand. "Good morning," Lucy replied, looking up to acknowledge her. "Hey, I heard that you and Major General Xie." Chen Yueing leaned in closer and whispered to Lucy after taking her seat. "Don't say such things. I have nothing to do with him. Lucy quickly interrupted Chun Yueying's words. Come on, why are you so shy? Major General Xie is quite handsome. Why not consider it? Chun Yueying teased with a playful grin. All right, enough of that. Don't go meddling in matters of the heart. Chun Yueying's husband, Li Nan, shot her a disapproving glance. What's wrong with that? A match of beauty and handsomeness is perfectly fitting. Chun Yueying retorted against her husband's remark. Lucy observed the two individuals before her engaged in a sweet, playful quarrel, shaking her head in exasperation as she returned her focus to her meal. Yet, an unsettling sensation lingered, as if something were watching her. Could it be due to the presence of surveillance? Lucy pretended to tidy her hair, turning her head only to find Zhang Ai gazing in her direction. Upon noticing Lucy's sudden movement, Zhang Ai awkwardly smiled and quickly lowered her head to eat, though it was evident her mind was elsewhere. Waking up early, Zhang Ai felt a sense of insecurity due to the sudden change in her sleeping arrangements. When Luo Wei had introduced her to the cafeteria during their check-in the previous day, she initially hesitated to dine there. However, considering it was a gathering place for most tenants of Sicily, she thought it might be an opportunity to gather some useful information. The meals at Sicily were quite decent, albeit lacking her preferred dishes. To maintain her figure, she typically consumed lighter fare, while the food at Sicily was a veritable carb-laden feast, devoid of even a hint of vegetables. Yet, to avoid drawing attention, she casually purchased a little something. Finding a central spot to sit, she kept her eyes and ears open, attentive to the happenings around her. After spending the entire morning in the cafeteria without hearing anything related to Xie Xinan, she eventually caught a mention of General Xie from a girl dining with Lucy. However, seated at a distance, amidst the din of the cafeteria, she could not catch the details. Observing the girl's features, plump and not particularly attractive, she noted the closeness between the girl and the man beside her, suggesting they were likely a couple, thus ruling her out as Xie Xinan's love interest. Nevertheless, Zhang Ai contemplated in her mind the possibility of inquiring further. After breakfast, Lucy summoned Luo Wei and the others to her office, showcasing the surveillance equipment, which left them all astonished and curious about how Lucy had managed to bring such items into Sicily. Lucy, why didn't you call us when you set this up? Did you move it all by yourself? Your foot isn't even healed yet. Luo Wei pouted in complaint. How could I move it on my own? Don't worry. I had help, Lucy replied playfully, winking mischievously. Gao Ziheng, still curious, pressed on. Who helped you? Who did this? Stop asking. Why are you so nosy? Gao Ziyan chided his younger brother, urging him to be quiet. I called you here to explain how to use the surveillance system. Sicily is now entirely covered, including this office. You 31T need to stand guard outside anymore. Just take turns monitoring the footage from here as before. Shan Kai and the two brothers were quite pleased with this arrangement. By the way, what is that black pillar outside for? Luo Wei suddenly recalled seeing a slender black column outside the dormitory building that morning. That's it. Lucy pointed to a microphone-like device on the table. That pillar has a loudspeaker on top. In the future, whenever there is an announcement, just speak into this mic, and all tenants of Sicily will hear it. No more need to go door to door. Luo Wei found it fascinating. Life at Sicily was becoming increasingly convenient. Zhang Ai waited patiently at the entrance of the dormitory building. Her 3-bedroom apartment was in a separate building, and soon enough, Chun Yueying and her husband emerged, heading toward the archway. Assuming they were off to work, she feigned departure and quickly followed them. Hi, I'm Zhang Ai, the new tenant. She introduced herself as she caught up. Hello, I'm Chun Yueying, and this is my husband, Li Nan, Chun Yueying replied. Li Nan glanced at Zhang Ai and greeted her as well. Are you off to work? Zhang Ai initiated small talk. Yes, you too? Where do you work? Chun Yueying inquired. I'm heading to the military base. What about you? Zhang Ai responded. Oh, are you in the military? Chun Yueying asked, surprised by Zhang Ai's expensive attire. No, I'm not in the military. I've come from the central district to handle some matters at the base. I rushed here without arranging accommodation, so I was fortunate to hear that I could rent a place at Sicily. Otherwise, I would have had to sleep on the street last night. Zhang Ai joked. As they chatted, they boarded the shuttle bus. I heard Sicily is safe because of General Xie's protection. Is that true? Zhang AI seized the moment to inquire about Siesinan. It was evident that Chun Yueying was quite naive, and Zhang AI felt she might extract some information about Siesinan from her. After discussing various topics, Zhang AI got straight to the point once they were on the shuttle. General Xie? Oh, he just lives here. Don't listen to the rumors outside. It's true that Sicily is safe. You must have seen it. The archway has restricted access. Without Lucy's clearance, no one can enter, which is why it's secure. Chun Yueying explained proudly about her residence in Sicily. Oh, I see. So you must see General Xie often. What is he like? Zhang AI probed further. Well, General Xie is quite handsome. He is very kind and always lends a hand with matters at Sicily, Chun Yueying gushed. Her thoughts filled with pink bubbles as she recalled Siesinan's tender demeanor towards Lucy. Zhang AI's expression shifted upon hearing this. It became apparent that Siesinan had only been cold and distant towards her. Zhang ai unfulfilled.Unexpectedly, So there must be many girls at Sicily who like him? I wouldn't know. It's only natural for handsome men to attract admirers. But what matters is whether General Xie likes them back. Chun Yueying said, a hint of disappointment in her voice as she realized such a charming man was not hers. As Chun Yueying was about to mention Lucy's name, her husband discreetly nudged her from behind. We don't know much about General Xie. As we don't interact with him often, Linan added, echoing his wife's sentiments. Zhang AI, perceptive enough to notice Linan's gesture, recognized her impatience might have raised suspicion. Since I'm here at the military base for business, I mainly wish to meet with General Xie. I don't know much about him, which is why I wanted to ask, Zhang AI hastily clarified. As the shuttle bus reached the border gate of District 19, Zhang AI sensed that Chun Yueying might know something more. She wanted to continue the conversation, but Linan seemed to have seen through her intentions. Chapter 111 Zhang AI. The unwelcome guest Zhang AI watched the couple depart, standing quietly for a moment. It would be wiser to wait until she could ask her questions in private. Reflecting on this, she turned to walk towards the military base. Hey, why are we going this way? Isn't to deter? Chun Yueying questioned, still trying to comprehend the situation. We're going this way to avoid that woman, Linan said, urging his wife to pick up the pace. Chun Yueying was puzzled. Why avoid her? Didn't you hear her incessantly asking about General Xie? Linan responded, slightly exasperated by her naivety. She mentioned she came from the Central District to handle business with General Xie. Who knows if that is true or if she is genuinely investigating him. We don't know enough about her, and if we say anything that leads to misunderstandings or affects General Xie, what then? Chun Yueying finally grasped her husband's reasoning, realizing he was right. Phew, good thing you caught that. I wouldn't have known how to handle it otherwise. So, should I tell Lucy about this? Chun Yueying pondered, feeling aligned with Lucy, especially since she was rooting for the pairing of Siesinan and Lucy. She didn't perceive Zhang AI as a villain, but anyone inquiring about General Xie felt like a rival. Well, perhaps it is better not to speak of it for now. If she continues to inquire about Major Xie, simply feign ignorance. Linan's summary was astute, and Chun Yueying nodded obediently. The guard, Tian Chuan, held a deep disdain for this young lady, as she often treated him like a mere servant. Yet, due to her connection with Siesinan, he found himself compelled to comply. Miss Zhang, the daily allocation of vegetables is fixed. If I give you some, it will deprive the major. Tian Chuan was well aware of Siesinan's health condition. His meals were meticulously arranged by the department's nutritionist. Any beneficial food was reserved for the major. With him absent, the vegetables would inevitably spoil, leading to waste, especially during these times of food scarcity, something you ought to be aware of. Zhang AI acknowledged the rationale, but simply did not wish to concede. Why is there no protein? So bland, she exclaimed, glancing at the plate of stir-fried vegetables and a bowl of kelp soup before her, visibly displeased. Miss, the major has stated that when he is not present, there is no need to reserve meat for him. In the army, vegetables are not always available, yet meat is served at every meal. Although Siesinan spoke little, he cared deeply for his soldiers. Thus, whenever he was away, the meat was sent to the mess hall to be provided to the troops. Zhang AI shot Tian Chuan an irritable glare. Fine, I understand. You may leave. The thought that her maid was enjoying better fare than herself made Zhang AI question her own infatuation with Siesinon. Yet, upon recalling his handsome visage and robust physique, she dismissed her discontent, convincing herself that a little hardship was trivial. After all, maintaining her figure was paramount, and eating less could be advantageous. Once satiated, she idly scrolled through her communicator, awaiting Tian Chuan to clear her dishes. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Tian Chuan, being in close proximity to Siesinon, might possess some insights. Tian Chuan, do you know if there are any women around Major Xie? She inquired, her tone surprisingly gentle, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. Tian Chuan was taken aback by her sudden change and replied, "No, I do not know." "How could you not know, considering you are with him every day?" Jiang Ai's tone grew more severe. "I'm only by his side when he is at the department." Although Siesinon had never explicitly communicated his relationship with Jiang Ai to Tian Chuan, it was painfully evident that this young lady was pursuing him. Adhering to a policy of avoiding trouble, he maintained his stance of ignorance. Seeing that Tian Chuan was genuinely unaware of anything, Jiang Ai lost interest in being cordial. She urged him to expedite the clearing of her dishes while she ventured out for a stroll. As she sat beneath the shade of a tree, digesting her meal, she spotted a familiar figure approaching the office building and promptly rose to call out, "Team Bai." Upon hearing her voice, Bai Mu Ran paused and turned, noticing the woman rushing toward him. "Miss Jiang, it has been a long time." Upon hearing Bai Mu Ran mention a destination, Jiang Ai's first thought was Sicily. Without even uttering a farewell, she turned and dashed toward the entrance. Sicily. Lucy had always felt that there were people watching her in Sicily. Although she was unsure of their identities or intentions, she sensed they were constantly surveilling her and the entire region, waiting for the right moment to expose the few troublemakers. "Lucy." Ming Heian unexpectedly appeared at the door. With the door ajar, he stood there, feigning a knock. "Oh, come on, just come in already. What else with the theatrics?" Lucy looked up to see Ming Heian. Habitually, she glanced at his hands, and indeed, he was holding a small box. "It's not for you," Ming Heian quipped, a smile playing at his lips as he plopped down on the sofa beside her. "Get lost if you have nothing important to say. I'm busy." Lucy shot him an annoyed glance. I'm just teasing you. I specially bought this from the Central District for you to try. Let's see if it's good." He pushed the small box towards her, seemingly enjoying her irritation, which made her look like an indignant pufferfish. Unwanted flattery, Lucy took the box, weighing in her hand, casting a sidelong glance at Ming Heian. His expression was one of playful mischief, and she couldn't help but wonder what scheme he was concocting. This thought occupied her mind as she noticed her disheveled appearance. Her clothes were soiled. Her hair was a mess, and beads of sweat on her forehead had smudged her meticulously applied makeup from the morning. When the ferry arrived in Sicily, she felt a pang of anxiety and dread. What would Siesinon think if he knew she was residing in Sicily? How could she explain it? Entering Sicily with trepidation, she pondered how to greet him, only to realize she had no idea which room Siesinon occupied. Thus, she turned and approached the entrance of her small building, overhearing laughter between a man and a woman inside. Chapter 112. Lucy is deceived. Jiang Ai felt her heart race. Could it be him? Though curiosity urged her to take a look, her feet felt like lead. Finally gathering her courage, she edged toward the door. Upon seeing the man's face, she froze. "Ming Heian?" Ming Heian turned at the sound from the doorway. "Jiang Gai, what are you doing here?" They both exclaimed in unison. "I live here." They echoed again, exchanging exasperated glances. "Are you mimicking me?" Jiang Ai raised her voice in annoyance. "Who is mimicking you? What are you doing here instead of staying at the military base?" Ming Heian replied, irritated that his moment with Lucy was disrupted. "Why do you care where I live?" Jeanne intentioniste. Originally intending to leave, her curiosity compelled her to take a peek inside. As expected, it was just the two of them, and her attention was drawn to the small box on the table. This was the latest offering from the store, one she had yet to taste. Excited, she stepped inside. Could it be a new flavor? Her eyes sparkled with delight as she reached for it, only to have Ming Heian swat her hand away. "Did I say you could eat it? You, who always flaunts your high society status. Didn't he learn not to take things without asking?" His words were harsh, causing Jiang Ai to pause and glance at the quiet Lucy. Jiang Ai's etiquette was selective. She only exhibited it towards those she esteemed or who belonged to her social class. To her, everyone else was beneath her, mere servants unworthy of her regard, including Lucy. Despite Lucy being in charge of Sicily, Zhang AI viewed her as just another lowly worker. "Oh, my apologies, Miss Lucy." She smiled apologetically at Lucy. "It's fine. If Miss Zhang likes it, please help yourself," Lucy replied coolly. Zhang AI was taken aback by Lucy's nonchalance, momentarily feeling like a fool, as if she were an uncultured commoner. She stood awkwardly, unsure whether to stay or leave. Ming Heian brought the box closer to Lucy. "Not for her. This is for you." "Oh, Ming Heian, are you courting someone?" Zhang AI suddenly understood his attentive demeanor towards Lucy. "What is it to you? Just leave already and go warm your cold shoulders." Ming Heian snapped impatiently. "Miss Lucy, I advise you to keep your distance from people like him. He is not worth your time." Zhang AI provocatively glanced at Ming Heian, recalling his comment about Siesinan being cold-hearted. "Is your concern for someone else? Look at yourself now. You're not trying to fit in just to get close to Siesinan, are you? But I must say, you do seem to blend in quite well with the 19th district," Ming Heian remarked disdainfully. Having always looked down on Zhang AI, he wondered how someone from such a prestigious family could be raised to act so poorly. Zhang AI quickly pulled a small mirror from her bag upon hearing his comment. She gasped at her disheveled appearance. In this state, no one would believe her claims of being a wealthy heiress. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She covered her face and fled. Meanwhile, Lucy grasped the crux of the situation. Zhang AI had come to Sicily in pursuit of Siesinan. Realizing she had been deceived, she felt an overwhelming sense of regret for having allowed Zhang AI to stay. She vowed never to make such a mistake again. In the 19th District Mayor's office, "Siesinan, is this situation you reported accurate? This is no trivial matter." Mayor Guo Yu massaged his throbbing temples, perplexed by the newly appointed Wang by hasty actions. While it was acceptable to seek profit, he felt it was done too impulsively. Siesinan handed over a document to Guo Yu. "This is a detailed report on the matter. Please take a look." After a moment's hesitation, he continued, "Thanks to Sicily's assistance during this food crisis, it would have been exceedingly difficult for the lower-class citizens of the 19th District to endure without it." "Oh, Sicily? You're referring to the base directly west of the 19th District? I heard you also reside there?" Guo Yu raised his gaze to Siesinan. "Yes. Initially concerned about their potential threat to the 19th District, I moved there to investigate. Now it appears to be just an ordinary grassroots organization, primarily providing shelter and food. It seems to be the handiwork of someone from the Central District, managed by a young lady named Lucy. The person behind it remains unknown to me." Siesinan reported the situation truthfully. Guo Yu nodded in response. "I'd like to meet that young lady sometime to express my gratitude. Please arrange it. Also, let us keep Wang Bai's affair discreet." Siesinan nodded and exited Guo Yu's office, returning to the military base that evening. "Nothing urgent. You may rest now." Siesinan waved his hand, removing his military jacket. "Major General, have you eaten?" Tian Chuan inquired, taking the jacket from him. Siesinan had been tirelessly investigating the food crisis for days, severely lacking sleep. The last time he had slept was 32 hours ago, and he had no appetite, longing only for a good night's rest. Zhang AI figured that rather than indulge in her anxious thoughts, she might as well head to the cafeteria for a stroke of luck. After all, Siesinan's subordinates had clearly noticed his flirtations with that woman. Surely someone knew something. Zhang AI arrived at the cafeteria, surveying the area. Among the crowd, she spotted two stylishly dressed girls selecting items from the food counter. She approached, pretending to accidentally bump into Jean Yuna. "Oh," Jean Yuna shrieked. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. Are you okay?" Zhang Nuai exclaimed, spilling half a bottle of soda over Jean Yuna. Why aren't you paying attention? You stain my clothes." Jean Yuna assessed Zhang AI and noted her exquisite attire. Previously, she had received intel regarding the arrival of a noble young lady from Sicily who resided alone in a 3-bedroom apartment. It could only be the unfamiliar face before her. Indeed, in such a vast space, it will surely be impossible to wash it out. Han Chengmei chimed in. "My sincerest apologies. How about this? I have plenty of clothes. I can give you one." Jin Yuna and Han Cheng-mei exchanged glances, feigning reluctance before nodding in agreement. Chapter 113. Jiang AI, the fiancé. The room is indeed spacious. Han Cheng-mei felt a pang of envy, while Jin Yuna silently observed. Denying her envy would be disingenuous. Do you live here alone? Jin Yuna inquired. Noticing Jiang AI had entered, Han Cheng-mei signaled to Jin Yuna. She retrieved a small black square from her pocket, scanning the area until she found a discreet spot under the coffee table, where she affixed the object. After ensuring it was secured, she produced a palm-sized debugger, switched it on, and the indicator light transitioned from red to green, prompting a nod from Jin Yuna. So, you're on a short-term lease? Are you here for work? Jin Yuna pressed further. She examined the garments, all of premium quality, some even brand new. Clearly, this woman was affluent, and cultivating a relationship was essential. These are all new, right? Jin Yuna remarked, caressing the fabric, her expression one of delight. Jiang AI regarded her with disdain for her apparent lack of sophistication. Yet she complimented, yes, they're all new. After all, I wouldn't want to repay you with old clothes for staining yours. Jin Yuna looked up at Jiang AI, her face brightening with a smile. By the way, my name is Jiang AI. How do you both address yourselves? Jiang AI found the pair to be amiable and felt that engaging with them could prove beneficial. I am Jin Yuna, and this is my roommate, Han Cheng-mei. What lovely names you have, Jiang Gai exclaimed. I believe these outfits would complement your aura splendidly. If you don't mind, please take them all. Her generosity sparked excitement in Jin Yuna's eyes. Is it truly acceptable? Of course. Oh, you two haven't eaten yet, have you? Keep the clothes. Let us head to the cafeteria to eat and chat. Jiang AI proposed. Thus, the trio joyfully made their way to the dining hall. Within the span of a meal, the three grew as close as confidants. Luo Wei arrived late, finding the cafeteria nearly deserted, yet the sounds of their laughter echoed loudly. Observing Zhang et sa part en disconfort, she suggested they buy some snacks and retreat to her room for a chat. Watching them leave together, Luo Wei felt a sense of unease about Jiang AI, deeming her to be quite extraordinary, though fortunately, she would not be staying long. As their conversation flowed merrily, Jiang AI sensed it was time to steer the discussion toward her objective. While chatting, she considered the prospect of presenting herself as Xie Senen's fiancée. Direct inquiries regarding Xie Senen's affairs in Sicily would likely yield little, given their unfamiliarity. However, portraying herself as his fiancée, he would position her as the aggrieved party. Should he pursue other women? Surely, others would empathize with her plight. Jiang AI marveled at her ingenuity. How could she devise such a clever strategy? Indeed, the daughters of the Jiang family were both beautiful and astute. By the way, Jiang AI, how long do you intend to stay in Sicily? We've only just met. You and TB leaving in a few days, would you? Han Cheng-mei playfully pouted, her charm irresistible to both men and women alike. She tugged at Jiang AI's arm, her voice sweetly coaxing. Jiang AI responded with an affectionate embrace. Actually, I'm here to see my fiancé. Of course, work is part of the reason, but primarily, I came to see him. Unfortunately, he has been so busy that I haven't seen him yet. Upon finishing, Jiang AI shyly covered her mouth with a laugh. Fiancé? My goodness, you have a fiancé already? How old are you? Han Cheng-mei exclaimed. I'm 24. You must be younger than I am. We were childhood sweethearts. Though we aren't team married, it feels as though we are an old married couple. Jiang AI beamed with joy. What does your fiancé do? How can he be so busy that he hasn't even met his future wife yet? It's quite perilous for you to be living alone. Jin Yuna expressed her concern. A soldier? Living in Sicily? Han Cheng-mei quickly pieced it together, and Jiang AI smirked, pleased with her reaction. Your fiancé? It wouldn't happen to be Major General Xie, would it? Jin Yuna exchanged a knowing glance with Han Cheng-mei, both struck by the revelation. They were dispatched to Sicily to gather intelligence due to their ongoing difficulties in establishing rapport with Lucy. Recent significant developments had impeded their information collection, resulting in various degrees of reprimand. Yet, who would have anticipated that fate would serve them such a prime opportunity? They had to seize the moment. Yes, it is Xie Senen. Do you know him? Jiang AI reveled in her cunning plan, sensing their interest. Major General Xie? Who doesn't he know him? Achieving the rank of Major General at such a young age and being so handsome. Do be cautious. Many young women have their eyes on him. Han Shengmei yested. Really? Interested in him? Surely you jest. With that icy demeanor, who could possibly like him? If our families weren't close friends, who would want to be engaged to him? Zhang Ai feigned disdain for Xie Senin. Indeed, young lady, you have everything, so why would you care? However, not everyone is as fortunate as you. You are in a long-distance relationship, so beware of other women trying to encroach upon your territory, Jin Yuna implied. Zhang Ai understood her insinuation and eagerly awaited the opportunity. So, you're suggesting there are those in Sicily who harbor affections for him? She feigned innocence. Whether they do or not, we cannot say. However, Major General Xie frequently visits others, and you two may be childhood sweethearts, but time can change feelings, Han Qingmei mused. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Ai's fists clenched tightly, her nails digging into her flesh as she remained oblivious to her own agitation. Han Qingmei exchanged a triumphant glance with Jin Yuna, their collaboration proving successful. Fool! Han Qingmei reveled in her triumph, for their superior had long been troubled by the inability to infiltrate the central district. Now, fortune had delivered an opportunity directly to their doorstep. Chapter 114. Zhang Ai confronts Lucy. Zhang Ai sat motionless on the sofa, only realizing at dawn that she had remained there throughout the night. A slight movement revealed her body was sore. She touched her face, finding it damp, and looked down to see her shirt soaked. Wiping her face, she discovered smudged makeup on her hands. In her heart, Zhang Ai believed Xie Senin belonged to her. Though he displayed little warmth, he was not indifferent. His demeanor, while cool, still conveyed a degree of care. She had always thought that he was merely shy in expressing his feelings. However, upon hearing detailed accounts of how he treated Lucy, she grasped that he was fully aware of how to win a woman's heart. He knew to bring her little treats, to rescue her in times of danger, and to make efforts to please her. What, then, had she been to him all these years? He was undoubtedly aware of her feelings, yet he had never rejected her. Overwhelmed by her thoughts, Zhang Ai found herself weeping once more, unwilling to accept the conclusion of her feelings. She felt powerless to suppress her affection for Xie Senin. Making her way to the restroom, she washed away her makeup, revealing a pale and haggard visage. After tidying herself, she set out to find Lucy. At that moment, Lucy was still lost in slumber, vaguely aware of a knocking at the door. More precisely, it was the sound of someone rapping at the door. Groggy, she sat up and opened the window to peer outside, where she spotted Zhang Ai. Lucy felt a throbbing headache and aching eyes, her intuition warning her of impending trouble. Rather than descending directly, she leaned out of the window, addressing the figure below. Zhang Ai, is there something you need? Zhang Ai, hearing the voice from above, looked up to see Lucy resting her chin on her hand, eyes closed against the morning light. Lucy, I have something to ask you. Zhang Ai's expression was grave. Do you know what time it is? Is it necessary to speak so early? Lucy yawned, fatigue evident in her demeanor. Yes, I must ask you right now. Zhang Ai, provoked by Lucy's nonchalance, felt a surge of frustration. She had spent the entire night awake, while Lucy, having enjoyed a restful slumber, seemed blissfully unaware of her turmoil. Are you certain this is how you wish to communicate? Zhang Ai, infuriated, gazed up at Lucy, questioning the disdain implied in her posture. You see, I've injured my ankle and cannot come down to let you in. Since you insist on discussing this now, it must be done this way. Lucy opened her eyes, looking down at Zhang Ai. Lucy, do not overstep. You are truly shameless. Zhang Ai could no longer contain her emotions, unleashing a torrent of anger. The accusation of being shameless jolted Lucy into full awareness. Zhang Ai, you ought to take responsibility for your words. Lucy frowned, her irritation prompting her to shut the window. Lucy, come out. Are you afraid? After behaving so shamelessly, do you wish to hide like a coward? Zhang Ai, believing Lucy to be intimidated, continued her vitriol. Though early, the hour was not devoid of onlookers. Some tenants had gathered, curious about the unfolding drama. Observing the crowd, Zhang Ai feeling wronged, began to weep. Lucy, you have been deceived as well. I do not blame you. But what does it mean to hide from me? I am his fiancé, E. I do not wish to quarrel. I merely want to warn you against becoming further ensnared. Miss, are you seeking Lucy? Speak calmly. There is no need to cry. Cheng Zhiyao, unable to tolerate a woman in distress, intervened, despite being unaware of the full context. This gentleman, Lucy, is involved with my fiancé, a fact I only learned yesterday. Lucy, knowing my fiancé is engaged, continues to pursue him. I have come to plead with her. Zhang Ai's eyes were red from crying. Her sleepless night, lending her a haunting beauty. What? That cannot be. Lucy is not that kind of person. Cheng Zhiyao immediately countered Zhang Ai's claim. Who is your fiancé? Zhu Yu, from the crowd, inquired. It is Major General C.S. Shernan, who resides in CC. We were childhood sweethearts. Our families are closely connected. Had he not been reassigned to District 19, we might have been married by now. Zhang Ai's assertions were logical and well-founded, and the onlookers began to regard her attire, made of fine materials, with newfound belief in her words. Someone in the crowd remarked that she was indeed the new tenant of the 3-bedroom apartment, allegedly rented by the Major General. This comment came from Han Qingmei, who hid among the spectators, inciting emotions within the group. Young lady, I assure you, Lucy is not that kind of person. You must have misunderstood. If there is any entanglement, it is the Major General pursuing Lucy, Fong Rinsong, a staunch supporter of Lucy, declared. Hearing this, Cheng Zhiyao aligned himself with Fong Rinsong. Indeed, Lucy would never chase after a married man. She is so busy that she hardly has time to eat, let alone engage in romance. Their words resonated with the crowd, swaying public opinion in Lucy's favor. You do not spend every hour with Lucy. How would you know if she is in a relationship? Han Qingmei taunted from the throng. Everyone should disperse and attend to their own matters. Luo Wei, who had arrived in haste, called out to the gathering. Manager Luo, we are not merely spectators. This young lady has come to reason with Lucy, yet Lucy chooses to hide away. It remains unclear whether she is avoiding this matter out of fear or indifference to her reputation. Han Qingmei retorted with a biting tone. Thank you, Miss Han, for your concern. I have already informed Miss Jiang that she must take responsibility for her own words, Lucy stated, standing at the entrance of the building, leaning on her cane. What do you mean by this, Lucy? Han Qingmei kurhunet perplexed. Everyone has a voice. I cannot control what others say. I will own my actions. Yet I will not hastily justify myself for things I have not done. Yet, Miss Han, you seem quite invested in this matter. Have you seen Miss Jiang engaged to Major General Xie? Or have you witnessed any romantic involvement between myself and him? Lucy's remarks sparked discussions among the onlookers regarding Han Qingmei. After all, she was the only one who consistently stood by Zhang Ai's side, defending her while deliberately disparaging Boss Lu. You, Han Qingmei, realizing that the flames of conflict had turned towards her, hastily clarified her stance. I am not siding with Miss Jiang, but which girl would jest with her own reputation? Flustered, she quickly distanced herself. Zhang Ai felt a twinge of guilt upon hearing this. After all, she was not the fiancée of C.S. Senin, although their families were close. And C.S. father often expressed his hopes for her to be his daughter-in-law. She and C.S. Senin were not engaged. However, this secret was known only to her, and as long as she could dissuade Lucy from harboring any romantic notions about C.S. Senin, the truth mattered little. With this thought, her confidence was restored. Chapter 115. I will quietly watch you weave your tale. Tian Chuan received a call from Baimuran at the office, informing him that Zhang Ai was causing a scene in Sicily and instructed him to notify the Major General to come promptly. Tian Chuan speculated that the Major General might still be asleep. Recalling the weariness etched on his face yesterday, he hoped he could rest a little longer. Yet, the thought of that young lady stirring trouble in Sicily made him anxious, knowing that if he delayed reporting, the Major General would surely reprimand him. C.S. Senin, neatly dressed, stood at the door, observing the flustered Tian Chuan. What are you doing here? C.S. Senin, an early riser, would have woken even earlier today if not for his recent lack of sleep. Besides habit, he was particularly eager to inquire about Wang Bai and Wu Dakuai from Lucy. Anticipating this meeting, he had taken extra care to groom himself, indulging in a thorough shower rather than his usual 3-minute routine. He shaved, applied moisturizer, used deodorant, and spritzed some cologne. After finishing, he admired his reflection in satisfaction, only to be met with Tian Chuan's troubled expression upon opening the door. Major General. Tian Chuan suddenly recalled that he had yet to report on Zhang AI and called out to him, sensing something amiss. CS Senin observed Tian Chuan's anxious demeanor. Major General, the Bai team just called, saying Miss Jiang is in Sicily, causing a ruckus with Boss Liu. They requested you to come immediately. Zhang AI? In Sicily? CS Senin found it perplexing that the two names would even be mentioned together. It seems Miss Jiang has been residing in Sicily these past few days. Tian Chuan regretted not reporting this sooner. CS Senin did not reprimand Tian Chuan. Without uttering a word, he swiftly exited the office building. Outside the arched door, Bai Muron awaited CS Senin with palpable anxiety. Earlier, when Xia Chun and Bai Muron left together, they noticed a crowd gathered around Lucy's small mansion. Overhearing the chatter, they learned that a girl claimed to be the fiancée of Major General Xia, stating that Lucy had been harassing him, prompting her visit to Sicily to confront Lucy. Fuma, Xia Shen vehementement disagreed, impossible. That woman is definitely up to no good. Lucy is not that kind of person, urging Bai Muron to call the Major General. She insisted that he must clarify the situation. It was unacceptable for one person to dictate the narrative without challenge. Bai Muron complied and quickly called the Major General. As CS Senin disembarked from the ferry, he spotted Bai Muron standing at the entrance. What is going on? Why is Jiang AI in Sicily? Major General, I have no idea how Miss Jiang ended up here. However, that's not the crux of the matter. Currently, Miss Jiang is claiming that Boss Liu is the other woman. She alleges that Boss Liu has been persistently pursuing you, and she asserts that she is your fiancée. Bai Muron succinctly summarized the situation, causing CS Senin's brow to furrow deeply. Miss Jiang, if that is the case, you haven't witnessed Major General Xia embracing Lucy, have you? You are relying solely on hearsay. So how can you be certain of its truth? Xia Chun retorted sharply, first confronting Han Qingmei and then challenging Jiang AI's interpretation. Naturally, Jiang AI, accustomed to her privileged status, was no match for Xia Chun's verbal prowess, her face reddening with indignation. What? Out of words? You are making baseless accusations that disrupt the peace of all Sicily. You repeatedly claim you would never jest with your reputation, yet have you considered that? In the absence of evidence, Boss Liu's reputation seems inconsequential? Xia Chun continued to press, as Luo Wei watched in admiration. What is the meaning of no evidence? Soldiers from a military and tenants from Sicily witnessed Major General Xia embracing Lucy. Aren't so many pairs of eyes sufficient proof? If reputation is of such concern, then one should refrain from engaging in disreputable acts. Having embraced her, how can one expect to avoid scrutiny? Jiang AI clung to the fact that the two had once held each other, believing this alone was enough to tarnish Lucy's image. She glanced at Lucy, who stood silently, maintaining her composure. Lucy's calm demeanor only highlighted Jiang AI's own hysteria. Yet, she could not afford to ponder this too deeply. After today's uproar, it was clear she could no longer reside in Sicily. Given their inevitable parting, she resolved to confront Lucy directly, ensuring that even if she sought to pursue CS Senin in the future, she would be mindful of public perception. Furthermore, managing Sicily required a good reputation. Who would come to stay if hers were to falter? Zhang. Before she could finish her thought, a robust male voice interrupted her. The crowd turned to see CS Senin, enveloped in a palpable tension, making his way through the throng to the center of the confrontation. His gaze was filled with sincere regret as he looked at Lucy. It seemed Jiang AI had become a persistent presence in his life, akin to a stubborn adhesive. He could discern her affections, yet as the matter remained unspoken, he refrained from addressing it directly. His concern for her was present but limited. He had shown her some care, but it was minimal. CSN believed that, with time, Jiang AI would come to understand the complexities of their situation. However, he had not anticipated that she would create such a disturbance in Sicily, confronting Lucy in such a manner. His anger left him at a loss for words. Senin, Jiang AI watched as he approached, her heart a tumult of anticipation and trepidation. She yearned for his protection, envisioning how his care in the presence of Lucy would serve to humiliate her rival. Yet, she was equally anxious about the possibility of Senin revealing the truth about their non-engagement, which would obliterate her dignity in District 19. Chapter 116. Senin's denial. Lucy was taken aback by the unexpected arrival of Senin. She lifted her gaze to the back of the crowd, whereby Muron and Chen stood. It seemed that Bai's team had summoned them, and Lucy felt a slight headache. The situation with Senin had become increasingly complicated. Zhang Ai had hoped Senin would say something reassuring, but sensing his low spirits, she felt a surge of unease. "Why are you here?" Senin asked coldly. "Senin, I couldn't find you. I heard you were living here, so I came." Zhang Ai's voice dwindled. "Oh, just a moment ago, you claimed that General Xie arranged for your stay. It appears he was unaware of your presence here." Chen squeezed through from behind, eager not to miss the spectacle. The others began to murmur in response to Chen's words. "I had no idea she was staying here," Senin quickly added, causing Zhang Ai's complexion to darken. "I've come several times without seeing you. You were either on a mission or on your way to one. I heard you lived here, so I came looking for you. Seems you and General Xie are quite out of sync. Unlike us, who see him nearly every day to the point of annoyance," Chen retorted, each of her jibes deepening Zhang Ai's discomfort. Luo Wei stifled a laugh, surprised that Chen had become her spokesperson. As Senin withdrew his hand, ready to speak, Chen interrupted. "That once he do, you can't leave. You just smeared Lucy's reputation and expect to walk away?" Chen blocked Zhang Ai's path. "What accusation?" Senin inquired. Perfect timing, as all parties were present. "General Xie, why don't you clarify? Your fiancé, he came here early this morning, loudly proclaiming that Lucy is a homewrecker, shamelessly seducing you and ruining your relationship. She even claimed Lucy offers herself to any man she meets." Chen summarized succinctly. Zhang Ai could no longer bear to listen, abruptly interjecting, "You're lying? I didn't mean it that way. I was just saying you didn't mean it. Who would believe that? Everyone here heard you. Now that the leading man has arrived, you're suddenly denying it. Don't play the innocent act with me." Chen refused to grant Zhang Ai an opportunity to defend herself. "She is not my fiancée. I have no fiancée. Senin suddenly declared, leaving everyone stunned. Turning to Lucy, he spoke earnestly. Senin, have no fiancé and have never been engaged. I have never been in a relationship and remain single to this day." "Senin, you?" Zhang Ai was taken aback by how swiftly he contradicted her, especially in front of such a large audience. His words stirred the crowd into a frenzy. "I can't believe this woman was fabricating stories. I almost fell for it. Truly, it's a privilege to be wealthy and play such games." Simultaneously, Han Qingmei, feeling cornered, protested, "What are you looking at? I was deceived as well. And didn't you all believe her just moments ago?" The onlookers, realizing their fault, fell silent. Zhang Ai was shocked by Senin's blatant disregard for her feelings, publicly denying their engagement. Overcome with shame and sorrow, she covered her face and wept softly. "But your father has always hoped for me to be his daughter-in-law. How can you say this? Even if we are not engaged, our parents have acknowledged our relationship." Now that the matter was out in the open, Zhang Ai was determined to salvage her reputation. "If it's your father's wish, then you should ask him. He certainly has more than one son." Senin's expression darkened further at the mention of his father. He harbored deep resentment towards the man who failed to rescue his mother in time, remarrying soon after her death and having a son, his brother, who was only 12 this year. Zhang Ai was well aware of the strained relationship between Senin and his father. Her hasty mention only deepened his scowl. "Miss Jiang, I do not concern myself with your relationship with General Xie. However, as I stated earlier, you must take responsibility for your words. Shouldn't you apologize to me?" Lucy finally spoke up, eager to bring this farce to an end. Leaning on her cane, she descended with difficulty, her legs numb from standing too long. Seeing her struggle, Senin stepped forward to assist, but as his hand brushed against Lucy's, she recoiled, making him realize he was unwanted. Zhang Ai watched helplessly as the man she adored showed kindness to another woman, unable to restrain her tears. She understood her place in CSN's heart. But after his unequivocal rejection today, she felt as though her heart might shatter. At that moment, Han Qingmei stepped forward, embracing Jiang Ai in consolation while simultaneously chastising CSN, General Xia. Is this appropriate? Even if you have developed feelings for someone else? You should consider Miss Jiang's feelings. To dote on another woman in front of her, what if she were to take drastic measures? You would bear the responsibility. Han Qingmei's argument was reasonable, and the crowd began to rally behind her. First, I have not developed feelings for anyone else. Second, Lucy was injured because of me, and it is my duty to care for her. Lastly, she is an adult and must take responsibility for her actions. She should apologize to Lucy. The crowd found merit in CSN's reasoning and sided with him once again. Miss Jiang also owes me an apology. A voice emerged from the crowd. It was Ming Han, clad in a black robe, its belt loosely tied. The satin fabric shimmered with a unique luster, reflecting sunlight like a mirror, dazzling those around him. The onlookers marveled at the material, many having never even seen such clothing. Jiang Ai glanced up in response to the voice, her fists clenched in anger upon recognizing Ming Han. The three of them had grown up together, but Jiang Ai felt closer to CSN, despite his often aloof demeanor. Ming Han was a whirlwind of energy, always in motion, causing mischief wherever he went. Despite this, their shared history lingered, and she had not anticipated that both men would side with an outsider in this moment. Ming Han approached Lucy, noticing her avoidance of CSN's touch. He positioned himself between them and smiled at CSN. No need for General Xia to trouble himself. I shall take care of this. Lucy also wished to evade Ming Han, but alas, her mobility was hindered, and Ming Han clung to her like a persistent adhesive. She had no choice but to allow him to wrap one arm around her shoulder while the other supported her elbow. What do you want? CSN inquired with irritation. Of course, I have come to seek an apology from your faux fiancé, E. She retorted. Lucy holds both of us in contempt. Who does she look down upon? Am I the kind of person who is swayed by mere appearances? Chapter 117. A play starring three men. Lucy listened to Ming Han's words and jabbed her elbow sharply into his waist. Ming Han winced in pain, realizing he had misspoken, and quickly corrected himself. She not only insulted Lucy, but also disrespected you and me. After speaking, Ming Han glanced at Lucy, who ignored him and approached Miss Jiang with her cane. Miss Jiang, I presume you will no longer reside in Sicily. I shall refund you the remaining lodging fees. I do not concern myself with the two of them, but you must apologize to me. Lucy's gaze was resolute, leaving no room for Miss Jiang's refusal. However, Jiang Ai could not apologize. To do so would mean acknowledging her words as falsehoods. If word got out, how could she face the world? What of the Jiang family's reputation? She looked again at CSN and Ming Han, who, despite being her childhood friends, remained silent, standing with Lucy. Jiang Ai had never envisioned a day where she would find herself in such a humiliating predicament, surrounded by onlookers urging her to apologize. Unable to endure the humiliation, she covered her face and turned to flee toward the archway. No, we cannot let her go. Xiachen attempted to pursue her, but was stopped by Lucy. Let her be. There are many days ahead. Lucy understood that Jiang Ai would not apologize, especially not in front of so many witnesses. However, she would remember this moment, and one day, Jiang Ai would pay a price far greater than an apology. Having experienced this incident, Lucy grasped the necessity of becoming strong. Otherwise, even the most insignificant creature would dare to trample upon her. Jiang Ai was too preoccupied with her escape towards the archway to watch where she was going, colliding headfirst into a burly man. The man was solid, and Jiang Ai fell to the ground. She looked up and shouted, "Are you blind? Don't block my way. Get out of my way." Xingyi glanced down at the woman on the ground before looking toward the distance. His vision was keen, and he could clearly see Lucy leaning on her cane from afar. "What happened to my Lucy, my dear?" Xingyi exclaimed, hastening towards her. Jiang Ai overheard his words and wondered who this man was. He referred to Lucy as my dear. Your dear? Your precious has been hobbling around with another man, which is why she's injured. Jiang Ai scoffed, her voice low but audible enough for Xingyi to hear. Lucy also spotted Hoshino at the entrance. Unable to recall how long it had been since they last met, their previous encounter was still fresh in her mind. Hoshino rushed over to Lucy, glancing at her crutches with concern. What happened? Who did this to you? Which scoundrel is responsible? Hoshino questioned loudly. Before Lucy could respond, Ming Heian pointed at Xie Senin, exclaiming, He did it. General Xie, how could you lay a hand on a woman? The word from Hoshino's mouth took on a different tone, and the onlookers were equally intrigued about how Lucy's ankle had come to be injured by General Xie. Xie Senin, with a stern face, awkwardly replied, It was not intentional. Rovi, quick to react, noticed the curious onlookers and urged everyone to disperse. Shang Kai and his two brothers assisted Rovi in shooing the crowd away, leaving those who wished to continue gossiping feeling somewhat dejected. If it was unintentional and it has come to this, what would happen if it were deliberate? I might never see my Lucy again. Hoshino provocatively glared at Xie Senin. Just as he was about to reach out to support Lucy, Xie Senin intercepted him. Be careful with your words. Not every term should be directed at Lucy. Hoshino sidestepped Xie Senin's block and moved to the other side of Lucy. Don't be afraid. My Lucy, speak to me, and I shall avenge you. What is a general? If he dares to bully you, I will have him torn apart. Hoshino comforted her, draping an arm around her shoulder. That won't do. General Xie is my creation. If you wish to confront him, you must first consult me, Ming Heian interjected. Hoshino found this individual rather peculiar, like a weather vane. Why had you vanished for so long? Lucy inquired curiously of Hoshino. This mission was somewhat intricate, which delayed my return. What, did you miss me? Hoshino teased with a beaming smile. Even if I did, that is a matter only I can handle. You would not be able to accomplish it, Hoshino declared proudly. This statement was indeed accurate. Lucy had long desired to procure an identity bracelet for Anu, but was unsure where to acquire one. Only Hoshino was privy to Anu's identity, so consulting him was undoubtedly the right choice. Impossible. Ming Heian and Xie Senin simultaneously dismissed his assertion. Not just in Province 94, but throughout the entire universe. There is nothing I cannot achieve, Ming Heian asserted with considerable bravado. Xie Senin remained silent, uninterested in explaining himself to others. Lucy, tell me, what matter do you wish to address with him? Ming Heian turned his attention to Lucy. The bickering among the three men gave Lucy a headache. It was her first realization that three men could create such a spectacle. Lucy, I have some military matters I wish to discuss with you, Xie Senin remarked. Observing Lucy's back, Lucy suspected it pertained to Wang Bo, and she too had questions to pose. No time. This time, Ming Heian and Hoshino harmonized, collectively rejecting Xie Senin. My Lucy, I also have something to tell you, Hoshino interjected. I already said there's no time. Ming Heian rebuffed Hoshino. Oh dear, your leg is not in good condition. So I will wait right here, Hoshino said, glancing at Xie Senin with an expression that suggested, don't get too cocky. Xie Senin entered the room, and as he turned to close the door, he raised an eyebrow at Hoshino. Infuriated, Hoshino was about to retort when Xie Senin shut the door. With a resigned roll of his eyes, Hoshino plopped down on the steps at the entrance. Lucy sat on the sofa, carefully placing her cane aside, while gently massaging her aching calves. Due to an ankle injury, despite the support of the cane, the entirety of her weight rested upon her uninjured leg. Having stood for an extended period today, that leg was now quite sore. Xie Senin approached, lifting Lucy's leg and resting it upon his knee, as he began to knead her stiff muscles. Truly, as a soldier, his hands possessed remarkable strength. The pressure of his massage was just right. Initially, Lucy attempted to resist, but she could not escape Xie Senin's grasp. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been injured. Making you more comfortable is my responsibility, he remarked, attentively observing her expressions, concerned that he might inadvertently apply too much pressure. Unable to escape, she might as well revel in it. Just imagining how Zhang AI would react upon witnessing this scene was enough to elicit a smile. Chapter 118. Lucy is not Lu Zhizhi. Lucy gazed at Shesnin, who was giving her a massage, and recalled that in her previous life, she had never been afforded such treatment. What perplexed her even more was that she had remained oblivious to Zhang AI's existence until her death in that life. It seemed that reincarnation had altered many aspects of her reality. Soda is detrimental to one's health. I shall opt for milk instead, she declared, retrieving a bottle of strawberry milk from the cupboard and presenting it to Lucy. As always, Chesnin paid no heed to her preferences, much like in her former existence. Alas, commanding others to act was never as satisfying as taking matters into her own hands. Lucy rose to fetch a soda from the cabinet, and when Chesnin observed her determination to indulge in the drink, he stood up to intervene. "Do not move." Lucy shrugged off his hand and hopped on one leg to the beverage cabinet, successfully acquiring the soda she desired. Chesnin watched her, pondering that if Lucy were indeed Zhizhi, she was remarkably different from her previous incarnation. In the past, Zhizhi was obedient, accepting whatever he provided. Yet, upon reflection, he realized he didn't even know what Zhizhi liked. Regardless, she seemed to enjoy whatever he offered her. "I've already told you not to move. I could have fetched it for you," Chesnin remarked helplessly as he settled her on the sofa. "If I remained still, you wouldn't bring me the soda anyway." At this point, Chesnin confirmed that she was indeed sulking. He knelt down, examining her injured ankle, and checked her uninjured leg to ensure everything was fine, before looking up to see Lucy sipping her drink. "I apologize on behalf of Jiang AI. I should have clarified my stance sooner, which might have prevented today's events." Chesnin's tone was sincere, but Lucy remained unconvinced. Just as Lucy had surmised, he had come regarding the recent food crisis in District 19. Lucy activated her communicator and retrieved the contract for 200,000 supplies she had signed with Wang Bo. Upon seeing it, Chesnin noted that it aligned closely with Su Yiwei's reports. "I have a matter I wish to trouble Major General Chesnin with, which may assist you in confirming Wang Bo's culpability," Lucy stated, her expression serious. Chesnin's curious gaze shifted from the contract to Lucy's face. "Are you aware of the recent news that topped the District 19 Current Affairs channel? It was penned by a tenant residing here. Her name is Sun Lying, a reporter for the news department, and she wrote an article about the waste of food in Sicily amid the food crisis." As Lucy spoke, she observed Chesnin's expression, which indicated he was indeed aware. "I'm not too sure. Please continue," Chesnin replied, pulling out his communicator and feigning ignorance. "After this article was published, Wu Dakawei from the Food Bureau approached me, claiming there were issues with our food and demanding a refund. However, our contract stipulates that once sold, any issues are not the responsibility of Sicily, thus I declined. This led to the incident involving Wang Bo's mother causing a scene, which you subsequently handled. What I wish to investigate is the evidence of their bribery of Sun Lying." Lucy refrained from disclosing her true intentions, believing Chesnin did not need to know what she aimed to achieve. She sought irrefutable evidence from official sources to leverage against them, ultimately unraveling the truth she yearned to uncover. "That is not a problem. Do you wish to evict that reporter from Sicily? If so, you could simply tell her directly. There is no need to seek evidence." Chesnin felt that Lucy's motives were likely more complex than merely wanting proof. There must be other matters she had not shared with him. "It's not that I can't assist, Lucy. I hope you understand that I am on your side. There are many things you need not conceal from me. I will unconditionally keep your secrets. Just tell me what you wish to do." Chesnin disliked Lucy's wariness towards him. He wished for her to rely on him as unconditionally as Zhizhi had in their previous life. Lucy was momentarily taken aback by Shernan's words, then burst into laughter. "Has the Major General misunderstood something? You may not be my enemy, but you are certainly not my friend at this moment. We are merely in a mutually beneficial relationship. If I have inadvertently caused any misunderstanding, I shall clarify it today." A smile lingered on Lucy's lips, yet her words crushed Shernan's heart as if it were tightly gripped in a fist. He suddenly realized that he had always compared Lucy to Zhizhi, hoping that Lucy would treat him as Zhizhi did. Despite their identical appearances, they were completely different individuals. Lucy was a strong-willed and spirited girl, in stark contrast to the meek and obedient Zhizhi. For a moment, he found himself confused about whether he loved Zhizhi or Lucy. The two faces overlapped and separated in his heart, gradually blurring his vision. "I'm sorry." He was at a loss for what else to say to Lucy, repeatedly muttering apologies as his thoughts became a tangled mess. He gazed at her smiling face, yearning to voice the questions that plague his mind. Was she truly not Lu Zhizhi? Had she also been reborn? Did she no longer remember him? Yet he restrained this impulse, knowing that even if he asked, he would not receive the answers he desired. The Major General need not apologize to me. It's better to clarify matters today. I shall await your assistance in gathering evidence. If you please. Lucy's smile faded as she regarded Xie Shernan. Very well. Lu. Boss Lu. Xie Shernan struggled to change his address. Just call me Lucy. There is no need for such formality between us. Lucy offered him another sweet smile, reminding him that a pleasant demeanor was essential when soliciting help. Seeing her mischievous expression stirred an uncomfortable feeling within him. Xingye seemed to sense Xie Shernan's thoughts, wearing a smug expression as he watched him pass by. Major General Xie, it will be best for you to stay away from Sicily for now. Lucy has me to look after her. You need not concern yourself. Tupte sendino, Han Shangmei's objectiva akieva. If her parents were to discover that Xie Shernan had outright rejected her, their disappointment in her would deepen. She felt inferior to her sister, and if she could not secure a good marriage, her grandfather would look down on her father even more. Her father would blame her mother for not giving birth to a son. Even if it were not for herself, she had to stand up for her unfortunate mother. However, thinking back to Xie Shernan's attitude toward her today made Jiang Ai's eyes well up with tears again. How could he utter such hurtful words to her? And he didn't even stop her when she fled Sicily? He didn't care when she fell, his attention solely on that wretched Lucy. The mere thought of Lucy filled Jiang Ai with an intense desire to eradicate her. If it weren't for her, Xie Shernan would not have rejected her. Miss Jiang. While lost in her thoughts, Jiang Ai heard someone calling her from behind. Turning around, she saw Han Qingmei, who had just been defending her. Did you need something? Jiang Ai looked at Han Qingmei, whose cheeks were flushed with color and confusion. Upon hearing Han Qingmei express her concern for her, the tears that had barely subsided began to fall again. She never expected that a mere acquaintance would care for her more than the man she had loved for years. All right, don't cry. If you have nowhere to go, why not come with me for now? Han Qingmei suggested tentatively. I can't go back to Sicily. I would rather sleep on the street than return there, Jiang Ai replied, weeping and pouting. Han Qingmei led Jiang Ai to a quaint and elegant place, which was surprisingly tranquil during the day. The atmosphere was filled with the scent of incense, far from the dilapidated places she had imagined. The hall was lined with numerous bookshelves, brimming with books. Various paintings adorned the walls, and some antique furniture, which even she couldn't recognize, was scattered about, making it resemble a secluded hideaway. Wow, you work in such a wonderful place, Zhang Gai exclaimed in delight. It's not too bad. The owner is kind and offered me a job, allowing this unfortunate soul to earn a living in these trying times, Han Qingmei replied, glancing upward. Soon, a handsome and cultured middle-aged man emerged from a room. Good morning, Boss Zhao. Han Qingmei greeted him proudly. Jiang Ai looked up, expecting an elderly man, but was surprised to find someone relatively young with an intellectual appearance, though he could not compare to Xie Shernan. Good morning, Xiao Mei. And who might this be? The man greeted Han Qingmei elegantly, casting a gentle glance at Jiang Ai. Since Xiao Mei has spoken, it's certainly no problem. However, this is not a free service. Rent will still be required. He descended the stairs and approached Jiang Ai. No problem. How much is the rent? Jiang Ai asked. Her spirits lifted at the prospect of a place to stay. The issue of rent had never been her concern. The man, observing her demeanor and attire, could tell she was from a wealthy family. He exchanged a knowing look with Han Qingmei before addressing Jiang Ai. Miss Jiang, feel free to inspect the room. As for the rent, you may offer whatever you deem appropriate. This is not a hotel, but rather a place to offer assistance to those in need. Han Qingmei grasped the unspoken understanding and took Jiang Ai's hand. Cool, Mei. I'll show you. The room was modest, approximately 20 square meters, featuring a private bathroom, a single bed, a writing desk, a chair, and a simple wardrobe. Although the environment could not compare to Sicily, it was certainly better than sleeping on the streets. What do you think is a fair amount for rent? Jiang Ai asked, sitting down with Han Qingmei to discuss the matter. In the 19th district, this environment would probably cost around 8,000 to 10,000 a month. but in Sicily, it would be about 5,000. Ugh, just mentioning Sicily makes me sigh in resignation. Han Qingmei lamented. Let's not speak of that cursed place. Just hearing its name makes my heart ache. Based on your suggestion, I'll offer the owner 500 a day. I can't let him suffer a loss, can I? Zhang Ai felt the price was almost negligible, while Han Qingmei secretly calculated that since Zhang Ai was so unconcerned about money, perhaps she could extract a little more from her. That works, as long as you find it acceptable. If you agree to stay here, I'll inform the owner. You should rest for a while. I'll come back to check on you around noon. Zhang Ai, having not slept all night, felt exhausted. Grateful for Han Qingmei's offer, she expressed her thanks and was ready to sleep without even changing her clothes. Boss, everything is arranged, Han Qingmei said respectfully in a low voice. You've done exceptionally well this time. I've dispatched someone to investigate her. If my guess is correct, she should be from the Jiang family in the Central District, which would make you a significant contributor to our cause. She could serve as our entry point into the Central District. Ensure this achievement is solely yours, and do not let Yuner take the credit. The man patted Han Qingmei's back with satisfaction. Additionally, just to be safe, do not refer to me as boss in this place. Call me the owner. Keep our people alert, and ensure someone follows her if she leaves. The man cautioned meticulously. Understood. Rest assured, I will make the arrangements. Han Qingmei departed, while the man gazed at the closed door upstairs, a glimmer of greed illuminating his eyes. He set down the water bottle in his hand, picked up the scissors hanging on the wall, and severed the already blossomed flowers into disarray.